Yi Tian opened his eyes when he heard the sound that kept coming from his ears. He looked at the surrounding environment and touched his face again. After touching his whole body, he murmured with some surprise, "I'm not dead? I have traveled through time?" No. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt like he had something more and closed his eyes and began to ponder. There was a sudden consciousness in his mind. This was a boy named Yi Tian, who came from a place called Blue Star, an ordinary second-generation demolition. Except for playing games and fishing, he didn't have any bad habits. He just witnessed a murder by the river and was killed by two gangsters while escaping. Originally, at the moment of death, he was bound to a so-called system and traveled directly here. It's just a pity that this soul is not strong enough. It could have taken over his body, but was killed by his own soul. This also caused that he suddenly had a lot of memories now. It took a long time for Yi Tian to understand what kind of existence the world of Blue Star was. This made Yi Tian feel a little yearning and a little regretful. Perhaps because of the reverse fusion of memories, Yi Tian in this world felt a little guilty. But more of it was just ridicule. According to the Blue Star people, he was in a fantasy world. Both physically and spiritually, he was much stronger than the Blue Star people. Even with the blessing of the system, after the system passed through the barriers of one world after another, the energy was not enough for Yi Tian of Blue Star to take over his body in Tianyuan continent. Brother, although you're also called Yi Tian, we are not from the same world. But if you want to take over my body, then I will take a part of your consciousness and let you see this world. Yes, and there's also that system. Thinking of this, Yi Tian also shouted with some curiosity, System, are you there? Ding. The strongest Emperor Sinan system is at your service. Huh? What did you say? Emperor System? Hearing this name, Yi Tian was a little surprised. He was just a prince of a royal palace. He is not even a prince. Is this Emperor System a bit too much for him? Tongzi, think about it first. What system are you in? Ding, this system is called the strongest Emperor Sinan system, and its purpose is to help the host build the most powerful dynasty in the universe. Ding, the system is exhausted, charging fuck. He was originally a little excited, but it immediately became bad, because this system is not compatible with him. There are 15 states in Qingtian domain, and Qingyan state is just one of them. There are dozens of countries in Qingyan state, of which 5 have reached the level of dynasty, and only 1 has reached the level of empire. The others are all vassal states. Behind these countries, there are sects. These sects are all high above, and they control these countries to provide them with talents and resources. They never care about the rise and fall and prosperity of these countries, but only collect the results every year. The predecessor of Dakian state was a small country called Qingfeng state. 50 years ago, the ruler of Qingfeng state was corrupt and immoral, which led to the people's misery and rebellion in various places. One of them was the rebel army, led by Yi Xiaotian and Li Wuji. After more than 10 years of civil war, Li Wuji sat on the throne. However, in view of Yi Xiaotian's contribution, he was named the only king of the opposite sex. In order not to be liquidated by the sect behind Qingfeng state, Fenjiumen, Li Wuji spent a lot of money to get the support of a sect called White Tiger Temple, and even promised to increase the supply of 20 of resources every year. This is why the White Tiger Temple came out and drove away Fenjiumen, but one of the conditions was to open temples in 36 cities in the whole Dakian country. After 40 years of accumulation and cultivation, the national strength of Dakian finally recovered. Although it is not Li Wuji who sits on the throne now, but his son Li Jiuxiao. But it is undeniable that Dakian is now in its most prosperous period. As a founding hero, the Yi family is a family that relies on military power. Yi Xiaotian has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Yi Wudi, has been with Yi Xiaotian since he was a child. He started as a soldier and fought in many battles. He is now named the general who guards the country and is also Yi Tian's father. The second, Yi Wuhui, was stationed at the border at the age of 33 and was named the general who guards the south. The third, Yi Wuyan, entered the palace and became the current concubine Wuyan. In other words, their entire Yi family is deeply tied to the entire Dakian. Although the Yi family has made outstanding contributions, it is deeply favored by the emperor, and there is no intention of the emperor to deliberately suppress the Yi family. At least Yi Tian thinks so. As the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Tian is a hereditary prince. As long as he comes of age, he will be a prince. In addition, Dakian is now thriving. There is no possibility of rebellion, and there is no need for him to rebel. Even if he does not want to join the army, he is a free prince. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. System, can you change it? It's so good for me to be a prince. Why do you want to instigate me to rebel? But he didn't get any response from the system. Maybe it was charging. Helplessly, Yi Tian sat up from the bed and shouted to the door, Xiao Mei. Soon, a beautiful girl pushed the door and walked in. From the age point of view, she is only about 15 years old, but she is tall and graceful, and she is a maid in garb beside Yi Tian. Xiao Mei bowed and saluted. Master. Well, change clothes. Yes. While enjoying Xiao Mei dressing and washing him, Yi Tian thought silently in his heart. What happened to me last night? Why was I possessed by someone? According to Lan Xing, Yi Tian's memory, only if he was about to die or had already died could he be possessed by another body. But he didn't sense anything wrong with his body. Tian Yuan continent has always been a place where the strong are respected, and cultivation is divided into two systems. One is the warrior from low to high, divided into yellow level, black level, earth level, heaven level. One is the cultivator from low to high, divided into body tempering, chi refining, foundation building, spiritual sea, flying in the air, concentrating the mind. A large part of the warriors have no cultivation methods, and the other part are those who have been eliminated by those sects. The upper limit of this kind of people is very low, and the highest can only reach the heavenly level of strength. But it is said that outside King Yunzu, there are not many people who practice martial arts. Li Wuji, the founding emperor of Daqian, and Yi Tian's grandfather were originally warriors. Because there are so many techniques that warriors can practice, they're sold on the streets, and you can buy one and get one free for 10 taels of silver. Although warriors may be stronger than cultivators in the early stage, cultivators have many means, especially after reaching the Yukong realm. Cultivators directly widen the gap with warriors. And the cultivation techniques of cultivators are also different. There's a saying that the method is not passed on personally. It means that the cultivation methods of the cultivators are profound and difficult to understand, and they're almost always taught to the closest people. Also, no matter how much a warrior practices, he cannot achieve immortality, and some cultivation methods may even consume his lifespan. But the cultivation methods of the cultivators can prolong his life. Luckily, after becoming the emperor, Li Wuji received the support of the White Tiger Temple and the cultivation methods of the cultivators. Similarly, the Yi family also has a similar cultivation method, and Yi Tian is also practicing it, and now he has reached the 5th level of foundation building. This is also one of the main reasons why Yi Tian of Blue Star failed to succeed in taking over another body. Chapter 2. Whining for money. Behind the scenes of a deadly plot, after dressing and grooming himself, Yi Tian turned to the slightly bashful maid beside him and inquired, Xiao Mei, where are your 3 sisters? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's expression dimmed somewhat, yet she respectfully bowed and replied, Young master, you instructed them to capture a pure-blooded Dark Knight tiger cub. They have yet to return. This remark jogged Yu Tian's memory. He recalled that while frolicking with Yang Tianci the previous day, he had encountered their longtime rival, Li Wenxian, accompanied by a majestic gale leopard. This sight had ignited his yearning for a Dark Knight tiger. In this realm of Tian Yuan, not only humans exist, but also ferocious beasts. Between the Great Qin Kingdom and the Tian Shui Kingdom lies a natural barrier known as the Qilin Mountain Range. It is said to host a level 9 blood Qilin beast, hence its name. However, centuries have passed, and it is likely that the blood Qilin has long since perished. Nevertheless, no one dares to venture into the Qilin Mountains, for it is inhabited by numerous beasts and indigenous people. The nearby cities suffer frequent attacks from these beasts every few years. As for the Dark Knight tiger, it is a formidable beast of level 5. Comparable to human sky-level martial artists and practitioners of the Void Realm. This level is far beyond the capabilities of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who are merely cultivators of the Spirit Sea Realm. Although they serve as Yu Tian's guards, they can only withstand the onslaught of Void Realm beasts when they unite their powers in a combined attack. Given that Xiao Mei is absent, even the capture of a mere cub may prove perilous for Xiao Lan and the others, potentially costing them their lives. Contemplating this, Yu Tian felt a pang of regret. He had rashly issued such a command due to provocation from Li Wenxian, and it struck him as foolish. He turned to Xiao Mei and said, Xiao Mei, communicate with them and instruct them to return. I acted impulsively. The journey from the capital, White Tiger City, to the border town of Zixia City would take a full day and night at a swift pace. By now, Xiao Lan and the others should not have reached Xixia City, and it would be wise to call them back to prevent any unfortunate events that might lead to Yi Tian's remorse. Xiao Mei's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Thank you, young master. I will convey your message at once." The four of them had been rescued as infants by Yi Wudi and had grown to share a bond akin to that of sisters over the years. Although they were aware of their mission from a young age, the notion of dying to protect Yi Tian is vastly different from perishing due to his impulsive whims. Upon exiting his chamber, Yi Tian arrived at a spacious courtyard adorned with flourishing flowers and greenery. As he stepped out, many servants, maids, and guards bowed in greeting. "Greetings, young master." Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Besides the four close attendants, there were 30 guards surrounding his quarters, along with 10 maids and 10 servants. However, today 2 maids and 3 servants were absent, a detail Yi Tian did not notice. Among the third generation of the Yi family, he was the sole heir, cherished as the gem of the entire royal residence. From his name, one can discern the deep affection the Yi family holds for him. Even a prince like Li Wenxuan is often regarded with indifference by Yi Tian. "Grandfather, grandfather." Before even entering the parlor, Yi Tian began to call out loudly. And soon an elderly man hurried in. Upon seeing Yi Tian, his face radiated warmth and concern as he said, "Young master, you've arrived." "The master is in the study reading." Yi Tian's voice softened, and he addressed the elder with utmost respect. Oh, grandfather Feng, greetings." Although Yi Tian did not know the elder's name, he was the family steward and had accompanied the venerable Yi Shaotian from the battlefield. In the entire Yi household, even Yi Wudi would respectfully refer to him as Uncle Feng. "Ah, young master, please come in." The old steward did not find Yi Tian's address inappropriate, as he had earned that right. The reason Yi Tian sought out his grandfather, Yi Shaotian, was due to his depleted finances. Logically, as a young master of his standing, he should not be lacking in funds, yet his previous extravagant spending had taken its toll. Just days prior, he had been influenced and goaded by Li Wenxuan into purchasing a tavern, leaving him with not even 10 taels of silver. Entering the study, Yi Tian was greeted by the imposing figure of an elderly man exuding a commanding presence. He quickly bowed and said, "Grandfather, your grandson pays his respects." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Shaotian set down his book, a flicker of fatigue crossing his eyes, though he concealed it well. Paying respects? You must be out of money, eh?" Yi Tian, unfazed, approached Yi Shaotian and began to massage his shoulders, saying with a chuckle, "Indeed, your insight is as sharp as ever." Yi Shaotian was fully aware of everything happening outside, and with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Stop relying on your tongue. How old are you? Why purchase a brothel?" Yi Tian quickly retorted, "Tavern, not a brothel." Nevertheless, his argument lacked conviction. The name Ye Pavilion clearly suggested its true nature. With over 200 courtesans, dancers, and hired hands to support, the mere thought of financing them was overwhelming. The elder stroked his beard and scoffed, "Still not a brothel? You were easily swayed by a few words. I'm beginning to think it might be time to send you to the military." Yi Tian immediately adopted a pleading tone. Please, no. Grandfather, just spare me this once. I promise I won't do it again." The old man, feeling somewhat exasperated by Yi Tian's antics, conceded, "Fine. This is the last time. Now go, go." With the elder's permission, Yi Tian hurriedly dashed out, exclaiming, "All right." At that moment, the steward approached, watching Yi Tian's retreating figure with eyes full of affection and concern. Yi Shaotian, sensing something, called out to the steward, "Hey, old man, what kind of look is that?" The steward, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Hee, just happy." Happy. Yi Shaotian remained unfazed. The old man, Feng Xiu, was not only his sworn brother but also a family member who had stood by his side throughout the years. Had it not been for a battle 4 decades ago that rendered him incapable of fatherhood, he might have married and had children, achieving the stature of a general. Nevertheless, due to his association with Yi Shaotian, Feng Xiu had continuously resided within the Yi household, witnessing the growth of 3 generations of the family. Understanding Feng Xiu's character, Yi Shaotian tossed the book in his hand onto the table, his expression darkening. "Have we uncovered the source of the poisoning from yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's demeanor turned menacing. Multiple pieces of evidence indicate it is indeed the work of the Wang family. Yi Shaotian narrowed his eyes. "You sure Daifu Wang Yulong?" He wouldn't dare undermine the foundation of the Yi family. Let the Shadow Guards continue their investigation. I demand to know who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yi Tian was indeed the cornerstone of the Yi family. For various reasons, he stood as the sole representative of the 3rd generation. Should Yi Tian perish, the Yi family would face annihilation. However, they had never contemplated the grave repercussions of provoking the Yi family. Indeed, Feng Xiu slightly inclined his body before turning to exit, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Just as Feng Xiu reached the doorway, a voice resonated from within the room. Chapter 3. The past of the Yi family. Young brother Yang Tianxi declared, since the Wang family has chosen to intervene, let us extinguish them. It is time to teach those people a lesson. Feng Xiu, having initiated the conversation, felt no sense of impropriety. As an observer, he was acutely aware of the immense sacrifices the Yi family had made for the great Qin dynasty. Many are aware that among the second generation of the Yi family, there are only 2 sons and 1 daughter. However, numerous members of the older generation recall that the Yi family once had another son, Yi Wushuang, a prodigious talent and a dazzling star. He was the eldest son of the second generation, able to read at 3, trained in martial arts by 5, achieving the rank of a ground-level warrior by 12, and reaching royal status by the age of 15. Many believed Yi Wushuang would be the first to break the shackles of martial arts in the entire Qingyan prefecture and become a legendary figure. Indeed, the world anticipated this, as the 15-year-old Yi Wushuang fought valiantly alongside Yi Xiaotian, conquering vast territories for the great Qian. Yet, in the final battle, Yi Wushuang tragically fell at the young age of 16. Upon learning of this, Yi Xiaotian's wife succumbed to despair, marking the first time Feng Xiu witnessed Yi Xiaotian weep. At that time, Yi Wuyin was merely 2 years old. The name Yi Wushuang became a taboo within the Yi family, never to be spoken again. Later, Yi Wudi emerged as another remarkable talent, marrying the little princess of the Lihua kingdom. This union provided the newly established Great Qian with a moment to breathe, averting potential military action from the Lihua kingdom. However, this respite was short-lived. In the second year after Yu Tian's birth, Yi Wudi's wife, the Lihua princess Nangang Xia, was assassinated on her return from a pilgrimage. On the same day, Yi Wuhui's fiancé Yi, Su Wenjing, was also murdered in her own home. It is worth noting that the Su family was not a minor clan. They were the rulers of Xuanwu City, one of the 4 main cities, commanding an army of 100,000. As a result of these events, the Su and Yi families became bitter enemies, prompting the Lihua kingdom to launch a direct assault on the Great Qian. Upon receiving this news, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui immediately mobilized their forces to return to the capital. In that moment, the world realized the extent of the Yi family's military prestige. It is important to note that without official orders, no soldier was permitted to return to the imperial city. Moreover, the Yi brothers led 100,000 troops back to the capital. Had it not been for the intervention of the White Tiger Temple and the urgent measures taken by Emperor Li Jiuxiao to scapegoat a sect, a civil unrest might have erupted in the imperial city. 11 years have passed, and perhaps many noble families in the capital have long forgotten the significance of the Yi family. Throughout this year, countless assassins have attempted to eliminate Yi Tian, yet all have been apprehended by the shadow guards in advance. However, a recent assassination attempt nearly claimed Yi Tian's life, had Yi Xiaotian not arrived in time. Expending his own spiritual energy and leveraging the family's resources, Yi Tian might have succumbed. Yet, the wrath of the Yi family was only beginning to unfold. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, Wang Yulong remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that loomed over them. After all, this is the grand capital of the great Qin Empire, where the formidable masters of the White Tiger Temple are stationed, making it implausible for anyone to dare to attack them recklessly. Yi Tian was unaware of these matters. Upon arriving at the storeroom, he called out loudly, "Old Lu, come out." Hearing the voice from outside, an elderly man hurriedly emerged from within. "Young master, ancestor, why have you come again? I have already informed you. Without the master's order, I cannot provide you with a single coin." "Humph, I knew you, old stubborn, would never adapt. My grandfather has already given his consent. You can inquire if you wish." With a hint of exasperation, Yi Tian regarded the old man. Lu Lao, known as Lu Hai, was also a veteran who had retired, but in comparison to old Feng, Lu Hai was notably more obstinate. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Hai's expression revealed disbelief upon hearing this, yet he still retrieved a communication jade tablet to contact Yu Xiaotian. After receiving confirmation from Yu Xiaotian, Lu Lao awkwardly remarked, "Hee, well, young master, please do not take offense. I merely wish to verify." However, Yi Tian's face darkened, even if verification was necessary. There was no need to do so in front of him. Fortunately, perhaps due to the melding of his soul with that of Blue Star Yu Tian, he had become less impulsive than before. "Humph, since you believe me, then give me the money." "All right." Lu Hai returned to the storeroom shortly thereafter. Emerging with a cloth bag, Yi Tian took it and opened it to find 100 silver notes, each worth 100. Wait. How come there are only 10,000 taels? Wasn't it supposed to be 100,000? Lu Hai smiled amiably. The master said it was 10,000 taels. Does the young master not want it? Yi Tian glared at Lu Lao, frustration boiling within him. Fine. 10,000 it is. He turned to leave with the 10,000 taels in hand, while Xiaomei followed behind silently, as if she were a mere shadow. At this moment, Yi Tian felt somewhat disheartened. In the entirety of Qing'an Prefecture, the purchasing power of silver was still significant. However, after absorbing that segment of memory, he aspired to create a unique tavern. Yet, a mere 10,000 taels was woefully insufficient. But soon, Yi Tian thought of someone, Yang Tianci. If one were to inquire about the wealthiest individual in the entirety of White Tiger City, it would undoubtedly be the White Tiger Temple. Yet, no one dared provoke the temple, and even Yi Tian had been warned against venturing to White Tiger Mountain. Beyond that, the Yang family was the next wealthiest. The Yang family operated the largest commercial association in the Great Qin Empire. However, they were merely a merchant family and thus overlooked by the elite. Many second and third generations looked down upon the Yang family, perceiving them as nothing more than a plump target. Even Yi Tian had previously held such views, as the Yang family indeed fit this description, providing tributes to the imperial palace annually, and even noble families like his received gifts from the Yang family each year. This is also the primary reason why Yang Tianci has longed to integrate himself into the circle of Yi Tian and his companions among the 3 generations of the Yang family. However, in the past, Yi Tian regarded Yang Tianci merely as a source of wealth, never truly considering him a friend. Yet, Yang Tianci had always treated him well. For instance, the invitation to the Moon Pavilion originally required a sum of 500,000 taels of silver to acquire. At that time, Yi Tian possessed only 150,000 taels, with the remaining 350,000 taels provided by Yang Tianci. Despite this, the land deed remained in Yi Tian's possession, illustrating the diminished status of merchants in this world. Contemplating this, Yi Tian hastily retrieved his communication jade tablet to send a message to Yang Tianci, summoning him to gather at the Moon Pavilion. Within a separate courtyard on the outskirts of White Tiger City, a young man of striking appearance was practicing martial arts, drenched in sweat. Upon sensing the activation of the communication jade tablet, he promptly ceased his movements and pulled it out to check. His expression transformed into one of delight as he quickly addressed the tablet, exclaiming, "Certainly, young master, he is Yang Tianci, the 3rd-generation heir of the Yang family business." Chapter 4. System fully charged. The terrifying gift. Growing up in an environment steeped in tradition, Yang Tianci was acutely aware of the awkward position of the Yang family. Though they were often regarded as a prominent clan, their influence was rather limited. Even the scions of lesser official families could easily intimidate him. The Yang family could at best be classified as a clan, for in this world, lacking formidable martial power rendered one vulnerable. Despite being the wealthiest family in the Great Qin Kingdom, their riches could not procure everything. Many coveted resources were obtainable only through a rare substance known as spiritual stones, which the Yang family lacked, and even the Yi family possessed, but sparingly. Particularly, valuable cultivation resources were tightly held by the major sects, with only a meager share left for the royal family and the entrenched families of eunuchs. Consequently, although the Yang family was affluent, they were merely a notch above the common folk. Yang Tianci's father, Yang Million, instilled in him from a young age the importance of integrating into the circles of the 2nd-generation officials. However, those circles were predominantly led by the royalty family, who regarded him with disdain. It was only Yi Tian, witnessing his plight, who took him under his wing as a subordinate. Upon learning of Yi Tian's true status, Yang Tianci garnered the support of his entire family, enabling him to casually access substantial sums of silver. Yi Tian, pocketing a silver note of 10,000 taels, had initially felt no discomfort. However, after merging with the memories, he realized that the ancient attire he wore lacked even a single pocket. He resolved to have a seamstress create one for him on another day. Accompanied by Xiaomei, he made his way outside, traversing 2 pavilions and a courtyard before reaching the main gate. At the entrance stood 12 soldiers, weapons in hand, who bowed in unison upon seeing Yi Tian emerge. "Greetings, young master." Yi Tian merely nodded, muttering to himself, "Why must they add young to my title?" Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and, upon stepping through the gate, noticed 4 soldiers hastily following him. A smile crept onto his lips at the sight. This was indeed the prestige he sought. As he strolled down the street, Yi Tian lifted his gaze to the distance, where the shouts of numerous vendors echoed, although they were far from the gates of the royal manor. He ambled confidently towards the southern part of the city. The entirety of White Tiger City was divided into the inner and outer cities. The inner city was home to the affluent and powerful. Although the Yang family resided in the inner city, their position was somewhat remote. The outer city housed the common populace, separated by a wall that delineated two distinct classes. The Invitation Moon Pavilion was also located in the inner city, but not far from White Tiger Mountain, much to the chagrin of the monks at White Tiger Temple. Upon learning of this, the emperor issued an edict demanding the Invitation Moon Pavilion vacate the inner city. However, the establishment's owner, the third Prince Li Wenjie, had invested considerable resources into its creation and was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Yet, he dared not defy the temple's decree, ultimately resorting to selling it off at a loss. However, within the entirety of White Tiger City, no one dared to take on the Invitation Moon Pavilion. Subsequently, Li Wenjie incited the fifth prince, Li Wenxuan, to provoke Yi Tian, leading to the latter's acquisition of the pavilion. Yet, after purchasing it, he soon regretted his impulsive decision. Although Yi Tian had acted recklessly, it did not imply that he was devoid of intelligence. The White Tiger Temple, as the state religion of the Great Qian Kingdom, possessed strength that far surpassed the entire realm of Great Qian. The royal Li family was not one to offend, and despite being the legitimate heir of the Yi family, his grandfather would not allow him to act recklessly. Initially, Yi Tian intended to dissolve the Invitation Moon Pavilion that very day and transform it into a tavern. Even with the amalgamation of memories, he maintained this belief, for despite the monks within the White Tiger Temple being vegetarian and devoted to their faith, they were not reasonable individuals. However, as Yi Tian walked along the path, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, prompting a shift in his intentions. Ding! The strongest Emperor's sign-in system has completed its charging. Ding! Due to the successful integration of the host, the system begins binding. 1. 15. 50. 98. Ding! Binding successful. Yi Tian felt an immediate change within his body, though he could not discern the specifics. Pausing momentarily, he continued on his way, subconsciously inquiring about the system. System, how did you charge? What abilities do you possess? Ding! This system declines to answer the first question. As for what abilities? The host may sign in once daily, with each instance yielding distinct surprises. Oh, have you become proud as well? Aren't there beginner's gift packs? Do I have one? Ding! Beginner's gift pack being distributed. Ding! Distribution successful. The host may check it in the system space. Ding! The host may sign in daily, with opportunities to obtain techniques, divine abilities, martial arts, magical artifacts, spirit stones, secret treasures, cultivation, soldiers, generals, strategists, and supplies. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. Although the Yi family possessed their own cultivation techniques, they were of a lower caliber. After all, the White Tiger Temple was merely a 6-star sect, with its strongest practitioners only reaching the spirit condensation realm. In this world, sects typically began at 5 stars, with a 5-star sect requiring a practitioner of the Void Realm to preside over it, while 6 stars necessitated a spirit condensation practitioner. Above that, the apex consisted of 9-star sections. However, in the current Qingyan Prefecture, no 9-star sects existed, only an 8-star sect. The techniques bestowed by the White Tiger Temple could only be cultivated up to the Void Realm. Yi Xiaodian of the Yi family had reached the 2nd level of the Void Realm, primarily due to his disinterest in Buddhist beliefs and the inferior quality of his techniques. It was rumored that Li Wujie of the Li family had cultivated to the 9th level of the Void Realm and was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Nevertheless, according to Yi Xiaoyan's assertions, Li Wujie was unlikely to succeed, as his techniques had already placed limitations upon him. Yet now, with Yi Tian able to sign in daily, he might acquire superior techniques. How could this not exhilarate him? If he possesses advanced techniques, his cultivation speed will escalate to an entirely new level. Contemplating this, Yi Tian couldn't help but recall the novice gift pack mentioned by the system. As he delved into his consciousness, he unexpectedly discovered a luminous white orb nestled in a corner. Upon entering this realm, Yi Tian realized it was a space comparable to a city, albeit somewhat sparse. In one corner, he found the novice gift pack as described by the system. The Eternal Emperor's scripture, upon achieving great mastery, one may attain immortality and invincibility, wielding control over the rise and fall of empires. The Great Liberation Sutra allows the soul to roam freely across the universe, ensuring the permanence of the dynasty and the continuity of the soul. With the grand path retreating from one's gaze, the Emperor's sealing palm, upon reaching full mastery, one can pluck stars from the sky and seal heaven and earth. The primordial sovereign sword, level unspecified, grows stronger against formidable foes, capable of severing fate and slaying deities. Not activated. The chaotic Tao body. Absorbing this will forge a chaotic Tao body, untouched by causality, beyond the 5 elements, leading to sudden enlightenment through cultivation. Not activated. The imperial battle armor, the armor of an emperor, capable of withstanding attacks from adversaries 2 realms higher. Not activated. The imperial seal can bestow titles upon vassals, suppress fate, and quell all invaders. Not activated. The chaotic black dragon egg, capable of nurturing an imperial-grade black dragon. Not activated. Chapter 5. The moonlit shadows. Leaf Tian gazed in awe, his eyes nearly sparkling with astonishment. The myriad treasures surrounding him were far beyond the reach of his humble foundational cultivation. Merely extracting one of these artifacts could incite chaos throughout the entire Azure Sky domain. Within this realm, Leaf Tian even beheld a remarkably pure essence of energy. He estimated that absorbing just 1% of it could elevate him directly to the realm of sky sovereignty. Yet, it was regrettable that many of these treasures remained dormant and unactivated. System, how does one activate these items? Ding. The magical artifacts require the host to attain the status of Emperor for activation. The black dragon egg necessitates daily nourishment with fresh blood. What? Daily blood nourishment? The thought of shedding blood each day sent a shiver down Leaf Tian's spine. At merely 13 years of age, he was still but a child. However, the prospect of nurturing the black dragon to achieve imperial status ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. System, what on earth is the chaotic Tao body? Why hasn't it activated either? Ding. The chaotic Tao body is the most formidable constitution in existence, allowing for a clearer comprehension of the integration of celestial laws and the great Tao. It remains unrestrained by taboos and can partake in the world's shared fortune, enhancing the physical form. Activation will be accompanied by celestial phenomena. Does the host wish to activate it now? Celestial phenomena? Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain. Leaf Tian, merely a 5th-tier foundational cultivator, feared exposing himself to the scrutiny of powerful sections. As for the rewards, now is not the time to claim them, particularly the artifacts he was incapable of activating. Yet, the thought of becoming an emperor elicited a heavy sigh from Leaf Tian. That position is not easily attained. Setting aside the might of the Li clan, supported by the White Tiger Temple, even the royal family's power far surpassed that of the Yi clan. Among the 2nd generation of the Li family, there were 5 sons. The eldest was the emperor, while the other 4 held their own fiefs and military authority. The 3rd generation was even more numerous, as Li Jiuxiao had 7 children, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Li Wenlong, was the crown prince, while the second, Li Wenbo, had even entered the ranks of the White Tiger Temple. Though the other 2 princes were generally unambitious, they were still princes, each with maternal lineage of considerable influence. Only the youngest prince seemed relatively unencumbered. Leaf Tian recalled the 5th prince, Li Wenxuan, with whom he had never seen eye to eye. His mother was the daughter of the Lord of Blue Moon City, the foremost city beyond the 4 great capitals, serving as the final stronghold of the entire Deqian. The intricate web of relationships was complex, binding the Li family and their clans together in a manner where a single thread-s tug could affect the whole tapestry. Shaking his head, Leaf Tian chose to dismiss such thoughts. At least for now, he possessed martial arts and techniques to cultivate. With this in mind, he contemplated returning home, but then recalled his appointment with Yang Tianxi to visit the inviting moon pavilion, prompting him to continue onward while mentally calling for the system. System, you mentioned I could check in daily, correct? Ding. Yes, host. You have yet to check in today. Would you like to proceed? Sign me in. I must do so. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. Acquiring 100 Moonshadow Guards, each comparable to the pinnacle of the spirit concentration realm, left Yu Tian momentarily staggered, nearly toppling to the ground. Xiao Mei hastily stepped forward to support him, her face etched with concern as she inquired, "Young master, are you all right?" She remained vigilant, casting wary glances around, while the other 4 guards adopted equally serious expressions. Yu Tian waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Truly, I am." Yet internally, he was fervently questioning. System, What level of power do I possess with 100 Moonshadow Guards? Ding. Merely the peak of spirit concentration. There is no need for alarm. Host. This tier does not constitute a formidable force. Can you believe this? A practitioner of the spirit concentration realm is deemed not strong enough in the system's eyes? In the entire Tiqian Kingdom, only the White Tiger Temple boasts practitioners of this realm, and surely no more than 3. Yet on the very first day, the system granted him 100 peak spirit concentration practitioners. Contemplating this, Yution's demeanor shifted dramatically. Previously, he had held the White Tiger Temple in great apprehension, but now, Yution felt emboldened to declare, I could take on 10. At that moment, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Host. Do you wish to comprehend the sign-in reward? Upon hearing this, Yution managed to regain some composure. While the presence of 100 practitioners of the spirit concentration realm alleviated his fear of the White Tiger Temple, he understood that toppling an empire required more than mere martial prowess. Observing the bustling streets filled with people radiating joy, Yution hesitated to disrupt their happiness, mentally imploring. System, they want to suddenly appear beside me, will they? Ding. Host need not worry. As long as the Moonshadow Guards remain inactive, their presence will not be detected. Even if they exceed a significant realm. Ding. Will you accept the reward? Yes. Yes. Ding. Moonshadow Guards have been generated. Ding. Deployment successful. As the system's announcement resonated, Yution suddenly sensed 100 presences materializing around him. A glance at Xiaomei and the 4 guards revealed no signs of disturbance among them. Yution understood that perhaps only he could perceive the existence of these 100 individuals. Just then, 10 voices echoed in his mind. 100 Moonshadow Guards. Reporting to the Master. Master? Upon hearing this title, Yution felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, lacking the ability to communicate discreetly, he merely gestured vaguely ahead. Thank you. Master. Xiaomei, observing Yution's peculiar actions, looked on with confusion. Young master, what are you doing? Yution feigned ignorance. Oh, nothing. Let us hurry along. Xiaomei remained puzzled, sensing an inexplicable change in her young master, though she couldn't pinpoint why. The group swiftly arrived at the Moon Invitation Pavilion, and upon entering, a woman in her 30s approached them. Ah, my young master, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. The ladies have been longing for you. Yution raised his gaze and instantly recognized the matron of the Yaoyu Pavilion. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, the reality was quite different. In this world, one must never judge a woman solely by her appearance, especially those who have achieved mastery in their cultivation. The youthful visage of 18 may very well conceal a life of 38 years. However, the Yaoyu Pavilion was currently devoid of patrons, with only a sparse few scattered about. Yunmama. As Yution uttered this title, a wave of regret washed over him. Particularly after merging with the memories of his previous self from Blue Star, he found the term mama too difficult to voice. Ugh. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered. The matron, sharp as a tack, seemed to sense Yution's discomfort and quickly interjected. Ah, young sir. You are the boss, after all. Just call me Aunt Yun. Yution cast a peculiar glance at this alluring woman, still possessing her charm. He mused inwardly, am I harboring some nefarious intentions? Shaking his head, he reminded himself that he was but a child, incapable of such dangerous thoughts. Nonetheless, he replied, very well, Aunt Yun, please summon all the young ladies. I have matters to discuss. The matron threw him a flirtatious glance and swayed her hips as she departed, saying, of course. Xiaomei furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat uneasy about this establishment. Chapter 6. Taking over the moonlit pavilion and transforming it into a modern brothel, Yution wandered curiously around the premises, having previously placed a bet with Li Wenxuan and the others without ever stepping inside. After all, this establishment was a brothel, and despite his somewhat unconventional demeanor, he was merely 13 years old. Moreover, given that this was formerly the property of the Li family, he had little inclination to enter. The grand hall resembled a theater, furnished with numerous tables and chairs encircling a central stage. The second and third floors featured private boxes, also open to the public, albeit at significantly higher prices than those on the first floor. The fourth floor housed the chambers of the courtesans, which were not accessible to outsiders. The rear courtyard contained several rooms designated for the attendants and some guards. However, with the moonlit pavilion currently ordered to close, they were left idly without purpose. Before arriving, Yution had envisioned transforming the place into a tavern using the knowledge he retained from his memories. Yet, now it appeared that such a vast space, larger than a 3-star hotel on Blue Star, would be squandered if limited to merely a tavern. A grand idea began to take root in his mind. Soon, over 200 individuals entered Yi Tian's line of sight. His initial astonishment gradually gave way to indifference as he surveyed the scene. Among them were 185 young and beautiful women, each adorned in vibrant attire, exuding an air of allure. However, Yi Tian felt little excitement, as their clothing was rather modest. Recalling the glamorous internet celebrities and bar dancers from his memories, his gaze ignited with fervor. Yet, this burning gaze elicited a different interpretation among the women. Is our master looking at me? One mused. Surely, he must be looking at me. This fervent attention was met with delight by the women, who reveled in the attention. Hearing their increasingly brazen remarks, Yi Tian could not help but cough a few times. Ahem. Everyone, listen to me. At his command, many of the women stifled their laughter, whispering among themselves. Yi Tian felt somewhat helpless. At just 13 years of age and standing only 140 centimeters tall, even his angry demeanor likely appeared adorable to them. With rising frustration, Yi Tian shouted, "Be quiet. Listen to what I have to say." Upon witnessing his genuine anger, all the women fell silent, particularly the attendants and guards in the last few rows, who were far less valuable than the women. The madam, observing Yi Tian's expression, felt a sense of unease and cautiously approached him. She was far more astute than the young girls. Given that the moonlit pavilion had fallen into disfavor with the White Tiger Temple, it faced closure. Moreover, the young women were bound by contracts. And should Yi Tian neglect them, they would have no choice but to venture to the outer city. Since I have purchased this place, I shall implement a new vision. I will revive its former glory, ensuring that you all can earn a profit once more. However, at this juncture, Yi Tian reminisced about the array of garments etched in his memory: the flight attendant uniform, sailor suit, nurse outfit, and stepmother's dress. Yi Tian resolved to resurrect these peculiar attires, yet it was imperative that they adhered to the specifications I had established. These women possessed striking beauty, for after all, this is the imperial city. Without a hint of allure, one could scarcely gain entry to the moonlit pavilion. Their attire, though somewhat audacious, merely reflects the norms of this world. Each brothel seems to offer a similar spectacle, rendering them less captivating upon familiarity. However, what if they were adorned in kipayos or stepmother skirts? Upon contemplating this, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. However, persuading these women to willingly don such attire presented a challenge. My lord, what kind of garments are these? Are they aesthetically pleasing? Am I not beautiful in this? Others hesitated to speak, yet the two courtesans, intrigued by Yi Tian's mention of attire, turned their attention towards him. With a nod, Yi Tian acknowledged them. These two were the renowned courtesans of the Yao Yu Pavilion, and indeed, they possessed striking beauty. One boasted a graceful figure, perfectly proportioned in all the right places, while the other was voluptuous, exuding an allure that stirred desire at first glance. Notably, both bore enchanting visages that could easily rank among the top 20 in terms of beauty and form, even in the depths of Yi Tian's memories. Soon, you shall understand. Today, I have gathered you all here to discuss this matter. You may take a well-deserved rest for the next few days, as there will be times ahead when you will be busier. Having said that, I turned to Aunt Yun and asked her to summon Yang Tianci when he arrives, so that he may take me around to explore. Very well. Aunt Yun instructed the young servant beside her with a few words before gracefully swaying her hips as she approached. Xiao Mei regarded the old madam with a vigilant expression, fearful that she might engage in any inappropriate actions. However, Yi Tian remained utterly unconcerned, following the madam as they explored their surroundings. Before long, Yang Tianci finally arrived, panting. Yi Tian beckoned him over, saying, Come, take a look at our family business. Yang Tianci is 3 years the senior of Yi Tian, having reached the age of 16 this year. Due to familial circumstances, he possesses a rather mature disposition. However, in light of Yi Tian's status, he finds himself compelled to address him as brother or young Master Yi. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yang Tianci was somewhat taken aback. Yi Xiao, are you truly considering taking charge of this place? Although the White Tiger Temple did not issue a direct command, the discontent expressed by certain monks prompted the emperor to take immediate action, leading the third prince to close the doors of the Invitation Moon Pavilion. His willingness to invest in purchasing the establishment from Yi Tian was merely a gesture to cultivate goodwill, with no genuine intention of allowing the pavilion to resume its operations. Standing in the private room on the second floor, Yi Tian gazed down over the railing, experiencing an unusual sensation. After all, the true value of the Invitation Moon Pavilion far exceeded 500,000 taels of silver, if it were situated in Blue Star. It would surely be worth tens of millions, if not billions. The venue is so vast, it is utterly inconceivable for him to abandon it without a fight. Indeed, having already invested so much money, there is no rationale for not commencing operations. Yi Tian turned to the somewhat anxious Yang Tianci, approaching him to pat his shoulder. Rest assured, nothing will go awry here. Yi Tian had already devised a plan to station several skilled members of the Moonshadow Guard to maintain order, ensuring that not only would the White Tiger Temple refrain from causing trouble, but that no one in the entire Deqian would dare to act recklessly in this vicinity. Yet, Yang Tianci remained uneasy. Brother, aren't you afraid? Yi Tian understood his unspoken concerns and waved his hand dismissively. Have no fear. We have someone overseeing the situation. He then called out to the matron, Intyun, bring forth your finest dishes and wines. I wish to indulge. Of course. I shall fetch them right away. Although the inviting Moon Pavilion was closed for business, it still housed over 200 patrons, with plenty of ingredients and beverages at hand. Before long, 8 dishes and a soup were served, and Yi Tian eagerly tasted each one. However, in comparison to the cuisine of the Wang residents, the flavors fell short. The wine, too, was rather disappointing, barely reaching 30 degrees, with a distinct herbal undertone. This peculiar taste stemmed from the infusion of spiritually potent herbs, which were highly beneficial for martial artists, yet the beverage resembled cooking wine, making it exceedingly difficult to swallow. Yi Tian recalled the memories of strong liquor, which could reach over 50 degrees, and pondered whether he could concoct something more palatable using spiritual herbs, potentially fetching a handsome price. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Tian turned to Yang Tianci and said, I plan to renovate this place, but at this point, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he possessed only 10,000 taels of silver. Renovating would require funds, as would hiring a tailor and embroiderers for clothing. Not to mention his intention to brew wine himself, all of which necessitated financial resources. Chapter 7. The Birth of Ambition and Strategic Planning. Upon witnessing Yi Tian's awkward demeanor, the astute Yang Tianci quickly grasped the situation. Young Master Yi, how much more do you require? He inquired with a smirk. Splendid. However, I shall not accept this money without due cause. With that, Yi Tian turned to Xiao Mei and the 4 attendants, instructing, you may all step outside for a moment. Must I also leave? Xiao Mei asked, surprised as she looked at Yi Tian. Never mind. You need not go, Yi Tian replied. As the 4 attendants exited the compartment, closing the door behind them, it was only then that Yi Tian addressed the 2 in confusion. Weighing guards, step forth. Suddenly, as if the very fabric of space had shifted, 2 figures materialized in the room, capturing the astonished gazes of Yang Tianci and Xiao Mei. The moment they appeared, both knelt on one knee, proclaiming, we pay our respects to the master. Yi Tian, along with the other 2, scrutinized the newcomers with curiosity. While Yang Tianci and Xiao Mei were astonished by their sudden appearance and formidable prowess, Yi Tian was intrigued by their attire. Draped in black and crimson robes that concealed all but their eyes, the 2 bore curved black blades on their backs. Although the weighing guards exuded no discernible aura, their manner of entrance spoke volumes of their strength. Yang Tianci, momentarily taken aback, turned to Yi Tian in bewilderment. What is this? Yi Tian did not respond to Yang Tianci's query, but instead addressed the weighing guards, saying, you may rise. From now on, refer to me as young master or sir, rather than master. Yes. Thank you, sir. The 2 weighing guards replied as they stood quietly to the side. Yi Tian then turned back to Yang Tianci, stating, their strength is at the peak of the condensation realm. Do you think I can secure this place? Hiss. Peak of the condensation realm? Both Yang Tianci and Xiao Mei gazed at Yi Tian in shock upon hearing his words. As for the weighing guards, they dared not look on. Tianci, I am well aware of your thoughts, Yi Tian continued, rising slightly to approach the railing. This world respects strength above all. If the Yang family wishes to thrive, it must grow formidable. I will assign 1 weighing guard to accompany you back, to oversee your family and heed your commands. What do you think of that? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianci stood frozen in disbelief. Having been groomed as the successor of the Yang family since childhood, he understood Yi Tian's implications all too well. Why, young master? I cannot make such a decision. I need to consult with my father. Yang Tianci stammered, swallowing hard. Yi Tian recognized that Yang Tianci lacked the authority to decide, yet he trusted that the head of the Yang family would make a wise choice. I understand. Enough of that for now. I plan to renovate the Moon Invitation Pavilion, allowing the ladies to don new garments. With that, Yi Tian began to elaborate on the renovation plans for the Moon Invitation Pavilion to Yang Tianci. His intentions were, in essence, rather straightforward. Since the system had appointed him as the emperor, the current Daqian dynasty held no realistic prospects, particularly in light of the fact that the Li family had secured power through strategic marriages with various prominent clans. Yi Tian realized that to overthrow this dynasty, he must carve out an alternative route. Families like the Yang clan were hardly regarded by those noble houses. For instance, Yang Tianxi, at the age of 16, had only attained the 5th level of the Xian realm, placing him a significant tier below Yi Tian in terms of cultivation. In the eyes of the grand clans, the Yang family, though wealthy, lacked the requisite strength, rendering them mere repositories of wealth. Should the Li family find themselves in financial straits, the existence of the Yang clan could very well be jeopardized. At worst, they could simply support another family, such as the Zhang or Wang clans. Thus, Yi Tian firmly believed that the Yang family would align themselves with him, or more accurately, with the Yi family. Subsequently, Yi Tian outlined the entire blueprint for the Yaoyu Pavilion to Yang Tianxi. Upon hearing the comprehensive renovation plans, Yang Tianxi was taken aback. As the legitimate heir of the Yang clan's trading company, he had been groomed for commerce from a young age. Yet he had never encountered Yi Tian's ingenious concepts. With a hint of admiration, Yang Tianxi remarked, "Yi Shao, it is truly a pity that you do not pursue business." Yi Tian shook his head, saying, "Business? What potential does it hold?" Now possessing a system, he was destined to become an emperor in the future. To engage in commerce would be a diminishment of his talents. "Have you calculated how much silver we will need?" Yang Tianxi grimaced slightly, responding, "Perhaps, around 500,000 taels." He realized that Yi Tian's motive for seeking him out was indeed financial. "Very well. Then you may send someone to commence the renovations. Be sure to change the name of the Yaoyu Pavilion. Let it be called Baijin Han." Yang Tianxi appeared puzzled, questioning why they would abandon such a beautiful name as Yaoyu Pavilion, rumored to have been crafted by the third prince himself. Baijin Han? What significance does it hold? Yi Tian grinned. "None at all. It simply sounds pleasing. In due course, this establishment will yield you a 20% profit." Although Yang Tianxi initially felt a twinge of discomfort, his countenance now reflected delight. "Thank you, Yi Shao. I shall prepare immediately." Yi Tian nodded and gestured toward 2 of the Moon Shadow Guards nearby, stating, "All right, choose one of them to accompany you back." Yang Tianxi felt a bit of bitterness, yet ultimately acquiesced. However, as the Moon Shadow Guards stepped forward, they faded from view in an instant. This. Yang Tianxi turned to Yi Tian, asking, "Yi Shao, how might I summon that esteemed individual?" Yi Tian replied with a smile, "Whenever you require it. Simply utter the words Weiing, and he will appear by your side." With a complicated array of emotions, Yang Tianxi nodded and departed the Yaoyu Pavilion. Yi Tian waved at another Moon Shadow Guard, who too vanished in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Mei, still in shock, looked at Yi Tian, her expression a blend of confusion and complexity. "Young master, what is happening?" Yi Tian gazed into the pure eyes of Xiao Mei. Refraining from answering the question, "You will come to understand in due time." Accepting the Yang family was merely the initial step, as present. He was accompanied by 99 Moon Shadow Guards. He intended to retain only 10 by his side, dispatching the remainder. His father, uncle, and grandfather all required discreet protectors. Furthermore, every prominent family maintained its own intelligence network, and the Yi family was no exception, albeit under the control of the venerable Yi Shaodian. Although the Moon Shadow Guards possessed formidable strength, their limited numbers rendered them unsuitable for intelligence operations. However, it would be prudent to consider taking control of several intelligence or assassin organizations. Additionally, there was the matter of finances. While the Yang family was affluent, Yi Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment continually relying on their wealth. Moreover, he lacked spiritual stones and medicinal herbs, which were scarce even within the Yi family. In light of this, he resolved to dispatch the Moon Shadow Guards to raid a few sects and prominent families. Yi Tian felt no moral qualms about this decision, for all sects and families in this realm thrived by draining the lifeblood of the empire, rather than allowing their resources to languish in their possession. It would be far more advantageous to seize them as capital. After departing from the moonlit pavilion with Xiao Mei and 4 attendants, Yi Tian returned to his courtyard and sent out the Moon Shadow Guards, retaining only 10 to safeguard the Yi family. Chapter 8. The Beginning of Winemaking. The Yang family's submission at this juncture. Upon returning home, Yang Tianxi hastily sought out his father, Yang Baiwan. However, the thought that the Moon Shadow Guardian might be nearby filled him with trepidation, compelling him to knock on the study door. "Father, I have urgent matters to report. A voice from within beckoned him. Come in. As Yang Tianxi entered, he found a man in his 40s. Modestly dressed and bearing an appearance that seemed incongruous with the president of the Yang Family Commerce Association. Yang Baiwan set aside the ledger he was perusing and regarded his son with evident satisfaction. Tianxi, you appear flustered. What troubles you? Yang Tianxi hesitated momentarily before addressing the presence he had summoned. Senior Moonshadow, I beseech you to reveal yourself. In an instant, the figure of the Moonshadow Guardian materialized beside Yang Tianxi, prompting Yang Baiwan to rise from his seat in astonishment and fear. Though he had attained the third tier of the heavenly level, he felt neither the Guardian's arrival nor his aura, indicating that this individual far surpassed him in strength. With this realization, Yang Baiwan respectfully bowed, saying, Honored Senior, your unexpected visit is indeed a surprise. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. May I inquire as to the purpose of your presence in the Yang household? Ask your son, the Moonshadow Guardian replied succinctly before calmly opening the door and stepping outside. Seeing this, both Yang Baiwan and Yang Tianxi exhaled in relief. Yang Baiwan gazed quizzically at his son, unsure of how he had come to summon such a formidable figure. The Moonshadow Guardian's deliberate exit was also a gesture meant to reassure the father and son that he bore no intention of eavesdropping. Despite being mere constructs of the system, they were indeed sentient beings with emotions, not mere automatons devoid of human understanding. Once the Moonshadow Guardian had departed, Yang Tianxi felt a weight lift, and he proceeded to convey Yu Tian's intentions, along with his own reflections, while Yang Baiwan absorbed little of the surrounding discourse. He was acutely aware of the Guardian's formidable prowess. Are you suggesting that Yu Tian is not only in the company of such an entity? Their power has reached the pinnacle of concentration? Yang Tianxi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, young Master Yi also plans to reform the Invitation Moon Pavilion. As he spoke, Yang Tianxi recalled Yi Tian's vision and the array of attire designs he had conceived, adding, it seems, even more extravagant than the brothels themselves. Yang Baiwan, however, paid little heed to this remark. His foresight extended beyond that of his son. Presently, within the vast realm of Deqian, and even at the White Tiger Temple, there remained few who had attained the realm of concentration, yet the Yi family possessed more than one. What schemes might Yu Tian be harboring? Or is it that the Yi family? As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Baiwan's eyes narrowed, recalling events from 11 years prior. Perhaps the current generation, including Yang Tianxi, remained unaware, for such matters had been silenced by the Li family, leaving no one brave enough to speak of them. However, he was well aware of many secrets, particularly the fact that Yi Wudi's wife and Yi Wuhui's fiancé Yi both met their tragic fates on the same day. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Li family was behind these heinous acts, for the Yi family was undeniably formidable, especially with the powerful backing of their ancestral clan, which even the Li family held in trepidation. Initially, the mediation of the White Tiger Temple and the Emperor's presentation of certain evidence, along with the emergence of a sect, had deterred the Yi family from acting rashly. Yet, from that day forth, Yang Baiwan discerned the Yi family's true power, a force capable of shaking the very foundations of the dynasty. In terms of military prestige, the Yi family far surpassed the royal lineage. Reflecting on the moment the Yi family chose to retreat into silence, Yang Baiwan began to formulate his own plans. No one understood the precarious position of the Yang family better than he did. On the surface, the Dacian dynasty appeared to thrive, yet should war break out, the Yang family would be the first to face annihilation, solely due to their wealth. Warfare is fought with resources, money, weapons, provisions, and steeds, all of which require substantial financial backing. The Yang family, wealthy yet devoid of formidable guardians to protect their estate, was a target ripe for conflict. Given that the Yi family harbored such clandestine strength and even offered them an opportunity for allegiance, Yang Baiwan could hardly refuse, particularly in light of the Yang family's current predicament. Having pondered these matters, he suddenly declared, Tianxi, please invite that esteemed elder inside. Yes, father. Yang Tianxi responded before departing. He shared his father's sentiments, having witnessed firsthand the profound respect two peak cultivators showed toward Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian had returned to the royal manor, where he entrusted 1,000 taels of silver to Xiao Mei, instructing her to procure equipment for brewing. In this world devoid of technological advancements, one could only rely on traditional brewing methods, which necessitated grains, spiritual herbs, and various materials for the large vat. Entrusting these tasks to others left Yi Tian somewhat uneasy, given the vast differences between brewing methods in Tianyuan continent and those in Blue Star. Shortly, Xiaomei, accompanied by several servants, delivered all the necessary items to the courtyard. Observing the considerable pile of goods, particularly the large brewing vat that towered above his height, Yutian noted that although the royal kitchen was spacious, it was ill-suited for such endeavors. Therefore, he resolved to conduct the operations within the courtyard. Xiaomei, have them construct a stove, and first wash the grains, he instructed. Following Yi Tian's directives, Xiaomei began to orchestrate the other servants. Fortunately, while these servants lacked any cultivation, they possessed considerable strength. The brewing process involved selecting ingredients, soaking, cooking, saccharifying, fermenting, and distilling, all of which, if conducted in Blue Star, could take several days. Yet, in Tianyuan continent, the process was considerably expedited, especially as Yi Tian incorporated numerous herbs imbued with spiritual essence, ensuring that the resulting brew retained the delightful flavors of Blue Star while embodying the aromatic characteristics unique to Tianyuan continent. By the afternoon, the rich aroma of wine permeated the entire royal residence. The servants and attendants in the vicinity of the courtyard, upon catching a whiff of this intoxicating scent, couldn't help but swallow hard. How delightful! I wonder what the young master is concocting inside. This fragrance must surely be the result of winemaking. Yet, it is undeniably potent. However, each of them had their own tasks and dared not intrude to investigate. The venerable Yi Xiaotian and Feng Xiu also caught wind of this delightful aroma. Old Feng, what mischief is Tiana up to? Why does it smell so exquisite? Feng Xiu inhaled the fragrant air and remarked, Master, it seems the young master is brewing wine. Should we go and take a look? Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Xiaotian rose abruptly, declaring, Let us go and see what this rascal is up to. Simultaneously, Yang Tianxi arrived at the royal residence, representing the Yang family. Originally, it was supposed to be the family head, Yang Baiwan, who would come, but due to his status, he could only send Yang Tianxi to convey the family's allegiance. Chapter 9. Arranging the Yang family. Preparing for seclusion due to Yi Tian's instructions, the guards at the entrance did not impede Yang Tianxi's entry. Instead, one of them escorted him into Yi Tian's courtyard. Upon entering, Yang Tianxi intended to convey the sentiments of the Yang family, but at that moment, the courtyard was rather crowded. Young Master Yi. Upon noticing Yang Tianxi's demeanor, Yi Tian understood immediately and smiled, saying, You've arrived? Soon. You must taste the wine I have brewed. Indeed, Yang Tianxi swallowed hard, his curiosity piqued by the large vat at the center of the courtyard. What are you up to in the yard, you little rascal? Before he arrived, a voice echoed from the entrance. Yi Xiaotian and Feng Xiu stepped inside, prompting the other servants to hurriedly kneel in respect. Yi Tian looked on in surprise. Grandfather? What brings you here? Yi Xiaotian waved his hand, signaling them to rise. After surveying the courtyard setup, he chuckled. So you're brewing wine, are you? Yes. It will be ready soon. You must try it. Yi Tian had never attempted this brewing method before, yet the fragrance suggested it would be excellent. Yi Xiaotian stayed in the small courtyard for only a short while before taking his leave, allowing Yi Tian to resume his busy work. He gestured for Yang Tianxi to follow him inside. As soon as they entered the room, Yang Tianxi knelt and said, Young Master Yi, in accordance with my father's wishes, the Yang family is willing to submit to the Yi family. Yi Tian quickly interrupted, No, it is not the Yi family. It is me. Yang Tianxi looked up, puzzled. Yi Tian did not elaborate, for the existence of the Moonshadow Guards was still unknown to others in the Yi family. Rise. You need not know too much. Those Moonshadow Guards will be stationed at your Yang family. I need you to return and inform your father to stockpile resources diligently. Furthermore, regarding the renovations at Bai Jinhan, you must also take care. I will not be visiting for the next few days. The clothing should be designed according to my specifications. Understood. After sending Yang Tianxi away, Yi Tian returned to his brewing endeavors. As night fell, after a day filled with labor, the first vat of wine began to flow from the spout. Observing the liquid, it did not possess the murkiness of the wine from the Invitation Moon Pavilion. Rather, it had a crystalline clarity, and when poured into a glass, it produced a frothy effervescence. The freshly brewed wine was not particularly potent. After a simple sip, its aroma wafted delightfully. The spiritual herbs previously added did not impart a herbal taste. Instead, they offered a refreshing essence that coursed warmth through the body. Yi Tian set down the cup and called out to the bustling Xiaomei, Not bad, Xiaomei. Arrange for others to continue the brewing over the next few days. Young master, you wish to brew more? But But what? But there are no funds left. Xiaomei was concerned that Yi Tian might wish to cease brewing. As in this world, winemaking was considered a minor pursuit, while cultivation remained paramount. She genuinely feared that Yi Tian might become enamored with these lesser arts and neglect his training. Yi Tian nodded, acknowledging the situation. If there are no funds, seek Yang Tianxi for assistance. The brewing must continue. The treasures within the platinum vat necessitate the sale of the wine. Later, please deliver 2 jars to grandfather. I intend to enter seclusion for a few days, so kindly refrain from disturbing me. All right then, Xiaomei replied, somewhat reluctantly. Yi Tian then returned to his chamber alone. He was quite taken by the grand gift package provided by the system, particularly the techniques and energy contained within. He resolved to utilize the forthcoming days to elevate his own strength. Having diligently practiced the Yi family's techniques under the guidance of the elder Yi Xiaodian since childhood, he had immersed himself in medicinal baths to build a solid foundation. However, the low level of the techniques hindered his progress. After 7 or 8 years, he had only attained the 5th level of foundation establishment. This was due to both inadequate talent and the inferior quality of the techniques. While his abilities were commendable among his peers, they were still insufficient. The fusion of memories intensified Yi Tian's yearning for greater power. Qingyan Prefecture was merely one of the 15 prefectures in the Qingtian domain, and it was evident that many other gifted individuals resided in the other prefectures. With the system now at his disposal, he was determined to strive for a prominent position. He recognized that he required not only his own influence but also formidable strength. Once sequestered in his room, Yi Tian began to communicate with the system. System, regarding that chaotic body, if I activate it now, can it help conceal the celestial phenomenon? Ding. It is the chaotic Tao body. This system requires 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to conceal phenomena. How much? Yi Tian nearly shouted in disbelief. Despite the multitude of cultivators in the Great Qian, they typically utilized only low-grade spirit stones. Even the elder Yu Xiaodian was frugal in his use of low-grade spirit stones during cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones were likely found only within 7th-tier sects, and certainly not in quantities of 100,000. After all, Qingyan Prefecture was considered the poorest region in the entire Qingtian domain. The existence of a top-grade spiritual vein was inconceivable. Initially inclined to negotiate with the system, Yi Tian soon realized it was unresponsive to his pleas. Very well. I shall focus on cultivating the techniques and absorbing energy instead. As he immersed himself in consciousness to retrieve the imperishable Royal Tao Sutra, the technique transformed into luminous points and integrated into Yi Tian's mind. With his eyes closed, he began to meticulously examine the text. The imperishable Royal Tao Sutra was a technique for imperial cultivation. However, to achieve even the rudiments of practice, one must undergo the baptism of royal spiritual energy and the willpower of the populace. While spiritual energy was straightforward to comprehend, as it permeated the world, willpower was an entirely different matter. Previously, in the Great Qian, few had heard of concepts like willpower or faith. These were regarded as esoteric practices, and few cultivators were willing to pursue them. However, since the arrival of the White Tiger Temple in the Great Qian, many had become aware of it. The White Tiger Temple cultivated willpower. As long as individuals expressed admiration and reverence towards their statues or the temple itself, the monks within could gather willpower. He then utilized them for his cultivation. Yi Tian glanced over the materials and, after meticulously noting down all the cultivation techniques, shook his head in dismay. The current circumstances were wholly unsuitable for him to practice this particular method, as he was neither an emperor nor a monk. Moreover, there was no one outside who held him in reverence, nor did anyone genuinely bow before him in devotion. To gather the power of will, he would need to pilfer from the Baihu Temple. However, the vessels that contained this power were predominantly statues or Buddhist artifacts. Engaging in hostilities with Baihu Temple, or even instigating war, seemed premature to Yi Tian. He understood that warfare was not merely a matter for a handful of individuals. Even if he commanded 100 Moonshadow Guards, capable of effortlessly conquering the entire Deqian, such an act would not earn him admiration. Rather, it could invite scorn upon him, and potentially lead to a drastic reduction in the population of Deqian. Yi Tian shook his head once more, redirecting his gaze towards another technique focused on the cultivation of the soul. Chapter 10. The Strategist Sign-In. 100,000 Iron Cavalry, the Great Freedom Sutra. In a similar fashion, as Yi Tian grasped the original tome of cultivation, it transformed into sparkling starlight, merging into his consciousness. This was a technique that incessantly tempered the soul. However, To cultivate it required not only immense willpower, but also the ability to endure prolonged agony within one's spirit. Each cycle of the technique inflicted a crushing pain upon the entire soul. Even more daunting was the fact that once the cultivation commenced, it would not cease. It would perpetually operate, meaning that such torment could persist daily until the soul attained unparalleled strength, at which point the suffering would gradually alleviate. Yu Tian was unaware of the magnitude of the soul's pain, nor did he comprehend the domineering nature of this technique. He merely wished to experiment with it. Little did he anticipate that the method would be relentless. A sudden surge of excruciating pain engulfed Yu Tian's mind, and before he could utter a cry of distress, he collapsed to the ground. Yet, even in this state, the technique continued its erratic operation, and the intense pain jolted him awake once more. His entire body began to convulse, his mouth agape, yet soundless. The night passed in agony for Yi Tian, and as the sunlight streamed in, one could still observe his small frame twitching on the floor. At that moment, Yi Tian felt profoundly disoriented. Each fleeting second felt as though his soul was being hammered mercilessly. This anguish was an experience he had never encountered in either of his lives. His garments were torn and tattered, and even the floor bore the marks of his unconscious struggle. Fortunately, after enduring the agonizing night, the pain in his mind had finally subsided significantly, perhaps due to a numbing effect. His body, drenched in sweat from the torment, struggled to lift an arm. He lacked the strength to rise. Recalling the energy within the system's space, Yu Tian hastily summoned it for absorption. Just as he anticipated this energy would transform into luminous orbs, he discovered it was extracted directly from the space. It resembled a mass of solidified jelly, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Yi Tian examined it, unsure of how to absorb it. Remembering the pain in his mind, he took a small bite. In an instant, a wave of pure energy surged forth, flooding his limbs and meridians with invigorating spiritual essence. The sudden influx of energy elicited a sound of comfort from Yi Tian. What a marvelous substance! He marveled, finding it reminiscent of jelly. Though lacking in flavor, it had the potential to refine his body and enhance his prowess. After consuming another morsel, Yi Tian's cultivation level ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with the next threshold being the Spirit Sea realm. However, he abruptly halted. As someone who had merged memories from a transmigrator and possessed a system, he realized that mere cultivation was insufficient. He required formidable combat strength. Though he had achieved the peak of foundation establishment, his battle capability remained at a modest level. Indeed, outside Qingyun Prefecture, he might struggle against even those of lower realms. This was not what Yi Tian desired. Given the tremendous opportunity he had received, failing to become invincible among his peers would be a disgrace to the system. Ding. Host. This notion is commendable. Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wait, how do you still manage to eavesdrop on my thoughts? He retorted, System. Could you refrain from incessantly chiming in? However, the system paid no heed to Yi Tian's complaints. After breaking through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, Yi Tian sensed a significant reduction in the pain within his soul. Perhaps the enhancement of his strength had fortified his spirit. The eternal sovereign scripture in his mind required willpower to gain entry, yet Yi Tian had commenced his cultivation nonetheless, planning to seek an opportunity to pilfer willpower from a temple. Upon perusing the other rewards within the system, he found only a constitution enhancement and a palm technique. The rest could only be activated upon becoming an emperor. A glance revealed no divine arts or martial secrets, causing Yu Tian to frown slightly. System. Why are there no divine arts or martial techniques? Is there not something akin to the 72 transformations? Could you conjure one for me? Ding. Host. Once you cultivate the eternal sovereign scripture and the great freedom scripture, and subsequently fuse them with the chaotic body, your corporeal and spiritual essence will become the strongest among your peers. As for divine arts and martial techniques, they merely pertain to the manipulation of spiritual energy and physical development, obtainable through daily sign-ins. Yi Tian was taken aback by this revelation. Wait, you don't even regard divine arts highly? Ding. The host may cultivate the sovereign sealing palm. Yu Tian had noticed this earlier, but the palm technique appeared exceedingly formidable. Typically, the more powerful the technique, the more arduous the cultivation. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he resolved to begin his training. As the afternoon progressed, Yu Tian emerged from his meditative state. Ding. You have yet to sign in today? Would you like to proceed? Sign in. I shall sign in immediately. Yesterday's sign-in had granted him 100 peak condensation realm warriors, and he was uncertain of what today's sign-in would yield. He felt a flicker of anticipation. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have acquired strategist Cheng Liang and 100,000 Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry. Cheng Liang? Yi Tian searched his mind for this name, but couldn't recall anything. However, the mention of 100,000 cavalry left him astounded. The Great Qin Kingdom boasted 2 million mercenaries, yet only had 300,000 cavalry. All under the control of the royal Li family, each possessing profound strength, forming the foundation of the kingdom. Yi Tian hastily inquired of the system. Don't you have that system interface? Ding. This system is the Supreme Emperor sign-in system. Whatever the host can conceive, this system possesses. It's merely that the host had not inquired before. Yi Tian sat up, preparing to venture outside. If I don't ask, you won't say anything? Hurry up. I want to see the strength of these cavalry. In the next moment, Yi Tian heard a ding, and a blue light curtain unfolded before him, displaying all the sign-in characters within. Yi Tian, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch, but his palms simply passed through. How astonishing! Although he had already assimilated the memories of the Blue Star's soul and was acquainted with various so-called advanced technologies, witnessing it with his own eyes was an entirely new experience. Before him was a clear display of the number of individuals signed in, their strengths, and other pertinent information. Moon Shadow Guard, 100 individuals, unnamed, age, 20 to 30 years strength, pinnacle of the spirit concentration realm, 10 capable of slaying those in the king realm, loyalty, 100 cultivation technique, soul of shadows. Strategist, Cheng Liang, age, 20 years strength, 8th layer of the spirit concentration realm. Loyalty, 100 cultivation technique, heart without limit sutra. Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry, 100. 000 individuals, unnamed, age, 18 to 25 years strength, spirit sea realm, skyward realm. Loyalty, 100 cultivation technique, bloodslaughter battle technique. Attack, dragon slaying formation. Defense, mysterious armor shield. Upon reviewing this information, Yi Tian was utterly astounded, particularly by the fact that these individuals possessed cultivation techniques. In an instant, excitement surged through him. System, come forth. Can I cultivate their techniques? Can I pass them on to others? Ding. No. Then what do the dragon-slaying formation and mysterious armor shield signify? Are their strengths truly that formidable? Ding. Both are types of military formations. Though the system did not explicitly state their strengths, Yi Tian was convinced. With the power he currently commanded, he could easily overturn or even annihilate the entire Deqian. It is crucial to note that no nation in the entire eastern wilderness possessed an army composed of cultivators, especially one with a full 100,000 iron cavalry. It was likely that even the largest nation in the eastern wilderness, the Tianqing Empire, did not wield such power. Contemplating this, Yi Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 11. Cheng Liang's Strategy. The Return of Lan Zhuju as Bu stepped outside. His movement came to an abrupt halt. He glanced at the information displayed on the system interface, and Yi Tian instinctively straightened his posture. System. Where are my strategist and the 100,000 cavalry? Ding. The host may select a location for deployment. Yi Tian silently acknowledged the necessity of ensuring that such a formidable army did not materialize out of thin air in Deqian. At least until he had sufficient justification to overthrow the current regime, such an appearance would be inappropriate. He began to reminisce about the maps in the old man's study. Surrounding Deqian were 3 neighboring nations, Tianshui, Nanfeng, and Lihua. The borders of Lihua were guarded by his father, Yi Wudi, rendering any deployment unnecessary there. The Qilin mountain range separated Deqian from Tianshui, making that option unsuitable as well. Wait, the Qilin mountain range? Stretching for millions of kilometers and traversing 4 or 5 countries, it was home to not only ferocious beasts but also numerous tribes. However, since the system rewarded him with cavalry, they were ill-suited for mountainous warfare. Nevertheless, Yi Tian mentally noted the Qilin mountain range, envisioning it as a future training ground for his forces. System, position Cheng Liang and the 100,000 cavalry at the border of Nanfeng. Simultaneously, issue orders to Cheng Liang to establish a foothold. Nanfeng was significantly larger than Deqian, yet it regarded Deqian with disdain, focusing instead on rivalry with another nation. The placement of cavalry was strategic, as Nanfeng was a grassland nation, allowing the cavalry strengths to be fully realized. Ding. The system is synthesizing and deploying. Deployment successful. As the system completed the deployment, a battalion of bloodthirsty soldiers materialized at the border of Nanfeng. Clad in armor, their faces obscured by menacing masks. They wielded long spears and war swords at their waists, with bows and crossbows slung across their horses. The aura they exuded was palpable, indicative of their formidable prowess, undoubtedly a valiant army. Each rider was mounted on a magnificent steed, heavily armored to the teeth. Yet, leading them was a dapper gentleman in black. His expression one of resigned amusement as he fanned himself with a feather fan. From a distance, he appeared somewhat out of place. At that moment, a commander from the ranks rode forward. "Strategist, has our lord sent us here to assault Nafone?" Cheng Liang shook his head. Upon their generation, they had already been imbued with a mission by the system. Their lord desired them to act freely, but their very presence might have already alerted Nafone. The commander lifted his mask, revealing a youthful yet resolute face. The sight of 100,000 cavalry at the border could not remain concealed for long. Even if no one was present at that moment, why does the strategist appear troubled? Since the Lord has granted us the freedom to act, why not seize the South Wind Kingdom directly? Cheng Liang's lips curled into a smile. Although the 100,000 iron cavalry were all cultivators, they had not yet reached the level of sustenance without food and drink. Each day, they required substantial resources for both sustenance and their rigorous training. If no action were taken, they would soon face dire shortages. Cheng Liang sighed, for he was merely a strategist and could not sway the thoughts of the entire cavalry. Fortunately, a general among the iron cavalry voiced his agreement, aligning perfectly with Cheng Liang's thoughts. As for whether their 100,000 could conquer the entire Southwind Kingdom, Cheng Liang held no doubts. His prowess at the pinnacle of concentration was far from illusory. Moreover, nearly all the commanders within the Iron Cavalry were at the Sky Sovereign level, with a minimum of Spirit Sea level soldiers and several hundred at the Sky Sovereign level. They were more than capable of annihilating the Southwind Kingdom and even could challenge the sects backing them. None would stand against the Blood Butchers. Though they were fewer in number, their strength, once formed into battle arrays, would increase exponentially. Cheng Liang waved his feather fan. Speaking with poised confidence, General Wu and I are of one mind. Let us first capture that city, and then engage in a protracted battle with the South Wind. However, this decision caused chaos within the Southwind Kingdom. If it were merely a battle, even if the Southwind Kingdom were outmatched, they could rely on their geographical advantages to delay the Blood Butchers. Yet Cheng Liang's intentions were resolute. He dispatched 1,000 iron cavalry, disguised and infiltrating the city. He aimed to comprehend the entire situation of the Southwind Kingdom, not just the border cities. Meanwhile, the remaining 90,000 troops, under the cover of night, repressed their presence and approached the city in a formidable manner. They camped outside the city without launching an attack, merely biding their time. Although cavalry required supplies, they could endure for 3 to 5 days, and in less time than that, they could take the entire border city. After all, the stationed troops within were even more anxious. No nation would willingly tolerate the presence of a cavalry force numbering in the tens of thousands on their territory. This exemplified the principle of the highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy as strategy and win hearts. In the late hours of the night, the garrison of the border city, comprising a full 300,000 troops, emerged, intent on scaring away the 90,000. Little did they know the nature of the forces they faced. As General Lu De led his troops out, the city Lord Yang Wei stood atop the battlements to observe. However, the Blood Butchers had already infiltrated and commenced their slaughter. The city Lord Yang Wei, Mir Cheng Liang gently waved the feather fan in his hand, a look of deep contemplation on his face. He had devised several strategies, yet none had been employed, as he swiftly seized control of the entire border city. As long as he maintained his hold on the stronghold, a gradual and methodical assault would inevitably lead to the conquest of the entire Southern Wind Kingdom. Within the royal palace of Deqian, Yu Tian had solidified his strength at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. After freshening up, he stepped out of his chamber. Outside, following 2 continuous days and nights of brewing, and under the vigilant supervision of the young steward Xiaomei, a substantial quantity of wine, over 100 jars, had been produced. However, Yu Tian paid little heed to this. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the 3 enchanting ladies in the courtyard. Simultaneously, the 3 beauties noticed Yu Tian's emergence and, with utmost respect, greeted him with a bow. "We, your humble servants, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, pay our respects to you, young master." Chapter 12, Continuous Sign-ins. The grand opening of Platinum Han. The 3 maidens possessed remarkable beauty, each one a paragon of elegance akin to the campus flower of Blue Star. Yet, at the tender age of merely 15, they bore a hint of youthful innocence. "It is a relief that you have returned safely. I regret allowing you to take such risks." Upon hearing Yu Tian's words, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu felt a wave of panic wash over them. In this world, it was virtually unheard of for a master to apologize to their servants. Moreover, these four had been indoctrinated since childhood to uphold their master's honor, making Yutian's apology leave them somewhat at a loss. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu bowed once more, saying, "Young master, it is the inadequacy of your humble servant. Please, punish me." Yutian dismissively waved his hand. "Enough. I harbor no ill will towards you." The fusion of Yutian's soul with that of Blue Star had matured his mindset. He had come to understand the essence of treating the worthy with respect and the balance of benevolence and authority. The loyalty of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu required no scrutiny through a system panel. It was evident they were unwaveringly devoted. This allegiance stemmed not only from their shared upbringing, but also from the profound gratitude they owed to Yutian's father, who had rescued them from the brink of death. Had it not been for Yi Wudi's intervention, these maidens might have long since perished in desolation. After assigning tasks to Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, Yutian wandered through the royal residence before retreating into seclusion once again. The renovations at Platinum Han would take half a month, and with Yang Tianxi overseeing the process, Yutian need not exert himself in this regard. Instead, he resolved to utilize this fortnight to thoroughly study the continent's circumstances. From the cryptic remarks of the elder Yi Xiaodian, Yutian had gleaned a general understanding of the situation across the Tianyuan continent, albeit limited to the Qingyun prefecture, as the elder had not ventured beyond. Furthermore, Yutian had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. With the presence of his Moonshadow Guards, he felt secure. For no one in the vast Qian could pose a threat to him. However, true strength was foundational. Mere attainment of the pinnacle was insufficient without formidable martial skills and supernatural abilities to unleash his full potential. Regrettably, the techniques cultivated by the Yi family were excessively rudimentary, lacking even any supernatural arts. Rather than squander time on such trivialities, he hoped the system might bestow upon him a powerful supernatural ability or martial technique directly. Time in seclusion often felt fleeting. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Fortunately, this was a realm of cultivation where seclusion for 3 to 5 years was commonplace. During his retreat, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu diligently brought him meals. And after arduous training, he could simply rest, rendering fatigue a foreign concept. Throughout these 15 days, the system's sign-in rewards continued to accumulate, prompting Yutian to uncover an intriguing issue. The system's rewards for check-ins are entirely devoid of any correlation to time or location. They are completely randomized. Fortunately, the system is exceedingly generous. On the first day, it bestowed an array of 300 elixirs. The second day yielded 50 martial techniques. By the third day, 100 spirit treasures were awarded, including various weapons such as swords and staves. As for the fourth day, the 15th day culminated in an extraordinary bounty, a supreme imperial skill known as the Star-Plucking Hand. Upon awakening from his meditation, Yutian gazed upon the amassed treasures within the system's space, his heart brimming with joy. The prospect of receiving an imperial skill after merely 15 days of check-ins left him pondering the potential rewards of a month or even a year. Surely they would be even more astonishing. This prospect heightened Yutian's anticipation. However, he had no intention of presenting the elixirs and spirit treasures to his family, not due to any particular reason, but simply because the elder, Yi Xiaodian, would likely demand an explanation regarding their origins. If Yutian were not averse to concocting excuses, revealing these items could significantly elevate the Yi family's power in a short span. Nonetheless, Yutian had no plans for transparency. He envisioned auctioning these treasures at the Baijinhan. Previously, the Invitation Moon Pavilion had fallen out of favor due to the White Tiger Temple's influence, rendering those affluent families reluctant to visit. Even now, after Yutian took over and renovated the establishment, their interest remained unkind-led. After all, the formidable reputation of the White Tiger Temple loomed large over the entire Deqian, instilling fear of defiance. To ensure Baijinhan flourished, Yutian understood that exceptional items must be offered. Today marked the grand opening of Baijinhan. 3 days prior, Yutian had contemplated the notion of auctioning the system's rewards. He harbored no concerns about potential theft or further suppression by the White Tiger Temple. His confidence stemmed from the return of the Moonshadow Guards. Their reappearance not only brought back a supply of spirit stones and elixirs, but also a wealth of valuable intelligence. The various wines in the courtyard had accumulated to no fewer than 10,000 jars after half a month of continuous brewing. Thanks to the financial backing of the Yang family and the increasing proficiency of the servants. As Yutian opened his door, he was met with the stern countenance of his grandfather, Yi Xiaodian. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Yution's mind began to form a conjecture. The previous Invitation Moon Pavilion had been purchased by him, a fact known to nearly everyone in the Imperial City, now rebranded as Baijinhan. With a bold announcement to auction elixirs, it was certain that his grandfather had caught wind of this development. Yi Xiaodian, with a grave expression, inquired, "Speak. Where did the elixirs at this so-called Han come from? And what are the experts within?" The news of Baijinhan's intent to auction elixirs had ignited some unwarranted ambitions among many. Just last night, an expert of the Lingai realm attempted to infiltrate, but within minutes of entering, his head was tossed out without a trace of disturbance. This scene left many of the spies surrounding Baijinhan in astonishment, causing a stir throughout the entire imperial city, even drawing the attention of the Baihu Temple and the royal Li family. Although a powerful figure of the Spirit Sea realm holds little significance in the grand scheme of the imperial city, it nonetheless highlights the formidable nature of Baijinhan. Yution pondered for a moment before speaking. "Grandfather, may I inform you in 2 months?" Yu Xiaodian furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to comprehend his grandson's sudden transformation. Previously mischievous and unruly, Yi Tian's spirit had undergone a profound change following an assassination attempt. In 2 months, the day of the national ceremony for Deqian would arrive, a time when the generals stationed at the borders would return to participate in the celebrations. This day is of utmost importance to the nation, and neighboring countries refrain from hostilities on such occasions. After all, every nation on the continent has its significant day. Should anyone attempt a surprise attack during this time, chaos would ensue across the entire continent. Yi Xiaodian grasped the situation. Yi Tian intended to wait until Yi Wudi and Yi Wue returned before revealing his intentions. Chapter 13. Assassination on Head Street. Suppressed on the spot. All right. I await your instructions. However, please reassign the person next to me. Although Yi Xiaodian was unaware of the exact prowess of the individual beside him, he was certain that they were far superior. Initially, he had presumed that an assassination attempt was imminent, yet days passed without any sign of action, coupled with the formidable presence within the Platinum Han. This revelation led the elder to discern that all of this was orchestrated by Yi Tian. His ability to sense the surroundings stemmed from his cultivation of the path of killing, honed through years of combat, rendering him exceptionally attuned to energies. This was the reason he, despite his relatively modest strength, could perceive the presence of others nearby. Yi Tian blinked, comprehending this in an instant, though still somewhat astonished. "Ah, grandfather, are you certain? That person is at the pinnacle of the concentration realm." Yi Xiaodian gasped. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Yi Tian. "What? The concentration realm?" Yi Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have stationed them around you." In a flash, Yi Xiaodian understood. "So, your father and second uncle have them as well?" Yi Tian confirmed with another nod. "Yes, indeed." Yet, Yi Xiaodian remained skeptical. "Such formidable beings, how many do you truly possess?" Yi Tian smiled and extended a single finger. 10. Yi Xiaodian mused, realizing that possessing 10 such warriors would enable the Yi family to accomplish remarkable feats. However, Yi Tian shook his head. "Grandfather, there are actually 101. Furthermore, there are 100,000 cavalry, all of whom are at least at the Spirit Sea realm to the Sky Sovereign realm." "Ah!" Yu Xiaodian gasped in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as he surveyed the surroundings, fearful of being overheard. "Where did you acquire such formidable allies? And an army of 100,000? Where are they currently located?" Yu Xiaodian bombarded Yu Tian with questions, his anxiety palpable. As a seasoned general, he fully understood the significance of 100,000 cavalrymen at the Spirit Sea realm. Yi Tian communicated with the system interface in his mind, checking the whereabouts of Cheng Liang and the others. They are in the Southern Wind Kingdom, currently occupying 2 cities and confronting the Southern Wind Army. Yi Xiaodian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. During the court assembly, he had heard rumors of conflict within the Southern Wind Kingdom. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a civil war. Emperor Li Jiuxiao had only mentioned dispatching 200,000 troops to the borders. He had not paid much attention to this matter. As an elder who harbored little hope for the state's governance, he was primarily concerned with the welfare of his family. After a considerable pause, Yi Xiaodian, unwilling to relent, inquired, "Where did they come from?" Yi Tian refrained from disclosing the system's existence, even to those closest to him. "Grandfather, this is my secret. Rest assured, they are 100% loyal to me." A flicker of complexity danced across Yu Xiaodian's eyes, his demeanor shifting subtly. "Very well. Understanding these matters is sufficient. But why auction the spiritual herbs instead of utilizing them for the family?" Yu Tian chuckled softly. "Grandfather, I have reserved better for the family." It merely requires patience. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaodian suddenly grasped the situation, realizing that the mischievous grandson he had always known had unexpectedly matured. This left him somewhat dazed, questioning if some ancient being had taken over his grandson's body. Yet, the respect Yi Tian held for him was undeniably genuine. Even his gaze and demeanor had not altered significantly. Yu Xiaodian, still in disbelief, inquired, "Are you truly my grandson? Have you not been possessed?" "Grandfather, what are you thinking?" Yu Tian puffed out his chest, eager to provide proof. "On July 21st last year, the emperor presented you with 50 spiritual stones. You bestowed 20 upon my father, another 20 upon my second uncle, and granted me one too." Before he could finish, the old man swiftly covered his mouth. All right, I believe you. Such matters should not be divulged." The elder's expression turned stern as he cautioned, "It must remain a secret. Do you understand?" Seeing Yu Tian nod, the elder finally released his grip and swaggered away. Yu Tian watched his grandfather's retreating figure, a smirk forming on his lips. The Yi family had previously possessed no enterprises, not even a modest shop, subsisting solely on the meager salaries of his grandfather, father, and second uncle. This was also the reason Yu Xiaodian remained untainted by corruption. Furthermore, it explained the secret of last year's gift of a low-grade spiritual stone to Yi Tian, urging him to sell it. Consequently, other families merely regarded Yu Tian's actions as an individual endeavor, albeit the banknotes had all been deposited in the family treasury. Shaking his head, Yi Tian exited the courtyard and spotted Xiao Mei and her companions waiting. "What brings you here?" After bowing, they replied, "The old master instructed us to wait here." Yi Tian comprehended that it was likely due to earlier comments, wishing to keep matters discreet. "Very well, follow me to Baijinhan." Today marked the grand opening of Baijinhan. Previously, Yang Tianxi had sent word that many distinguished guests were already present, and he felt unable to manage the crowd. As for the Moonshadow Guard stationed at Baijinhan, they would not emerge unless absolutely necessary. Feeling somewhat helpless, Yi Tian decided to summon the Moonshadow Guard through the system interface to convey a message, requesting them to release their aura to prevent any disturbances. Thus, Yi Tian and his entourage of 5 strode confidently towards Baijinhan. Along the way, due to the presence of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, many passers-by paused to observe, though they were quickly ushered away by acquaintances. Just as they approached Baijinhan, 10 figures suddenly burst forth from a nearby building. Judging by their auras, each possessed at least the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, with 3 among them being cultivators of the skyward realm. Armed with long swords or broadswords, the 10 assailants advanced silently towards Yu Tian with lethal intent. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu stood protectively in front of Yu Tian, their expressions tense. "Young master, be cautious." Yet, Yu Tian remained composed, observing the scene with an air of indifference. He merely raised his gaze and addressed the void, saying, "Leave a few alive. I wish to uncover the mastermind behind this." "Understood." A voice resonated in the air. And suddenly, 10 enormous hands appeared, each seizing an assassin and pulling them into the abyss. While Xiao Mei seemed relatively unfazed, having previously encountered the Moonshadow Guards, Xiao Lan, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Zhu were left in utter astonishment. "It's all right, let us proceed," Yu Tian declared, as if nothing had transpired, and stepped forward. The 3 women were rife with questions, yet upon seeing Xiao Mei shake her head, they chose to remain silent. Chapter 14. The Opulence of Platinum Han. The auction commences as the 5 individuals arrived at the entrance of Platinum Han. They were immediately enveloped by an air of extravagance. Before them stood 2 grand doors crafted from crystal, through which the silhouettes of the receptionists could be faintly discerned. These were 2 women clad in azure kipayos, their figures exquisitely outlined. Above, a large plaque elegantly displayed the characters for Platinum Han, inscribed in a dynamic and artistic manner. Yu Tian nodded in satisfaction. He could discern the essence of the Moonshadow Guard within those 3 characters, indicating they had been pinned by a formidable master of the condensation realm. Those with a fragile psyche might feel overwhelmed if they gazed upon it for too long. However, a minor flaw marred the beauty of the scene. The stone lions flanking the entrance were merely coated in a layer of golden paint, rather than being crafted from true gold. The entrance to Platinum Han was thronged with onlookers, many drawn by mere curiosity. Those with genuine strength and a desire for treasures had already entered. How remarkable was Platinum Han to continue operations under a royal decree of closure, merely changing its name. Who could deny that it appeared to disregard both the imperial authority and the White Tiger Temple? "Don't speak nonsense. I heard it was purchased by the young prince of the Yi family." "What? The young prince? What are they up to?" "Hush. Keep your voice down." It said there is no connection to the Yi family. The young prince has acquaintance with a formidable expert. Did you not sense the aura emanating from within? That was the energy of the condensation realm. The crowd murmured in clusters, occasionally gesturing towards the receptionists with lewd expressions. Hearing this, Xiao Mei and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. As family retainers, upholding their family's honor was their unwavering creed. Yet, before they could react, Yu Tian calmly stated, "Let us proceed inside." Xiao Mei and her companions shot a fierce glare at the onlookers before parting the throng to create a pathway. The spectators fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. As Yu Tian ascended the steps, the receptionist had already opened the door, bowing slightly as they greeted him. "Welcome, young master." However, Yu Tian, due to his height, could not fully appreciate the fleeting glimpse of spring. Upon entering Platinum Han, they encountered a spacious reception area of nearly 100 square meters. To the right were sofas and long benches fashioned from the pelts of exotic beasts, accompanied by 3 conversation tables. To the left stood a space resembling a cashier's counter, where 4 women, also clad in kipayos, stood neatly arranged. Upon noticing the newcomers, and before they could ascertain who they were, the receptionist chimed in unison. "Welcome to Platinum Han." Hearing this, Yu Tian felt a wave of comfort and nodded in approval. It was just as he had envisioned. The opulence of the jade flooring and the cashier's countertop exceeded expectations, each element possessing significant worth. Raising a hand to halt the receptionist's guidance, Yu Tian and his companions ventured further inside. Upon crossing the front desk, one enters an expansive hall spanning 800 square meters, adorned with opulent seating arrangements. A total of 108 tables are meticulously set, each graced with an array of fruits and beverages. At this moment, numerous patrons have already taken their seats. Yet they remain oblivious to the arrival of Yu Tian and his companions, their collective gaze fixed on the center stage. There, the brothel keeper fervently conducts the auction of a precious spiritual artifact. Yu Tian shook his head, reflecting on the rather subdued atmosphere surrounding the grand opening of establishments in this realm, where such ceremonious events are seldom undertaken. Due to prior grievances between the Baihu Temple and the imperial family, Bai Jinghan had opted against elaborate opening festivities, choosing instead to commence the auction directly. Each item up for bid was a spiritual herb or elixir provided by Yu Tian, including several spiritual stones. This approach was likely the only means to entice the affluent families to take the risk of attending. It is evident that the Baihu Temple and the royal family hold a significant status in the minds of these individuals. Had an opening ceremony been arranged, the noble families might have refrained from attending altogether. Ascending the staircase to the 3rd floor, Yu Tian sensed the presence of the Moonshadow Guard, deducing that he was nearby. The auction on stage persisted, initially featuring 1st and 2nd tier spiritual herbs, gradually escalating to 3rd and 4th tier items. Many affluent families in the audience grew restless, particularly as each item was presented by a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman. Although many among them had visited this venue during its previous incarnation as the Invitation Moon Pavilion and were familiar with the women there, they had never encountered such enticing figures dressed in ultra-short skirts revealing their fair thighs, in sheer garments that hinted at their form, or in sultry outfits that showcased their long, slender legs. Their eyes sparkled not only with a desire for the spiritual treasures but also with an eagerness for the alluring women. However, to enjoy their company, one must not only acquire the spiritual artifact but also pay an additional 1,000 taels of silver. The same women, merely adorned in different attire and makeup, saw their prices soar dramatically. Previously, in the Invitation Moon Pavilion, 1,000 taels could secure a month of companionship, yet now it was reduced to mere hours. Among the crowd, some rejoiced at the prospect of double pleasure through wealth, while others lamented their insufficient funds. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yu Tian observed that every private room was labeled, ranging from room 1 to room 12. What astonished him slightly was the occupancy of each room, which had been equipped with surveillance warding formations. To his surprise, the Moonshadow Guard was situated in room 1. This left Yu Tian pondering whether this arrangement was at the behest of the Moonshadow Guard or a directive from Yang Tianxi. Although it was merely a ranking of private rooms, it was noteworthy that during the time of the Invitation Moon Pavilion, rooms 1 and 2 had always remained vacant. This was due to certain unspoken rules in the grand capital of the Dacian Empire, which mandated designated spaces for the Baihu Temple and the Li family of the royal household in such large venues. Nevertheless, Yu Tian merely regarded this with mild surprise and chose not to dwell further on the matter, having resolved to accept the system's arrangement. Yu Tian no longer concerned himself with the attitudes of the Baihu Temple and the imperial Li family. Upon reaching the entrance, the Moonshadow Guards within opened the door, respectfully gesturing, "Please, young master." Yi Tian nodded and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he was profoundly astonished by the interior decor. The Yang family had indeed spared no expense. According to the previous budget discussed between Yi Tian and Yang Tianxi, a mere 500,000 taels of silver would suffice to adorn the Baijin Han. Yet, from the very threshold, the reception area, the grand hall, and the private rooms, all furnishings appeared to be crafted from mountains of silver. While perhaps not entirely practical, the opulence was undeniable. Achieving such a level of extravagance would likely require an expenditure of 5 million taels. Seated upon the luxurious beastskin sofa in the private room, Yi Tian observed the enthusiastic introduction from the courtesan below. A total of 300 items were presented, including spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, magical artifacts, and even a final highlight, a technique capable of elevating one to the king realm. Note: the classification of magical artifacts is as follows: yellow, profound; earth, heaven, sacred; and emperor grade. The classification of medicinal herbs ranges from 1st to 9th tier. The classification of spiritual stones is divided into low, medium, high, and supreme grades. Chapter 15. The fall of the Wang family. In the center of the stage, the voice of the brothel keeper grew increasingly animated. Earlier, Yang Tianxi had informed them that whether it was she or the other girls, they would receive half of the silver earned. Although this seemed somewhat excessive, their prices had risen significantly. Previously, they toiled through the night to earn merely a few dozen taels of silver. Now, they could potentially earn 500 taels in just a matter of minutes. Who wouldn't be delighted by such a prospect? The brothel keeper gestured towards a woman clad in a cheap hao, who was holding a box containing a 3-foot-long sword. The auction featured a yellow-grade long sword, with a starting price of 100,000 taels of silver. The audience buzzed with excitement. Previously, they had spent spirit stones in pursuit of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Now, however, they only needed to part with a bit of silver to acquire what they had long coveted, which was simply exhilarating. Especially after indulging in the complimentary drinks on the table, the atmosphere intensified, prompting fervent bidding. The sword, originally starting at 100,000 taels, was auctioned off for an astounding 2 million taels. As time progressed, the attendants scurried between the tables, replenishing drinks. In such a lively environment, many found it challenging to maintain their composure. While the auction hosted by Jinhang thrived, night swiftly descended upon the Wang estate, enveloping it in tranquility. Wang Yulong, the imperial censor, sat in his study, listening to reports from his subordinates regarding Jinhang's situation. However, unbeknownst to them, a group of cloaked figures had suddenly infiltrated the once peaceful residence. They were merciless, slaughtering anyone in their path, including the chickens in the backyard. Wang Yulong, a scholar with some martial prowess, though only at the earth level, sensed the commotion outside. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, bursting through the door, only to be met with a scene of carnage. The only figures still standing were the cloaked assailants. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yulong's eyes reddened with fury. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Yet, the surrounding figures offered no response, merely advancing with their blades drawn. "You shall all perish," Wang Yulong roared, but as a mere scholar, he was no match for these bloodthirsty killers. In less than 15 minutes, his body crumpled to the ground. The assailants did not leave immediately. They methodically dispatched a few more blows to the corpses before vanishing into the night. At the same moment, a copper carriage drawn by 3 unicorns came to a slow stop at the entrance of Jinhang's residence. Following closely behind were 50 armored guards. 2 maidservants positioned a small stool in front of the carriage, and from within emerged a young gentleman, around 25 years of age, adorned in exquisite brocade. Although his features were originally handsome, they now bore an air of gloom. Upon sighting the grand entrance of Jinhang, his expression finally settled. The young man, who was just about to step forward, was suddenly tugged at the corner of his garment by a nearby maid. In a hushed tone, the maid inquired, "Your Highness, are you certain you wish to enter?" The young man, none other than the current crown prince Li Wanlong, revealed a subtle smile, exuding an air of grace as he replied, "Since we have arrived, let us venture inside." However, the maid seemed poised to express further hesitation. But upon meeting Li Wanlong's gaze, she fell silent. Li Wanlong then turned and strode towards Jinhan. The maid who had spoken was drawn back by another maid, who advised Qiu Xiang it is best not to oppose the prince's decision. Qiu Xiang nodded in agreement and followed him inside. In the grand nation of Deqian, nearly all dignitaries accompanied themselves with personal guards, with a preference for female attendants. This choice served the dual purpose of providing companionship and protection. Li Wenlong's entrance went unnoticed by anyone. Even the attendants at Bai Jinhan's front desk failed to recognize his identity. After all, it was highly unusual for a crown prince to frequent such establishments. Li Wenlong took a seat in the last row of the hall, accompanied by two maids, without disturbing anyone else. However, Yi Tian, who was already situated in a box on the third floor, observed this spectacle with intrigue. "Oh, what brings him here?" he mused. Xiao Mei approached, her curiosity piqued, and asked, "Young master, what is happening?" Yi Tian, deep in thought, replied, "Nothing of consequence. Let us continue to watch." Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Wenlong's direction. The auction proceeded with fervor, the atmosphere charged with excitement, especially as each coveted item was claimed and departed with its new owners, heightening the anticipation of those remaining. Since his arrival, Li Wenlong had fixated on the items being auctioned. As the crown prince of a nation, he observed the bidding of spiritual treasures and elixirs with a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Yet, it puzzled Yi Tian that throughout the event, Li Wenlong had not placed a single bid, appearing merely to observe. This left Yi Tian both perplexed and intrigued. As the auction approached its final item, the auctioneer, having called out bids all day, was nearing exhaustion yet remained exuberant, as if envisioning a wealth of silver beckoning her. "Now, we present the final item of the evening. Please direct your attention to the stage." Ascending the platform was a woman, second only to the two courtesans in beauty, clad in a violet gown with a black bow adorning her thigh, cradling a crimson box. A significant portion of the audience was captivated by her figure and attire. Even the crown prince Li Wenlong in the last row found his eyes momentarily brightened. This concludes our auction with a ground-level cultivation technique, the Xin Huangju. Upon hearing that it was a foundational technique, many in the audience could barely contain their excitement. Their lingering presence was solely to secure this coveted method of cultivation. In the illustrious Baihu Temple, the most formidable establishment within the Grand Qian realm, there exists no codex of earthly-level martial arts. For even the most rudimentary of these techniques possesses the potential to elevate one to the heavenly sovereign realm, a state far superior to that of the concentration realm. Typically, such esteemed teachings originate from the 7-star sects or even the 8-star sections. Observing the fervor ignited among the assembly, the innkeeper's smile became increasingly difficult to contain. Yet, before she could continue her discourse, a few individuals below began to stir restlessly. 3 figures, cleverly disguised, soared from their seats, hurtling toward the techniques displayed on the platform with remarkable speed. How audacious! A sudden rebuke reverberated through the hall, snapping every attendee back to their senses. They felt as if their minds had been struck by a colossal hammer. The 3 who had just launched themselves forward were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. In the next heartbeat, before anyone could react, 3 enormous hands materialized, seizing the trio and vanishing from the grand hall entirely. Chapter 16. The Speculations of the Crowd. Visitors from the White Tiger Temple, everyone could clearly see the enormous hand extending from the void. This spectacle stirred a tumult of emotions within them: fear, astonishment, and above all, trepidation. In the minds of many, it was understood that only after a cultivator reached the level of spirit concentration could they refine their soul, enabling their attacks to inflict soul damage. Furthermore, only those with the might of the Heavenly King could conceal themselves within the void. Thus, the recent skirmish implied that behind Bai Jinhang stood at least 3 cultivators of the Heavenly King realm. This notion inevitably led many to think of the Yi family. However, they found it perplexing that such formidable Heavenly King experts would choose to preside over a mere brothel, though Bai Jinhang's establishment was lavishly decorated. It paled in comparison to the grandeur of the royal auction house within the grand capital of the Dacian dynasty. Not to mention that beyond Dacian, there were even more powerful nations where no such establishment would dare host such formidable guardians. What they were unaware of was that the one who had just acted was not a Heavenly King, but merely at the pinnacle of spirit concentration. The Moonshadow Guard's ability to remain hidden in the void was merely a trait bestowed upon them by their system. The Madam of the Brothel, having observed the entire affair from her vantage point, felt nearly paralyzed by fear. Had it not been for the protective force surrounding her and her companion, Cui Lan, she might have been overwhelmed by the earlier outburst. Fortunately, being a person accustomed to grand spectacles, she swiftly regained her composure. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction shall continue. This earth-grade technique starts at a bidding price of 1,000,000 taels of silver." Yet, as her words echoed through the hall, not a single person raised their bid. Initially, the patrons had been a bit inebriated and emboldened. But the recent intervention by the three cultivators of the Void Manipulation and Heavenly King realms had sobered them considerably. Although an Earth-grade technique was indeed valuable, it was beyond the reach of these individuals. Had they not witnessed even the Void Manipulation experts vying for it? Securing such a bid could not only be unfeasible, but also pose a risk of annihilation. After all, none present were fools, particularly in the absence of both the royal family and the White Tiger Temple. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense, leaving the Madam's fervent auctioneering unacknowledged. In the last row, Princely Wenlong couldn't help but smile, casually imparting a few words to a nearby maid before quietly departing, perhaps to accentuate the centerpiece of the auction. The hall's illumination was focused entirely upon the stage, rendering his exit unnoticed. However, Yi Tian had been observing Li Wenlong intently and naturally noticed his departure. The madam on stage began to feel anxious. She had orchestrated numerous auctions and was on the brink of a successful conclusion, ready to claim her silver. Yet, the failure to auction off the last item left beads of sweat forming on her brow due to her mounting worry. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a clear and melodious voice suddenly pierced through the tension in the room. "I offer 1,100,000. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily turned to look behind, discovering that the bidder was a woman. However, upon noticing her attire, their pupils involuntarily contracted. Many among them had never encountered the crown Princely Wenlong but were familiar with the garments of palace maidens. Likewise, some recognized the identity of the maidservant, yet after a fleeting glance, they hastily averted their gazes. The brothel madam, suddenly hearing this celestial voice, felt an overwhelming joy. 1,100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is a terrestrial-grade cultivation technique. It could elevate one to the realm of the Heavenly King. Do you not wish for your families? The madam began an impassioned speech, yet the crowd remained silent, refraining from further bids. A moment of awkwardness enveloped her. Although she was not a cultivator, she had auctioned numerous spiritual herbs and medicines before, many exceeding 1,000,000 taels of silver. How could it be that the final item fetched such a low price? After a quarter of an hour passed, the madam grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, the familiar voice rang out once more. "Enough. If no one else is bidding, may we announce the results?" The madam glanced towards a private booth on the third floor, but received no indication from within. Gritting her teeth, she declared, 1,100,000, going once. 1,100,000, going twice. Just as she was about to bring down the gavel, a resonant chant echoed through the hall. Amitabha. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, where a middle-aged monk clad in a golden robe entered, staff in hand. "Since the gavel has not yet fallen, I bid 1,200,000. After speaking, he turned to the crowd, slightly bowing, and added, "Amitabha, I kindly ask all benefactors to accommodate." The individuals closest to the aisle hurriedly stood and bowed to the monk. "Master, you flatter us. If you desire it, we shall purchase it and deliver it to you." "Indeed, how could we trouble the master to come here personally?" "Yes, master, this is." The atmosphere was filled with sycophantic remarks. However, Yi Tian, standing on the third floor, wore a grim expression. The attitudes of those present revealed the esteemed position of the White Tiger Temple in their hearts. He contemplated expelling the monk but realized it might be counterproductive for Bai Jin Hong's future business. Yet, the monk's arrival prompted these individuals to curry favor with him while disparaging Bai Jin Hong. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Who dares to slander Bai Jin Hong? Yes. In the next moment, the space quivered slightly. The man who had just disparaged Bai Jin Hong was abruptly sent flying by a slap. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet, upon seeing the newly appeared figure, they all fell silent. The aura emanating from Moonshadow Guard was overwhelmingly powerful, causing even the monk awakening to involuntarily narrow his eyes. The Zen staff he held tightened in his grip. Yet, Moonshadow Guard seemed oblivious to this, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd before a hoarse voice resonated in their ears. "This is the Platinum Han Tavern. Should there be any further slander, you shall face death." In the next moment, Moonshadow Guard vanished from sight, prompting the onlookers to turn their attention to the man who had just been struck down. Fortunately, he had merely lost consciousness and was not dead. Nevertheless, this incident intensified their apprehension towards the Platinum Han. Everyone resumed their seats, and the madam's lips twitched as she noticed the silence among the crowd, with no one daring to bid further. Even the woman who had previously placed a bid remained silent. The madam, feeling somewhat helpless, repeated her inquiry, but upon receiving no response, she brought the gavel down. "Congratulations to this esteemed master for acquiring the Earth-level technique. This auction concludes successfully. However, the majority of the attendees quietly departed, leaving only the man who had paid extra for the company of a lady, following her alluring figure towards the rear of the establishment. Master Awakening glanced in the direction where Moonshadow Guard had vanished before finally following the attendant to the front desk to settle his bill and then took his leave. Yi Tian stood at the third-floor railing, refraining from interfering with the events below. Chapter 17. Yi Tian's arrangement. Li Jiuzhao's anger at this moment. Yang Tianci entered, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yi Xiao, when did you arrive? Yi Tian cast a curious glance at Yang Tianci, noting that he had been present for quite some time without seeing him. I've been here for a while. Where have you been? You look rather exhausted. Yang Tianci let out a soft sigh. I have been at the back. Behind by Jin Han, there is actually another structure, which was originally a dwelling for some servants, complete with a kitchen and storage rooms. However, following Yi Tian's prior arrangements, we reformed the back area. The previously modest courtyard has been transformed into a 3-story building. It now houses not only storage and a kitchen, but also a place for the young ladies to rest. Unlike the front area of Baijin Han, where the second, third, and fourth floors are divided between private dining rooms for guests and offices for the young ladies and clients. Previously, due to its nature as a brothel, these arrangements were not formalized. However, things have changed. Not only is the layout different, but Yang Tianci also engaged the Moonshadow Guards to install soundproof enchantments in every room and compartment. Upon hearing Yang Tianci's report, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. It won't be so taxing in the future. Yang Tianci quickly waved his hand. It's not a bother. It's my duty. As for today's auction, the Yang family has profited immensely. Have you not noticed how both the madam and the ladies are beaming with joy? As one entitled to a 20% share of the profits, he has already amassed millions of taels of silver in just one evening. The initial investment has been recouped. So how could he not be elated? Yet, Yang Tianci was somewhat perplexed as to why Yi Tian would choose to auction the coveted spiritual treasures and elixirs that everyone desired. In truth, all of Yi Tian's actions stemmed from a sense of helplessness. The system allows for daily sign-ins, yielding a minimum of spiritual treasures or elixirs, with no lesser currency available. However, once he ascends to the throne, he will need these items, while the common people, struggling at the grassroots level, require only silver. To fortify a nation, it is essential not only for the elite to possess strength but also for the populace to be free from want. This is precisely why Yi Tian was willing to auction these items. After bidding farewell to Yang Tianci, Yi Tian returned to the royal residence. The Moonshadow Guards he had dispatched earlier had returned, yet he had yet to examine their findings. In the adjoining room, a chamber was filled with hundreds of boxes, both large and small. These were the spoils brought back by the Moonshadow Guards over the past fortnight. Yi Tian opened each box one by one, while a nearby Moonshadow Guard handed him a ledger. The total number of spirit stones amounted to 315,000. The collection of martial arts manuals and techniques comprised 325 volumes. There were 15 varieties of medicinal pills, totaling 274. The spiritual treasures amounted to 12 pieces, none of which were of inferior grade. Elixirs, 27 plants, all of a low grade. These were acquired by the Moonshadow Guards from the sects of the surrounding 3 kingdoms. However, upon reviewing this, Yi Tian shook his head. His own accumulations from several days of signing in surpassed this meager quantity. He then turned his gaze to the second list, which detailed the amounts of silver and silver notes. The total value of the silver notes amounted to 13 million, while the total silver was 100,000 taels. Originally, there were also ample provisions and resources, but the Moonshadow Guards, lacking any spatial storage rings, could only bring back this much after deploying a full contingent of 90 men. Storage bags or spatial rings are exceedingly scarce in the Great Qian. Even the royal Li family possesses but a single one. The Yi family has none at all, and the Moonshadow Guards, generated by the system, possessed only their equipment, devoid of any storage rings. Contemplating this, Yi Tian addressed the Moonshadow Guards beside him, shortly. I will present some items for you to send 10 men to a more distant dynasty for auction. Remember, only silver notes. Understood. With 2 months remaining before the grand ceremony, Yi Tian knew he had to commence his preparations. Exchanging spiritual treasures and elixirs for silver was merely the initial step towards ensuring the prosperity of the populace. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Tian retrieved a portion of the spiritual elixirs and treasures he had acquired through the system over the past half-month and entrusted them to the Moonshadow Guards. With their prowess, few in the entire Qingyun prefecture could contend with them. After completing these tasks, Yi Tian did not resume his cultivation but instead washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, while Yi Tian remained in the depths of slumber, Emperor Li Jiushao was in a furious rage within the court. Seated upon his dragon throne, clad in a dragon robe, Li Jiushao cast a dark glance upon the civil and military officials below. "Commander Jiang, please speak." "Yes, Your Majesty." Commander Jiang first bowed respectfully to Li Jiushao before turning to address the assembly of officials. Last night, the Grand Imperial Censor Wang Yulong and the entire Wang family were brutally murdered. What? How can this be? The revelation stunned all the ministers. They had not anticipated such a calamity occurring the previous night. Many had attended the banquet at Bai Jinhong's, and upon arriving at court today, without noticing Wang Yulong's absence, they thought nothing of it. Only after hearing Commander Jiang's words and witnessing the emperor's grim countenance did they begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A profound shock settled over them. How could such a heinous crime transpire beneath the very feet of the emperor in the imperial city? If the Wang family could be quietly extinguished today, could the Zhang family be next? Your Majesty, I believe it is due to Commander Jiang's negligence that this tragedy occurred. As the commander of the imperial city's guards, he failed to detect and prevent this atrocity, allowing the Wang family to fall victim to treachery. The speaker was Lu Haizhong, the Right Chancellor. With his words, many officials knelt in supplication. Yet, Li Jiushao's gaze was directed towards the position of the military general, which had originally belonged to Yi Xiaotian. However, a year ago, Yi Xiaotian had stepped down due to his advanced age. Li Jiushao paid no heed to the minister's counsel. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. After a considerable pause, he finally bellowed, "Enough! This cacophony is utterly unbecoming. Captain Jiang, given the gravity of the incident in the imperial city, your imperial guard has failed to detect it in a timely manner. You shall receive 30 strokes of the military cane, and I expect you to apprehend the culprits within a month." Captain Jiang's lips curled into a bitter smile. The matter hardly required extensive investigation. In the entire imperial city, only a couple of families possessed the power to orchestrate such an event. Now, with the emergence of the Bai Jinan family, who had gleaned the identity of the mastermind from mere traces of evidence earlier that morning, it became evident that many within the Grand Hall were already aware of the perpetrator's identity. Yet, what could be done? To take action against them necessitated not only compelling evidence but also the intervention of the White Tiger Temple and the retired emperor. Given the current situation, such a scenario appeared utterly implausible. Even the emperor himself was acutely aware of this reality. Yet, as a subject, he could only reluctantly comply with the orders issued. After hastily see Chapter 18, the ascension of the Sinin sovereign, the return of the Yi family's two sons unbeknownst to Yi Tian. It was not until nearly noon that he was roused from his slumber by Xiao Mei, who called him to partake in a meal. Settling once more onto the chaise in the courtyard, Yi Tian inquired of Xiao Mei, "Has the silver earned by Bai Jinheng been delivered?" With a beaming expression. Xiao Mei replied, Young Master Yang brought it over early this morning, a total of 12. 1 million taels." At the mention of this figure, Yi Tian opened his eyes wide. Among those who attended the auction at Bai Jinheng yesterday, only a small fraction were relatives of ministers. The majority of distinguished families were still in a state of observation. Nevertheless, even after deducting Yang Tenzi's share, along with Bai Jinheng's wages and expenses, there remained over 10 million taels. This was merely the first day, and Yi Tian intended to conduct auctions for a full 10 days. As the event progressed, even more valuable items would emerge, including various elixirs. In the entire Deqian, there were hardly any alchemists, and those that existed seldom produced anything above the 3rd rank. However, the elixirs he had signed in were all no less than the 4th rank, with some reaching as high as the 8th rank. Regrettably, these were of no immediate use to him. Yet, Yi Tian was indeed determined to extract every last tael from the coffers of the noble families. "Send someone to summon Yang Tianzi," he commanded. "Yes, I shall do so at once." As Xiao Mei departed, Yi Tian closed his eyes once more, but within his consciousness, he called out to the system. "System, sign in." Ding! Today's sign-in yields 1,000,000 refinement pills. Yi Tian's eyes snapped open, disbelief etched across his face. The refinement pill was not a rare commodity in Qingyun Prefecture. Indeed, many 3-star alchemists could concoct it, albeit the spiritual herbs required were somewhat scarce in the region. Its effects were straightforward. It served to refine the physique of cultivators, and just one pill could transform an ordinary person into a martial genius. making it possible for them to become cultivators as well. What astonished Yu Tian, however, was the sheer quantity of the system's reward, an astounding 1 million pills. He recalled his childhood, when Yi Wuti had received a commendation from the emperor only after expending military merit. To think, in the blink of an eye, he now possessed such an abundance. Clearly, the system was indeed assisting him. Though De Qian boasted a mercenary force of 2 million, the actual number of martial artists was scarcely 50,000. With this million refinement pills, he could potentially elevate 100,000 soldiers to martial practitioners. When the time came to annex the neighboring 3 kingdoms, it would undoubtedly be a far simpler endeavor. With this thought, Yu Tian felt a profound satisfaction and closed his eyes again. The Great Freedom Sutra continued to operate, keeping his soul in a constant state of refinement, which often rendered him prone to drowsiness. Yet, before he could succumb to sleep, Yang Tianzi arrived in the courtyard. Yi Xiao, you summoned me. Do you have any instructions? Yi Tian did not open his eyes, slowly stating, for the next 9 days, I shall refrain from visiting Bai Jinhan. Every day, all the silver shall be utilized to procure grain from the surrounding 3 nations. Yang Tianzi was taken aback, exclaiming, acquire all the grain? Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Yes, do so discreetly. Off you go. Understood. Yang Tianzi felt a sense of perplexity, but nonetheless turned to depart. In the following month, Yi Tian did not venture anywhere, not even stepping outside his small courtyard. Yu Xiaodian, filled with curiosity, visited several times, yet each occasion revealed Yu Tian reclining in a chair, lost in slumber. Initially, Yu Xiaodian scolded him, but upon witnessing Yu Tian's cultivation advancing daily, he ceased to concern himself further. During that month, numerous events transpired outside. First, news of the Wang family's annihilation circulated, sparking considerable discussion among the populace. Subsequently, reports emerged that the Southern Wind Kingdom had lost 4 cities, with whispers of the Ziyun sect, the kingdom's backing force, intervening personally, amidst the assault of 3 formidable condensed spirit realm experts. One among the sudden appearance of 100,000 iron cavalry valiantly battled against the 3. To everyone's astonishment, this individual not only slew 1, but also severely wounded 2 others, thrusting the Southern Wind Kingdom into a precarious position. Fortunately, the ruler of the Southern Wind Kingdom acted decisively, negotiating with a man named Qing Liang. Ultimately, they ceded 3 cities, a sum of 10 million taels of silver, and 100 pieces of spiritual treasures and elixirs. This concession finally compelled the 100,000 troops to halt their advance. Yet, astute observers could easily discern that the downfall of the Southern Wind Kingdom was merely a matter of time, with many neighboring nations beginning to eye its territory covetously. Even the Emperor of Deqian, Li Jiushao, raised the issue in court, contemplating dispatching troops to partake in the spoils. However, many ministers advised against this, as the grand celebration of the Qing kingdom was imminent, leading Li Jiushao to abandon the idea. In addition, Bai Jinhan rose to prominence. After 10 days of auctions, his reputation surged to unprecedented heights. The introduction of new beverages and innovative garments ensured that Bai Jinhan was perpetually bustling. The proprietress was all smiles, counting her money to the point of cramping her hands. However, this relentless success came at a cost to the young women, who found themselves overwhelmed by the demands of their patrons. Throughout the month, Yi Tian acquired numerous exceptional items, including 2 imperial-level divine abilities and a divine cultivation technique. Though this divine technique did not match the might of the unending Imperial Sutra, Yu Tian diligently practiced it nonetheless. His cultivation level rose to the 5th tier of the Spiritual Sea, with his combat prowess reaching the pinnacle of the Spiritual Sea. During this month, the spiritual stones he signed for were no longer of inferior grade but had ascended to medium grade. The spiritual treasures and elixirs also reached the medium grade, and he even signed for a peach tree. This tree blooms once every 300 years and bears fruit every 300 years, with each fruit capable of extending one's lifespan by a millennium. To expedite its growth, a substantial supply of spiritual energy would be necessary. Yet Yu Tian had kept it securely within the confines of the system space, never bringing it forth. In addition, he has also recruited 100,000 black armored troops, 10,000 moon shadow guards, and a formidable warrior who has reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. The strength of the 100,000 black armored troops lies between the Spirit Sea and the Void Realm. Yet Yu Tian chose not to summon them through the system at this time. Initially, he had intended for them to venture to the Qilin mountain range. However, with the grand celebration of the Kingdom of Qing approaching ever closer, Yu Tian decided against revealing their presence to the world just yet. The 10,000 Moon Shadow Guards possess only the strength of the Void Realm, and alongside the original 96 who have attained the pinnacle of the Spirit-gathering realm. Yu Tian dispatched them to form an intelligence agency, providing them with resources for this purpose. As for the formidable warrior at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, Yi Tian retained him by his side as a personal guard. The days of tranquility are always fleeting, and thus, another 28 days have passed. Chapter 19. The affairs of the Yi family and Yu Tian's influence on this day. Yu Tian's father, Yi Wudi, returned from the border with 10 loyal guards. Simultaneously, Yu Tian's uncle, Yi Wuhui, also arrived, accompanied by 10 personal attendants. During the evening's family banquet, Yi Xiaotian was in high spirits, having indulged in considerable wine. As such gatherings were rare for the Yi family. As the revelry continued, Yi Xiaotian glanced at Feng Xiu, who gestured for the servants to leave, leaving only 5 individuals in the grand hall. Noticing this, Yi Wudi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Father, is there something you wish to discuss?" Yi Wuhui echoed his intrigue, for they had spent years stationed at the border and were unaware of the recent developments at home. Yi Xiaotian nodded and said, "Ask your son. He has matters to reveal." The trio of Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, and Feng Xiu turned their attention to Yi Tian. A surge of anxiety coursed through Yi Tian as he recognized that his forthcoming words might have a profound impact on them. "Father, I aspire to become emperor." The faces of the 4 men shifted dramatically at this declaration. Yet, they remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Tian. Under their scrutiny, Yi Tian gathered his thoughts and placed 4 Sumi Na rings upon the table. "I have encountered certain opportunities which I cannot disclose. However, I must ascend to the throne to gain greater strength." The 4 exchanged glances but remained silent, awaiting Yi Tian's continuation. Observing their demeanor, Yi Tian addressed the air beside him. "Zhao Jun, Moon Shadow Guard, step forward." In an instant, 4 figures materialized behind Yi Tian, kneeling in unison. "We pay our respects, young master." At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of Yi Xiaotian and the others as they regarded Yi Tian. "Rise." Yi Tian waved his hand, then continued, "The Moon Shadow Guard comprises 100 members, including 10,000 in the Sky's sovereign realm and 100 at the pinnacle of the spirit condensation stage. This is my protector, Zhao Jun, at the peak of the Heavenly King realm." The 4 inhaled sharply, their expressions shifting as they regarded the figures behind Yu Tian. It was then that Yi Wudi spoke up. "Even with this, it may still not suffice." Yu Tian, taken aback, looked at his father. Having assumed they would oppose his ambition to become emperor, considering it tantamount to rebellion, Yi Wudi raised his gaze defiantly. "Do not look at your father in such a manner." At that moment, Yi Xiaotian interjected, "Tianer, mere strength alone will not secure that position for you." Yi Tian's astonishment deepened. After all, he was contemplating rebellion. Why was this family not only refraining from opposition, but also offering counsel? The 4 keenly observed Yi Tian's expression, and the elder, Yi Xiaotian, abruptly halted Yi Wudi's words. "Allow me to speak," he proposed. In a fleeting moment, Yi Tian sensed a melancholic air enveloping his grandfather. The elder spoke. "I have 3 sons, each possessing extraordinary talents, unparalleled in the world." At this statement, Yi Tian's mind was suddenly shaken, particularly upon observing the sorrowful expressions of the 4 individuals, which led him to feel that the Yi family might harbor deeper complexities than he had previously imagined. He had never heard before of the existence of an elder uncle. At that moment, the elder continued, "Your uncle is named Yi Wushuang. Unfortunately, he was betrayed by treacherous men and perished on the battlefield." As he spoke these words, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, and the old steward Feng Xiu beside them. "Your grandmother succumbed to despair thereafter. Your mother and your 3rd aunt also fell victim to treachery." At this juncture, Yu Tian finally comprehended the reasons behind the absence of his grandmother, the absence of his mother, and the fact that his 2nd uncle, at the age of 33, remained unmarried and childless. In that moment, Yi Tian grasped everything. Although he had dispatched the Moon Shadow Guards for a considerable time without gathering prior intelligence, he had acquired an understanding of the current powers among the royal aristocracy. If there were forces in this great Qian daring to act against the Yi family, it could only be those 2 factions. Upon hearing the entire tale, Yu Tian's mood plummeted. The Yi family had sacrificed far too much for this great Qian. Yi Xiaotian had fought for 40 years, and his eldest son had perished due to an unexpected order, ambushed by the Southern Army. His daughter-in-law, allied with the Lihua kingdom, had also been assassinated, and even the fiancée of his 3rd son, who had yet to enter the household, had met her demise. Throughout 3 generations of the Yi family, Only Yu Tian remained, and even he could not escape the threat of assassination over 100 times a year. Yu Tian listened quietly, absorbing how the Yi family rose from weakness to strength and how they faced the tragedy of dwindling kin. After your uncle's death, I lost the will to fight. Yet this great Qian, I witnessed it evolve from a land of destitution to a realm of prosperity. It was an arduous endeavor to salvage this nation from the brink of destruction. How could I bear to see it ruined again? However, the royal family has shown no kindness to the Yi family. I loathe myself for not occupying that position. Why must I yield it to Li Wuji? I had intended to illuminate my heart with the moonlight, yet alas, the moonlight merely reflects upon the gutter. This undoubtedly encapsulated the elder's sentiments. For he had originally sought only to serve this nation, yet in the end, he nearly faced ruin and despair. This revelation also illuminated for Yi Tian that the system and those memories were not mere fabrications. He had indeed come perilously close to death. Witnessing the elder's reddened eyes stirred a profound discomfort within Yu Tian, yet it also ignited a deeper hatred for the Li family. Initially, he felt a pang of guilt regarding rebellion due to his bond with the system, but that feeling had dissipated. Both the elder and Li Wuji had made significant sacrifices for the great Qian, yet when it came time to ascend, Yi Shaotian perceived himself merely as a warrior, unfit for the throne. It was this very decision that had led to the tragic fate of his eldest son. Perhaps it is due to Yi Shaotian's remarkable military achievements. Or perhaps it is the extraordinary talent of Yi Wuxuan. Yet, why does an emperor lack the capacity for tolerance? The subsequent passing of his wife and the precarious fates of his daughter-in-law further unveiled the true nature of the Li family, leading him to contemplate retreating with the entire Yi family into seclusion. Nevertheless, he remains deeply concerned for the great Qian, the very nation for which he has dedicated his entire life. This, I believe, elucidates why Yi Shaotian did not oppose Yi Tian's aspiration to ascend the throne. Upon hearing the entirety of the matter, the atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat oppressive. After a considerable pause, Yi Tian finally spoke. Grandfather, does this imply your support for my claim to the throne? The four pairs of slightly reddened eyes turned towards him, and Yi Wuji replied, do you think that possessing skilled warriors is sufficient? The transition of dynasties is far from a simple endeavor. Yi Tian interjected, well, would you like to first examine the items within the spatial ring? He continued, furthermore, I command an army of 100,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry, all of whom possess strength ranging from the spiritual sea realm to the skyward realm, along with 13 esteemed civil officials. Is this adequate? In addition to Qing Liang from before, over the past month, Yu Tian has secured 12 more civil officials, all of whom are renowned sages of this world, each possessing the potential to be a chancellor. Upon hearing Yi Tian's assertions, the old gentleman and the others were momentarily taken aback. 13 civil officials? 200,000 troops? An army comprised of cultivators? Moreover, there are an additional 10,000 at the Skyward Realm and 100 Peak Spirit Condensation Realm intelligence operatives? Chapter 20. Yi Tian presents gifts. System rewards. Yi Shaotian, somewhat numbed, picked up the storage ring on the table and toyed with it in his hand. This item, of which even the royal Li family possessed only one, was astonishingly present in 4 pieces on the table. As Yi Shaotian infused his mental energy into the ring and peered inside, his expression suddenly turned vacant. Where did you acquire such a plethora of treasures? Yi Wuji, Yi Wuhui, and Feng Xiu curiously picked them up to examine. However, it wasn't long before the expressions of the three turned dazed, only to soon transform into overwhelming joy. Are these all real? Yi Wuji, somewhat incredulous, addressed Yi Wuhui beside him. Second brother, please strike me. I feel as though I am dreaming. Slap. Ouch. Why so forcefully? Yi Wuji glared wide-eyed, rubbing his thigh. Yi Wuhui chuckled awkwardly. I too wish to ascertain whether this is merely a dream. Grandfather, father, second uncle, Grandpa Feng, with my current strength, can I truly occupy that position? The four paused in their inspection of the storage ring, the old man seemingly hesitant to speak. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked, Tianer, you are only 13 this year. Do you know what is most essential to become a good emperor? Yi Tian pondered briefly and replied, the ability to stabilize the nation? The old man shook his head. Control over power? Wise governance? He shook his head again. Different eras require different methods of governance. Although I despise the Li family, both Li Wuji and the current Li Jiaoshu possess the capability to govern. Unfortunately, that alone is insufficient. Qingyan Prefecture, and even the entire Qitian domain, are merely a corner of the Tianyuan continent. Beyond this realm, I have heard of imperial authority that supersedes divine power. Can you achieve that? Upon finishing, The old man gazed at Yi Tian with hopeful anticipation. The rise of the Dacian dynasty indeed relied on the support of the White Tiger Temple. However, the existence of the White Tiger Temple is, in fact, a malignancy for a nation. Consider this. How lamentable it is for a nation's citizens to forsake their emperor in favor of deities and spirits. Even the common ceremonial rites are conducted in those temples. Such a situation is tragically disheartening for a country, and this is precisely the predicament of Dacian. This elucidates why Yu Wudi stated that to change dynasties, mere martial strength is insufficient. It is imperative to transform the populace's mindset. Decades of deeply entrenched beliefs cannot be altered solely through force. The influence of the White Tiger Temple extends beyond a single generation, potentially affecting three. In Yu Wudi's view, altering this reality is exceedingly arduous. At this moment, Yi Tian began to grasp the essence. It is simply a matter of divine authority overshadowing imperial power. To him, merely obliterating the White Tiger Temple would not suffice. One must also rectify the thoughts of the people. The path to transformation is, in essence, rather straightforward. Establish a new ideology akin to, for instance, Confucian thought. After contemplating these matters, Yi Tian's gaze solidified with determination. The Great Qian possesses 36 cities, fortunately, only 36. The population barely reaches 20 million, rendering such a nation smaller than a mere province on that blue star. If he cannot master this, it would surely be a disservice to the system. That night, the Yi family was ablaze with light, as 3 generations gathered to conspire rebellion. Yet, the outside world remained utterly unaware of this. Upon returning to his humble courtyard, Yi Tian noticed the hour was late. He did not rush to sleep. Instead, he accessed the system panel to summon Cheng Liang back to the imperial city. He meticulously organized the rewards accrued from his recent sign-ins. Today, he retrieved 4 spatial rings, each containing 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 500 various middle-grade pills, grades 4, 5, and 6, 1 earth-grade spiritual treasure, 1 million taels of silver, and 1 imperial-level cultivation technique. Presently, he possessed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 1,500 various spiritual herbs, 3,000 spiritual treasures, 3 divine abilities, and 6 cultivation techniques, 4 of which were copies sent out, not to mention the peach saplings and miscellaneous items he hadn't counted. As dawn broke the next day, the entire imperial city began adorning itself in festive decorations. Tomorrow marked the Grand Qian's national celebration, when not only the generals stationed at the borders but also the lords of the 35 other cities would return. This was the most jubilant day of the year for the Great Qian, a time truly worthy of universal celebration. The Yi family was particularly lively this year, a rarity in the past decade. Early in the morning, the servants of the royal residence set out to procure decorations to embellish the entire estate. Upon awakening, Yi Tian was greeted by a scene of cheerfulness. "System, I am preparing for rebellion tomorrow. Can I receive something exceptional from today's sign-in?" Ding. Today's sign-in conditions have been met. Would you like to sign in? Yi Tian suppressed his frustration and mentally commanded, "Sign in." Ding. Today's sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Tinwang Pavilion Academy, Scripture Repository, Xianwang Tower, Spirit Gathering Array, Fortune 9 Tripods, Testing Ladder, and the Wuji Secret Realm. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. He hastily delved into the system space to inspect his acquisitions. The original system space was vast, previously stretching beyond his sight, but now it brimmed with several enormous items. Slightly dazed, he quickly regained his composure and began to examine each one. Tinwang Pavilion Academy. It encompasses 5 faculties: literature, martial arts, military, governance, and law, equipped with comprehensive facilities, housing 3,000 sages, and adjustable in size. In the repository of scriptures, one can find all the tomes and martial arts of the entire continent in replicated form, with potential for enhancement. The Xianwang Tower houses a temporal array comprising 9 levels, with a minimum flow rate of 10 times and a maximum of 90 times, which can be activated using spirit stones without affecting one's bone age. The Spirit Gathering Array converges the ethereal essence of heaven and earth for personal use, amplifying the internal spiritual energy to 100-fold with adjustable dimensions. The 9 Cauldrons of Fortune can suppress the fate of dynasties, serving as the cornerstone for vassal states to ascend to the status of a fated dynasty. The Testing Ladder consists of 999 tiers, capable of evaluating one's aptitude and root constitution. The Boundless Secret Realm contains illusory beasts. Conquering them allows one to harness their energy, After a thorough examination, Yi felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, nearly leaping from his feet. System, I am utterly enamored with you. Previously, he had pondered the system's intention in appointing him as emperor. Now, Yi finally grasped the purpose behind it. He had come across ancient texts indicating that dynasties could be classified into two categories. The first is comprised of smaller nations that gradually absorb their neighboring territories, evolving into empires. However, such entities can merely be deemed as vassal states, lacking the suppression of fate. They are susceptible to being devoured by others due to a single drought or plague, rendering their longevity implausible. The second category is the fated dynasty, a realm that grows stronger through the consolidation of fortune, while its expansion also entails the absorption of other nations and the bolstering of its economy. There is a crucial distinction. As long as the fortune persists, the dynasty shall not perish. Furthermore, due to the people's allegiance and the suppression of fate, such dynasties are inherently shielded from calamities like famine and epidemics. Regrettably, the current state of the continent does not permit the emergence of fated dynasties, primarily because of the prohibitions imposed by the sections. Chapter 21. The Devout Believer and the Foolish Poor. At this moment, Yi paid little heed to the sections. As long as he accomplished the transformation of the Fortune dynasty, he would embody the auspicious golden dragon of destiny, and his prowess would ascend to the pinnacle within the dynasty. At that point, no sect in the entire Qingyan prefecture would rival his current strength. However, he harbored some concerns regarding the manifestation of anomalies when condensing the golden dragon of destiny, for that would be the most perilous moment. Shaking his head, Yi realized he was indulging in overly distant thoughts. The most pressing matter at hand was how to incite rebellion the following day. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that Qing Liang would likely arrive at the imperial city by afternoon. When that time came, he would instruct the system to generate 12 ancient sages. With their presence, Yi would possess the confidence to rectify the court's affairs. After all, a new sovereign necessitates a fresh court. He would undoubtedly replace key positions with his own capable individuals. In this world, aside from those rewarded by the system, the only individuals Yi truly trusted were those from the Yi family. Upon reaching the gates of the royal residence, he lifted his gaze and observed a jubilant scene in the distance. Noticing Xiao Mei and her companions closely trailing behind him, Yi shook his head in resignation. With Zhao Jun, a formidable peak heavenly king, shadowing him, there was no real danger. Nevertheless, he permitted the four to accompany him. Suddenly, Yi turned to Xiao Mei and inquired, "Have you ventured into the outer city?" All four shook their heads in unison. "My lord, we have not been there." In Yi recollections, he too had never visited the outer city. Even during previous excursions, he had only traveled by carriage and had never witnessed the outer city's circumstances. Feeling a sudden impulse, Yi declared, "Let us go explore the outer city." He was about to fetch the carriage when he hastily called out to Xiao Lan, who was darting towards the backyard. "Wait, let us walk instead." However, as he glanced at his attire, he added to Xiao Mei, "Fetch a few sets of servants' clothing. We shall change before heading out." But your identity, my lord?" Xiao Mei protested. "Hurry now," Yi waved dismissively. Before long, all five were clad in simple garments. Although they appeared somewhat unadorned, their innate elegance could not be concealed. The inner city was vast, spanning approximately 20 million square meters. Yet the outer city was even larger, being 3 times its size. The group ambled along, pausing intermittently to savor the splendor of the inner city. However, upon arriving at the outer city, they were greeted by an entirely different scene. A towering wall separated the two realms. Soldiers guarded the city gates. Exiting was a simple matter, as the soldiers barely cast a glance. Yet entering proved to be quite challenging. Ordinary folk had to pay a fee for entry and were granted only a day's stay. Naturally, martial artists and cultivators enjoyed privileges. Those certified at the White Tiger Temple received a token granting them entry. This also serves to validate the identities of martial artists and cultivators. With this item in their possession, they can traverse the inner city without hindrance. Along the way, the 4 young women shared their observations and insights with Yi. In turn, Yi was exposed to another facet of the imperial city. The main thoroughfare of the outer city was remarkably pristine, with the shops lining the sides scarcely differing from those in the inner city. Yet behind these establishments lay dilapidated houses, each sheltering multiple families. The further they ventured inward, the more they encountered unsightly scenes of human waste scattered about. Yi and the 4 women navigated through numerous alleys and streets. Each sight they beheld continually challenging Yi worldview. Initially, he had thought that even if the outer city were impoverished, it could not be too dire, considering it was the imperial city. However, aside from the main road, one could witness beggars, robberies, brawls, and thefts. These occurrences transpired within mere hours. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Yution would have found it unimaginable that the outer city was in such a state. The inner city was adorned with festive lights and a jubilant atmosphere, while the outer city, apart from the lanterns flanking the main thoroughfare, bore no semblance of celebration. It was as if two worlds existed side by side. On this grand occasion, there was a stark absence of the festive spirit. At that moment, Xiaoju raised her hand and pointed into the distance. "Young master, look over there." Yution followed her gaze and his expression darkened further. Before him stood a temple, where a multitude of common folk were kneeling at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he found them all gaunt and malnourished. Yet their eyes radiated a profound devotion. Yution glanced at the tightly shut doors of the temple, then at the dozens of individuals kneeling before it. Approaching a middle-aged woman, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Madam, what are you all doing here?" Although his voice was soft, it drew the attention of all present, their expressions filled with caution and wariness. This bewildered Yution, yet he continued to look at the woman, awaiting her response. However, before she could answer, four soldiers approached from a distance. "Whose child are you? Do you not know they are praying?" "Praying?" Yution's confusion deepened. Noting the middle-aged woman's silence, he turned to the soldiers. "Isn't prayer supposed to take place within the temple? How can they pray here?" The soldiers burst into laughter at his naivety, as if they would actually go into the temple. Just kneeling here is already a feat. Yution's heart sank further upon hearing this. Although he was not yet the emperor, the soldiers' actions, funded by the imperial treasury, clearly elevated the temple's status. Nevertheless, in pursuit of understanding the underlying truths, Yution suppressed his anger and said, "We hail from afar and would appreciate any guidance you could offer." After exchanging a meaningful glance with Xiao Mei, she retrieved 10 taels of silver from her waist and presented it to him. The soldier's eyes brightened slightly, and after discreetly accepting the silver, his expression softened somewhat. "It's quite simple. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. These individuals are also wayward souls from distant lands, who have come here to pray and make wishes. However, the temple typically opens only in the evening, and in their earnestness, they have no choice but to kneel here." Yution furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why does it open only in the evening?" Those wealthy gentlemen. Who has the time to come during the day?" Upon hearing this, Yution was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for the information." He nodded to the four soldiers and turned his gaze towards the nearby common folk, his eyes devoid of compassion. Despite his inquiries being met with such clarity from the soldiers, they still maintained their pious demeanor. This was not ignorance, but rather a sign of having been brainwashed. Rendered foolish. With a quiet sigh, he addressed Xiao Mei and the others. "Let us depart." It truly resonated with the saying, if praying to the Buddha were effective, the poor would not even be able to enter the temple. As the four were about to leave, the soldier who had spoken earlier hurriedly called out to Yution. "Wait, one moment." Xiaoshu, her expression icy, asked, "Is there something else?" Chapter 22, The Emperor Takes Turns. This year it's my turn. The soldiers were not intimidated by the tone of Xiaoshu. Instead, they lecherously scrutinized Xiao Mei and her companions, their faces adorned with lewd grins. Having divulged so many questions, you ought to offer some recompense, don't you think?" Yution inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What do you mean?" Another soldier interjected. "Less chatter. Either fork over another 80 taels of silver, or leave those four behind." Upon hearing this, Yution was nearly driven to laughter by his indignation. Very well, very well. Mei Lan, Zhu, your subordinate is here." The four women bowed in unison. The soldiers exchanged glances, their pupils contracting in surprise. They had initially believed the group to be mere outsiders, but the truth was far from it. Yet before they could fully grasp the situation, Yution's icy voice pierced the air. "If they wish to keep you four, then let us vanquish all of you." "Yes." Before the four could plead for mercy, Xiao Mei and her companions had already unsheathed their swords, swiftly severing the soldiers' throats. How could these ordinary soldiers withstand the onslaught of those in the spiritual sea realm? Their bodies crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from their throats. Convulsing as life ebbed away, the throng of kneeling individuals nearby scarcely cast a glance at the unfolding carnage. Their eyes reflected nothing but fervent devotion, devoid of any other emotion. This left Yution feeling a deep sorrow. Their heartfelt devotion was akin to feeding a dog. It was lamentable that they sacrificed time, effort, and even family for the sake of a false deity. Simultaneously, Yi Tian felt a chilling fear. They were akin to a herd of soulless beings. If a monk were to appear at that moment and proclaim, "Slay your kin, and you shall be favored by my Buddha," they might not hesitate to take up arms against their own family. Let us depart. The day's harrowing events only solidified Yi Tian's resolve to overthrow this nation. Here, in Baihu City, the imperial capital of the Deqian kingdom, such atrocities could still transpire. Was it due to Emperor Li Jiuxiao's negligence? Or perhaps the officials below him were deceiving him? Or was it that the might of Baihu Temple had rendered Li Jiuxiao incapable of governing Deqian? Regardless of the reason, none of these scenarios were what Yi Tian wished to witness. If the Li family could not accomplish this task, then it would be the Yi family that would take up the mantle. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. This year, it's my family's turn. The Li family had grown too complacent, showing little regard for the suffering of the populace. Such a ruler would inevitably be overthrown, rather than allow another to benefit. It was better for oneself to seize power. In silence, Yi Tian returned to the royal residence and retreated to his chamber, summoning the system panel. He began issuing commands to the Moonshadow Guards dispersed throughout Deqian. If Baihu Temple preferred to lock its doors during the day, then let them remain shut. With nearly 36 cities and countless towns in Deqian, and armed with over 10,000 Moonshadow Guards whose strength far surpassed that of Baihu Temple, Yi Tian was resolute in his belief that their destruction was within reach. As for those devout believers, with the White Tiger Temple annihilated, what purpose do they serve? Yi Tian possessed no inclination to expend effort on enlightening those who had been brainwashed. When evening descended, Cheng Liang arrived at the Wang residence. He did not conceal himself with the ethereal arts, prompting Yi Tian to arrange accommodations for him. That night, the elder summoned Yi Tian to the study. Simultaneously, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui arrived in succession. In preparation for the impending rebellion, the three generations of the Yi family engaged in earnest discourse. Ultimately, after Yi Tian summoned 12 ancient sages and Zhao Jun, a peak celestial king, the four were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, throughout that night, the trio of Yi Shaodian remained restless. At dawn the following day, before the sun had fully risen, Yi Tian was stirred from slumber by the sound of chanting outside. Irritated, he called into the air, "Zhao Jun, what is the situation outside?" With a swish, the space rippled, and Zhao Jun emerged. "Young master." Outside there is a congregation of monks chanting, proceeding from the southern gate towards the imperial palace. Yi Tian sat up abruptly, recalling that in the previous 13 years, the White Tiger Temple had never engaged in such activities. Even during the annual national celebration, only a couple of monks would appear. Why then? Was this year marked by such ostentation? Pondering that the White Tiger Temple boasted merely 3 cultivators of the spirit refinement realm, he dismissed his concerns. "Very well, you may withdraw." As Zhao Jun complied, Yi Tian sensed that Xiao Mei and the others had arrived at the door. He called out, "Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, come in." "Yes, young master." Indulging in the ministrations of the 4 young maidens as they attended to his grooming, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. On this day each year, the imperial palace hosted grand banquets, inviting both civil and military officials along with their descendants to partake. Such gatherings not only showcased the talents of the younger generation but also garnered the emperor's favor. In previous years, Yi Tian had merely seated himself with the children, drawn by the allure of sweets and camaraderie. This year, however, he intended to remain by his grandfather's side. Just as he donned his attire, he overheard Yi Wudi calling out impatiently outside, "Tianer, have you risen yet?" "I'm coming." Upon stepping outside, Yi Tian noted the slight redness in his father's eyes. "Father, have you not slept all night?" Yi Wudi shot back, "What do you mean? Do you not know what day it is?" "Hurry up." Yi Tian flashed a grin. "Relax. Everything is prepared." In truth, he had awaited this day for 2 months. Upon reaching the entrance of the Wang residence, 3 carriages awaited them, each drawn by a single unicorn. Yi Tian smirked. With his grandfather being the sole foreign monarch of Deqian, such treatment was expected, further solidifying his resolve to rebel. Yi Wudi inquired, "Shall we ride together?" "No, I shall ride with grandfather." Yi Wudi found himself at a loss for words. The one who aspired to overthrow and ascend as emperor was but a mere child. Alas, he indeed appeared to be nothing more than a young boy. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that there was no turning back now. The Yi family could only forge ahead down this perilous path. Although it seemed that the Yi family was basking in glory within the grand realm of Deqian, it was only a matter of time before Li Wuji, upon breaking through to the spirit consolidation realm, would seek to reclaim the Yi family's military authority. After all, throughout the years, The Yi family had contributed not a single inch of territory to Deqian. In fact, due to his wife's influence, Yi Wudi had never once taken the initiative to attack while stationed at the borders. All his actions were mere responses to the incursions from the Liuhua kingdom. The royal family, particularly the Li clan, had long harbored dissatisfaction with their conduct. Yet, given the current scarcity of capable generals in Deqian, abolishing the Yi family would leave the borders vulnerable. At the palace entrance, over 100 carriages were already stationed, and fortunately, the presence of the drivers prevented any chaos from ensuing. When Yi Xiaodian, accompanied by his 2 sons and a grandson, arrived at the palace, all eyes turned toward them. Among the military leaders, several generals approached to offer their greetings, while within the ranks of the civil officials, some attempted to make their way over. However, the foremost figure, the current left chancellor Lu Shuwen, remained silent, and few dared to step away from his circle. Chapter 23. A Feast Without Joy. The disturbance of Zhu Ming Yutian observed everything keenly. When the hour of Qin arrived, the palace gates swung open, allowing the civil and military officials to proceed to the Qianqin Hall. They were to convene a court meeting with the emperor, and only after its conclusion would the grand banquet commence. As for Yutian and his peers or family members, they were relegated to lingering at the palace entrance, either playing or waiting. Yutian noticed several familiar faces among his former companions. However, he was not in the mood for merriment. Suddenly recalling the chanting heard that morning, he silently commanded Zhao Jun, "Infiltrate and ensure the safety of my father and others." Understood. In the court hall, officials stood on either side, awaiting the emperor's arrival. Yet, as time passed, the previously lively conversations among them began to wane, replaced by an unsettling awareness. Typically, court sessions commenced precisely at the quarter hour of Qin, yet today, that moment had long since passed. Those present, all adept in their crafts, possessed a keen sense of time. What was amiss? Why had the emperor not yet arrived? Even after 2/4 of an hour, could something have delayed him? What day is it today? Is there anything more pressing than a celebration? The hall grew increasingly noisy in that moment. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui halted their discussions with other generals. After exchanging a glance, they stood resolutely behind Yi Xiaodian, observing their surroundings. Just then, a voice with a rather grating tone announced, "The emperor has arrived." In an instant, the great hall fell silent, and a significant portion of the assembly knelt in reverence. Only a select few, including Yi Xiaodian and Yi Wudi, were granted the privilege of remaining standing. Long live our emperor. After a brief interval, a calm voice emanated from the dragon throne. "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." The assembly rose and lifted their gazes, only to find their pupils constrict in surprise. For beside the dragon throne, there was another throne, occupied by the abbot of the White Tiger Temple, Master Zhu Ming. He was also referred to as the Buddha of Zhu Ming among the common folk. Curiously, the abbot, who typically engaged in chanting and meditation, was present today. Nevertheless, the crowd quickly averted their eyes. At that moment, the emperor spoke. "Today marks the grand celebration of our Deqian's national festival, a time for universal rejoicing." A palpable tension gripped the assembly, for whenever Emperor Li Jiuxiao proclaimed such words, foreboding events often followed. As anticipated, the emperor continued, "However, the Yi family, General Yi, Marshal, Prince Yi, do you not owe me an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaodian and his father felt their hearts race. This was dire. Had the emperor somehow foreseen their insurrection? However, this does not seem right. We have all been plotting in secrecy and with Tian heir subordinates, masters of the heavenly king realm, surveying the surroundings. It is simply impossible. The brothers Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui were still lost in their conjectures. Yet Yi Xiaodian maintained a calm demeanor, for he held unwavering faith in his grandson. After slightly inclining his body, Yi Xiaodian inquired with a perplexed expression, "Your Majesty, may I ask what wrong my Yi family has committed?" At that moment, the abbot Zhu Ming, seated beside Li Jiuxiao, let out a cold snort. This mere sound caused several faces to turn pale, especially Yi Xiaodian, whose complexion grew ashen. He bore greater wounds, for he was merely at the 2nd level of the Void Realm, while Zhu Ming had already attained the 6th level of the Concentration Realm. Sensing their father's distress, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui hurriedly moved to support him. "Father." The brothers exchanged worried glances, their expressions darkening as they looked towards the high platform. Meanwhile, the expression of Emperor Li Jiuxiao was equally grim. "Prince Yi, Marshal Yi, your esteemed son and grandson perpetrated a heinous act yesterday outside the city, slaying 4 soldiers at the entrance of the White Tiger Temple. Were you unaware?" Upon hearing this, the assembled ministers finally grasped the situation. It was indeed the trouble caused by Yi Tian from the royal residence, and now the abbot had come seeking accountability. However, many were perplexed. Even if this deed was committed by Yi Tian, it should not have escalated to this extent. After all, it was merely 4 soldiers. Not to mention that, as a prince, the Yi family could easily brush aside such incidents, and even many ministers among them would face no repercussions for the slaying of a few soldiers. Yet today, during this grand ceremony of the Qin kingdom, not only had the prince's dignity been trampled, but there was also a deliberate suppression of the Yi family's standing. This led the officials to sense that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Let us not forget that Yi Wuyan of the Yi family was the empress of Emperor Li Jiuxiao, even if she was not the empress. She held the title of noble consort. Everyone watched the 3 generations of the Yi family with an air of spectatorship. No one dared to speak up. Not even the 2 generals who usually had good relations with the Yi family, now bowing their heads in silence. Yi Shaodian pushed away the support of Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui straightened his back and raised his head, declaring, "Your Majesty, this old minister was unaware of the situation. Furthermore, even if it were indeed the actions of my grandson, there must be extenuating circumstances. He could have referred to himself as this king, for he was indeed of noble rank." However, sensing the gravity of the situation today and the impossibility of a peaceful resolution, Yi Shaodian deliberately referred to himself as this old minister, implying that this would be his final moment as a servant of the Deqian. Without waiting for Li Jiuxiao to respond, Master Zhu Ming hastily reprimanded, "Impudent! You dare to commit murder at my White Tiger Temple, and you still dare to quibble?" Li Jiuxiao cast a sidelong glance at the abbot Zhu Ming. While others were oblivious to the underlying intricacies, he was fully aware. In truth, Zhu Ming had come here today solely to provoke, driven by the desire for the platinum treasure held by Yi Tian. The currency employed throughout the vast realm of Deqian is silver. Indeed, the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture operates on this very metal. Why, then, is gold not utilized? Is it due to gold's inferior purchasing power, or perhaps a lack of capability to mine for it? Neither is the case. The true reason lies in the fact that the rights to gold extraction are wholly monopolized by certain sects, resulting in an absence of gold circulating within the markets of Qingyun Prefecture. The Baihu Temple holds dominion over all gold mining rights in Deqian. Yet this insatiable greed remains unquenched. Bai Jinhang possesses formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the concentration realm, a fact that Zhu Ming has ascertained, rendering him reluctant to provoke such a figure. However, upon discovering Bai Jinhang's connection to Yi Tian, he devised alternative strategies. Initially, these plans were yet to be set in motion, but unexpectedly, Yi Tian presented an opportunity unbidden. This serves as the primary reason for Zhu Ming's early visit to the imperial palace. As for Bai Jinhang's formidable strength, he may not possess the ability to confront him directly, yet it is essential to recognize that many matters in this world are not resolved through sheer force. By securing the land deed and gaining favor with Bai Jinhang, he would align himself with righteousness, rendering him impervious to any potential aggression from the peak practitioner, particularly with the backing of other sects lurking in the shadows of Baihu Temple. Chapter 24. The plan unfolds. The corrupted Li Jiuxiao, although Yi Shaodian had not anticipated this turn of events, he was acutely aware that Abbot Zhu Ming had ulterior motives in visiting today. What chilled him further was that Li Jiuxiao, far from defending him as a founding hero, was instead aiding outsiders in their attacks against him. This betrayal extinguished the flicker of compassion that had briefly lingered in Yi Shaoyan's heart. "Since the abbot insists it was my grandson's doing, might I inquire how this matter should be resolved?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile crept upon Zhu Ming's lips at this remark. "Our Buddha is merciful. Given that the Yi family acknowledges their error, I kindly request that the land deed of Bai Jinhang be surrendered to my Baihu Temple. Such tainted grounds have no rightful place within the imperial city." The assembled ministers, having finally grasped the gravity of the situation, were astounded. They had heard tales of Baihu Temple's audacity, yet witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. To demand the property of another when 4 lives had been taken right at their doorstep was unparalleled audacity. It was outrageous. Although the Baihu Temple in the outer city was but a branch, it nonetheless had its own abbot. Everyone knew that Bai Jinhang's thriving business was due to the frequent auctions held there, featuring spiritual treasures and elixirs. But could Baihu Temple manage such affairs? Even if Bai Jinhang were to hand over his business, would they be capable of operating it effectively? The ministers turned their gaze toward Li Jiuxiao, fully aware of the Yi family's stature. A single word of support from him could simplify the situation immensely. Yet, Li Jiuxi remained silent, actively aligning himself with Baihu Temple against the Yi family. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui, too, felt a deep sense of discontent, their expressions growing increasingly frigid. Yu Xiaodian offered a wry smile. If the abbot desires this so fervently, why not allow my grandson to enter? At this, the abbot's gaze shifted toward Li Jiuxiao. The emperor, displaying a distinct lack of resolve, merely nodded toward a nearby eunuch. Announce, Yu Tian may enter the palace. Simultaneously, Yu Tian received word from Zhao Jun regarding the unfolding events within the court. He accessed the system panel and commanded the deployment of 100,000 black armored troops to the 4 city gates of Baihu City, instructing 1,000 Peak Yukong Realm Moonshadow Guards to eradicate the entirety of Baihu Temple within the Great Qian Realm, and 100 Peak Ningxin Realm Moonshadow Guards to cleanse the Imperial Guard in the palace. After issuing these commands, a eunuch approached Yu Tian, beckoning him. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace. Very well, Yi Tian nodded, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, amidst the murmurs and pointed fingers of the ministers' families. He followed the small eunuch toward the court. Why is Yu Tian being summoned? He holds no official title. The others noted that the Yi family were hereditary nobles, thus, it was only fitting that they be granted access. However, the tone of that young eunuch seemed far from reassuring. Yi Tian chose to disregard the murmurs of the crowd behind him and focused instead on the system panel. The Great Qian Empire was comprised of 36 cities, 108 counties, and 960 towns, each housing a branch of the White Tiger Temple. As early as yesterday, Yu Tian had issued commands to the Moonshadow Guards, and by this morning, 10,000 of them had already reached the vicinity of each branch. Upon receiving Yu Tian's orders, they swiftly advanced in groups of 10, storming into the White Tiger Temple branches. Simultaneously, at the 4 main gates of White Tiger City, over 20,000 black-armored soldiers materialized at each entrance. Before the soldiers stationed at the gates could report the breach, the formidable force had already infiltrated the city. At this point, Yi Tian felt a sense of certainty wash over him. The nearest military camp to White Tiger City was located 30 kilometers away, housing 300,000 cavalry. Yet, even if those cavalry received word of the situation, they would find it impossible to breach the city, now firmly held by the 100,000 black-armored soldiers. As Yi Tian entered the Qianxin Hall, all the ministers turned their gaze towards him, revealing a mix of curiosity, schadenfreude, pity, and predominantly, a sense of anticipation. Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Jiaxiao's eyes narrowed upon seeing Yi Tian. He recognized the significant advancement in Yi Tian's cultivation. Recalling their meeting 6 months prior when Yu Tian was merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. However, in this brief span, Yu Tian had ascended an entire realm. Before Li Jiuxiao could utter a word, an elderly eunuch interjected, Bold, why do you not kneel before His Majesty? Yu Tian glanced up momentarily before redirecting his gaze to Li Jiuxiao. Uncle, do you wish to strip the Yi family's titles? The room fell silent. All present were taken aback by Yu Tian's audacity. Li Jiuxiao furrowed his brow and rebuked, Yu Tian, this is the court, not your family as courtyard. Here, you should address me as your majesty. Furthermore, why do you not kneel before me? Yi Tian merely smiled lightly and turned to the abbot. Is it you who desires my platinum seal? At this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances towards the young eunuch. The eunuch nearly lost his composure, hastily waving his hands. And no, it was Timi. I never said that. The abbot, however, paid no heed to the interruption and quietly intoned, Amitabha, Yi Tian, you have committed murder at the gates of my White Tiger Temple, clearly showing disdain for our institution. As a punishment, I demand your platinum seal. What objection could there be? The entire assembly of civil and military officials fell into a hushed silence, too intimidated to interject. In their hearts, they had already condemned Yu Tian, for he had not only offended the White Tiger Temple but had also incurred the displeasure of the emperor. Yu Tian clapped his hands, exclaiming, Excellent. In that case, I have taken a liking to your White Tiger Mountain. How would you like to relinquish it to me? Bold. Outrageous. Both Li Jiuxiao and the abbot slammed their palms against the dragon throne, rising in fury. Their ominous presence pressed towards Yi Tian, but before it could reach him, it dissipated into nothingness. Bold? Outrageous? Humph. Yi Tian let out a cold snort. Li Jiuxiao, you are utterly unworthy of occupying that position. A sovereign of the realm. Yet you live like a dog in squalor. If you cannot fulfill your duties, then step down and let someone capable take your place. With this declaration, an astonished silence enveloped the grand hall, as all eyes turned to Yi Tian, gazing at him as if he were a specter. Even the members of the Yi family were struck with disbelief. Though they had prepared for rebellion, they pondered the absence of soldiers, the lack of support. Was it truly wise to speak so boldly when one stands alone? Li Jiaosha trembled with rage. The throne of the Li family had relied heavily on the support of the White Tiger Temple to maintain its position. Though the actions of the temple in recent years had indeed crossed certain boundaries, what recourse did he possess? In a world where might reigns supreme, one without strength is destined to suffer humiliation. Yet, such words ought not to be spoken by a mere subject, especially one who has not yet inherited a title nor undergone the rites of nobility, but remains a commoner. Outrageous. Seize this insolent child and execute him. Commanded Li Jiaosha, strip the Yi family of their titles, revoke their powers, and expel them from Deqian. Chapter 25. The Sudden Upheaval in the Imperial City. The throne changes hands. Abbot Zhu Ming, who had been seated quietly observing the spectacle, felt a growing unease as he noticed Yi Tian's unwavering confidence. It seemed that a formidable ally had taken residence beside him. Contemplating this, the abbot discreetly crushed a jade tablet in his grasp. Yi Tian's gaze was imbued with murderous intent. Had he not been adequately prepared, and had he not possessed the system at his disposal, would his family, the Yi clan, face this grim fate simply for incurring the emperor's displeasure? As these thoughts coursed through him, his resolve to kill intensified, and he spoke into the air. If they wish to take my life, then the Li family has no reason to exist. Dispose of that bald monk and cripple Li Jiaosha. As soon as Yi Tian's words echoed, Abbot Zhu Ming sensed impending doom and hurriedly retrieved 2 jade tablets from his storage ring. Each could withstand a strike from an initial stage heavenly king. He was confident that if he could endure until reinforcements arrived, he would be able to vanquish Yi Tian's companion and uncover his secrets. However, in the next moment, a thunderous crash reverberated through the chamber. The abbot, filled with dread, glanced at the jade tablets in his hands, only to witness a young man suddenly appear before him. With a single punch, both tablets shattered effortlessly. The force of the blow propelled him backward, shattering his dragon throne and sending him crashing into the wall at the rear of the hall. Interesting, Zhao Jun remarked, slightly surprised. Although he had only exerted 30% of his strength, he had not killed his opponent. Upon seeing the broken jade tablets, realization dawned on him. Nevertheless, now that Yi Tian had issued his command, he would see it through. Stepping forward, Zhao Jun appeared beside Abbot Zhu Ming and pointed a finger at the latter's forehead. The abbot had no time to react before he met his demise. Both his soul and true spirit were extinguished under Zhao Jun's fingertip, his eyes still wide with terror. Meanwhile, as Li Jiaosha witnessed Zhao Jun slay the abbot, he was overwhelmed with shock and hastily crushed a jade tablet of his own. Yet, Zhao Jun's movements were astoundingly swift. Just as Li Jiaosha activated the tablet, he realized Zhao Jun was already gazing in his direction. Was all he managed to utter before a searing pain pierced his abdomen, swiftly followed by the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Li Jiaoshao's expression morphed into one of bitter resentment. He dared not meet Zhao Jun's eyes, although he was unaware of Zhao Jun's true power. He sensed an aura emanating from him that was unique to the royal Bainyao Guard. This indicated that Zhao Jun was, in fact, a concealed assassin. The events unfolded with such rapidity that it took a moment for everyone to regain their composure after Zhao Jun vanished. All eyes turned to Yi Tian, merely a 13-year-old child standing in the grand hall. Yet before they could fully absorb the shock, a sudden cacophony of combat erupted from outside. The crowd hurriedly pivoted to glance toward the entrance. A leader, exuding an aura of power at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, rushed towards the gate, shouting, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a black, curved blade swiftly sliced through his throat. In the next moment, 100 masked figures, clad in a striking combination of black and red and wielding dual blades, converged behind Yi Tian, reporting to the young master. All combatants within the palace have been eliminated. Yi Tian pointed at the stunned old eunuch and commanded, "Take him out and execute him by 1,000 cuts." Yes. In an instant, before the old eunuch could utter a sound, he vanished from sight. Yi Tian spoke nonchalantly, "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with my actions?" Li Jiaosha coughed up blood once more, his gaze towards Yi Tian shifting to one of trepidation, yet he soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha. Your Yi family has indeed harbored rebellious intentions all along. Haven to you?" Many ministers were too frightened to speak, except for the 15 who were closely tied to the Li family, who stepped forward. The left Prime Minister, Lu Shuwen, boldly advanced and scolded Yi Tian. "You, young Yi Tian, the emperor has treated your family with kindness, yet you seek to rebel. And you, Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wudi Yi Wuhui, the grand emperor and the current emperor hath Hearing Lu Shuwen prepare to unleash his vitriol, Yu Tian hastily retorted, "Enough." He was well aware of the intentions of these 15 men. They had deeply entwined themselves with the royal Li family, and should Yu Tian succeed in his rebellion, they would undoubtedly face retribution. Lu Shuwen was aware of this, as was everyone else, but Yi Tian did not wish to allow him to continue. How much has our Yi family contributed to the Great Qian? Is it not apparent to you, Left Prime Minister? Very well. Are you merely afraid that my rebellion will succeed and lead to your annihilation? Pointing at the assembled, he declared, You, and you, since you have all stepped forward, I shall grant your wishes. Moon Shadow Guard, eliminate them all. Yes. In the following moment, Lu Shuwen and the other 14 civil and military officials were all slain on the spot. Yu Tian then turned his gaze towards the silent Li Jiushao, asking, Uncle, are you waiting for the Grand Emperor or for reinforcements from that bald monk? Li Jiushao, taken aback, lifted his head, his expression shifting dramatically. He realized he could not rely on the Grand Emperor Li Wuji, who was merely attempting to break through from the Void Realm to the Spirit-Gathering Realm. With over 100 formidable warriors under Yu Tian's command, all at the peak of the Spirit-Gathering Realm, even his father would be walking to his doom. His hopes rested on the backing of the White Tiger Temple, the Tai sect, which boasted 5 powerful experts at the Heavenly King level. Had they possessed any Heavenly Emperor-level warriors, they might have long since ascended to an 8-star sect. Seeing Yu Tian's unyielding confidence, Li Jiushao began to feel a surge of anxiety and fear. What do you intend to do? It is of no consequence, indeed. A formidable expert of the Heavenly King realm has arrived from outside the city. Yet, Yi Tian paused, gesturing with his hand. In the next moment, the corpse of an elderly man clad in splendid attire was casually cast to the ground by Zhao Jun. Your reinforcements shall not arrive. Oh, by the way, ignoring the paralyzed Li Jiushao, Yu Tian continued, your Imperial Guards should have perished by now, and that so-called organization is no more. Furthermore, the White Tiger Temple of the Great Qian has been utterly annihilated. Additionally, your esteemed father has also been rendered powerless. Upon hearing this, Li Jiushao spat out another mouthful of blood, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. So, the Yi family indeed harbors treasonous intentions. Ha. I should have anticipated this. I should have foreseen it. However, Yu Xiaotian, Yi Wu Di, and Yi Wu Hui found themselves troubled. Were it not for Yu Tian, they would never have entertained thoughts of rebellion. Their hearts were solely devoted to the entirety of Great Qian. Yet, the royal Li family relentlessly forced the Yi family into a corner, with their eldest son Yi Wu Shuang being slain, the fates of 2 daughters-in-law hanging in the balance, and the countless assassination attempts Yi Tian faced over the past year. Was there any occurrence without the shadow of the Li family? Minister Wang Yulong? Merely a third-rank civil servant, how could he possess the strength to cultivate shadowy guards on par with those of the Yi family? Previously, on Yi Tian's journey to Baijin Han, he too was beset by assassins dispatched by the Li family. In all of Great Qian, only the royal Li family possessed such capability. Chapter 26, Elimination of Rivals, signing in at the Golden Throne Hall at this juncture. Yu Tian had effectively seized control of the entire imperial city. He paid no heed to the prostrate Li Jiushao, instead ascending the imperial platform step by step. The assembly of ministers below could only bear witness to this scene in stunned silence, none daring to voice their objections. Even the foremost trio of Yu Xiaotian and his sons remained silent, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they observed the unfolding events. As Yi Tian reached the 7th tier of the platform and stood beside Li Jiushao, he spoke with an air of superiority. Your era has come to an end. His gaze fell upon the shattered dragon throne, as narrowing slightly. With a flourish of his hand, a new chair materialized beside him. At that moment, a soldier clad in black armor and a member of the Moon Shadow Guard draped in black and red robes entered. Greetings, young master. Baihu City has been secured. Greetings, young master. The Baihu Temple has been eradicated nationwide. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, disbelief etched across their faces as they regarded Yi Tian atop the high platform. At that instant, if one were to proclaim that the Yi family harbored no intentions of rebellion, it would be met with incredulity. The Baihu Temple, scattered across numerous cities and villages throughout the realm, had been entirely dismantled in less than the time it takes to burn a single incense stick, indicating that the Yi family had long been prepared for this upheaval. Moreover, the commanding presence of the black-armored general suggested he had undoubtedly attained the realm of Sky Sovereign. Yet, such a formidable figure was merely a general within an army, and to control the entire imperial city with such stealth implied a force of no fewer than 40,000 troops. In that moment, The gazes directed at Yi Tian were transformed. Yi Tian cast a calm glance at the ministers below before shifting his focus to Li Jioming, the elder brother of the emperor, Li Jiuxiao. Despite holding a princely title, he had shrunk back, lacking the courage to speak. Upon sensing Yi Tian's scrutiny, he fell to his knees, clinging to Yi Wudi's leg and weeping, "Marshal Yi, I beseech you, grant me my life." The deposed Li Jiuxiu seethed, "Scoundrel. Li Jioming, have you no dignity as a prince? If the Yi family dares to rebel, do you believe they would spare you?" Yi Tian observed his father's expression, devoid of any hint of compassion. This realization fortified his resolve as he addressed Li Jiuxiao, "Uncle, issue the order for Li Qian to surrender. Surely, you do not wish for the annihilation of all 300,000 cavalry?" Li Jiuxiao managed a bitter laugh. "Huh, you have already rebelled. My Li family is destined for extermination. What have I to fear? How many soldiers do you possess to withstand 300,000 iron cavalry?" Li Jiuxiao understood all too well that the Li family's legacy was irreparably shattered. Yi Tian would not show them mercy, and he would likely annihilate the Li clan down to the 9th generation. If he were in Li Jiuxiao's position, he would do the same. You will indeed face death. But do you not wish for your family line to continue? Most members of the Li family would not escape Yi Tian's wrath. However, one individual warranted his consideration: the 6-year-old 9th prince, Li Wanhan, the son of Yi Wuyan. Li Jiuxiao suddenly looked up at Yi Tian, noting his calm demeanor. Yet fleeting thoughts of Yi Wuyan and his least favored 7th prince crossed his mind. He managed a bitter smile, realizing that the Li bloodline could only endure through the very prince he least cherished. "Very well, I shall issue the order for Li Qian to return," he declared. At that moment, Yi Shaodian interjected, "Tian, I wish to spare them, father and son." Before Yi Tian could respond, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui exchanged bewildered glances. "Father, what do you mean?" With a complex gaze, Yi Shaodian replied, "They are already rendered useless. Let them live out their remaining days in peace." If Yi Tian's rebellion stemmed from the system, then Yi Shaodian's agreement was born from hatred. The deaths of his son, wife, and 2 daughters-in-law were inextricably linked to the Li family, which had even attempted to assassinate Yi Tian over 100 times in the past year. Yet, some of Yi Tian's words from last night unveiled a different prospect for the dynasty. As a seasoned general, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. His desire to protect Li Jiuxiao and Li Wujing was simply to demonstrate that the actions of the Yi family were justified. He harbored no concern about 2 incapacitated individuals posing a threat to Yi Tian's ambitions. Originally intending to retire, he now found solace in witnessing his grandson ascend the throne, leaving him with no regrets. Yi Tian nodded and instructed the Moonshadow Guard and the Black Armored Commander, upon receiving the 30,000 cavalry, eliminate all armed forces in the surrounding 4 cities. He glanced at the 15 ministers who had perished and continued, "As for their families, let them join their loved ones." Yes, the 2 complied. At that moment, 13 individuals entered from outside the hall. These 13 were ancient sages, registered with the system. Upon their arrival, an aura of pressure enveloped the room, not merely from their strength, but from the undeniable presence that signified their superiority. Subject, Cheng Liang. Subject, Wang Lin. Subject, Zhang Wufeng. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. May your Majesty reign eternally. The crowd was taken aback. Even Yu Shaodian and his sons flinched at the abruptness. Was it so hasty? They had not yet ascended the throne and were already being addressed as your Majesty? Yet Yi Tian remained unfazed and commanded, "Cheng Liang, Wang Lin, Zhang Wufeng, you 13 shall assume their positions. The celebration shall proceed." "Yes, your Majesty." The assembly fell silent, unaware of the multitude who had perished outside the palace. Within the palace walls alone, thousands had undoubtedly lost their lives. In light of this, how could Yi Tian still intend to ascend the throne? Was there no consideration for a more auspicious day? This seemed excessively urgent, perhaps even reckless. Before Yi Tian altered his official position, Wang Lin directly assumed the role of Minister of Rites, beginning to issue commands to the Moonshadow Guard. Yi Tian, seated on a high platform, engaged in a mental communion with the system to check in. "System, today marks my ascension to the throne. Grant me some splendid rewards." Ding. Daily check-in incomplete. Would the host like to check in now? Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a royal city, a royal court, a 9-dragon carriage, 100,000 Moonshadow Guards, 100 alchemists, 100 blacksmiths, 100 formation masters, 5,000 pieces of earth treasures, 5,000 spiritual herbs, 1 superior spiritual vein, 10 medium spiritual veins, and 100 inferior spiritual veins. A plethora of rewards dazzled Yi Tian's eyes. Upon inspecting the royal city, a piece of information was revealed. Elementary royal city. Spiritual energy is doubled. Loyalty index elevated, intelligence enhanced, blessings conferred, adaptable in size, capable of improvement and fusion. Elementary royal court. Spiritual energy is tenfold, capable of improvement and fusion. Though the description was rather succinct, Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. Despite the name change from royal city to royal city suggesting a demotion in rank. This was the system's evaluation. Previously, the Great Qian's White Tiger City was barely even considered a royal city. As for the functions associated with the royal city and royal court, they appeared limited, yet they sufficed for the present moment. Chapter 27. Ascension to the Throne. Activation of the physique. In addition, there was a 9-dragon chariot, not composed of actual dragons, but rather 9 formidable dragon spirits at the pinnacle of their cultivation. As for the 100,000 Moonshadow Guards, 90,000 had reached the realm of sky sovereignty, while the remaining 10,000 were distributed among the 1st to the 9th levels of spirit concentration. What delighted Yi Tian even more were the additional 300 individuals. Whether alchemists or blacksmiths, such a gathering was unprecedented in Deqian, and indeed, exceedingly rare throughout the entire Qingyan prefecture. The presence of array masters was even more scarce, to the extent that none could be found in Qingyan prefecture. After all, these individuals were treasures coveted by every nation. And Yi Tian had not anticipated that the system would bestow upon him 300 of them. As for earth treasures and spirit herbs, Yi Tian had a considerable stock in his system space. However, the reward of spiritual veins made his eyes gleam with excitement. Deqian originally possessed 2 inferior spiritual veins, yet they had been extensively mined by the Qifeng nation. After Deqian took over, there remained but a scant few spirit stones within those veins, and years of extraction had nearly depleted them. This was the reason for Yi Tian's elation upon observing the system's rewards. The system proceeded to merge the royal city with the royal court. Ding! Merging in progress. Please wait. In the next moment, the entire White Tiger City began to tremble, with the Qianqing Hall shaking even more violently. Disaster! It was an earth dragon turning over. Just as someone was about to shout run, they noticed that Yi Tian atop the platform remained utterly unmoved, which silenced the ministers. Yi Tian then spoke calmly. There is no need for concern. The royal city is undergoing a transformation. Royal city? The ministers were perplexed. White Tiger City was clearly the imperial city when had it transformed into a royal city. However, Yi Tian did not provide further explanation, for he could sense the palace itself beginning to change. In the next instant, the entire Qianqing Hall appeared to ripple as if a wave had passed through, and the grand hall began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. The first sensation that struck everyone was the intensification of spiritual energy, with many feeling subtle signs of impending breakthroughs. The once ordinary wooden doors transformed into doors of purple gold and ironwood. The wooden pillars morphed into golden dragon columns. The previously mundane golden brick floor evolved into deep-sea source gold. The wooden imperial dais became a golden staircase. The wooden screens transformed into 7 translucent golden barriers, and the white jade steps were replaced by steps of celestial spirit jade. At that moment, the chair Yi Tian had been seated upon metamorphosed into a genuine dragon throne, upon which lay 3 items: a grand seal, a treasured sword, and a set of battle armor. These were the imperial weapons Yi Tian had signed for earlier, which had remained inactive until now. To his astonishment, they had finally been activated. Rising to his feet, Yi Tian waved his hand, and the imperial battle armor clad him instantly, transforming into a resplendent black and gold dragon robe. The innate imperial sword appeared at his waist in that very instant. With one hand holding the imperial seal and the other resting upon the imperial sword, Yi Tian's countenance imprinted itself indelibly upon the hearts of all present. Like ancient emperors in their youth, surveying the world with an air of dominance, the 13 individuals led by Cheng Liang knelt first, proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to your majesty, may you reign eternally." In that moment, the others also knelt in unison, as if a voice within their minds compelled them to submit. Yi Xiaotian and his 2 companions suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, but quickly regained their composure. In the grand hall, only the 3 of them remained unaffected, standing tall without bowing. Yi Tian gazed at the golden dragon head above, then glanced at the officials kneeling before him, finally understanding why so many coveted such a position. "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Despite his diminutive stature, Yi Tian, seated upon the dragon throne, could still look down upon the assembly. Today was meant to be a day of national celebration. Yet the previous dynasty turned a blind eye to the suffering of the people and aided the tyrants of the White Tiger Temple. As I ascend the throne today, I shall act for the people and the nation, sweeping across the realms. The nation shall henceforth be named Lingxiao, with the White Tiger City transformed into Chang'an City, abandoning the feudal system in favor of a county system. Nobility shall no longer be hereditary. Yi Tian articulated a series of national policies, envisioning the transformation of the princely states into a dynasty of fortune. For the ministers, this bore both promise and peril. The advantages included sharing in the fortune and enhancing their power, alongside substantial increases in their stipends. Conversely, it weakened their authority, with Yutian candidly stating that all would be monitored by the Moon Shadow Guards. Simultaneously, Yutian unveiled the spirit-gathering array, the Treasury Pavilion, the Xianwang Tower, and the Tungwang Pavilion Academy from his system space. Previously, Deqian had similar establishments, but the collections were not as comprehensive. Now, merged with the Treasury Pavilion, they became grander and more magnificent. The Tungwang Pavilion Academy was directly established atop White Tiger Mountain, where the former White Tiger Temple had been obliterated by the Moonshadow Guards, leaving no treasures or resources untouched. The Xianwang Tower was also placed within the Tungwang Pavilion Academy to serve as a training ground for scholars. The testing ladder was situated beneath the academy. To gain entry, one must conquer over 500 steps. Lastly, the Wujum Secret Realm was positioned in the Royal Garden. As for the 9 tripods of fortune, Yutian refrained from hastily revealing them. The current Lingxiao Kingdom spanned merely 700,000 square kilometers. Hastening the elevation of the dynasty would not be prudent. However, Yitian could activate his system. System, activate the Chaos Dao body. Ding. Activation successful. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. The city of Chang'an, still recovering from recent astonishment, witnessed an awe-inspiring spectacle in the sky. Initially, a scene of a dragon and phoenix resonating together emerged, as if they danced in the celestial expanse. The following moment revealed a breathtaking panorama of splendid mountains and rivers, showcasing the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. Immediately, the chaotic azure lotus manifested in the sky. Once again, myriad esteemed emperors offered their blessings. The entire city of Chang'an, indeed the whole of Qingyan Prefecture and the Azure Sky Domain, bore witness to this spectacle. Many were astonished at the sight, including several formidable beings whose powers surpassed the heavenly sovereign realm, who furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others might remain oblivious. These seasoned individuals understood all too well that this was an omen heralding the emergence of a formidable physique. Numerous sects and sanctuaries echoed with commands, investigate. Unbeknownst to all this, Yutian harbored a vague intuition regarding the events unfolding around him. At this moment, his body was undergoing a profound transformation. First, it was his meridians and bones, followed by his blood and flesh, all undergoing relentless fortification. Yutian could sense an elevation permeating his entire being, as if the world had become clearer. Many previously perplexing questions regarding his cultivation techniques suddenly crystallized in his mind. Even his breath became a conduit, allowing him to perceive the spiritual energy swirling around him. Previously, his combat prowess, augmented by his techniques and martial skills, had merely reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea. However, he now unmistakably attained the strength of the Void Ascendance realm. The spiritual energy within the royal court had become significantly more potent, and Yi Tian felt his cultivation level had, unbeknownst to him, ascended to the 6th layer of the spirit sea. Chapter 28. The universal pardon and the renaming of the nation to Ling Xiao Li Jiuxiao and Li Wuji were taken away by Yi Xiaodian, with Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui also departing the Grand Hall. They were to promptly return to the frontier fortress to oversee the military. For Yi Tian had prepared a sweeping amnesty and a change of dynasty. The absence of their command in the barracks might incite a rebellion, an outcome they wished to avert. As they departed, Yi Tian bestowed upon them an abundance of treasures and provisions to appease the commanders below. The carnage outside persisted, beginning with the massacre of the 15 ministers who had opposed Yi Tian. In the span of a mere half-day, the Imperial Guard and the elite guard of the Great Qian were almost entirely annihilated, leaving no survivors. Following this, the palace underwent a thorough cleansing, resulting in the deaths of many palace maids and eunuchs. The citizens of Baihu City, initially elated for the national celebration, were soon engulfed in panic due to these unforeseen events. First, they witnessed the sudden arrival of soldiers clad in black armor, who ruthlessly slaughtered the elite guard. Then, the walls separating the inner and outer cities vanished, and the spiritual energy in the air intensified. In quick succession, the entire Baihu city transformed, appearing substantially larger. A journey that previously required 100 steps now demanded 180. Families of the ministers who had been waiting outside the Grand Hall were also taken away by troops. The palace was undergoing a massive purge, affecting only a small fraction of its inhabitants. Simultaneously, Yi Tian, seated upon the dragon throne, conveyed orders to Yang Tianzi of the Yang family. The provisions collected by the Yang family from neighboring nations had accumulated in several warehouses. Upon receiving the command, Yang Tianzi, accompanied by his servants and escorted by soldiers, arrived at the city gate. Observing that the inscription Baihu City had been replaced with Chang'an City, he understood that Yi Tian had assumed the throne. He promptly affixed a newly written notice at the city gate. Soon after, citizens approached to read the announcement, but upon discerning its contents, many were left in shock. Those who could read stepped forward, equally astonished and speechless. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Yang Tianzi produced a horn-like metal device and, standing atop a cart, proclaimed loudly. The message encompassed 4 principal points. Firstly, the Baihu Temple had exploited the Great Qian, causing immense suffering among the populace, while the royal Li family remained inactive and indifferent, even allowing the temple to harm loyal subjects, resulting in the execution of 15 ministers. Secondly, Yu Tian of the Yi family ascended to the throne as emperor. Granting a universal pardon, laborers would be either released or have their sentences significantly reduced. Additionally, granaries would be open to distribute food and essential supplies to all citizens, alongside tax reductions. Thirdly, the Baihu Temple, relying on its might to oppress the nation and deceive the people, was vanquished by Emperor Yu. Meanwhile, Emperor Yi constructed the Tongwang Pavilion Academy on White Tiger Mountain, allowing anyone aged 6 to 30 to enter for free after passing an examination. Fourthly, the Great Qian Nation was renamed the Lingxiao Nation, reclaiming all feudal lands to be redistributed among the populace. While the first 2 points merely astonished the common people, the latter 2 brought them joy. In this world, the citizens of any nation are indifferent to who ascends the throne, as it has little bearing on their lives. However, the ability to be well-fed, to receive an education, is profoundly significant to them, particularly regarding taxation, land, and educational institutions. The reduction of taxes would enhance their income, while the redistribution of land would relieve them from the obligation of providing grain to the aristocracy. The establishment of academies ignited hope for the next generation. Prior to this, there was no concept of academies in the Great Qian. Only private schools existed, accessible solely to the noble families. No family desires anything but success for their children. Previously, they would even spend money to send them to school. Now, with the new emperor's ascension, the gates were open to the common people, and fees were waived. How could they not be delighted? Thanks to Yi Tian's simple measures, he managed to pacify the masses. As for the aristocrats, despite their grievances, they dared not voice them. The thought of opposing Yi Tian was but a fleeting notion in their minds, not to mention the military force at Yi Tian's disposal. Even the elusive Moonshadow Guards instilled fear in them. As afternoon approached, Wang Lin and others familiarized themselves with the details and proceedings of the ceremony. Within this intricate set of rites, Yi Tian officially became the sovereign of a nation. Yet, within a mere half-day, he began to regret his decision to assume the throne. By evening, Yi Tian slumped in his study chair, gazing at the mountain of memorials, utterly exhausted. System, now that I have received my rewards, can I pass the throne to someone else? The next moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the sovereign of a nation. Rewards: 50,000 Jade Essence Crystals, 1 innate Spirit Jujube Tree, 3 Immortal Herbs, 10 Ancient Sages, 10 Ancient Generals, 1,000 Guards, Chief Steward Lu Zhengyang, along with 3,000 eunuchs and palace maids, and 500,000 black armor troops. The unexpected rewards left Yu Tian momentarily stunned. He hurriedly opened the system panel to inspect. Jade Essence Crystals, in existence thousands of times superior to top-grade spirit stones, typically absorbable only by those at the imperial level. Innate Spirit Jujube Tree, bears fruit after a century, enhancing one's foundation. Immortal Herbs, can revive a person within 12 hours of normal death. Ancient Sages, 10 capable ministers adept at governing, each possessing peak concentration strength. Ancient Generals, renowned commanders throughout history, each battle-hardened, able to lead armies of millions. All at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. 1,000 guards, each possessing the strength of the initial stage of concentration. Lu Zhengyang, a young eunuch in his 20s, has remarkably attained the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. Among the 3,000 palace maids and eunuchs, each half being young and beautiful. Every individual also possesses the strength of the Void Realm. The Black Armored Army remains unchanged, yet its numbers swell to an impressive 500,000. Additionally, there exists a plethora of assorted spiritual treasures and elixirs. In this manner, he commands 100,000 iron cavalry, 600,000 black armored soldiers, along with 300,000 cavalry and 1,700,000 soldiers inherited from the former dynasty. The total military strength surges to an astounding 2,700,000. Upon absorbing this information, Yuetian found himself momentarily stunned. Ding! Does the host wish to abdicate in favor of another? Abdicate? Absolutely not. With such a configuration, I could directly vie for dominance over the continent. Every character generated by the system possesses unwavering loyalty, at 100%. Among the civil officials, there are 23 ancient sages, allowing him to delegate authority effortlessly. There is no need for him to peruse the memorials himself. Among the military generals, he has 10 ancient commanders, though their adaptability to contemporary warfare knowledge may not be guaranteed. With a bit of familiarization, they would undoubtedly become a sharp sword in Yuetian's hand. Wherever the blade points, it will surely cut through all opposition. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile crept upon Yuetian's lips. His kingdom, the Lingxiao nation, is robust and formidable, with a little more time for adjustment. He would be able to dispatch troops to attack neighboring countries and expand the territory of Lingxiao. Eventually, he could conquer the entire Qingzhen prefecture. At that moment, he could utilize the 9 tripod of fortune and commence the Fortune dynasty. With this in mind, Yuetian exited his study and promptly instructed the system. Generate them all now. Chapter 29. The court's reforms and the changes of March 30 kilometers outside Chang'an. A garrison of 300,000 cavalrymen is stationed. Although Li Qian has relinquished military authority, Yuetian does not intend to utilize these 300,000 cavalrymen. Instead, he plans to select the strongest 300,000 from the 500,000 black armored troops to be stationed here, while the remaining 200,000 will be merged with the initial 10,000. In the next moment, over 4,000 soldiers materialize within the royal palace, startling Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who have just settled in. Fortunately, Yuetian is nearby and raises his hand to halt the 4 women, signaling that they are allies. The 4,000 men kneel in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your reign be eternal." Rise. Yuetian commands. Court ladies, eunuchs, and guards, attend to your duties. 10 generals and 10 scholars, accompany me. Yes, your majesty. Lu Xingyang, with a composed demeanor, quickly follows behind Yuetian, holding a feather duster. The 10 generals, robust and exuding an aura of ferocity, unmistakably embody the essence of formidable warriors. In contrast, the 10 scholars bear the appearance of cultured gentlemen, their bright eyes resembling vast, twinkling stars. With the addition of these 10 scholars to the previous 13, Yuetian intends to replace all civil officials of the 2nd rank or higher with these individuals. This arrangement leaves 5 surplus scholars, whom Yuetian appoints to form the cabinet, responsible for managing memorials and overseeing a portion of the Moonshadow Guard's powers, enabling them to monitor the realm. Among the 10 generals, 4 are dispatched to oversee the 4 border fortresses, where they can also bring back Yuetian's father, Yi Wudi, and second uncle, Yi Wu Hui, allowing them to focus on their cultivation and leisure. The remaining 6 generals are assigned to lead individual armies. 1,000 palace guards require leadership, as do the 300,000 cavalry stationed outside the city. Additionally, the 300,000 black armored troops will need commanders for both defense and offense, while the 100,000 bloodthirsty iron cavalry in the Southern Wind Kingdom will also require leadership. Thus, the 10 generals fit perfectly into these roles. Once these 20 individuals are arranged, Yuetian instructs the Moonshadow Guard to prepare the residences of the 15 noble families that were annihilated. Simultaneously, he communicates with the system to reconstruct 17 palatial estates within the royal court, ensuring that these scholars and generals have suitable accommodations. As for the palace maids and servants, Yuetian pays them little mind, instead distributing a generous amount of spiritual treasures and elixirs to each. The advantage of having the system generate the royal city and court is apparent. Any structure Yuetian desires can be created effortlessly. Moreover, the former royal palace has undergone a significant transformation. The names of the 28 palaces and 33 halls have been altered, and every palace, path, pavilion, rockery, and garden has been arranged according to Yuetian's vision. During the day, The palace has witnessed numerous killings. Those deserving of death have been executed, and those worthy of capture apprehended, leaving the royal court sparsely populated. Fortunately, with the presence of palace maids and eunuchs, everything is swiftly cleaned and organized, injecting a semblance of vitality back into the royal palace. Xiaomei, convey to my grandfather that I shall not return tonight. Yes, your majesty. Xiaomei has also altered her address, which leaves Yu Tian somewhat exasperated. The next day, after being attended to by the four ladies, Yu Tian proceeded directly to the Taya Hall. He surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials, noting the 20 individuals who had previously signed in among them. Following Yi Tian's forceful ascension to the throne yesterday, the mindset of the other officials had shifted. They had, at the very least, come to accept the reality of Yu Tian's reign as emperor. The purpose of today's court meeting was to appoint those who had signed in through the system. The original 3 dukes and 9 ministers were abolished by Yu Tian, who restructured the government into 8 departments and 1 court: the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Urban Development. Each of these 8 departments would have 2 ministers, 1 chief and 1 deputy, generated by the system. Beneath these 7 departments were the 3rd and 4th ranks, distributed throughout the nation, governed by the 1 court, which consisted of 5 sages. They not only managed the officials within the 7 departments, but also had the authority to directly summon the Moon Shadow Guards. Although the Ministry of Military Affairs was part of the 8 departments, it remained under Yi Tian's direct oversight, composed of 10 generals, including Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui. Of course, this arrangement was temporary. Yi Tian was uncertain whether his father and second uncle still wished to lead troops into battle or whether more formidable figures would emerge in the future. However, with the delineation of these departments, management became significantly more straightforward. After all, Yu Tian could directly access the information of those generated by the system through the system panel and issue commands accordingly. With these matters settled, Yi Tian found himself with more freedom. As long as there were no major issues, the 1 court would handle them, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. To appease the ministers, Yi Tian issued a decree to abolish the distribution of gold and silver salaries, replacing them with the allocation of spirit stones and even spiritual treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods. Of course, the cultivation methods provided would only allow for advancement to the King realm through the imprint edition. After the court meeting, Yi Tian specifically conveyed a command to Yang Tianci, issuing his first imperial edict as emperor, to appoint Yang Tianci as a 3rd-rank minister in the Ministry of Commerce, thereby elevating the Yang family from a lineage of merchants to one within the court, with access to cultivation methods that could transform them into a family of cultivators. News of the transition from the Great Qian dynasty to the Lingxiao kingdom spread rapidly, reaching neighboring nations in no time. Yet, the 3 nearby nations were unable to mobilize their troops in time. All border fortresses had already stabilized, under the leadership of the 10 great generals. Both the border forces and the royal guards experienced a significant boost in strength within a short span. This was all thanks to Yi Tian's provisions, as the gold of the former Great Qian dynasty had been collected by the White Tiger Temple, resulting in a complete absence of gold in the marketplace. However, following the demise of the White Tiger Temple, the common folk not only received land, but also acquired substantial material provisions. Coupled with a series of subsequent policies that ensured children had access to education, youth found employment, middle-aged individuals could cultivate land, and the elderly received government subsidies, gold began to circulate in the marketplace. This transformation endeared the newly ascended emperor to the populace of Lingxiao Kingdom. Furthermore, those who had previously harbored grievances against the new monarch due to their allegiance to the White Tiger Temple gradually began to accept him. Nevertheless, a faction of radical elements persisted in causing unrest across various towns, many of whom were devout followers of the White Tiger Temple. In response to these individuals, Yi Tian issued a singular command: eliminate them. After 3 months of reform and development, the strength of Lingxiao Kingdom surged remarkably. No organization dared to instigate trouble, and even the incidents of theft and robbery significantly diminished. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui returned to Chang'an City, taking residence in the military department, where they attended to military affairs and engaged in strategic exercises with several notable generals, leading a relatively comfortable life. The 6 generals assigned had, after 3 months of collaboration, gained control over the entire army. Chapter 30. The Reflections of the Li Father and Son. dispatching troops to the three kingdoms. Li Jiuxiao and his father, Li Wuji, now reside in the Li Manor adjacent to the Yi residence, under the covert surveillance of the Moonshadow Guards. Both of them have been rendered powerless, and numerous direct descendants of the Li family have met their demise. Those who survived have had their cultivation abilities stripped away and are forbidden from practicing. Fortunately, due to the influence of Yi Xiaodian, their family still leads a life relatively free from what. Initially, both Li Wuji and his son harbored a sense of resentment. Yet within a mere 3 months, they have witnessed a transformation of the entire nation. The former Baihu city was divided into an inner and outer city, where the inner city thrived in tranquility while the outer city languished in desolation. They were acutely aware of this disparity, yet during that time, the overwhelming presence of Baihu Temple rendered them powerless to effect change. However, with Yi Tian's ascension, everything has shifted. Roads are being widened and reinforced, while the thatched cottages of the countryside have vanished, replaced by newly constructed houses of blue bricks and green tiles. The former Baihu Mountain has now transformed into the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, with numerous shops established at its base, which they have visited alongside Yi Xiaotian. Observing families joyfully ascending the steps for examinations and children eagerly attending school, the Li father and son felt a bittersweet pang in their hearts, overshadowed by a sense of relief. It is rumored that in the 36 cities of Lingxiao, each has established a branch of Tengwang Pavilion Academy, with plans to extend these branches to the towns. In the study of the Li Manor, Li Jiuxiao has not succumbed to despair despite his lost powers. For the Li family still has heirs, they have not been entirely extinguished. The past 3 months have unveiled a new nation to them, dissipating any lingering feelings of discontent. Gazing at his elderly father, Li Jiuxiao sighed softly. "Father, we bear no blame for our defeat. You must find the strength to carry on." Li Wuji regarded his son with a complex expression. Since his abdication, he had never anticipated their family's rapid displacement. The events unfolding in the outside world have not escaped his notice, yet he remains perplexed by the multitude of skilled individuals under the Yi family as command. However, such matters have become inconsequential. He is acutely aware of how the Li family has treated the Yi family over the years. The demise of Yi Xiaodian's eldest son, Yi Wushuang, was orchestrated by him, solidifying the enmity between the two families. Yet, in a display of mercy, Yi Xiaodian spared their lives, an act he deemed as boundless compassion. Were it not for Yi Wuyin, his daughter-in-law who bore him a grandson, the Li family might have faced annihilation. "I understand. That is enough. You needn't say more. I wish only to enjoy my remaining years," Li Wuji replied, fully aware that every action they take is under the scrutiny of the emperor. Were he in the emperor's position, he would undoubtedly do the same. 3 more months have elapsed. It has been half a year since Yi Tian ascended the throne, and in this time, the entire nation of Lingxiao flourishes with vitality. The branches of the Tengwang Pavilion Academy have extended to the rural towns, enabling the children and youth of the entire Lingxiao kingdom to acquire literacy and education. In these rural branches, students who excel may advance to the city branches, and those who perform well there can ascend to the main academy. Within the main academy, scholars not only have the opportunity to learn, but also to cultivate within the mysterious Huang Tower. This has garnered the utmost admiration and respect for Yi Tian among the citizens of Lingxiao Kingdom. Should Yi Tian now establish the dynasty of fortune, it would undoubtedly come to fruition swiftly. However, the current Lingxiao Kingdom remains rather small. Fortunately, Yi Tian's imperishable Sovereign Sutra is available for cultivation. Over the past 6 months, Yi Tian has acquired numerous valuable assets, including an increase of 10 ancient sages and an additional 10 generals. The Black Armored Army has grown from its original 600,000 to 1.2 million, while the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry has expanded from 100,000 to 500,000. Concurrently, there are now 300,000 heavy cavalry and 300,000 archers. Yi Tian has restructured these forces, dividing the 2,000,000 troops into 10 legions, each comprising approximately 200,000 soldiers. Each soldier possesses at least the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, with the generals reaching the Heavenly King realm. The initial 300,000 black armored soldiers have been honing their skills in the Qilin mountain range, subduing numerous natives and clearing the perimeter of the mountains. Although they intended to advance deeper, the then General Zhao Jian refrained from doing so upon sensing the situation within. Of the previous 2 million soldiers, Yi Tian has retained only 1 million for the defense of the cities, while the other 1,000,000 has been discharged. After all, the Lingxiao Kingdom is in dire need of manpower at this moment. Roads, houses, cities, and towns all require construction. Fortunately, the national strength of Lingxiao Kingdom has significantly increased. The Yang family commerce has flourished due to its association with Yutian, expanding its business to include not only ordinary goods but also items for cultivation. A substantial portion of these goods originates from Yi Tian's acquisitions, granting him a share of 80% of the profits. Over the past 6 months, the Moonshadow Guard has grown to 150,000, successfully infiltrating the major families of neighboring countries. Yutian is now well informed about the daily activities and conversations of ministers and emperors in those nations. During yet another court assembly, Yutian sat upon the dragon throne, presiding over the civil and military officials. After 6 months of consolidation, Yutian has resolved to deploy troops against the neighboring countries. Yi Wudi, as Yutian's father, frequently engages in dialogue with him, and upon understanding Yutian's intentions, he was the first to step forward and speak. Your Majesty, there have been constant disturbances along our borders from neighboring nations, including the interception of our merchant caravans on 15 occasions. The officials nearby remain silent, observing with keen attention. Half of the court comprises system-generated individuals, while the other half are astute characters. It is evident that they recognize these claims as mere pretexts. Nevertheless, with the nation growing strong and prosperous, and the military robust, what purpose would there be in maintaining such a large army without expanding territory? Following Yi Wudi's remarks, all the generals behind him bowed in agreement. The civil officials beside him also bowed in agreement, offering their counsel. Yutian was quite pleased with the current court and directly issued an order. Lu Qing, Zhao Jian, Wang Zhan, Su Failong, Zhang Jianjun, Zhang Qishan, Lu Qiefeng, and Jiang Wuyo, you 8 shall lead the 1st to 8th legions to launch attacks on the Southern Wind Kingdom, the Lihua Kingdom, and the Tian Shui Kingdom. At this point, Yutian cast a glance at his father, Yi Wudi, who was watching him with eager eyes. Let Yi Wudi take command of the offensive against the Lihua Kingdom. He then turned to a member of the Internal Affairs Bureau and said, Wang Shirui, the army's logistics will be entrusted to you. Although the emperor of the Lihua Kingdom is, after all, his maternal grandfather, Yi Tian would not refrain from attacking the Lihua Kingdom due to this familial connection. His ambition to dominate Qingyun Prefecture was well known to all. Even in Chang'an City, many commoners and storytellers could perceive this. This was particularly evident due to the recent frequent troop movements within the military over the past month. Understood. Chapter 31. The siege approaches. Visitors from the outside. The mobilization of the 8 great legions has drawn the attention of many observant individuals. Numerous onlookers have been closely monitoring the advancing direction of these 8 legions. After 3 continuous days, upon witnessing 4 of the armies emerge from the Yulong Pass, it became evident that they were intent on assaulting the kingdom of Tianshui. A natural barrier, the Qilan mountain range, separates the kingdom of Tianshui from the kingdom of Lingxiao. However, the outer regions had already been cleared by the Black Armored Army. The deployment of 4 legions, amounting to a total strength of 800,000, was not solely for the conquest of Tianshui, but also aimed at constructing a road. The other 4 legions were divided into 2 factions, one led by General Wang Zhan with 400,000 troops attacking the kingdom of Nanfeng, while the other, under the command of Yi Wudi, also comprised 400,000 soldiers targeting the kingdom of Lihua. Although this force of 400,000 appears insignificant compared to the military might of an entire nation, it is worth noting that the former Deqian maintained a standing army of 2 million, and the other 3 nations were similarly equipped. Fortunately, the soldiers of the kingdom of Lingxiao are endowed with cultivation, boasting not only formidable strength but also the advantage of military formations. Furthermore, after over 6 months of training together, each legion, despite comprising only 200,000 men, is capable of matching 100 foes. Once the 3 armies moved beyond the border cities, their pace quickened. The most rapid was the army led by Wang Zhan, who capitalized on the weakened state of the kingdom of Nanfeng, still reeling from the impact of Qing Liang and the blood-slaughter Iron Cavalry. Wang Zhan, emboldened by his prowess, pushed forward relentlessly, and within less than 10 days, his forces stood at the gates of the royal city. The ruler of Nanfeng, Zhu Nanfeng, along with his ministers, emerged to surrender. The sect behind them was utterly annihilated, with even their mountain gate laid to waste by Wang Zhan's army. In contrast, Yi Wudi's advance was somewhat delayed. This was due to the fact that the ruler of Lihua, Nangang Tao, had no intention of capitulating, especially upon seeing Yi Wudi, who boldly proclaimed, I command an army of 2 per million. If you possess the capability, attempt to slay them all. However, Such bravado was rendered hollow after the initial clash, where Jiang Huaya led a force of 200,000 and decisively defeated 600,000 of Li Hua's troops, including the deaths of 2 prominent generals at his hands. The kingdom of Li Hua descended into chaos, for despite the ongoing conflicts with neighboring nations since its establishment, it had never before witnessed such devastating losses. The civil and military officials of Li Hua were struck with fear, and only then did Nangong Tao come to comprehend the might of the kingdom of Lingshao. Yet, when he attempted to contact the sect behind him, he found himself unable to establish any communication. An hour later, a group of masked individuals, adorned in red and black and wielding curved blades, suddenly appeared within the Great Hall. Before the palace guards could react, the masked figures vanished, leaving behind several large chests. When the guards, driven by courage, opened the chests, they discovered them filled with severed heads. Nangong Tao recognized the grim contents immediately and collapsed in shock. These were the severed heads of the members of the sect that supported the kingdom of Li Hua. After enduring for 17 days, Nangong Tao and his ministers finally surrendered. At this juncture, Zhao Jian led his army, having just traversed the Qilin mountain range. However, upon entering the territory of Tianshui, the original force of 800,000 had dwindled to merely 750,000, with a staggering 50,000 lost in the treacherous mountains. The multitude of ferocious beasts inhabiting the Qilin Mountains had transformed the army's passage into a fierce confrontation. As the beasts did not share the army's intent to merely pass through, a great battle was thus inevitable, with the forces compelled to defend against the relentless attacks of the beasts while simultaneously deploying personnel to construct roads, significantly hampering their progress. Fortunately, the overall combat prowess of the army remained intact, and within a mere fortnight, the 750,000 strong contingent successfully conquered the entirety of the Tianshui kingdom. After a month of relentless campaigning, the Lingshao kingdom dispatched an impressive force of 1.6 million troops, ultimately subduing the 3 neighboring nations. However, upon their return, only 1.15 million soldiers re-entered their homeland. The remaining 400,000 were strategically stationed, 100,000 in the former Nanfeng kingdom, another 100,000 in the Li Hua kingdom, and 200,000 split evenly between Tianshui and the pathways leading through the Qilin Mountains. As for Yi Tian, since dispatching his forces, he had remained sequestered within his palace, engrossed in profound meditation and cultivation. 6 months prior, he had attained the 6th tier of the Spirit Sea realm, and during this time, he diligently nourished the Chaos Black Dragon Egg with his own essence, practiced the Eternal Emperor's scriptures, and honed other divine techniques. Fortunately, after the obliteration of the White Tiger Temple, the Moonshadow Guards had retrieved the statues and treasures that stored willpower, facilitating his study of the Eternal Emperor's scriptures. Yet, the willpower was inherently limited, and although his strength would eventually reach the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea, his combat capabilities were visibly on the rise. In the past, Yi Tian would not have been so eager to break through realms, as he had a vast reservoir of energy within his system space yet to be absorbed, thus sparing him the need to invest time in advancing his cultivation. However, news relayed by the Moonshadow Guards instilled a sense of urgency in him, closely tied to the activation of his chaos physique. Since ascending to the throne and activating his physique 6 months prior, he had dispatched the Moonshadow Guards not only to monitor the domestic situation but also to keep an eye on the surrounding nations. Reports indicated that formidable experts had suddenly emerged in these neighboring realms, seemingly in search of something or someone. Initially, Yi Tian paid little heed to this, but his understanding shifted upon discovering a tome-titled compendium of the continent within the rewards of his systems. It dawned on him that these individuals might indeed be seeking him. On the Tianyuan continent, there existed numerous individuals with unique physiques. Some could drastically accelerate their cultivation speed. Others could fortify their physical forms, and yet others could enhance their combat prowess. Regardless of the type, each was a singular existence. It was virtually impossible for individuals of the same physique to arise concurrently. From the moment of their birth, such individuals attracted the attention of powerful factions and major sects, either being nurtured as holy sons or holy daughters to ensure the continuance of their sects or directly targeted for possession. This is an exceedingly nefarious tactic, one that directly obliterates the soul of a host with a unique constitution, subsequently usurping the original body. In doing so, not only can one reclaim their youth and extend their lifespan, but they can also swiftly seize the physical form of the original owner. with but a fleeting thought. Yution comprehended his current predicament. Given his disposition, it was utterly implausible for him to ascend as the successor of a formidable power. Others would not expend resources to nurture him. Thus, only one possibility remained. He could fall prey to those ancient monstrosities seeking to usurp him. Yi Tian was resolute in his desire to avoid such a fate, and thus, he determined that his only recourse was to fortify his own strength or to enhance the abilities of those around him who would protect him. He opted for both. The infinite secret realm lay nestled within the back garden, where 1/3 of the 1,000 guards entered daily to cultivate and hone their skills. Zhao Jun, his personal bodyguard, was bestowed with a portion of resources by Yi Tian, enabling him to train within the 9th level of the Xianhuang Tower. Fortunately, the individuals generated by the system possessed no fixed power. As long as they were provided with resources and time, they too could achieve breakthroughs. Chapter 32. Visitors from the outside world. Zhao Jun has made a breakthrough. Yu Tian is also diligently pursuing his cultivation, having discovered another facet of the system. Initially, he believed that the system's sign-in lacked any discernible rules. However, after his strength increased, he realized that the items obtained through sign-in had significantly improved. Inquiring with the system yielded no answers, leaving Yu Tian to explore on his own. Fortunately, over the past 6 months, even without extensive training, Yu Tian's realm has ascended to the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. During this time, he has harmonized his martial techniques and divine abilities, reaching the limits of the Spirit Sea realm. His next objective is to directly break through and become a formidable figure in the Void Ascension realm. Drawing forth a sphere of energy from the system space, Yi Tian did not hesitate to consume it. As he swallowed the gelatinous substance, a surge of energy coursed through his body, enriching his internal aura almost instantaneously, flooding every limb and bone. His aura began to boil, and in a flash, he transitioned from the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm to the Void Ascension realm. With the energy still not fully assimilated, Yi Tian swiftly activated the imperishable Sovereign Sutra to convert the energy into spiritual essence and continue compressing it. Before long, his realm stabilized at the first level of the Void Ascension realm, and upon sensing his newfound strength, he realized it far surpassed tenfold that of the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Yi Tian gazed in the direction of the Tongwang Academy, pondering Zhao Jun, who had been in seclusion for a month. It remained uncertain whether he had achieved a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Within the royal court, the 1,000 guards had all reached the 8th level of the King realm, although the distance between the King realm and the Emperor realm was but a single step. Advancing in cultivation became increasingly arduous as one progressed. This was primarily due to Yi Tian providing a plethora of spiritual herbs and stones. Over the past 6 months, Yu Tian had acquired an abundance of treasures through sign-ins, nearly filling the royal treasury. Each month, he distributed salaries to his ministers in the form of spiritual stones and herbs, resulting in many ministers, even those at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, successfully breaking through to the King realm. While Yu Tian was lost in thought, the space behind him rippled. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects." Without turning around, Yu Tian recognized the Moonshadow Guards, who had already attained the King realm. "What is the matter?" "Your Majesty, we have uncovered the intentions of the outsiders." "Oh?" Yu Tian turned to face the Moonshadow Guards. "What forces do they belong to? What brings them here?" "Your Majesty, they hail from the forces beyond Qingyan Prefecture, including the Longfeng Pavilion. Furthermore, representatives from the Xiantian domain of the Sky Domain and the Dominant Force, the Carefree Holy Land, have also sent individuals. Additionally, there are emissaries from several neighboring prefectures." Yu Tian nodded and glanced outside the royal court. The Tiandi continent comprises 5 domains, each containing 15 prefectures, of which Qingyan Prefecture is merely one. Within the entire Sky Domain, the most powerful force is indeed the Longfeng Pavilion, rumored to be guarded by true holy-level experts. The Xiantian domain is situated adjacent to the Qitian domain, with the Shaoao Holy Land being the dominant power within Xiantian. Yu Tian continued to inquire, "What brings them here?" Upon investigation, it was revealed that they sought a half-year-old infant. An infant? Yi Tian furrowed his brow, silently pondering the implications. Suddenly, it dawned on him that when he ascended the throne, he activated the chaotic Dao body, which was precisely 6 months ago. This meant that the extraordinary phenomenon at that time had attracted the attention of these formidable powers. In their eyes, only a newly born infant with a unique constitution would be accompanied by such celestial anomalies. However, Yu Tian had not anticipated that he would only activate his constitution upon turning 14. With this realization, Yu Tian felt a sense of relief. Although the Lingxiao kingdom was teeming with experts, it could hardly be compared to those dominant forces. Beyond the king realm lie the emperor realm, the supreme realm, and the saint realm, which is further divided into the saint, saint king, and great saint realms. After breaking through the great saint realm, one enters the emperor realm. Yet, achieving the emperor realm is exceedingly arduous. While there may be many pseudo-emperors across the Tianyuan continent, true emperors are likely non-existent. Nevertheless, even the powerhouses of the Saint Realm are beyond the current capability of the Lingxiao kingdom to confront. Enough, you may leave, he commanded. Yes. After Yi Tian advanced to the Sky Sovereign Realm, he refrained from further cultivation and instead strolled through the rear garden. He had transformed the entire garden into a medicinal herb garden, planting numerous spiritual herbs, including spirit peach trees, spirit jujube trees, as well as the recently planted crimson fruit and jade spirit fruit trees. The garden was guarded by 100 sentinels, with the Jemai secret realm also stored there. Yi Tian wandered through the rear courtyard, seeking solace. Since ascending to the throne, he had gained much but also lost a considerable amount, particularly familial affection. He recalled how, after his mother's passing, the entire Yi family had showered him with care. Yet, since his ascension, even his biological father had begun to maintain a certain distance, which left Yi Tian feeling quite unsettled. However, as a person possessing the soul of a being from Blue Star and endowed with a system, Yi Tian quickly came to terms with these matters, and his psychological barriers were soon lifted. How many sovereigns are not solitary figures? Yuing. In the next moment, the space shimmered, and a figure suddenly knelt before Yi Tian. Your subordinate is here. Relay orders to the generals and Cheng Liang, instructing them to accommodate the citizens of the three nations in a timely manner. Yes, at present, the Lihua Kingdom, the Nanfeng Kingdom, and the Tianshui Kingdom had all surrendered. However, there remained many dissenters within these nations, with numerous individuals rising in rebellion, a situation Yi Tian could not tolerate. Fortunately, with the Moonshadow Guard monitoring the realm, any unrest or insurrection could be swiftly reported. Nonetheless, Yi Tian felt that this was still insufficient. Qingyan Prefecture is merely one of the 15 prefectures within the celestial domain. Presently, it has yet to be subdued, raising the question of how long it will take to break free from the celestial domain. According to the tomes gathered from the Scripture Pavilion, the most prosperous region in the Tianyuan continent is undoubtedly the central celestial domain, where sects, sacred lands, and noble families abound, and masters are as common as the air we breathe. It is only in this region that one can be considered part of the core circle of the continent, where one can vie for supremacy alongside those sons of God and daughters of God, and where the pinnacle of strength in the Tianyuan continent can be witnessed. Yi Tian gazed skyward, murmuring softly, "It will come soon, it will come soon." Time slips away like the melancholy of a lost romance, passing unnoticed. A month later, after a secluded retreat lasting over half a year, Zhaojun finally returned to Yi Tian's side. "I pay my respects to your majesty. I have broken through to the heavenly emperor level, but it has taken too much time. I humbly request your majesty's punishment." Observing Zhaojun kneeling before him, Yi Tian displayed neither joy nor sorrow, lightly raising his hand to cast forth a handful of exquisite spirit stones. "Since you have attained your breakthrough, it is best to solidify your foundation." Zhaojun swiftly gathered the spirit stones, feeling a mix of guilt and elation. "Thank you, your majesty." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, you may withdraw." However, Zhaojun did not depart. Instead, he seamlessly melded into the void. He was acutely aware of his role as Yi Tian's personal attendant. With the spirit stones bestowed by Yi Tian, he would soon stabilize his realm. Chapter 33. 3 years of aspiration to command the world in a span of 3 years, the kingdom of Ling shall dispatch troops to annihilate the neighboring 3 nations, leaving the populace in astonishment. Fortunately, with the assistance of individuals such as Cheng Liang and Wang Shirue, the kingdom sent forth numerous citizens, merchants, scholars, and students to persuade the inhabitants of these nations. They elucidated the policies of Lingxiao, assuring the people that the kingdom did not seek their destruction but rather aimed to liberate them from their suffering. Concurrently, the Yang family commerce contributed substantial food resources that flowed into the 3 nations. The branches of the Tungwang Pavilion Academy began establishing institutions in various cities and towns within these territories. After more than 6 months of observation, the academy had trained numerous students who were now ready to serve as educators. However, these policies alone could not swiftly integrate the citizens of the 3 nations into the kingdom of Lingxiao. Deep-seated beliefs and religious issues posed significant challenges, necessitating time for transformation. Yet, time was something that Yuetian possessed in abundance. As 6 months passed, Yuetian, still shy of 14, had attained the realm of void mastery. Despite this accomplishment, reports from the Moonshadow Guards indicated that, at 14 years of age in the central heavenly domain, many had already reached the spirit-gathering realm. His current strength, while formidable in Qingyun Prefecture, paled in comparison to the powers beyond its borders. Each domain's hegemonic forces boasted saint-level warriors, and the kingdom of Lingxiao was no exception. Possessing only Zhao Jun, a mere first-tier emperor, the distance to the saint level remained considerable, which was the primary reason for Yuetian's desire to consolidate his strength. His youth, combined with his priories of success, had instilled a sense of arrogance in him. However, the information relayed by the Moonshadow Guards served to temper his ambitions. Moonshadow, report. Yuetian commanded, his expression serious as he observed the kneeling Moonshadow Guards. Send someone to infiltrate the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. I must ascertain the strength of their most formidable warriors and the number of surrounding powers that surpass ours. Understood, my lord. I will relay your orders at once. The subordinate replied promptly. Yuetian gestured dismissively. Very well, proceed. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, as the dominant power within the Qitian domain, undoubtedly harbored at least one saint-level warrior. Yet, the specific tier of their strength remained uncertain. Should they possess a great saint, Yuetian would need to reevaluate his strategies. The development of the kingdom of Lingxiao continued unabated, with visible changes manifesting daily. Before long, another 3 years had elapsed. Yuetian, now 17, had grown taller, reaching a height of 183 centimeters. With his refined features, donning a dragon robe accentuated his regal presence. Over these 3 years, the kingdom of Lingxiao successfully assimilated the 3 neighboring nations into its realm, significantly enhancing its national strength. The number of cities surged from 36 to 163. The branches of the Tungwang Pavilion Academy expanded into these newly acquired territories, and the citizens of the former 3 nations, buoyed by the kingdom's policies, readily accepted this new reality. Throughout these years, Yuetian had amassed numerous valuable resources. Among them are 3 formidable emperors at the pinnacle of their power, marking the last day of the year with their presence. Additionally, there are 2 million bureaucratic soldiers, 1 million bloodthirsty iron cavalry, 1 million black armored troops, 700,000 heavily armored cavalry, 300,000 archers, 100,000 Moonshadow Guards, and 5,000 royal guards. These forces have been amassed over the past 3 years, and their strength has even surpassed that of their predecessors, with the weakest reaching the Void Realm and the strongest attaining the 6-fold heaven of the Sovereign. With this formidable military force, Yuetian reorganized all his troops once again. The 30,000 black-armored troops stationed outside Chang'an remained unchanged, while the remaining 500,000 soldiers were divided into 20 legions, each consisting of 250,000 men, commanded by 20 generals. The Moonshadow Guards totaled 250,000, dispersed throughout the 163 cities and 2,400 villages within the kingdom. Abroad, they were scattered across the entire Qingyun province, with some having already infiltrated other regions of the celestial domain. Their mission was to oversee the realm and gather intelligence. The 2 million bureaucratic soldiers were entirely generated within the various administrative offices and government institutions of Lingxiao Kingdom. Consequently, all soldiers in the kingdom were system-generated personnel, while the original soldiers and officials were forcibly retired. They were either assigned to various academies to instruct students in military tactics or appointed as reserve officials or village leaders in different towns. However, the current strength of Lingxiao Kingdom is sufficiently robust that both citizens and merchants have experienced a significant elevation in their standards of living. The Yang Family Merchant Association has established branches in numerous towns, providing many with opportunities for prosperity. Simultaneously, over these 3 years, Yuetian's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm, and he could break through to the Spirit Realm at any moment should he desire. During this time, Yu Shaodian frequently visited the royal court to consult with Yuetian, and at times, even Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui would join him. Their purpose was to urge Yuetian to select a consort. However, as of now, Yuetian has no intention of marrying and starting a family, at least not before dominating Qingyun province. On this particular day, Yuetian was in the back garden, observing his medicinal garden while simultaneously evading his 3 elders. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Turning his gaze towards the Moonshadow Guard, Yuetian inquired, What is it? The Moonshadow Guard, kneeling before him, was part of a recently generated batch, comprising 2,000 individuals within the royal court, each possessing strength around the fifth heaven of the sovereign. Moreover, there were 6,000 royal guards and 4 formidable experts at the Emperor realm providing protection. It can be said that the royal court is the strongest and most skilled place within the entire Lingxiao kingdom. Your Majesty, all factions within Qingyun province have been thoroughly investigated. The most powerful is the Qingyun sword sect, which boasts 4 experts at the Emperor realm, with the strongest being the Grand Elder, who possesses strength at the 9th heaven of the Emperor. In addition, there are 3 7-star sects, Tai sect, Divine Sword Mountain, and Misty Pavilion. Each sect boasts a formidable expert of approximately the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Yu Tian listened intently, his mind racing with calculations. Dao Jun, after 3 years of arduous training, had reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The other 3, Wu Xinyue, Wu Xinjing, and Wu Xinyan, are all around 25 years of age, each possessing strength at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. However, such power is still insufficient. Though the combined strength of these 4 sects within Qingyun Prefecture is not particularly formidable, they maintain connections with sects beyond its borders. Notably, the Qingyun Sword sect has a history so ancient that the entire prefecture is named after it. To assert that they do not have acquaintances amongst several Emperor realm experts would be utterly implausible. In fact, it would not surprise Yu Tian if the Qingyun Sword sect could summon 1 or 2 beings of the celestial venerable realm. Beyond these 4 7 or 8-star sects, there are 25 smaller sects and 26 nations. To dominate the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, one must first incite chaos throughout it. This approach not only affords him ample time, but also allows him to discern the power dynamics among these nations and sections. With this thought in mind, Yu Tian promptly commanded the Moonshadow Guards, convey the order to mobilize everyone within the nations. I desire chaos throughout Qingyun Prefecture. Yes, I shall see to it at once. Chapter 34. 3 years of accumulation, Yu Wuti urges marriage upon returning from the medicinal garden. Yu Tian did not proceed to the royal palace, but instead made his way to the royal treasury. Over the past 3 years, he had the opportunity to check in daily, accumulating many treasures he deemed inconsequential, all of which were stored in the treasury. The entire treasury was crafted jointly by 10 formation masters and guarded by 100 elite warriors at the Heavenly King level, rendering it impenetrable to ordinary individuals. With the token he bore, Yu Tian passed through effortlessly, entering the 3-tiered treasury. The first level was a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, while further inside lay 3 towering mounds of spirit stones with the inferior grade numbering in the tens of billions. The medium-grade spirit stones were in the hundreds of millions, while the superior grade totaled around 58 million. The top-tier spirit stones were not stored here, but resided within Yi Tian's system space, amounting to a total of 5 million. The second level housed an array of spiritual treasures, medicinal herbs, and elixirs, spanning from the yellow grade to the heavenly grade. The herbs were mostly dried, as they could not be cultivated, ranging from 1st to 7th grade. The third level contained rare and exotic treasures, predominantly acquired through the system's check-in rewards. Among them were armor that enhanced combat prowess, pearls that enabled water manipulation, 7th grade elixirs, and spiritual treasures that improved one's aptitude. Although the quantity in the third level was merely a few hundred items, each could incite fierce competition among sects if brought outside. During this period of check-ins, Yi Tian had obtained numerous valuable items, placing them in the third level before turning away without a glance. The most prized possessions from his check-ins would never be stored in the treasury, as the system space offered the utmost security. Exiting the treasury, Yi Tian reached the entrance of the palace, only to find Yu Wuti waiting for him. Father, do you have something to discuss? Observing his son, Yu Tian had developed an even more formidable aura of imperial majesty over the past 3 years, evoking an instinctive urge to bow in reverence. However, Yu Wuti, having cultivated himself over these years to reach the 7th level of concentration, quickly suppressed this impulse. With a somewhat displeased tone, he remarked, "Humph, can I visit you unless there's something urgent?" In the presence of his closest kin, Yu Tian retained his innocence. After entering the imperial study, he smiled broadly. "How could that be? I would be delighted by your visit." Hearing this, Yu Wuti's frustration mounted. "Delighted? Your grandfather seeks you, yet you are in seclusion. Your second uncle looks for you, but you are busy reviewing memorials. I previously sought you, yet you were nowhere to be found. Just tell me, should we proceed with selecting a bride? I need to provide your grandfather with an answer." Seeing his father adopt a serious demeanor, Yu Tian replied earnestly, "Father, I wish to conquer the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture before contemplating matters of the heart." "What? Conquer the entire Qingyun Prefecture?" Yi Wuti glared at Yu Tian with fury. He was acutely aware of the military strength of Lingxiao Nation, given his position as a general in the military. Yet he knew all too well how arduous such an endeavor would be. Let us momentarily set aside the sects behind those dynasties. There are a total of 26 dynasties, each commanding an army numbering in the millions. The most formidable, the Star Moon Empire, boasts an astounding force of 10 million soldiers. Such might would require at least a decade for even the current strength of the Lingxiao kingdom to contend with. And that is considering the formidable prowess of the Lingxiao military. However, mere conquest is futile. The integration of territory, the establishment of peace among the populace, the management of soldiers, and the reassignment of officials, each of these endeavors demands time. This is especially true for the pacification of the citizens. In the previous 3 kingdoms, the situation was considerably simpler due to the voluntary surrender of the sovereign, which made appeasing the populace significantly easier. Even so, it took more than 2 years. But who can guarantee that these 26 nations will not fight to the bitter end? Should that scenario arise, the citizens would not easily submit to the Lingxiao kingdom. After all, every soldier is backed by a family. If soldiers are slaughtered excessively, seeds of vengeance will undoubtedly take root within those families, a sentiment that cannot be eradicated in just a day or two. Reflecting on this, Yi Wuti shook his head. Although merely a martial general, he possessed a clear vision of the overall situation. It is untenable. The time required is too lengthy. Qizhou harbors 26 nations. Although they have engaged in ceaseless warfare, none have truly been annihilated. Our annexation of the 3 kingdoms has already aroused wariness among the neighboring states. If we were to mobilize our forces now, they would undoubtedly unite against us, leaving the Lingxiao kingdom besieged on all fronts. Yu Tian, however, held a different perspective. He had already dispatched the Moon Shadow Guards and believed that chaos would soon engulf the entire Qingyan prefecture. At that time, it would be the perfect moment for the Lingxiao kingdom to strike. Father, I require just 3 years. Grant me 3 years, and I shall seize the entirety of Qingyan prefecture. Then, I will choose a consort. What say you? Yi Wuti immediately shook his head, exclaiming, 3 years? How could that be possible? In 3 years, you will be 20. Who marries and bears children at the age of 20? Do not forget you are still an emperor. This is absolutely unacceptable. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, slammed his palm on the table, declaring, how dare you? Yi Wuti, is this how you speak to your sovereign? Do you dare threaten to revoke my title? Startled by the sudden aura emanating from Yu Tian, Yi Wuti momentarily faltered in his response. You insolent child. Do you truly believe that becoming an emperor allows you to disregard your father? Ah, you wish to strip me of my title? At this point, Yi Wuti glanced around. Noticing the absence of any useful items, and with a flick of his sleeve, he retorted, oh, you wish to dismiss me? Then so be it. I have no desire for such a position, but you must allow me to choose a consort. I shall return to inform your grandfather. Observing the furious Yi Wuti storming out, Yu Tian extended his hand, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, he could not voice his thoughts and instead struck the table in frustration. What a calamity! Ever since he ascended to the throne. The initial awkwardness was due to Yi Tian's recent mastery of the Eternal Emperor's path, causing him to struggle with controlling his aura, which made Yi Xiaodian and his father feel somewhat constrained in his presence. In recent years, Yi Tian has mastered the ability to control his own aura. Yet the trio of Yi Wuti and his sons have resumed the demeanor of their elders. Should they wish to meddle in court affairs or grasp military power, Yi Tian would possess countermeasures. However, during each encounter, both Yi Xiaodian and the brothers Yi Wuti reveal an affection that is devoid of any intention to intervene in Yi Tian's governance. This situation places Yu Tian in a predicament. Throughout history, many have fought against their kin for the throne, and brotherly enmity is not uncommon. Yet, within the Yi family, it appears as though they hold little regard for power. Previously, Yu Tian had granted significant military authority to Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wuti, and Yi Wuhui, enabling them to mobilize troops without a decree. Yet, they seem to adopt a laissez-faire attitude. Were it not for their continuous breakthroughs in cultivation, Yi Tian might think they were merely biding their time until death. Each month, when it comes time to distribute their salaries, Yi Tian personally delivers a substantial portion, which is also a reason for his desire to return to the royal residence. However, ever since his coronation, there has been persistent pressure for him to select a consort, with numerous introductions to eligible young women. Consequently, he resolved to avoid the royal court altogether, even shunning his grandfather, father, and uncle. Fortunately, whenever members of the Yi family arrive, the surrounding palace maidens and eunuchs tend to keep their distance, Otherwise, Yi Tian would feel a twinge of embarrassment. Alone in the imperial study, Yi Tian seethes with anger, shattering several vases, muttering to himself, "All they ever do is press me about marriage. Am I not already an emperor? Must they still urge me?" Chapter 35. The Marriage Push. Yi Tian chooses his empress after a considerable time. Yi Tian finally calmed down and regained his composure. However, the following day, Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui all arrived, insisting that Yi Tian must select an empress. Particularly, the elder Yi Xiaodian deployed his ultimate tactic. "My dear child, you are now an emperor. We should maintain some distance. And I have contemplated several times about stepping down with your father and your second uncle to retire to a humble village, tending to the land and nurturing flowers. Yet, my heart is heavy. Our Yi family relies on you to propagate and carry on our lineage. If you refuse, I might just leave home." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt overwhelmed. If these three were not his own kin, he would have long since ordered them to be dragged away and beaten senseless. Noticing Yi Tian's expression was slightly swayed, Yi Wudi quickly interjected, "My dear boy, you are no longer a child. As your father and a general, if I am to conquer the entire Qingyan prefecture and meet my demise on the battlefield, how shall I explain it to your mother?" Yi Tian furrowed his brows and looked up, seeing his second uncle preparing to speak. He swiftly raised his hand to interrupt. "Enough. I will choose an empress. Is that not sufficient? Moreover, you shall not venture into battle anymore." Yi Wudi vehemently protested. "Not go to battle? Then my role as a general would be meaningless." Yi Tian weakly suggested, "Perhaps you could consider one of the princesses?" With a serious demeanor, Yi Wudi replied, "No. Today we are discussing your selection of an empress. Do not divert the topic." Yi Wuhui chimed in to support him. "Indeed, we are referring to you. All right. I shall select an empress." At this point, Yi Tian thought of the four girls he had grown up with: Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. "What do you think of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu? May I choose them directly?" The three of them exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Even Yi Wudi, who had almost been teary-eyed earlier, was now all smiles. "Absolutely. Why not? Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu have grown up before our eyes and have blossomed into graceful young women, more than suitable to be empresses. However, when do you intend to select them?" Yi Tian's eyelid twitched. "Enough already. You want me to choose an empress, and I've chosen four. Is that not enough? Historically, an emperor may have numerous consorts, yet only one empress. Each empress must possess a formidable lineage. For instance, the previous empress of the Great Qian, Li Jiuxiao, was the daughter of the prime minister. Such connections not only stabilize the court, but also empower the empress to manage the harem effectively. Yet to Yi Tian, these matters seemed rather inconsequential. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu had always been by his side as maidservants and companions, and their shared experiences had fostered a deep bond. Moreover, over the past 3 years, the four girls had undergone significant transformations. Each was not only beautiful but also possessed remarkable capabilities. This situation arose from the constant presence of formidable experts surrounding Yi Tian, leading Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to fear that they might be supplanted. Over the course of 3 years, they either cultivated in the Xin Huang Tower or practiced in the Wujing secret realm, rapidly enhancing their strength. From their original realm of Spirit Sea, they ascended to the concentration realm within a mere 3 years, surpassing Yi Tian by 1 level. However, with such newfound power, the four women did not grow complacent. Instead, they dedicated themselves even more fervently to their training. Fortunately, Yi Tian provided them with techniques, divine abilities, and martial skills, along with the necessary resources for their cultivation. After finally dispatching the elder Yi Xiaodian and his companions, Yi Tian collapsed onto his dragon throne, his gaze vacant as it drifted towards the doorway. In half a year, he would have to take a consort. "Sai, Xiaoyang, come forth. At your service." Lu Zhenyang hurriedly bowed as he entered. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, "You heard my conversation with the Grand Emperor just now. Make the necessary arrangements. Also, find me those noble families with daughters around the same age as my uncle, and inform me when you do." Lu Zhenyang bowed and replied, "Yes. I shall attend to it immediately." After these instructions, Yi Tian summoned the Moon Shadow Guard. The vast territory of Lingxiao Kingdom surely harbored many young and beautiful women. If there were none within Lingxiao, he would look to neighboring countries or even beyond Qingyan Prefecture. "Father, you wish for me to take a consort. I shall arrange one for you. And dear uncle, you shall not escape either. Should I prepare one for the old man?" Perhaps not. Upon their return to the royal residence, Yi Wudi and his father shivered involuntarily sensing an ominous presence looming. However, they paid little heed to it, believing that the heavily fortified Chang'an city posed no threat. Little did they know of Yi Tian's machinations. As they arrived at the royal palace, Yi Tian was already perusing a roster of potential candidates. It contained not only names and ages, but also backgrounds, personalities, interests, and even portraits. As he flipped through the documents, he murmured to himself, "This one won't do. Too short. This one is unsuitable, has a younger brother. This one is too alluring." After reviewing dozens of profiles, Yi Tian finally found a match for his uncle. Her name was Wang Xueji, the daughter of the left general of the Southern Wind Kingdom. From a young age, she had a penchant for wielding weapons, yet due to her gender, she was compelled to study the arts. Now, at over 25 years of age, her fiery disposition had deterred suitors, not due to a lack of beauty. Indeed, she was both lovely and skilled, but because of her outspoken nature. Following the Southern Wind Kingdom's surrender to Lingxiao, General Wang Ping was stripped of his military rank and became a military instructor at the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, residing with his family in the nearby Qinglong city. This is one of the 5 great cities that were renamed after the White Tiger city became known as Chang'an, namely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. In Qilin, the Wang family has been relocated to Chang'an, and a splendid tale of heroism and romance is to be arranged for my esteemed uncle. The Moon Shadow Guard remained seated, hesitating to speak. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly and urged, "If you have something to say, please speak candidly." After a moment of contemplation, the Moon Shadow Guard replied, "Your Majesty, as the Emperor, why not issue a decree to bestow marriage directly?" Chapter 36, Arrangements for Uncle Heir. Yi Tian in seclusion. Upon hearing the words of the Moon Shadow Guard, Yi Tian shook his head resolutely. His father and Uncle Heir shared a similar temperament, and should he issue a decree, his uncle might very well flee from the marriage. "No, that won't do. We shall proceed as I have instructed." The Moon Shadow Guard continued. "Your Majesty, might the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel be rather cliché?" Cliché? Yi Tian pondered over the numerous tales and scenarios he had encountered, a smile forming on his lips. "You fail to grasp it. True affection throughout history is elusive, yet only through clever schemes can one win the heart. First, arrange for the hero to save the beauty. If that fails, then proceed with plans of overpowering the weak, a family fallen into decline, selling oneself to save a parent, forcefully abducting maidens, or compelling them with poison for healing." At this point, Yi Tian's grin widened, nearly stretching to his ears, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Feel free to orchestrate any of these. My sole aim is to ensure that those two lovers ultimately find their way to each other. Understood?" The concealed eyes of the Moon Shadow Guard twitched involuntarily, astonished and fearful of being ensnared in one of the Emperor's elaborate schemes one day. Yet, he responded, "Yes. The subordinate comprehends and shall proceed at once." "Good. You may leave." Seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian's thoughts wandered. "I have arranged matters for Uncle Heir. But what of my father? Would it be inappropriate if he were to marry and have children?" In the courtyard of the royal residence, Yi Wuhui shuddered, glancing around, sensing an unsettling feeling of being watched. However, upon further inspection, he found nothing amiss. Little did he know, his future had been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Tian. Just as Yi Wuhui picked up a military treatise, preparing to sip his tea, he suddenly sneezed, muttering to himself, "How can I catch a cold when I have reached the condensation realm?" At that same moment within the royal court, Yi Tian was conversing with the system. "System, I have conquered 3 nations. Why am I still at the initial stage of the royal court? How long until I can upgrade?" Ding. To elevate the current national level of the host, it must reach the dynasty tier. To ascend to the imperial tier, a vast territory, a considerable populace with enlightened minds, a formidable military, and the host's own strength are all requisite. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The territory of Lingxiao Kingdom should have met the conditions for upgrade, yet in the system's eyes, it remained merely at the dynasty level. How then do those so-called empires survive? Yet, Yi Tian quickly realized that his aspirations had never been for a feudal state, but rather for an auspicious dynasty. As for the enlightenment of the populace, this referred to the citizens' discernment and knowledge. After 3 years, with the establishment of numerous Tingwang Pavilion academies, conditions should indeed have been met. And regarding the military, this was a concern Yi Tian had never harbored. Judging by the intelligence gathered by the Moon Shadow Guard, the army of Lingxiao Kingdom was undoubtedly the strongest throughout Qingyuan Prefecture. Thus, it seemed that his current strength was still insufficient. However, he has already reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm, a level of power that far surpasses that of many Holy Land progenies. Does this imply that the system believes he is still not strong enough? System, what realm must I attain to elevate to the dynasty level? Ding. The host is encouraged to explore independently. Explore? Yi Tian was somewhat astonished, not expecting the system to exhibit such a degree of personification, even employing language. Yi Tian posed another query. Very well, what advantages would ascending to the dynasty level confer upon the Lingxiao kingdom? Ding. A dynasty enjoys the favor of the heavenly Tao, ensuring favorable weather conditions which enhance agricultural yield, reduce disease, bolster physical health, and cultivate a richer aura, making cultivation considerably easier. At first glance, this might not seem significant. Yet the foundation of a nation often lies within its ordinary citizens. Favorable weather signifies the absence of natural disasters, thereby improving harvests. The reduction of disease speaks for itself. Ordinary folk inevitably face the cycle of life and death. However, upon ascending to the dynasty level, the occurrence of certain ailments could be mitigated. Just these two factors alone could lead to national prosperity, not to mention the amplification of spiritual energy. Those sects and noble families, as well as the Holy Lands, all occupy regions rich in spiritual energy. Their very purpose is to cultivate in such environments for easier breakthroughs. At present, no nation dares to claim that it enjoys unblemished weather or is free from disease, let alone a denser spiritual aura. When the time comes, if Yi Tian were to deploy the Spirit Gathering Array, would it not enable all citizens of the Lingxiao kingdom to engage in cultivation? The thought of this invigorated Yi Tian. However, currently, the total combat power of the Lingxiao kingdom is insufficient to conquer the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. It is imperative to have one or more powerful beings at the Celestial Sovereign level stationed to ensure safety. Otherwise, when assaulting the Qingyan Sword sect, if an adversary summons a Celestial Sovereign, would that not lead to his own downfall? This is not a scenario Yi Tian wishes to witness. Furthermore, after 3 years of signing in, Yi Tian has indeed discerned that each reward correlates with the realm and environment he inhabits. For instance, when he ascended to the throne and sought to transform the Qianqing Hall, the system promptly provided him with items related to the royal court. As for the individuals and treasures he subsequently signed for, they were predominantly suited for his current Void Realm state. The scarcity of high-level treasures might be attributed to the monthly and yearly sign-in rewards. With this in mind, Yi Tian resolved to absorb the entirety of the energy within the system space. He had previously refrained from doing so, fearing that his foundation was unstable. Despite possessing considerable skills, he had no real combat experience, and rapid ascension could adversely affect his mental fortitude. Nevertheless, since the system has elucidated the conditions for ascending to the dynasty level, he must strive towards that goal. After announcing his retreat, the matter of taking a consort was set aside. The Moonshadow Guards diligently executed Yi Tian's orders. Initially, a decree summoned Wang Pingji and his family to the illustrious city of Chang'an, where they were even granted a residence. Upon his arrival, however, Wang Pingji did not immediately report to the academy. Instead, he chose to visit the Moonshadow Pavilion. This establishment serves as the public front for the Moonshadow Guards, present in every city of the 163 cities. Yet, Wang Pingji remained oblivious to the reasons behind his transfer. "Father, how are things?" As Wang Pingji returned to his residence, a spirited young woman approached him with grace. "I am uncertain. Since we are here, let us settle down." With this, Wang Pingji let out a faint sigh. For the common folk, the kingdom of Lingxiao is undoubtedly a land of aspiration. However, for someone of his stature, it is not particularly welcoming. Back in the Southern Wind Kingdom, he was a general commanding tens of thousands. Now, he finds himself relegated to the role of a mere instructor. Previously, he had contemplated vying for a military position. After establishing some connections, he was received by a general. Though unfamiliar with Su Feilong, Wang Pingji recognized him as a general by his attire. When he expressed his desire to assume a commanding role, Su Feilong merely requested a demonstration of his strategic acumen on a sand table, resulting in his forces of 100,000 being utterly vanquished by a mere 10,000. From that moment on, he resigned himself to his fate, dedicating his days to instructing students in military formations. Fortunately, the Wang family still enjoyed a degree of esteem, securing them a residence. Having settled in Chang'an, he swiftly established himself as a teacher at the Tengwang Pavilion Academy. Wang Xueji, the sole daughter of the Wang family, feeling aimless within the confines of her home, resolved to explore the vibrant city of Chang'an. She had often heard tales of its splendor but had yet to witness it for herself. Chapter 37. Entrapped in the bamboo grove on this day, Wang Xueji donned male attire, gracefully wielding a paper fan, and, as was her custom, ventured out for a leisurely stroll. During the past month, she had witnessed the splendor of the city and learned the meaning of a society where no valuables are left behind on the streets and doors remain unlocked at night. This was a testament to the trust the common folk placed in their government and a reflection of the adept governance by the young emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom. In but a month's time, Wang Xueji had grown fond of this place, even forming bonds with several good brothers and sisters, all signs of the elite. Meanwhile, 5 Moonshadow Guards, each possessing the strength of a celestial sovereign, lurked in the shadows, observing Wang Xueji. Has General Yi departed? Inquired the guard designated as 31. With a sigh. Alas, it has been a month, and he remains sequestered in the estate. Guard 32 furrowed his brow. That is unacceptable. What shall we do about the task entrusted to us by His Majesty? Guard 30 replied, the Emperor's retreat may extend for half a year. We must accomplish our mission within that time frame. What then? Questioned 33. The previously silent 34 suggested, perhaps we could lure General Yi out? The other 4 responded in unison, and you would take on that task? After a moment's contemplation, 34 shook his head. The security in Chang'an was exceedingly stringent, with the Yi estate guarded by celestial sovereigns. Even if they succeeded in drawing Yi Wuhui out, he would likely detect their ploy. Shall we wait a while longer then? Very well, let us wait. May 36 have news for us. As time flew by, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. At last, Yi Wuhui concluded his seclusion, reaching the pinnacle of the concentration realm. One day, he emerged from the Wang estate, intending to explore Chang'an. The Moonshadow Guards promptly sprang into action, only to find that Wang Xueji had already returned home. Reluctantly, they dispatched a messenger to inform Zhang Xiaoyan, urging her to coax Wang Xueji out. What? Go out to play? I've explored all of Chang'an already. I refuse. Upon meeting Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xueji immediately shook her head in rejection. Over the past few months, she had spent nearly every day outdoors, and the novelty had worn off. It was time to devote herself to mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zhang Xiaoyan, clinging to Wang Xueji's arm, implored, Oh, Snowji, just accompany me. My sister is going too. Feeling the pressure of Zhang Xiaoyan's esteemed lineage as the daughter of the third-ranking official Zhang Xianxing, Wang Xueji reluctantly acquiesced. All right. Stop shaking me. I'll go. Zhang Xiaoyan gleefully exclaimed, I knew you would be the best, Snowji. The 2 young women, accompanied by their respective maidservants, made their way toward the Tungwang Pavilion Academy. The pathways leading to the academy had already been meticulously arranged by the Moonshadow Guards. Unbeknownst to Yi Wuhui, he was headed in the direction of Baijinhan, somewhat diverging from the route to the Tungwang Pavilion Academy. Just as he approached Baijinhan, a young servant intercepted his path. My lord, are you General Yi Wuhui? Yi Wuhui raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. What is it? The young servant produced a black jade tablet from his bosom. My lord, this is something entrusted to me by a gentleman named Confucius for you. Upon receiving the tablet, Yi Wuhui felt a twinge of confusion regarding the message it conveyed. Confucius, known as Kong Yiji, was one of the 3,000 scholars of the Tungwang Pavilion Academy. However, they had never crossed paths before, leaving him bewildered as to why he would suddenly be invited to the academy. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Yi Wuhui resolved to go. After all, in the entire city of Chang'an, none dared to threaten him. Noticing the daylight was still ample, he turned and made his way to the academy. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Wuhui chose not to take the main road, as it was crowded with youths and outsiders testing their prowess on the celestial ladder. Hidden in the shadows, Moonshadow Guard number 31 observed this and swiftly relayed the information. Meanwhile, Wang Xueji and her companions had already reached the hillside. Passing through the bamboo grove ahead, they would arrive at the Tungwang Pavilion Academy. The 4 girls were playfully teasing each other, moving at a leisurely pace. As they entered the bamboo grove, Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Sister Xueji, I suppose you have never visited the Tungwang Pavilion Academy, have you? Wang Xueji shook her head, while she had been to the branch academy. This would be her first visit to the main campus. After her father's transfer, she had longed to visit, but her status and other circumstances had prevented her from doing so. This was also why she was so agreeable when Zhang Xiaoyan expressed her intention to bring her to the academy. Are you certain we can gain entry? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan replied with a hint of pride, Of course. My father is the Commissioner of Transportation, and he has an annual month-long quota for advanced studies at the academy. However, Wang Xueji couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. The Zhang family had merely formed an alliance with the Yang family in the past. And after the Yang family rose to prominence, they had benefited from their association. It was said they held third-rank official positions, but in truth, they were barely above the third rank. In the entire Lingxiao kingdom, such officials numbered less than 100, perhaps 80. This was due to the top-tier positions being predominantly filled by system-generated individuals, and with the Yang family gaining the favor of Yutian, the Zhang family had also ascended. All right then, let us hasten our steps, Wang Xueji urged, harboring some aspirations for the Tongwang Pavilion Academy. For it was a place that gathered the most talented individuals from across the Lingxiao kingdom. Unbeknownst to the four girls, the moment they entered the bamboo grove, they had already stepped into an array. They began to perceive a gradual mist enveloping the grove. After wandering for a while, they found themselves still meandering through the bamboo. Wang Xueji suddenly looked around and exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is there mist?" Having lived in the Southern Wind Kingdom, she had never witnessed such a peculiar sight. However, Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with realization, though she chose to keep her thoughts to herself. Instead, she spoke with a hint of envy, "Sister Xueji, let us hurry. We are almost there." After casting a glance at her maid, she added, "Very well, let us proceed." Wang Xueji remained utterly oblivious. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed around. The four women ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, and gradually the mist thickened. At this moment, even Wang Xueji, despite her naivety, sensed an unsettling shift. Yet, upon raising her head, she discovered that there was not a soul in sight. Xiaoyan, where are you?" No response echoed back to her. The silence enveloped her, chilling to the bone. After calling out several times without a reply from Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xueji began to summon her maid's name. "Xiaoling, Lingo, please come out." In that instant, Wang Xueji conceded to a twinge of panic, wondering if she had indeed rushed ahead, leaving Zhang Xiaoyan and the others behind. Chapter 38. The Hero Rescues the Beauty? A plan fails with this thought in mind. Wang Xueji began to retrace her steps. From a brisk walk, she transitioned into a full sprint, her breath becoming labored. However, upon glancing around, it appeared that nothing had changed. No, something is amiss. Is it the fog? Or the bamboo grove? Wang Xueji had never encountered such a situation before and was momentarily at a loss. Yet, as a talented woman adept in both literature and martial arts, she swiftly regained her composure, recalling knowledge relevant to such matters. However, the South Wind Kingdom was merely a small nation and lacked information on array masters. Even if she had heard of their existence, she had never witnessed their abilities firsthand. This time, the Moon Shadow Guard No. 30 had invited numerous participants for this endeavor, including the array master Wang Yifan, the esteemed Confucian philosopher Kang Yiji, the Yang family's father and son duo, and even 3 generals. As for Zhang Xiaoyan, she was merely a pawn brought in by the Yang family. To fulfill Yutian's orders, the Moon Shadow Guard had mobilized 30 individuals, each assuming different roles. At that moment, Yu Hui had also arrived outside the bamboo grove, unaware that an array had already been set up within, appearing nonchalant. Inside the bamboo grove, 10 individuals, designated as number 30 to number 40, had changed their attire and deliberately suppressed their cultivation levels, gradually closing in on Wang Xueji. Sensing the peculiarities of the fog, Wang Xueji remained vigilant, acutely aware of her surroundings. Suddenly, 10 figures materialized before her. "Ah, Flower Maiden. Young lady, have you lost your way?" Number 30 feigned a lewd expression, licking his lips and casting lustful glances at Wang Xueji. "Who are you?" Wang Xueji asked, her face betraying her wariness as she scrutinized the 10 unexpected intruders. Though she possessed some cultivation, being at the 3rd level of void control, facing 9 individuals who seemed to be at the 1st level of the same realm was daunting. The last one was completely inscrutable. "He, who are we?" "We are your dear brothers, come to cherish you," Number 30 replied with a lecherous grin. Beside him, Number 35, with a similarly disreputable demeanor, tugged at his attire and exclaimed with excitement, "Big brother, I want to be the first." Number 30 shook his head, a wicked smile on his face. "No, I shall take the lead. The other 3 are yours." Nearby, Number 34 interjected, "Brother, let us have her turned around first before we distribute her. We wouldn't want any lingering dreams." "All right, brothers, charge." The 10 Moon Shadow Guards, masquerading as bandits, lunged towards Wang Xueji with malicious grins. In that instant, Wang Xueji comprehended the grim reality. Zhang Xiaoyan had likely been captured by them. Not wanting to meet the same fate, she resolved to fight back. As the leader reached out towards her, Wang Xueji stepped back slightly and threw a powerful punch. At the same moment, with a slight turn of her body, Wang Xueji evaded an attack from another assailant and retaliated with a powerful kick. In that instant, she found herself evenly matched against the 9 assailants, leveraging her own formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhui, who had just entered the bamboo grove, furrowed his brow. Where had this mist originated from? He had traversed this path to the Tingwang Pavilion Academy on several occasions, yet he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, being bold and skilled, Yi Wuhui dismissed the concern and pressed forward. However, after merely a few steps, he noticed the distant commotion of a skirmish. Lifting his gaze, he beheld 9 men, clad as brigands, surrounding a solitary woman. Upon catching sight of her visage, Yi Wuhui was momentarily taken aback. It was not that he had never seen a beauty before, but rather he had rarely encountered a woman of such cultivation. Her attire and appearance were unlike anything he had previously witnessed. Could she be an operative sent from another nation? But upon further contemplation, that notion seemed implausible. No nation would be so brazen as to act in such a conspicuous manner. Casting a glance at the 9 brigands, each possessing the strength of the first layer of void manipulation, he deemed them no challenge at all. Remembering that Confucius awaited his return, he glanced back at the woman. Well, she is quite attractive. I might as well lend a hand. With that thought, Yi Wuhui leaped into the fray. With a swift motion, he dispatched 5 of the brigands, sending them flying. In rapid succession, the 9 assailants were sent reeling, blood spewing forth as they crumpled to the ground. The one known as Moon Shadow number 30, now on the ground, kept a watchful eye on Wang Xueji's expression. They were all on a mission. Wang Xueji, startled by the sudden appearance of a man who had driven off the assailants, quickly turned to him. "Who are you?" she demanded. Yi Wuhui was momentarily taken aback. Having saved her, he had expected gratitude, yet she regarded him with suspicion. "I'm Yi Wuhui, merely passing through." Wang Xueji scrutinized him with skepticism, glancing at the now cowering brigands. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "You must be in league with them." Earlier, she had noticed that there were 10 assailants, but one had mysteriously vanished just as Yi Wuhui arrived. Moon Shadow number 30, witnessing this turn of events, realized that the heroic rescue was not unfolding as planned. He quickly signaled a nearby comrade to initiate Plan B. Oh, what? Yi Wuhui found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why the woman would question his intentions. Yet, he soon grasped the situation. A sudden rush of wind behind him alerted him to an impending ambush. Without hesitation, he spun around and delivered a punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, Yi Wuhui's body was sent hurtling through the air. He was merely at the 6th level of the concentration realm, while his assailant was at the pinnacle of the same realm. "Who are you?" Yi Wuhui regarded the newcomer with a wary expression. Wang Xueji, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, found it increasingly difficult to discern the distinction between friend and foe. Suddenly, the 9 ruffians, who had moments ago been writhing on the ground in anguish, rose to their feet and approached the figure clad in black. "Boss, it's this woman. We were preparing to capture her as a gift for you. That brat over there, who knows where he sprang from, thinks he can play the hero and save the damsel." Upon hearing these words, both Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Wuhui felt a sense of injustice. He was merely passing by and had not anticipated encountering a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Wang Xueji cast a glance of apology toward Yi Wuhui, then turned her attention back to the figure in black with a renewed sense of caution. Although Yi Wuhui felt a sense of indignation, he had never encountered this mysterious figure before, which stirred a sense of unease within him. "Who are you? When did Chang'an City come to harbor such a powerful individual?" Chapter 39. Captured and imprisoned. The figure cloaked in black did not respond to Yi Wuhui's words. Instead, he scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. He. One is the 2nd son of the Yi family, the general of the southern town, and the other, a beauty, quite delightful. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, seize them. Capture them all." In an instant, 10 individuals sprang into action. Originally, Wang Xueji was unable to contend with the 9 Moonshadow guards who were deliberately suppressing their abilities. Yi Wuhui found himself equally outmatched by this sudden appearance of a peak expert in the spirit consolidation realm. Fortunately, Yi Wuhui possessed a jade token gifted by Yi Tian, which he believed would summon aid upon shattering it. However, in reality, he never had the chance to draw the token, as he was continually overwhelmed by the cloaked figure. Due to her lack of combat experience, Wang Xueji was swiftly subdued by the 9 Moonshadow guards. Yi Wuhui fared little better, despite being equipped with numerous treasures. The cloaked man seemed to anticipate his every move. Whenever Yi Wuhui prepared to utilize a treasure or retrieve something from his spatial ring, he was invariably interrupted by the black-clad assailant. Ultimately, the cloaked figure unleashed power exceeding that of the peak spirit consolidation realm, swiftly appearing behind Yi Wuhui and delivering a decisive blow to the back of his neck. Meanwhile, after Wang Xueji was rendered unconscious, Moonshadow Guard No. 30 finally exhaled in relief. "Ah, this ordeal has been quite arduous," he remarked. "What shall we do next?" Beside him, Moonshadow Guard number 39 replied. "What else is there to do? We confiscate their spatial rings, seal their cultivation, and imprison them together." Moonshadow Guard number 34, with a rather lecherous demeanor, suggested, "Very well. But should we add a little spice to the mix? Perhaps make it a fait accompli?" All eyes turned towards him. "Let us not be reckless. He is the Emperor's uncle. We must simply complete our task without escalating matters." In the end, the 10 guards sealed Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji's cultivation and transported them to a secret base of the Moonshadow Pavilion. Earlier, due to a comment from Wang Xueji, Moonshadow Guard number 30 had assumed that the hero's rescue had failed and thus altered their narrative. Now, they presented themselves as spies from a rival nation, intent not only on extracting confidential information, but also on ensuring the two remained together for an eventual romantic entanglement. Little did Yi Tian know the extent to which the Moonshadow Guards had orchestrated this situation. Yet, even if he were aware, it mattered little. It could serve as a valuable trial for his uncle. In a dimly lit room surrounded by walls, Wang Xueji gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing her sore neck, she began to assess her surroundings. In an instant, she was struck dumb. Where am I? Were it not for a small window in the ceiling, the darkness would have been absolute. Rising to her feet, she attempted to channel her internal energy to ascend, but her expression shifted dramatically in the next moment. What? What is happening? Where has my cultivation gone? Wang Xueji felt a surge of terror as she attempted to summon the spiritual energy within her. However, in the next moment, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her body, causing her to collapse to the ground, her eyes filled with fright. Just then, a man's voice drifted through the air with a languid tone. "It is futile. Our cultivation has been sealed." At that moment, Wang Xueji noticed the figure sitting cross-legged in the corner. "Who are you?" she inquired. The man, with a hint of bitterness in his voice, replied, "I am Yi Wuhui." "Yi Wuhui, Yi Wuhui." Wang Xueji repeated the name, suddenly struck by a realization. "You are Yi Wuhui of the Yi family? The one whose nephew is the current emperor?" Yi Wuhui's lips twitched at her words. Given his current state, he felt utterly embarrassed to discuss such matters. Indeed, Wang Xueji leaned in closer, scrutinizing Yi Wuhui. "You truly are Yi Wuhui?" The unwavering gaze from Wang Xueji made Yi Wuhui, a seasoned general accustomed to the battlefield, inexplicably blush. This was primarily due to the fact that since the death of his fiancée, Yi Su Wenjing, he had refrained from interacting with any other women. Despite the dim lighting of the room, their proximity allowed Wang Xueji to perceive his discomfort. "Ah, why are you blushing?" she teased. Yi Wuhui hastily shook his head in denial. "Impossible. How could I ever blush?" "Very well then," Wang Xueji replied, choosing not to press the matter further. As the current atmosphere was not conducive to such discussions, she plopped down onto the floor, leaning against the wall while gazing at the window in the ceiling. "Has your cultivation also been sealed? Does that mean we cannot escape?" Yi Wuhui followed her gaze to the window, which was about 3 meters above the ground. After regaining consciousness, he had contemplated leaping to break through it. Although his cultivation was sealed, he was still a martial artist, bolstered by the rigorous training that had honed his physique. A 3-meter-high window posed no challenge for him. However, as is often the case, aspirations do not always align with reality. The entire room was constructed from dark iron, and even the floor was made of exceptionally hard rare earth materials, making escape impossible. When he had attempted to leap and strike the window, he not only failed to break through but also felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body. Who would construct a window from dark iron? After their initial brief exchange, the two fell into silence. Fortunately, as mealtime approached, someone arrived to deliver food. Upon seeing the window above opened, Yi Wuhui sought to harness his physical strength to break free. But the attendant clad in black swiftly struck him with a heavy hand. Yi Wuhui felt his entire skeletal structure ache with a dull pain. Wang Xueji, witnessing this scene, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Not at all." Yi Wuhui gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of indignation. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Wang Xueji gazed intently at the window in the ceiling and exclaimed, "Who are you? Why have you imprisoned us?" "Do not struggle," replied the figure clad in black. "Wang Pingji was merely a left general before, and now he is but a humble teacher. There is no need for you to reveal your identity." The shadowy figure continued. As for General Yi, we are not your subordinates. Just behave yourself. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji were taken aback, astonished that their circumstances were so thoroughly understood by their captors. Sensing that the figure had departed, Wang Xueji glanced at the food that had been lowered and asked, "What should we do now?" Feeling a pang of hunger, Yi Wuhui took the box containing their meal and said, "Let us eat first. Once we are nourished, we can devise a plan." Thereafter, the two fell into a contemplative silence. However, as night fell, a disagreement arose due to the presence of only a single restroom. The room was rather vast, and having been stripped of their powers, they found themselves in need of basic human necessities, much like ordinary individuals. Chapter 40. Yi Wuhui's Anger. Yi Tian emerges from seclusion. The Moonshadow guards, who had been eavesdropping outside the small iron room, gradually departed. "How are things inside?" Moonshadow number 34 inquired uncertainly. Emotions seem to have stabilized, but can they truly develop feelings over time? Moonshadow number 30 replied, regardless of whether they can cultivate genuine affection, "We have no choice but to proceed as we are." At this moment, Moonshadow number 38 expressed concern, "But does this not amount to cruel punishment? The individual inside is the Emperor's uncle." Moonshadow number 37 chimed in, "Indeed, might our actions displease the Emperor? Though these individuals were imbued with flesh, blood, and emotions, from the moment the system was instantiated, they became mere shadows of Yi Tian. Any unauthorized punishment inflicted upon the host's family would be detected by the system and subsequently erased." Moonshadow number 36 timidly suggested, "Should we perhaps move him to a larger room and provide some daily necessities?" Moonshadow number 33 vehemently objected, "No, our actions are in service of the mission entrusted to us by the Emperor. Even if it leads to our demise, we must see it through." The other 9 exchanged disapproving glances, clearly uninterested in his rhetoric. Ultimately, it was Moonshadow number 30 who proposed, "Tomorrow, let us find a way to leave a flaw in their confinement, allowing them to escape." The others were taken aback, having finally secured this opportunity. Wouldn't releasing them signify failure in their mission? Release them? Moonshadow number 30's eyes gleamed with cleverness. "Indeed, we are in the Qilin mountain range. Once their powers are sealed, it will not be easy for them to depart. We can protect them from the shadows." "Oh, I see now." Although a path had been carved through the Qilin mountain range by the military, a considerable distance remained to their current location. To leave unscathed, they would undoubtedly encounter ferocious beasts along the way, and with their powers sealed, they would need to rely on each other for support. As for the strength of the beasts, Moonshadow number 30 assured that he would intervene. However, in a rather amusing twist, the following day, Moonshadow number 34, perhaps suppressing his own powers, forgot to close the window while delivering food, yet Yi Wuhui did not escape. Moonshadow number 30, hidden in the shadows, grew anxious after waiting for some time without seeing anyone emerge. "What is going on? Why haven't they come out yet?" Moonshadow number 35 urged patience. "Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps they are still hesitating." Inside the dark iron room, Yi Wuhui was also gazing contemplatively at the window above. Wang Xueji, feeling anxious, asked, "What are you looking at?" "The window is wide open. Why aren't we escaping?" Yi Wuhui hesitated. "Aren't you afraid this might be a trap? Their strength is not to be underestimated. What is there to fear? If it comes to worst, we can always be recaptured." Wang Xueji yearned to escape her confinement. Having been trapped in the dark chamber for an entire day and night, it was unbearable for anyone. Yi Wuhui contemplated this notion, finding it quite reasonable. With a shared resolve, they leaped forth, emerging from the obsidian confines. However, upon their exit, they were both taken aback. Wang Xueji, in a state of bewilderment, uttered, "Where is this?" Surrounding them were towering trees, reminiscent of a primeval forest, with only 3 solitary brick houses visible in the distance. Yi Wuhui was equally perplexed. Yet he recognized with certainty that this was not the city of Chang'an. "We must hurry." Though their cultivation was sealed, their bodies, honed by years of spiritual energy, remained resilient. Casting a glance at the distant structures, he grasped Wang Xueji's hand, and they dashed into the depths of the forest. Concealed in the shadows, Moonshadow No. 34 exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, they have finally escaped. It was no easy feat. Beside him, Moonshadow number 32 urged, "Don't just stand there. Follow them. We must ensure they remain unharmed." A contingent of 10 shadow guards stealthily trailed Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji, occasionally driving a stray beast towards them. However, this proved arduous for the duo, as all their possessions had been confiscated, leaving them unable to harness their spiritual energy, forced to grapple with the beasts in close combat. From an initial advantage, they soon bore numerous wounds. As night fell, they found refuge in a cave. By this time, Yi Wuhui had discerned their location and begun to piece together the identities of their captors. Given the multitude of skilled individuals in Chang'an, it was inconceivable that anyone could abduct them without alerting the city guards, unless they were insiders. Yet, he was perplexed as to why his own nephew would conspire against him. This enigma weighed on his mind until he caught sight of Wang Xueji, who was meditating to break her seals. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization. Damn, you little rascal. Just wait until I return. I shall deal with you. Anger notwithstanding, he understood that escaping the Qilin mountain range was impossible in his current state. Unless he could restore his cultivation and seek out the Black Armored Army, he was trapped. Within the Wang court, Yi Tian had been in seclusion for 3 months. Since he began preparing to enhance his strength, he had been absorbing the energy from the system rewards. After 3 months of absorption, refinement, and stabilization, he had reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm. Though this power was formidable, it was insufficient. He aspired to summon even mightier beings, necessitating his own advancement. Historical patterns indicated that every 6 months, he could potentially sign a formidable entity 3 realms above his own, and every year, 1 4 realms above. With his current position in the concentration realm, he could expect to summon a celestial sovereign within the next 6 months. Yet, for added assurance, Yi Tian aimed to directly break through to the Heavenly King realm. At that time, he was likely to attain the strength of a sage, and by the end of the year, he might even reach the realm of a sage king. This was also the reason he had been hesitant to hasten the expansion of his territory. During this period, Yi Tian had been diligently practicing the Eternal Emperor's scripture. Previously, he had cultivated the willpower gathered after the destruction of the White Tiger Temple, and although he had yet to consolidate the Golden Dragon of Fortune over the past year, he was able to harness the willpower for his cultivation. Furthermore, the energy rewarded by the system was exceptionally pure, making it remarkably easy to refine. After 2 days had passed, Yi Tian finally opened his eyes. His aura had surged from the pinnacle of the concentration realm to the first layer of the Heavenly King realm. Sensing the changes in his body, he clenched his fists. This sensation, truly delightful. Moon Shadow. In the next moment, a figure appeared before Yi Tian. Your subordinate is here. How long have I been in seclusion? Your Majesty, a total of 98 days. During seclusion, time always seemed to pass swiftly. He had not anticipated that 3 months had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yi Tian appeared to recall something. Chapter 41, Punishment of the Moon Shadow. Commanding the nations, by the way, how is my second uncle faring now? Your Majesty, General Yi just returned to the royal city yesterday, and at this point, the Moon Shadow number 1 hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. He has returned? Has he successfully rescued the damsel in distress? No. Well, observing the expression of the Moon Shadow Guard, Yi Tian grew perplexed, his tone taking on a sharper edge. What has transpired? Speak. It is. Subsequently, the Moon Shadow Guard laid bare the entire affair, prostrating himself on the ground in the process. In his heart, he berated Moon Shadow number 30 to no. 40 profusely. Yi Tian's countenance shifted from initial astonishment to an ominous gloom. How have I instructed you? What have you done? A bunch of useless fools. Incompetent to succeed, yet proficient in causing failure. At this moment, Yi Tian was genuinely furious. Regardless of circumstances, Yi Wuhui remained his second uncle. His original intention was to introduce him to a suitable wife, yet not only had they failed, they had inadvertently cast him in the role of a villain. Contemplating this, Yi Tian's ire swelled. Who undertook the mission? Moon Shadow number 1 involuntarily trembled. He was acutely aware of their designated roles. To put it charitably, they were one of the cornerstones granted by the system for the host to dominate the world. To put it bluntly, they were but a blade in Yi Tian's hand, required to act according to their master's demands, and could be discarded at any moment. It was 30 to 40. The Moon Shadow Guard dared not conceal anything and had no choice but to disclose the truth. Yi Tian remained silent, calculating in his mind. Although the Moon Shadow Guard had erred, their intentions were aligned with his will. He could only wonder what his second uncle's current sentiments were. If his uncle harbored resentment, he must prepare for a decisive resolution. Inform them that if they do not gain my second uncle's forgiveness, they should prepare for their own annihilation. Yes, Moon Shadow no. One made no pleas for mercy. From the moment they were generated by the system, they had been prepared for annihilation. Yi Tian's motivations were not solely rooted in concern for his kin, but also served to instill a lesson for these system-generated beings. He had never doubted their loyalty. Yet their approach to tasks left much to be desired. After dismissing the Moon Shadow Guard, Yi Tian summoned Lu Zhengyang. Relate to me the matters of these past 3 months. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Zhengyang conveyed all events from the last 3 months to Yi Tian. Issue orders. All 20 generals are to attend the court assembly tomorrow. Understood. Lu Zhengyang bowed and departed. Typically, not all officials would attend the court assembly, as many resided outside Chang'an, making attendance challenging. Only in unavoidable circumstances would all officials gather for the assembly. The following morning, Yi Tian, attended by Xiao Mei and her companions, donned his imperial robes. Xiao Mei, you 4 have consistently remained by my side. Previously, both my grandfather and father have urged me to consider marriage. I have consented to take you 4 as my imperial consorts. I wonder how you feel about this? The faces of the 4 young women turned slightly crimson, for they had already heard whispers of this news. However, until Yi Tian spoke the words himself, they remained in a state of unease. Now, upon hearing his declaration, each of them felt a wave of shyness. The 4 ladies slightly bowed and replied, "We shall abide by your Majesty's arrangements." "Very well. In 3 months, I shall take you as my imperial consorts." Yi Tian responded, feeling quite satisfied. Each of Xiao Mei's companions possessed extraordinary beauty, and to bestow upon them the title of imperial consort would not tarnish its grandeur. As for the position of empress, Yi Tian had not yet contemplated this, for within the entire Tianyuan continent, every empress held a unique significance. She either boasted a formidable familial background that could assist the emperor in consolidating his dynasty, or she embodied a true love capable of unwavering companionship throughout life. Yet, Yi Tian had not encountered such a person thus far. In Yi Tian's mind, he yearned to find a person with whom he could share genuine love. After acquiring the system, he felt that no woman of any power within the Tianyuan continent could be deemed worthy of him. Perhaps today, Yi Tian was merely a guardian at the heavenly emperor level. Although his nation was quite affluent, its overall strength was only rated as 8 stars. But what of tomorrow? Tomorrow, Yi Tian might stand at the pinnacle of the world. No one could offer support in the form of a family. The following day, seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian gazed at the assembly of civil and military officials, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Today, I wish to wage war across the realm. Are there any generals willing to lead? The gathered officials knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We are willing to fight for your majesty." Excellent. In that case, all generals, heed my command. The 23 great generals bowed in respect. Among them were Yi Xiaotian and his 2 sons. Presently, there were 5 million troops registered in the system, each possessing at least the strength of the Qinghai level. Excluding the 30,000 stationed outside Chang'an City, there remained 470,000 ready for immediate deployment. As for the armies guarding various cities, they were either local militia or newly recruited soldiers. Wang Zhan, Su Failong, Zhao Jin, I named 20 generals in succession. Each general commanded a force of 200,000 elite soldiers, each tasked with invading one of the 20 neighboring nations. Previously, Yi Tian would never have dared to undertake such an endeavor, for every nation within Qingyun Prefecture boasted armies exceeding 100,000, supported by powerful sections. To conquer a nation with merely 200,000 troops would have been quite challenging. However, these soldiers were cultivators, possessing strength at the Spirit Sea level, their commanders at the Skyward level, and the generals at the Heavenly King level. With such prowess, they possessed the capability to seize a nation. Indeed, we shall faithfully execute your Majesty's will. Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui stared in awe at Yi Tian. The 3 of them have yet to receive a mission. Where are Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui? Yi Tian felt a touch of awkwardness, reluctant to directly address his grandfather, father, and second uncle by name. We are here. The trio of Yi Xiaotian was quite exhilarated, as the ostensible general of war. They could only truly sense their existence on the battlefield. You shall lead an army of 600,000 to invade the Xianyu kingdom. What? Yi Xiaotian and the others looked up at Yi Tian in disbelief. The position of the Ling Xiao kingdom in the Qingyun prefecture was rather precarious. Initially, the 3 neighboring kingdoms were Tian Shui, Lihua, and Nanfeng. However, after their subjugation by Ling Xiao, they now faced 9 nations, including the Xianyu kingdom. Historically, the Xianyu kingdom had merely been a transit state with scant defensive forces. The reason it had remained unscathed was that it possessed few resources and was bordered by the sea on 2 sides. Conquering it would only expand their territory, yet would lead to encounters with formidable nations and the monstrous beast lurking in the ocean. Yi Xiaotian, with a moment's contemplation, Understood Yi Tian's strategy. If one aspired to dominate the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, the Xianyu Kingdom must be seized. For beyond the sea lies the northern Mo Prefecture. Chapter 42, Mobilizing Forces Against the Ten Nations. Attention from Tianqing. The Xianyu Kingdom stands as a border state of Qingyun Prefecture, also serving as a junction between Qingyun and Beima prefectures. This nation possesses a limited military presence. However, due to its strategic location, the populace exhibits a particularly fierce disposition. The presence of numerous sects and factions within the country has cultivated an environment where every individual is a formidable fighter. This is the rationale behind Yi Tian's decision to deploy 600,000 troops to attack a seemingly small nation. Yi Xiaodian comprehends that conquering the Xianyu Kingdom will not be a simple endeavor, not due to the strength of its military, but because subjugating it may necessitate the slaughter of several cities. In a nation characterized by a fierce culture, employing strategies of conciliation is utterly futile. Thus, more domineering and brutal methods must be employed. With this in mind, Yi Xiaodian slightly bowed and stated, "Your Majesty, I request the authority to handle matters autonomously." Yi Tian, without hesitation, acquiesced. Granted, to dominate the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, and even extend beyond its borders, the conquest of the Xianyu Kingdom is imperative. It is noteworthy that during the zenith of the once mighty Tianqing Empire, they did not dare to provoke the Xianyu Kingdom. In Yi Tian's perspective, this was indicative of Tianqing's reluctance to venture beyond Qingyun. However, Lingxiao Kingdom differs. Yi Tian aspires to achieve supremacy over the universe and must first decisively clear Qingyun. He is prepared to resort to mass slaughter if necessary. Initially, Yi Tian intended to leave the Xianyu Kingdom for last. Yet, upon breaking through to the Heavenly King realm, he found himself capable of summoning even stronger warriors, allowing him to relinquish some of his previous concerns. Concerning the choice to send the Yi family trio to assault the Xianyu Kingdom, one might ponder why not dispatch the generals produced by the system instead. Yi Tian has considered this, realizing that the system-generated generals hail from the ancient commanders of the Tianyuan continent, who have fought countless battles and have a long history of sacking cities and annihilating nations. In contrast, the Yi family has not genuinely participated in large-scale warfare. Their previous engagement against the Lihua Kingdom was largely due to Jiang Wei decimating the Lihua Kingdom's 600,000 strong army, forcing Nangong Tao to surrender. Rather than viewing this as a daunting task assigned to the Yi family, it could be perceived as a valuable opportunity for them to hone their skills. After all, Qingyun Prefecture is relatively small. The entire Qingtian domain comprises 15 prefectures, and beyond it lies an even greater expanse. The entirety of the Tianyuan continent is vast, with countless prefectures awaiting exploration. In the future, numerous wars will arise, where the sacking of cities and the obliteration of nations may become commonplace. At present, within Qingyun Prefecture, the strength of all nations and sects is not particularly formidable. However, once beyond the Qingtian domain, such coercive warfare will likely become scarce. As Yi Tian summoned his generals, an air of chaos began to manifest throughout Qingyun Prefecture. 3 years prior, Yi Tian had dispatched the Moonshadow Guards to infiltrate the entirety of Qingyun. The objective was to incite internal discord within these nations when the time was ripe. Now, that moment has arrived. In the realm of Qianfan, the Kingdom of Listening Rain, the Kingdom of Thunder, and the Kingdom of 100 Flowers, a tumultuous upheaval erupted simultaneously among the 10 nations closest to Lingxiao Kingdom. In some instances, the general's residence bore witness to the queen awakening from her slumber, only to be discovered by her maidservants. In another, the prime minister's wife fled from the emperor's palace, disheveled and caught by the eunuchs. Tragedies unfolded as the son of a prince perished within the general's estate, and both princes and princesses met their fates in the abodes of ministers. To the discerning eye, these occurrences bore the hallmarks of a premeditated plot. However, the officials, consumed by their own frustrations, failed to recognize that neighboring nations were grappling with analogous crises. Even if they wished to uncover the truth, it proved arduous, for family scandals are seldom aired publicly. The emperor's attempts to suppress these matters were futile, as numerous sovereigns were embroiled in the chaos. In an instant, the 10 surrounding nations were engulfed in a current of unrest, awaiting merely a spark to ignite internal discord. Just 3 days after Yi Tian concluded his military appointments, as various generals readied for war, more royal offspring and the wives of chancellors, along with the daughters of generals, fell victim to heinous acts. While these 10 nations endeavored to quell their internal strife, The 10 legions of Ling Xiao Kingdom stood poised at their gates. The fortifications along the borders could scarcely impede the advancing forces of Ling Xiao. At this pivotal moment, the sects supporting these nations emerged from their shadows, uniting the strength of their realms to confront Ling Xiao's formidable army of 200,000. Though their aspirations were noble, the true might of Ling Xiao's forces would only be revealed in the clash of battle. Throughout Qingyun Prefecture, all factions keenly observed the unfolding conflict. In the Tianqing Empire, within the imperial palace, ministers of both civil and military backgrounds convened for a court assembly, where Emperor Chu Yuntian perused a stack of memorials. Esteemed ministers, let us deliberate on the matter of Ling Xiao Kingdom, he proclaimed. In the ensuing moment, a minister stepped forth to recount the recent history of Ling Xiao's ascendance. Your Majesty, Ling Xiao Kingdom overthrew the Great Qin 3 years ago. As the mightiest empire in Qingyun Prefecture, they are not beholden to the sects for tributes, resulting in a naturally robust national strength. However, based on our intelligence, the combat capabilities of Ling Xiao's military exceed our own. Every legion is commanded by generals of the Heavenly King realm, a phenomenon unprecedented in the Tianqing Empire. Following the minister's discourse, the officials in the court were compelled to reassess their perceptions of Ling Xiao Kingdom. Emperor Chu Yuntian turned to the foremost military general, inquiring, General Leng, what is your perspective on this matter? General Leng Yan pondered briefly before responding candidly, Your Majesty, with the current military prowess of the Tianqing Empire, we cannot contend with Ling Xiao Kingdom. What? How can this be? Preposterous, General. You are merely bolstering the enemy's confidence. The other ministers murmured their discontent at Long Yan's assertion. Only Chu Yuntian remained silent, as he shared the same thoughts as the general. The sudden rise of Ling Xiao Kingdom 3 years prior had led to the rapid capitulation of 3 neighboring states within a mere month. The prowess of soldiers, the combat strength of armies, and the command capabilities of generals, all of these elements exert a profound impact on them. Initially, Chu Yuntian paid little heed to the sudden emergence of the Ling Xiao Kingdom, even when it had previously annihilated the 3 neighboring nations. He merely regarded it as hearsay. It was only after Ling Xiao Kingdom directly dispatched troops to attack the 11 nations, including the Xianyu Kingdom, that Chu Yuntian began to take it seriously. For any discerning observer could see that the Ling Xiao Kingdom harbored ambitions of dominating the entire Qingyun continent. General Leng, please continue, he urged. Yes, Your Majesty. General Leng Yan replied with a slight bow, then proceeded with deliberation. 3 years ago, the Ling Xiao Kingdom obliterated the 3 neighboring nations. Yet their military strength was not fully revealed at that time, and we did not pay it the attention it warranted. With a faint sigh, Leng Yan reflected on how he had dismissed the news when he first encountered it. After all, the Tianqing Empire is situated at the southernmost part of the Qingyun continent, while the Ling Xiao Kingdom lies to the north, merely separated from the Beima continent by a sea and 2 nations. With 7 nations standing between them, they posed no threat to the Tianqing Empire. Chapter 43. Concerns of Chu Yuntian and the involvement of the Sword Sect in Leng Yan's view. The Ling Xiao Kingdom harbored no grand ambitions and was unlikely to continue its aggression against neighboring states. However, reality proved him wrong. After a 3-year hiatus, the Ling Xiao Kingdom not only sought to invade surrounding nations but also launched an offensive against 11 kingdoms simultaneously. According to intelligence from scouts, the soldiers of the Ling Xiao Kingdom possessed at least the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, with the commanding general boasting the power of the Heavenly King realm. A single army of such caliber would not pose a significant threat to the Tianqing Empire. 5 armies, however, might instill a slight concern. Yet should there be 10, the Tianqing Empire could find itself in peril. Your Majesty, I believe we must unite with the other 15 kingdoms to form a coalition capable of defeating the Ling Xiao Kingdom. And we must also consider the sect's influence. The remaining officials wore expressions of disbelief, though they acknowledged the strength of the Ling Xiao Kingdom from the brief exchanges. The realization that the Tianqing Empire could not contend with it left them incredulous. Chu Yuntian, too, pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion as General Leng Yan. Let us proceed as General Leng suggests. Dr. Wei, immediately contact the 15 neighboring kingdoms and convey my intentions. I require you to persuade them to send troops to join the Tianqing Alliance in the shortest time possible. Understood, Your Majesty. An elderly man with a grizzled beard stepped forward to receive the decree. Simultaneously, all the nations and sects within Qingyun Prefecture became acutely aware of this development, for it had been nearly a century since so many kingdoms had participated in warfare concurrently. Within the Qingyun Sword Sect, The Grand Elder Yu Gufeng and Sect Master Jin Xingqian engaged in discussion regarding this matter. Sect Master Jin, resembling a sword of brilliance with eyes akin to stars, had attained the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperor realm. He turned to the elder beside him and inquired, which sect stands behind the Lingxiao Kingdom? Grand Elder Yu Gufeng, embodying an ethereal presence, wore a troubled expression. None. The ruler of the Lingxiao Kingdom is a mere 17-year-old boy who, 3 years prior, acquired a band of followers from an unknown source and forcefully overthrew the Deqian dynasty. In just 6 months, he stabilized the entire nation and dispatched 2 million troops to conquer the 3 neighboring kingdoms. Even Yu Gufeng, a cultivator detached from worldly affairs, expressed admiration at this point. After 3 years of recovery, he simultaneously dispatched 20 armies, with 11 penetrating into 11 nations. Without external interference, it is likely he could conquer them within 3 months. As the most formidable force in Qingyun Prefecture, the Qingyun Sword Sect could easily obtain such intelligence. Initially, however, they had paid it little heed, allowing Yu Tian to grow rapidly. Upon hearing these words, Sect Master Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Is there no sect involved? Yes. The sects behind the 10 kingdoms have intervened, but I fear they may struggle to withstand the onslaught. Upon hearing this, Jin Xingqian's expression darkened. He resolved to notify other factions, insisting that they all become involved. Qingyun Prefecture had remained too stable for far too long, and he would not permit such a formidable nation to exist. Although the Tianqing Empire maintained its independence and was not obligated to pay tribute to the sects, this was largely due to the fact that the empire's first sovereign was the son of an elder from the Qingyun Sword Sect. The Lingxiao Kingdom lacked such a powerful background, and it was likely that Yu Tian was surreptitiously supported by some hidden force. Otherwise, there would not be so many skilled experts in such a formidable army. However, Jin Xingqian remained unfazed, for Qingyun Prefecture was the dominion of his Qingyun Sword Sect. Outside of Qingyun Prefecture, the allied factions of the Qingyun Sword Sect were also sovereign sects in their own right. The intrigues of the upper echelons were often intertwined with mutual interests, and the relationships between the sects were exceedingly complex. The elder of their sect had once been the holy son of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, which bolstered Jin Xingqian's confidence in dismissing the Lingxiao Kingdom. The Grand Elder, Yu Gufeng, paused momentarily before readily agreeing. Yes, I shall visit the Lingxiao Kingdom today. It had already been 10 days since the army was dispatched. Each day brought news of victories back to the royal court, and during this period, Yi Tian had not secluded himself, but rather engaged in managing the court documents. In these 3 months, numerous edicts that the Ministry of Internal Affairs could not resolve had accumulated in Yi Tian's study. After attending to the last edict, Yi Tian rose to stretch his limbs. Xiao Yangzi, Lu Xingyang, who had been waiting attentively beside Yi Tian, promptly bowed upon hearing his name. Your servant is here. It has been 10 days since the army set out, correct? Where are General Zhao and the other 10 generals now? Reporting to your majesty. General Zhao and his men are currently following behind Generals Wang, Zhang, and Liu. Yi Tian glanced at the map, meticulously crafted by the Moonshadow Guards over the past 3 years, which hung upon the wall. Previously, Yi Tian had commanded an assault on 20 neighboring nations, each with an army of 200,000. However, these nations were not aligned in a single line. To conquer them all, the 9 surrounding nations must first be defeated. As for the Xianyu Kingdom, it lay in a different direction, and Yu Tian harbored no concerns regarding the safety of the Yi family trio, as he had dispatched Zhao Jun to covertly protect them. Over these 3 months, Yu Tian had also signed for numerous valuable items, a considerable portion of which was stored in the national treasury, while the remainder was distributed among the civil and military officials. Zhao Jun's strength had ascended from the 7th to the 8th heavenly sovereign. As for the 3 women, Wu Xinyue and her companions still stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. Achieving a breakthrough to the celestial venerable realm was no simple task. Fortunately, Yi Tian was in no rush. With his enhanced strength, he could summon powerful allies merely by signing for them. After absorbing Lu Xingyang's report, Yi Tian fell into deep contemplation. With chaos unfolding in Qingyun Prefecture and his simultaneous assaults on 11 nations, the remaining 15 would undoubtedly be preparing for the inevitable conflict. At that time, the kingdom of Lingxiao would have to confront the onslaught of the entire Qingyun Prefecture. This prospect did not overly concern Yu Tian, for from the moment he dispatched his troops, he had already contemplated the worst-case scenario. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he instructed Lu Zhangyang to withdraw before resuming his position upon the dragon throne. Regarding the military capabilities of the kingdom of Lingxiao, he harbored no doubts about their ability to conquer the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. However, the aftermath posed a different challenge. To maintain control over the territories acquired, it would be imperative to station troops for defense. Yet, the current military strength of the kingdom was insufficient to secure the territory. The forces would inevitably need to be dispersed. Unfortunately, such dispersion would result in a diminished capacity to form cohesive battalions, thereby weakening their overall strength, an outcome Yi Tian wished to avoid. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian began to summon the system. Before he could establish communication, he was suddenly struck by the presence of a formidable aura manifesting above the city of Chang'an. Chapter 44. The arrival of a formidable foe. Yi Tian, come forth. Have courage. How audacious. The three women, Wu Xinyi, Wu Xinyue, and Wu Xinjing, who had long remained concealed beside Yi Tian, sensed a powerful aura and instantly appeared at his side. Upon hearing their names called from outside, Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing swiftly darted out. Yi Tian's expression darkened as he commanded, "Let us step outside and investigate." Upon exiting the grand hall, they beheld an elder with an ethereal demeanor hovering above the royal court, his gaze fixed warily upon Wu Xinyue and her companion. He had previously assumed that Yi Tian was accompanied by a formidable guardian of the Heavenly King realm. Little did he anticipate the sudden emergence of two women whose prowess reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperor realm. At that moment, Yu Gufeng pondered whether he had inadvertently spoken too loudly. Although he possessed the strength of the 9th layer of the Heavenly Emperor realm, he had only recently achieved this breakthrough and still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching his zenith. Yi Tian regarded the elder with inquiry. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the young man clad in a dragon robe, Yu Gufeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the emperor to be not only youthful, but also of the 1st layer of the Heavenly King realm. However, he felt no concern for his own safety, as he had a powerful backing. "Humph. I am Yu Gufeng, the Grand Elder of the Qingyan Sword sect," he asserted, his voice sharp as he demanded, "Are you the Emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom? Who authorized you to mobilize forces against other nations? Do you realize how many lives your actions will jeopardize?" Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, uttering two words with an air of finality. "Kill them." Understood. The two women, Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing, could no longer contain their eagerness. They were, after all, Yi Tian's subordinates. There is an adage, those who insult the sovereign must die. Following Yi Tian's command, the two women drew their long swords in unison and charged towards Yu Gufeng. The sudden onslaught startled Yu Gufeng, who exclaimed, "Impudent! I am the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword sect. Do you dare to take my life?" Yi Tian paid no heed to his title. Even if a sect leader were to appear, he would regard them with equal disdain. He had already resolved to attack Qingyun Prefecture, and enmity with the sword sect was merely a matter of time. Observing the battle unfolding in the sky, Yi Tian noted that Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing seemed somewhat restrained, likely due to their consideration for the structures of the royal court. Realizing this, Yi Tian declared, "Xinyan, you too join in. Do not hold back. If the buildings collapse, they can be rebuilt." "Yes." Following the command, Wu Xinyan ascended into the sky to relay the message to her companions. The trio's attacks intensified, and Yu Gufeng, already outmatched by a single woman, found himself at an insurmountable disadvantage against three adversaries who exceeded him by 3 minor realms. In a mere instant, his defeat became apparent. Recognizing that failure to flee would lead to his demise, Yu Gufeng began to resist fiercely. After enduring a blow, he prepared to escape beyond the city walls, never once considering the possibility of taking Yi Tian hostage. As Yu Gufeng made his escape, Wu Xinyue and her companions deliberately eased their assault, allowing him to flee towards the outskirts of the city. Only in this manner could they fully unleash their potential. Otherwise, prior to his demise, Yu Gufeng would undoubtedly unleash a formidable offensive, which could potentially endanger the citizens of the city. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian turned and returned to the study, disregarding the subsequent events entirely. He held great confidence in the trio of Wu Xinyue, for the system had previously introduced them as capable of contending with the celestial sovereign when united. System, is there a marketplace available? Other systems seem to possess a system shop. Ding. The host has become the sovereign of fortune and can now access the marketplace. There are conditions. At present, the Lingxiao Kingdom can activate the sovereign of fortune at any moment, but Yi Tian felt that the current territory was still too small, and the gathered fortune golden dragon lacked sufficient strength. Very well. Can I sign in for formations such as the Forbidden Air? Previously, Yi Tian had not entertained this notion. Yet the appearance of that individual named Yu Gufeng in the sky had left him rather uncomfortable. No one relishes having someone looming overhead. Ding. Signing in for items and characters is entirely random. All right. Yi Tian waved his hand, seated in the dragon throne, feeling somewhat helpless. Before long, the trio of Wu Xinyue appeared in the imperial study, with Wu Xinyan carrying a head wrapped in white cloth. Your Majesty, the enemy has been slain outside the city. Yi Tian merely cast a glance and promptly instructed, dispose of it. As you command. The three women vanished into the void once more. The following day, upon awakening, Yi Tian immediately called upon the system, sign in. Ding. Today's sign-in yields the character Xiaohong, 500, 000 premium spirit stones, 500 heavenly grade magical artifacts, and 500 8th grade spirit pills. Is that all? Yi Tian blinked in surprise. Previously, each sign-in had garnered 5 or 6 items. Why were there only 4 today? Yi Tian opened the system panel to investigate. Character, Xiaohong Realm. Peak Celestial Sovereign Age. 33 years cultivation method. Lingyun Treasure Mirror. Yi Tian's gaze fixated on the realm section, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Peak Celestial Sovereign? Such prowess? Currently, there were no Celestial Sovereign level experts in the entire Qingyan Prefecture, and even within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion of the Qingtian domain. The number of individuals reaching Celestial Sovereign was likely fewer than 10. System, generate it quickly. Ding. System generation in progress. In the next moment, Yi Tian felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, every hair on his body standing on end. Wu Xinyan and the other 2 women instantaneously appeared by his side, their expressions brimming with vigilance as they gazed toward the entrance. They seemed to sense something. And although there was no hostility, the very aura was disconcerting. Swish, your subordinate, Xiaohong, pays his respects to your Majesty. Before Yi Tian and Wu Xinyue could react, a figure had already knelt before Yi Tian. After a brief moment, Yi Tian finally registered the situation, hastily descending from the bed to assist Xiaohong to his feet. Quickly, please rise. After Yi Tian helped Xiaohong to his feet, he began to scrutinize the man before him. His brows were sharp as swords. His eyes resembled twinkling stars, and his chiseled visage was crowned with a mane of white hair, all accentuated by his elegant black robes, giving him an air of remarkable stature. Ah, you are merely 33 years old. How have you managed to attain such a formidable realm? Xiaohong glanced at the 3 women, who appeared to be rather similar, evidently lacking a deeper reservoir of memories. To your Majesty, I am unaware, he replied. Very well then. Although Yi Tian was intrigued, he sensed that this might be a consequence of the system. It was noted that individuals below the King of Heaven rank who had recently signed in did not possess spatial rings. However, those who had recently signed in at the Emperor and Supreme levels were indeed equipped with such rings. Yi Tian, while somewhat curious, chose not to dwell on these particulars. Over the past 3 years, Yi Tian had acquired numerous spatial rings, not only for various civil and military officials, but also for the commanders rewarded by the system, all of whom had been outfitted with spatial rings. Despite this, the National Treasury still housed more than 10,000 rings. Chapter 45. The Coalition Strikes. The Emperor leads the charge. With the arrival of Xiaohong, Yi Tian felt a renewed sense of confidence. He allocated a portion of resources to Wu Xinyue and her 2 companions, urging them to cultivate within the Xianwang Tower, hoping they would break through to the realm of the Heavenly Sovereign. Days passed, and the news of Yu Gufeng's demise reached the Qingyan Sword sect swiftly. In these formidable factions, each significant figure possessed a soul token retained within the sect. Although Jin Xingqian was filled with rage, he refrained from acting impulsively. Yu Gufeng's prowess was merely 2 minor realms below his own. His death indicated that the Lingshao Kingdom possessed the might to annihilate a heavenly emperor at the 9th level. Upon grasping this reality, Jin Xingqian ventured alone to the sect's upper halls, unlocking several prohibitions before arriving at the door of a modest chamber. With profound respect, he bowed and addressed, Ancestor, the 85th generation sect master Jin Xingqian seeks your guidance. Silence enveloped the room, and Jin Xingqian maintained his bowing posture. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, an aged voice resonated from within. Enter. Yes, Ancestor. Jin Xingqian respectfully opened the door and stepped inside. The small room measured no more than 7 or 8 square meters, adorned solely with 3 meditation cushions. Within, 3 elders sat with their backs to the entrance, legs crossed in meditation. What brings you here? Jin Xingqian slightly bowed, recounting the events surrounding the Lingshao Kingdom, concluding with the fate of the Grand Elder, Yu Gufeng. The 3 elders remained silent for an extended period before one finally spoke. You should understand that we will not intervene as long as the sect remains unharmed. Jin Xingqian, still unwilling to concede, recognized that although he possessed the strength of a ninth-level heavenly emperor and could collaborate with several other sect leaders to defend against or even obliterate the invading forces. The incident with Yu Gufeng revealed that the Lingxiao kingdom undoubtedly had its own ninth-level heavenly emperors, possibly even stronger beings in the heavenly sovereign realm. Otherwise, Yu Gufeng would not have been unable to flee, falling victim so easily. However, Ancestor, the power of the Lingxiao kingdom is overwhelming. In just 20 days, they have conquered 9 nations. I have conferred with the leaders of several other factions, and even if we all act together, we would find it exceedingly difficult to halt their advance. At this moment, the 3 elders comprehended the gravity of the situation, astonished by the sudden emergence of such a powerful nation. Yet, for various reasons, they could not depart from their post. Just then, the elder seated in the center spoke. Second brother, third brother, you should go and investigate. Eldest brother, the 2 elders expressed their reluctance before they could voice their objections further. The central elder raised his hand to interrupt. Do not concern yourselves with me. Very well. Jin Xingchen felt a surge of elation, with 2 heavenly sovereign elders stepping forth. He was utterly confident in his ability to annihilate the Lingxiao kingdom. Indeed, it was a matter of national extermination. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, the unarmed often meet their demise. In the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, it is conceivable that nations are established and fall into ruin with each passing day. Qingyun Prefecture has remained in a state of tranquility, and Jin Xingtian is resolutely unwilling to tolerate any force that dares to threaten them, especially after Lingxiao Kingdom has slain their esteemed elder. The news of the Sword Sect's ancestral master emerging from seclusion spread like wildfire. And the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture is aware that this impending conflict is likely to conclude swiftly. Leading the charge is the Tianqing Empire, accompanied by 14 allied nations, deploying their most formidable troops, totaling 15 million. While the individual prowess of these soldiers may not rival that of Lingxiao Kingdom's army, they are seasoned veterans, elite troops, and are further bolstered by the presence of 5 distinguished generals. Additionally, within Qingyun Prefecture, 14 sects have dispatched practitioners ranging from 500 to 3,000 strong. Notably, the Sword Sect is represented by its leader, Jin Xingtian, alongside 2 recently emerged supreme elders. Among this assembly, there is one at the 7th heaven of Celestial Sovereign, one at the 5th heaven, one at the 9th heaven of Celestial Emperor, 4 at the 5th heaven, and a combined total of 500 at the Heavenly King and Spirit Concentration realms. Furthermore, there are over 6,000 practitioners in the realms of Skyward, Spirit Sea, and Foundation Establishment. Such formidable strength is a force to be reckoned with, regardless of its location. However, upon receiving this intelligence relayed by the Moonshadow Guard, Yi Tian merely smiled. The army summoned through the system is not merely composed of cultivators. Their most significant advantage lies in their military formations, which have been their steadfast reliance in countless battles. Yet, while Yi Tian regards the soldiers and the 6,000 practitioners with indifference, the presence of the 2 celestial sovereigns still astonishes him. He had previously believed that the strongest within Qingyun Prefecture were the celestial emperors, only to discover that there are indeed 2 ancient existences at the celestial sovereign level. This realization prompts Yi Tian to reconsider and rearrange his future strategies. Moonshadow, how are numbers 30 and 40 faring? He inquires. Previously, their actions led to the humiliation of my second uncle. He had declared that if they did not obtain Yu Hui's forgiveness, they would self-destruct. Moonshadow number 1 slightly bowed, replying to your majesty. The second master has instructed them to accompany him in conquering the Xian Yu kingdom in exchange for forgiveness. Second master? Yi Tian is taken aback by the title. This is a convenient reference for the 3 Yi generals, replies Moonshadow number 1. Very well, you may withdraw. Yi Tian gestures dismissively, not wishing to linger on the matter. Xiao Yangzi, Lu Xingyang, stationed outside the door, promptly responds to Yi Tian's call. This servant is here. Command General Shang Wan to assemble 1,000 guards to accompany me to the front lines. Lu Xingyang, incredulous, exclaims, Your Majesty, are you truly going to lead the charge in person? Yi Tian nods affirmatively. Indeed, I have grown weary of remaining in the royal court. It is time to venture outside. Your Majesty, you possess a precious body. How can you risk yourself? 20 distinguished generals stood in attendance. Yi Tian, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, Enough. This is an order. You shall carry it out. Yes, Your Majesty, responded Shang Wan Fei Hong, one of the 23 generals. appointed by Yi Tian as the commander of the royal guards. Although the royal guard comprised merely 5,000 men, each possessed the strength of the Void Realm. Over the past 3 years, through intermittent training in the Infinite Secret Realm, they had nearly all attained the Spirit Gathering Realm. In the next moment, Xiaohong emerged from the shadows, bowing slightly as he inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we notify the Wu sisters?" Yu Tian raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you unable to protect me?" "Your Majesty, I possess great confidence in my abilities. However, I fear there may be other beings of the celestial sovereign realm aside from those 2 old fellows." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Tian replied, "Very well, summon them as well." Chapter 46. The Defeat of 10 Nations and Strategies Against the Enemy. After arranging matters, Yi Tian communicated the news to the Ministry of Internal Affairs via the system panel. Upon arriving at the open space of the royal court, he summoned the 9 dragons' chariot. A resounding dragon's roar echoed within the royal court, and in the next moment, a chariot forged of gold materialized before Yi Tian. 9 majestic black serpentine dragons, each measuring 10 meters in length, knelt with their forelimbs on the ground, their necks adorned with chains. Upon gazing at Yi Tian, they instinctively lowered their proud heads. Yi Tian sensed their cultivation level was still at the peak of the spirit consolidation stage. Such prowess would have satisfied him in the past, yet now, such strength was scarcely worthy of serving him. "Upon your return, you shall train in the Xianhuang Tower," he decreed. The 9 dragons emitted a soft, grateful roar, acknowledging his command. Indeed, on the Tianyuan continent, many magical beasts had been tamed by humans. Those reaching the spirit consolidation stage generally possess the ability to speak, while those attaining the celestial sovereign stage, or 8th-tier beasts, could even assume human form. Only those with ancient bloodlines experience slow growth. Take, for instance, the chaotic black dragon egg bestowed upon him by the system. It had been over 3 years since he activated the chaotic Tao body upon ascending the throne. And despite daily nourishment with blood, there were still no signs of hatching. Numerous times, Yi Tian contemplated boiling it, but the thought of the dragon within, destined to possess imperial-level power upon birth, restrained his hand. 2 palace maidens stood beside the dragon chariot, parting the beaded curtains for Yi Tian, who entered without hesitation. Once inside, he discovered that the 9 dragons' chariot was a realm unto itself, though it appeared to occupy merely 5 or 6 square meters from the outside. The interior exceeded 100, complete with a dragon throne, a dragon couch, a sand table, and a tea station. Upon examining the system panel, he grasped the true magnificence of the chariot, the size of the interior space, the strength of its external defenses. And even the 9 dragons were all intricately linked to fortune. This meant that in the future, as he activated the Fortune Dynasty and awakened the Fortune Golden Dragon, these 9 dragons would have the potential to revert to their ancestral forms, rapidly enhancing their strength. Currently, the chariot's defenses could withstand the full force of a peak celestial sovereign strike. "Let us depart," he commanded. "Yes." Lu Jinyong slightly bowed and relayed the orders. Shangguan Feihong led 1,000 guards, all at the late spirit consolidation stage, flanking the chariot. In the shadows, Xiaohong and Wu Xinyue, along with 3 others, kept watch. Yi Tian did not disturb the citizens of Chang'an. He commanded in the beginning, wars did not claim so many lives. After all, there were precedents set by the 3 kingdoms of Tianshui, Lihua, and Nefeng. Surrendering could ensure survival and even allow one to enjoy a peaceful old age. However, Chu Yuntian, the sovereign of the Tianqing Empire, feared that the Lingxiao kingdom might undermine his rule and pose a threat to Tianqing. Consequently, he dispatched envoys to contact the leaders of 15 other nations, forming a coalition army of 15 million. This gave the rulers of the 10 nations, including the Thunder Nation, sufficient confidence to believe they could challenge the Lingxiao kingdom. Yet, despite their combined forces exceeding 8 million, they were mercilessly defeated by 4 million, leaving the battlefield strewn with corpses. At this juncture, a grand army of 370,000, led by generals such as Zhao Jian and Wang Zhan, was stationed at the border between the Thunder Nation and the Hundred Flowers Nation. 200 miles away, the formidable General Lang Yin commanded an army of 15 million. Both sides had yet to engage in battle, akin to 2 predators poised and waiting. General Lang Yin anticipated the involvement of sect forces. As among the martial generals and soldiers, the majority were warriors, with very few cultivators present. Although the strongest contingent of 300,000 from the Tianqing Empire, composed of Spirit Sea Realm warriors, was included, the strength of the Lingxiao kingdom was superior. They could only hope for the sect forces to intervene to have any chance of victory. Meanwhile, within the coalition's command tent, over 50 individuals convened to discuss strategies. Among them were the recently escaped rulers of the 10 nations, now stripped of their former glory and reduced to a state of despair. General Lang Yin took his place at the head of the table, surveying the martial generals and the 10 rulers. Would the esteemed rulers kindly enlighten us about the capabilities of the enemy soldiers? He inquired. Thunder Nation's ruler, Lei Zhe, shook his head with a bitter smile. I am no longer a ruler, but merely a king of a fallen nation. The other 9 rulers also lowered their heads, their proud spirits shattered by the war. The remaining 40 or so generals could not help but feel a sense of sorrow, as they were the mightiest commanders of their respective nations. Empathizing with the plight of the 10 rulers. Without dwelling on the matter further, General Lang Yin directly asked, "Very well. Please inform us of the strength of the enemy forces." Lei Zhe exchanged glances with the other 9 before finally responding, "The enemy is formidable, exceedingly so. They are composed entirely of cultivators, with every soldier at a minimum of the Spirit Sea realm, and many at the Skyward realm. The most powerful among them are their generals." At this point, even fear crept onto Lei Zhe's countenance, yet he continued. "The generals possess at least the strength of the Heavenly King realm." Upon hearing this, the brows of the other generals furrowed in concern. If only a handful of cultivators were involved, even if there were 100,000 at the Skyward realm, they would not be deterred. The hallmark of the Skyward realm is the ability to fly, but against an army numbering in the hundreds of millions, such prowess would offer little reprieve. Even if the general possesses the strength of a heavenly sovereign, the combined forces of these nations along with their underlying sects should be formidable enough to engage in battle. Even if they were to face defeat, it ought not to have transpired so swiftly. They had previously dispatched skilled scouts, and the local soldiers totaled no more than 4 million, indicating that a considerable number must have perished in that conflict. If that is indeed the case, the moment the sects arrive, they could dispatch experts to restrain the opposing general, thereby maintaining a glimmer of hope for victory. At this juncture, another general suddenly inquired whether there might be additional reasons. Indeed, the sovereign of the 100 Flowers Garden is an alluring woman. Though those present are aware that she is a withered crone in her 60s, we implore the Lady of 100 Flowers to enlighten us. The opposing forces are well versed in battle formations, and that cavalry unit is on the verge of coalescing their military spirit. Hiss. Chapter 47. The Suspected Spirit of the Army? A personal visit to the battlefield including Lang Yin, all the generals present could not help but gasp in astonishment. As seasoned commanders accustomed to the rigors of battle, they possessed an in-depth understanding of military formations. However, the formations they employed merely represented variations in tactics, which bore little impact on large-scale warfare. The spirit of the army, on the other hand, was a true catalyst for enhancing combat prowess. Before the assembled leaders could fully comprehend the implications, another sovereign interjected, "No, it is not just those cavalry. Their entire army is on the verge of condensing the spirit of the army." Upon hearing this, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the minds of the attendees. Unbeknownst to them, the troops of Lingxiao Kingdom, whether cavalry or the Black Armored Army, had yet to manifest such a spirit. They were merely soldiers generated by the system, possessing high potential but lacking the extraordinary caliber required. In this world, the spirit of the army indeed exists. It is forged through the relentless trials of countless battles, embodying an indomitable will, an unwavering faith, and an unyielding determination. This is what constitutes the true spirit of the army. Considering the current state of Lingxiao Kingdom's forces, they possessed numerous favorable conditions. However, they had never encountered an equally matched adversary or a foe that could compel them to take the fight seriously. Thus, the notion of an unyielding will was rendered moot. The reason Lei Zhe and the others believed in the existence of the spirit of the army within Lingxiao Kingdom's forces was simply due to their limited perspective. They were unaware of the formidable capabilities bestowed by the system upon the military formations. For instance, the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry's dragon-slaying formation could transform the entire army into a mighty spear, piercing through the battlefield, while the Mystic Armored Shield could manifest as a protective barrier, shielding against external assaults. However, such capabilities were conditional, reliant on the sheer number of troops to determine the strength of the formations. The atmosphere within the Grand Tent grew increasingly oppressive upon the revelation of Lingxiao Kingdom's purported spirit of the army. After a prolonged silence, Lang Yin spoke. Previously, scouts reported that Lingxiao Kingdom dispatched 4 million troops against you. Now, with a reduction of 300,000, How did you manage to slay the enemy forces? At this, all eyes turned toward him. Lei Zhe replied, in direct combat, we are indeed no match for them. Our Thunder Kingdom was only able to slay 60,000 enemy soldiers due to our reliance on treacherous terrain and fortifications. The other 9 sovereigns exchanged incredulous glances with Lei Zhe, as their combined efforts had only managed to eliminate 20 to 30,000 of Lingxiao Kingdom's soldiers, but at the cost of over 100,000 of their own troops. Upon hearing this, Leng Yin and the other generals nodded in agreement. Historically, sieges have always been the most arduous of battles. Yet, Lingxiao Kingdom had successfully captured over 780 cities across the 10 kingdoms, slaying 8 million foes while suffering the loss of merely 300,000 soldiers. If these generals were to command such an army, achieving similar results would surely be the stuff of dreams. Cold Flame glanced at the map, his expression grave as he spoke. We shall wait. Wait for the sect to send reinforcements, or for our adversaries to launch an offensive. Although he yearned to take the initiative, he knew that such a move might lead to devastating losses for his side. Considering the formidable experts stationed in the area, he could only hope for the swift arrival of the sect's forces. Meanwhile, within the grand tent of the Lingxiao Kingdom's army, Zhao Jian and his companions were remarkably at ease. Among the 20 generals present, each was a seasoned warrior, unperturbed by the coalition strategies. Had it not been for the rapid assembly of the coalition by the Tianqing Empire, out of fear of encirclement or impediment to their advance, these generals would not have sacrificed 30,000 men to hasten the conquest of the 10 nations. Yet, they remained indifferent to the loss of 30,000 soldiers. After all, casualties are an inevitable aspect of warfare, merely a matter of scale. At that moment, the 20 generals awaited eagerly, having received news of Yi Tian's impending arrival, further reassured by the presence of formidable guardians at his side. Now, they needed only to await Yi Tian's command to swiftly seize the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. In the next moment, Zhao Jian and the others simultaneously opened their eyes. He has arrived. The 20 generals rose in unison and stepped outside, gazing skyward. With a keen eye, they discerned 9 peaked spirit realm dragons drawing a magnificent dragon carriage. Flanking the carriage were 500 guards, each at least at the spirit realm, while the generals and the eunuchs beside the carriage were of the heavenly king realm. At this instant, the vast army of 370,000 also looked up to the heavens. Upon witnessing the spectacle, every individual in the camp instinctively knelt on one knee. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. Their harmonious voices soared, piercing the clouds, even at a distance of 200 li. Cold Flame and his companions could hear the resounding tribute. The dragon carriage descended steadily onto the open ground, where Shangwan Feihong took the lead, surrounding the area with guards. Yi Tian emerged from the carriage, surveying the generals still kneeling on the ground. You have all toiled diligently. Zhao Jian and the 20 others responded in unison. To expand the realm for His Majesty is our highest honor. The soldiers behind them echoed, to expand the realm for His Majesty is our highest honor. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Rise, my valiant soldiers. His voice, though soft, resonated with spiritual energy, reaching the ears of every soldier. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Tian felt immense satisfaction with these soldiers, for they were all acquired through the system's sign-in, each possessing unwavering loyalty. This loyalty was the foundation of Yi Tian's confidence in conquering the world. Indeed, one could assert that even if the Lingxiao Kingdom were to rebel at this very moment, he could swiftly suppress it with this army. Accompanied by 21 generals and the eunuch Lu Zhengyang, Yi Tian arrived at the central military tent. Taking the prominent seat without hesitation, he waved his dragon robe and commanded, "Please, elaborate on the current state of the battlefield." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied General Zhao Jian and the other 20 generals, who proceeded to provide an account of the ongoing situation, including the reasons behind the loss of 300,000 soldiers. Upon hearing their reports, Yi Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, this was a genuine battlefield, not a mere tactical exercise. Although every soldier of the Lingxiao Kingdom possessed formidable strength, casualties were inevitable in battles involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops. The loss of 300,000 was a figure he could accept. It was not that he lacked compassion for the fallen generals. Rather, the sacrifice of 300,000 had resulted in the defeat of 8 million enemies and the capture of over 780 cities. This was undoubtedly a resounding victory. After listening to the general's accounts, Yi Tian felt a deep sense of contentment. Regarding the 15 million troops of the opposing side and their lack of action, He had also received intelligence from the Moonshadow Guards. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Sword Sect and the commencement of the final battle led by the esteemed Qingyun Sword Sect, a coalition of 14 sects, comprising a formidable force of 700 disciples, is en route. At this moment, Xiaohong and the three women stand by Yu Tian's side. Having learned of the approaching experts from the sections, Xiaohong steps forward, addressing him, "Your Majesty, shall I intercept them?" Yu Tian ponders for a moment, then shakes his head. There is no need for such trouble. The coalition has delayed their attack precisely to await the arrival of the sections. If that is the case, I shall accommodate them. All generals, heed my command. At your service. The 20 great generals respond in unison, bowing deeply. Qingyun is merely a corner of Tianyuan, and this battle serves as a test of your might, as well as a means to establish the prestige of our Lingxiao kingdom. I expect you to annihilate the enemy with overwhelming force. Can you achieve this? Yes. Excellent. Prepare forthwith. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with the prowess of those sect experts. Understood. Once the generals have exited the tent, Yi Tian begins to scrutinize the sand table. He has never engaged in combat, nor taken a life himself. However, perhaps due to his family background, he has witnessed death from a young age and is not daunted by it. His purpose for being on the battlefield is twofold: to witness the horrors of war and to temper his resolve. While it may be an exaggeration to call it resolve, courage is a more fitting term, as the sovereign intent on establishing a dynasty of fortune and unifying the continent. Experiencing the brutal realities of slaughter, witnessing the devastation of nations, the destruction of homes, and the seas of blood, will fortify his heart. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed. The battlefield's tension escalates with each passing moment. Both Lingxiao Kingdom and the coalition are inundated with reports from scouts relaying updates. Throughout these 2 days, the forces of Lingxiao Kingdom have remained perpetually poised for an offensive, with many legions even donning their armor to rest. The coalition, too, faces its own trials. Their soldiers and commanders lack the confidence of the Lingxiao forces. As Lingxiao Kingdom stands ready for battle, a palpable anxiety envelopes their encampment. Cold Yin, aware of the situation, feels a growing urgency. The coalition comprises armies from over a dozen nations, many of whom were once adversaries. The current peace is maintained by the commanding officers above. However, with Lingxiao Kingdom exhibiting a readiness for attack for 2 consecutive days without action, the tension among them continues to mount, leading to a rise in irritability among the troops. In a mere day, numerous altercations have erupted within the coalition. General Cold, when is the sect's force expected to arrive? Indeed, when will they come? If they do not arrive soon, we may descend into chaos before the enemy even strikes. The assembled commanders turn to Cold Yin, eager to hear his thoughts. He is acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. The primary reason lies in the fact that these 15 million are part of a coalition, with little trust existing among them. Enough. This uproar is utterly unbecoming. After a stern reprimand, Lang Yin calmly stated, "The Sword Sect will arrive this afternoon." That very afternoon, 14 flying vessels appeared in the sky, descending upon the coalition's camp. This scene was also observed by the hidden Moonshadow Guards, who reported back to the central command tent. Yu Tian rose and declared, "Then let us advance." Yes. The 20 generals swiftly departed the central camp. And in the next moment, the sound of drums echoed. The grand army of 7 million was rapidly assembling. Heavy cavalry, bloodslaughter iron riders, black armored troops, and archers, 4 distinct units were being consolidated once more. Previously, there were 20 legions, each comprising 200,000 soldiers, including all 4 units. However, they were now being reintegrated. Yi Tian, seated in the dragon carriage, looked down upon the vast assembly of troops. A sense of confidence and dominance surged within him. The 20 generals bowed toward the dragon carriage, proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your reign be eternal and boundless." At that moment, the entire army of 7 million knelt on one knee, echoing, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your reign be eternal and boundless." The thunderous sound resonated throughout the coalition. The recently arrived masters from various sects also heard this proclamation. The little emperor has arrived? With 2 ancestral figures by his side, Jin Xingshan felt emboldened. Humph. He comes seeking his own demise. General Lung, prepare for the confrontation. Yes. Lung Yin nodded slightly and turned to depart. In the next moment, the drums sounded within the coalition as well, but gathering them would require some time. Standing atop the dragon carriage, Yi Tian refrained from delivering grandiose speeches, simply stating, "Generals, today is your moment to achieve greatness. I await your triumphant return. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The chorus of 3. 7 million voices stirred Yi Tian's blood. The 20 generals swiftly mounted their steeds, with Zhao Jian donning heavy armor and riding a warhorse fully encased in armor, leading the heavy cavalry. Warriors, follow me into battle. Charge. The archer corps, comprising 600,000, were all mounted on horseback, at Zhao Jian's command to charge. The war drums thundered, and the archers surged forward. As they approached within a mile of the coalition, they unleashed a volley of arrows upon the assembling enemy. In the next moment, the archers began flanking, while behind them, 1 million heavy cavalry formed into battle lines as their steeds thundered forward. From above, it resembled a fierce tiger on the hunt, pouncing directly upon the coalition. Long Yan had long anticipated this scene and had ordered defensive preparations the instant he spotted the archers. However, a coalition of 15 million troops could hardly operate with precision. Many soldiers perished before they were even prepared, falling victim to the barrage of arrows. Quick! Defend! Where are the sword and shield bearers? Where are the spear wielders? Block them! Fortunately, several commanders reacted swiftly, organizing their forces promptly after the rain of arrows subsided. Yet, what awaited them was the heavily armored cavalry of the Lingxiao kingdom. Jin Xingqian surveyed the chaos engulfing the camp and turned to the leaders of the Piamiao Pavilion, Tai sect, and the Divine Sword sect, saying, "It is time for your disciples to take action. We must also engage." The leaders of the other 3 sects nodded gravely. Although the recent skirmish had resulted in minimal casualties for the coalition, the discipline and coordination displayed by the Lingxiao kingdom's army were formidable. They executed commands with military precision, attacking and defending with the swiftness of lightning. Without the involvement of these sects, it was likely that even with a coalition of 15 million, they could not overcome the less than 4 million troops of the Lingxiao kingdom. Chapter 49. The Harsh Reality. The Celestial Sovereign takes action. 500 elite members of various sects, led by Jin Xingqian, soared into the sky. Rather than engaging the army immediately, they fixed their gaze upon the distant dragon carriage. Lu Jianhe, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, eagerly proposed, "Shall we eliminate that young emperor?" However, the others merely regarded him with incredulity. They all understood that by vanquishing Yu Tian, the tide of the war could be altered. Yet, as the emperor of a nation, how could he dare to appear on the battlefield without formidable protectors at his side? Lu Jianhe paused, quickly realizing the folly of his suggestion, and fell silent. Jin Xingqian, unfazed by the chaos of battle below, led his group towards the dragon carriage, covering a distance of 10 kilometers. Upon reaching the vicinity, Jin Xingqian beheld the youthful figure standing atop the carriage. He was taken aback by the Emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom's youth and striking handsomeness. Emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom, do you wish to bring suffering to the beings of Qingyun Prefecture? Why wage war against other nations? Yu Tian had long been aware of the presence of these individuals, and Xiao Hong had already informed him of their prowess. Yet, his attention remained focused on the battlefield, indifferent to their presence. Previously, he had been curious about the nature of warfare. Was it a direct clash of armies or a strategic maneuvering reliant on terrain? Now, witnessing it firsthand, Yu Tian felt a profound impact. He finally understood why Zhao Jian, Wang Zhan, and others chose to converge here. Behind the Thunder Kingdom and the Hundred Flowers Kingdom lay the vast expanse of Qixing Kingdom, a sprawling plain. Although the allied forces had established a base within a city, such tactics proved futile against the millions of cultivators embroiled in war. The Lingxiao Kingdom boasted 100,000 heavily armored cavalry and another 100,000 bloodthirsty iron cavalry, geographical advantages that rendered them overwhelmingly powerful against the allied forces. Why then did the allied forces allow themselves to be led by the nose by the troops of Lingxiao? Why did they not seize more advantageous positions for battle? Perhaps they had considered such strategies, yet the Lingxiao army was on the offensive. To fulfill their mission of conquering 20 nations, they may have opted to maneuver around unfavorable circumstances. After all, having subdued the 9 neighboring nations of Lingxiao, they could easily bypass the Thunder and Hundred Flowers kingdoms. Their decision to confront the allied forces here was primarily due to the geographical benefits it conferred upon the Lingxiao kingdom. Moreover, they sought a grand confrontation with the entire force of Qingyun Prefecture to solidify Lingxiao's triumph. Observing the scene below, with corpses scattered and bodies trampled by warhorses, it was evident that the commanders and soldiers of the allied forces were no match for Lingxiao's might. At this moment, the sect forces descended, numbering over 6,700. Yet, in the midst of a million-strong army, such a figure merely caused a ripple in the vast ocean of conflict. As Yu Tian remained unresponsive to Jin Xingxin's provocations, the latter once again bellowed, "Yu Tian, why do you not answer my question?" How audacious. Standing beside Yu Tian, Xiao Hong was incensed, unleashing a powerful rebuke that reverberated upon Jin Xingxin's chest. With a cough, as Yu Tian's bodyguard and subordinate, Xiao Hong could not contain his fury at the insult directed towards his master. Even the three women, Wu Xinyue, Shang Wanfei Hong, and the surrounding guards glared at Jin Xingxin and his associates. Had Yu Tian not yet issued his command, they would have already charged forth. Master! The two elders behind Jin Xingxin, witnessing their leader's injury, one rushed forward to support him, while the other cast a grave look at Xiao Hong. Though it was merely a simple strike, they sensed that Xiao Hong's strength far exceeded their own. Realizing this, the two elders promptly shattered a jade tablet to inform their superior. At that moment, Yi Tian finally lifted his gaze, uttering calmly, "Let them all be slain." Understood. In the next instant, Xiao Hong vanished from view. Not good. The two elders, having closely observed Xiao Hong, understood the gravity of the situation upon his disappearance. The next moment, Xiao Hong reappeared beside one of the elders, delivering a powerful punch. Prepared for an attack, the elder brandished a black shield to protect his chest. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and the elder was sent hurtling away. Elder brother! The third elder abandoned Jin Xingxin, drawing a large blade to strike at Xiao Hong. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity, too swift for even the formidable experts of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm to react. They could only watch as the second elder was flung aside, while the third elder engaged in combat with Xiao Hong. Jin Xingxin swallowed several medicinal pills, his complexion regaining some color as he roared towards the direction of the dragon carriage. "Kill them for me." From the brief skirmish, it was evident that although the white-haired man possessed peak Heavenly Sovereign strength, there was no second Heavenly Sovereign by the dragon carriage. With two elders holding back the white-haired man, Jin Xingxin felt confident that their numbers could overwhelm Yu Tian. Indeed, his expectations were confirmed as the second elder returned, joining forces with the third elder to contend with Xiao Hong. Yet, he seemed to overlook the fact that as one ascends in realms, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. Xiao Hong, a peak Heavenly Sovereign expert, bolstered by the system's endowments, could contend against a first saint. The two elders of the Sword Sect, one at the 5th Heavenly Sovereign and the other at the 7th, stood no chance against Xiao Hong. Jin Xingxin's side boasted 7 experts of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, 3 of whom were at the 1st or 2nd level, including the leaders of the Divine Sword Sect, the Misty Pavilion, and the Tai Sect, all at the 7th level. Jin Xingxin himself had attained the 9th level. In addition, there were 30 individuals at the Heavenly King Realm, 200 at the Concentration Realm, and over 200 more at the Sky Sovereign Realm. Such formidable strength could hardly be deemed weak. However, there are also numerous formidable experts on Yi Tian's side. Wu Xinyue and her 2 companions possess the strength of the Heavenly Emperor's pinnacle. Meanwhile, Shang Wanfei Hong, serving as Yu Tian's captain of the guards, has advanced from a mere Heavenly King of the 7th level 3 years ago to a Heavenly Emperor of the 5th level today, having secluded himself for extended periods. As for the 1,000 guards, each boasts a cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th level of spirit condensation, in addition to 9 formidable flood dragons, each at the pinnacle of spirit condensation. Upon witnessing Jin Xingxin and his entourage rushing forward, Wu Xinyue and her companions immediately engaged them. The 3 joined forces to form a triad formation, effectively ensnaring all their opponents. Consequently, Jin Xingxin's contingent of 500 could not approach Yu Tian unless they could defeat Wu Xinyue and her allies. Jin Xingxin quickly recognized this predicament and promptly allied with 6 other Heavenly Emperor realm experts to assault Wu Xinyue's trio. However, the sheer magnitude of the sword formation employed by the 3 women limited their ability to unleash their full potential, resulting in a stalemate. In stark contrast, the situation on Xiao Hong's side was one-sided. The 2 ancestors were no match for him. One of the 3rd ancestor's arms was forcefully torn away by Xiao Hong, while the 2nd ancestor suffered a severe indentation in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Observing their dire state, Xiao Hong smirked and remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess? If so, then let it come to an end." With that, he waved his right hand, summoning a black and white battle blade into his grasp. Chapter 50, The Death of the 2nd Ancestor and the Arrival of Jin Tianhu. Upon witnessing the scene, the 3rd ancestor forcefully pushed the 2nd ancestor aside. "Brother, I shall hold him off. You must return to find the eldest. No, if we are to die, let us perish together. He seeks to kill us, and it shall not be so easy." The second ancestor swiftly produced a small vial, and the moment he opened it, a pungent, sanguine aroma wafted forth. Xiao Hong furrowed his brow slightly. Stop. The third ancestor bellowed, alarmed by the unfolding events. Yet, the second ancestor consumed the contents without hesitation. Xiao Hong sensed that the elixir within the vial was extraordinary, but his curiosity compelled him to observe rather than act immediately. In the next instant, the second ancestor's garments burst apart, revealing the network of blood vessels and meridians beneath his skin. The third ancestor rushed to his side. Sorrow etched upon his face. Third brother, watch closely. You must flee. With those words, the second ancestor charged at Xiao Hong. Bang! Their fists collided, causing Xiao Hong to take a slight step back, while the second ancestor was sent reeling. Xiao Hong assessed the power of the second ancestor, estimating it to be at the initial stage of a celestial sovereign S9th tier, albeit with significant side effects apparent from their earlier exchanges. Mere trickery. Not worth my time. Xiao Hong raised his gaze towards the two elders, having lost patience for this charade. He unleashed a blade of energy. Die. The second ancestor saw the dark blade of light ripple through space, realizing his impending doom. Despite consuming the frenzied pill, he could not withstand the impending blow. He glanced at the third ancestor, his eyes filled with complexity. Brother. The third ancestor also witnessed the unfolding tragedy, feeling utterly powerless to evade the strike. He turned to the second ancestor. In that fleeting moment before the blade struck, the aura surrounding the second ancestor surged with ferocious intensity. Third brother, flee. The next instant, as the blade collided with the second ancestor's form, it detonated with tremendous force, propelling the third ancestor out of the danger zone. Brother, the third ancestor, now fully comprehending his brother's intent to self-destruct to slow the blade's advance, realized that it was through the second ancestor's sacrifice that he had evaded the lethal attack. As despair engulfed him, a voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. How amusing. Did you truly believe I would strike but once? The third ancestor looked up to see the white-haired man, whose gaze was filled with mockery, derision, and disdain. In that moment, the third ancestor understood his own fate was sealed. With the knowledge of his impending demise, fear dissipated from his eyes as he regarded Xiao Hong. A pinnacle celestial sovereign reduced to a mere lackey. What a pitiable and shameful existence. Yet Xiao Hong remained unfazed, for as long as the system existed, their loyalty to Yi Tian would remain unwavering. Yet, even if one were to disregard it, it still sounds rather unpleasant. With a swift motion, Xiao Hong rotated his battle blade and gently slashed. Swish! The blade cleaved through the entirety of San Zu's form, the ferocious blade aura extinguishing his very soul. You speak too much, he remarked, casually grasping San Zu's spatial ring and lifting his gaze towards the horizon. There, an extraordinarily violent aura approached with increasing intensity. Xiao Hong sensed the presence of the approaching entity, excitement blooming on his face. How intriguing. Jin Tianhu, as the venerable ancestor of the Qing Insort sect, had already ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm. For the past century, he had been in seclusion, preparing to break through to the saint level. However, the path to such a breakthrough was fraught with peril. Countless souls had languished in this realm, never to ascend. Jin Tianhu had sensed an opportunity for advancement. Yet upon receiving a message from his younger brother, he hurriedly made his way here. Along the journey, he instinctively felt the loss of one brother, yet soon after, that sensation returned. At this moment, Jin Tianhu yearned to personally vanquish his foes, to unleash a cataclysmic retribution. On the other side, Jin Xingqian and his companions were not faring any better. Wu Xin Yue and her two companions had long reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Had they not been concerned about someone breaking through their encirclement to reach Yutian, they would have swiftly eliminated the 500 adversaries. Xiao Hong did not intervene in their battle. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to preparing for the impending confrontation. Yutian, too, remained focused on the tumult below, placing his trust in Xiao Hong and the three women. The conflict below involved millions upon millions of warriors, with lives extinguished every passing moment. Though the coalition lacked a plethora of masters, their numbers were overwhelming. During previous assaults, heavily armored cavalry had disrupted the formation of the coalition, yet under the general's command, they swiftly regained a defensive stance. Fortunately, at this juncture, the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry arrived, leveraging their speed to wreak havoc among the coalition forces. As the Black Armored Legion surged forward, they engaged in close combat with the coalition. The coalition's strength lay in their numbers. Yet the Ling Shao army was formidable enough to easily contend against 5 or 10 adversaries. Under the command of 20 generals, the heavily armored cavalry displayed tremendous power. With Zhao Jian leading the charge, the coalition could only adopt a passive defense, struggling to maintain cohesion. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt a sense of reassurance. He glanced at Wu Xinyue and her companions still embroiled in battle and spoke to Shangguan Feihong beside him. "You may proceed as well." Shangguan Feihong hesitated. "But your majesty." "What about your Sid?" Xiaohong stood in the void, wielding a battle blade, and his aura was instantaneously unleashed. In that fleeting moment, Jin Tianhu also became aware of Xiaohong's presence, and upon a mere glance, he was struck with astonishment. It was not the prowess of Xiaohong that astonished him, but rather his age. At their level of cultivation, one possesses a distinct logic for discerning people and objects, and he could immediately perceive that this silver-haired youth's strength was on par with his own. This revelation was entirely unexpected, especially considering they were in Qingyun Prefecture, a rather remote locale. However, at that moment, Jin Tianhu had no thoughts of anything else. His eyes, aflame with rage, were fixed on Xiaohong. "So, it was you who killed my two brothers?" At this juncture, Jin Xingqian also spotted Jin Tianhu, and after narrowly evading a strike from Wu Xinyan, he turned and shouted, "Ancestor, quickly dispatch him. He has slain the second and third ancestors." Chapter 51. The Pinnacle Duel, the coalition's defeat at this moment. Jin Tianhu turned his gaze towards another battlefield, his pupils narrowing slightly. He could hardly believe that this seemingly insignificant small nation harbored so many formidable experts. Glancing at the young emperor standing atop the dragon chariot in the distance, Jin Tianhu felt an overwhelming shock. A youth, not yet 20 years of age, not only commanded such a vast army but was also protected by several masters, his own strength reaching the first tier of the heavenly sovereign realm. This revelation plunged Jin Tianhu's heart into despair. In his view, these individuals were undoubtedly outsiders, unlikely to possess the strength characteristic of the Qing-Tian region, and likely hailing from the central Tian region. Yet, the enmity of fratricide was an unpardonable sin. A crimson longsword materialized in Jin Tianhu's grasp, regardless of their origins. Those who dared to slay his brother must prepare to face retribution. Xiaohong's battle intent surged to its zenith. His prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, and he had only 3 pathways to advance further. The first was through system enhancement of their strength. A nearly impossible feat. The second involved prolonged seclusion, which would require significant resources and time. The third path lay in life and death battles, where one could experience profound terror and awaken their latent potential. As a renowned pinnacle heavenly sovereign, Jin Tianhu had long since reached the limits of his power. He needed merely a few more years of seclusion to directly break through to the Saint Realm. Both men stood suspended in the void, their auras continuously accumulating. In the distance, Wu Xini and her 2 companions accelerated their actions. All 3 had attained the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm. Observing the battle of heavenly sovereign experts provided them with invaluable experience. At this moment, Yi Tian also raised his head to look over, having witnessed many battles between masters. Yet this was his first encounter with a battle of pinnacle heavenly sovereigns. However, unlike Wu Xini and the others, his thoughts were far more intricate. If this sword sect elder had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, did he possess knowledge of other formidable forces? With 15 states in the Qing-Tian region, if there existed a pinnacle heavenly sovereign in Qingdan state, might not the other 14 states also harbor similar powers? Did the dominant force of the Qing-Tian region, the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, have a saint overseeing them? What level of strength did such a figure possess? All of these considerations weighed heavily on Yi Tian's mind, as they pertained to his future strategies. As for whether Xiaohong could triumph over the sword sect elder, Yi Tian harbored no concerns. The system's settings had already indicated that although Xiaohong was at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, he could contend with beings of the saint level. In the sky, with the addition of figures like Shangguan Feihong, Wu Xini and her companions swiftly concluded their battle. Even though Jin Xingqian boasted the strength of the 9th tier of the heavenly emperor realm, he could only perish with regrets. Originally, the guard comprised 1,000 men, but now only 780 remained, with 200 having perished. In the sky, Jin Tianhu and Xiaohong paid no heed to anyone else. In their eyes, there existed only one another. Their auras had reached their peak, and the heavenly grade longsword in Jin Tianhu's hand emitted a faint resonance. Kill. Jin Tianhu was the first to draw his sword and charge forward. The first move of the Tianhong sword technique unfolded. Xiaohong, with a vigilant expression, observed the sudden assault, his heavenly grade battle knife beginning to tremble in his grasp. A long arc of blade light collided with the sword light, producing a resounding roar. After their initial clash, a flurry of rapid strikes ensued, illuminating the sky with two shimmering beams of light. Yu Tian frowned slightly. The intricacies of the battle between such formidable beings at the celestial sovereign realm eluded his comprehension. However, Wu Xini and her companions watched with rapt attention, as if they were experiencing the spectacle firsthand. To Yu Tian, it felt as if the red and black figures in the sky were locked in a relentless struggle. He suddenly realized that his own cultivation was still too meager to partake in such a battle, rendering even his attempts to observe futile. With a sense of helplessness, he turned his gaze to the ongoing conflict below. The participation of 20 great generals had transformed what was once a tense confrontation into a one-sided massacre. Though the coalition boasted an army of 15 million, the generals and leaders dispatched from various nations possessed only heavenly-grade strength, rendering them no match for Zhao Jian and his companions. Coupled with the fearless black armored army, heavily armored cavalry, and the blood-slaughter iron cavalry, the combined forces led to the swift collapse of the so-called 15 million coalition, not to mention the hidden archers launching ambushes from the shadows. Within just 3 hours, the coalition's rout became inevitable. The 7 million strong army relentlessly pursued the fleeing coalition, and even the leaders sent from various nations fell swiftly to the blade while still mounted. At this juncture, Yi Tian felt a sense of resolution settle within him. The conquest of the entire Qingyun prefecture hinged solely upon the outcome of Xiao Hong's battle. He nodded in observation as Jin Tianhu, now with blood-soaked white hair, wore the marks of battle upon his once pristine garments. Looking over at Xiao Hong, he noted the deep, menacing scar across his chest, blood seeping through his attire. Yet, rather than channeling his energy to mend his wounds, Xiao Hong's gaze burned fiercely as he turned his attention back to Jin Tianhu. Good. Very well. Come again. Xiao Hong bellowed, raising his blade to strike at Jin Tianhu, his aura sharpening to a razor's edge. Tian. It appeared that Xiao Hong bore the more severe injuries. However, only Xiao Hong and Jin Tianhu understood the truth. Although Xiao Hong's wounds seemed grave, they were merely superficial, while Jin Tianhu's injuries cut to the core. At this moment, Jin Tianhu, with a solemn expression, fixed his gaze on Xiao Hong and inquired, "Who are you?" Possibly harboring resentment for Jin Tianhu's previous insolence, Xiao Hong deliberately replied, "I am but a humble attendant of my master." Attendant? Splendid. Jin Tianhu scoffed, turning his attention to the battlefield below. The coalition forces were now decimated, with only a few tens of thousands managing to flee. The tide of defeat had become an undeniable reality. Casting his gaze toward the direction of the dragon chariot, he noted that all 14 sects had also been annihilated. Their sword sect, having stood in Qingyun Prefecture for millennia, had not anticipated its demise would come to pass on this very day. All of this transpires due to the ambition of that young emperor. Jin Tianhu has already sensed that he is no match for the white-haired man, and today he may very well meet his demise here. Yet, with 2 brothers fallen and the entire sect's masters perished, he harbors no intention of fleeing. Raising his gaze towards Xiao Hong, he declares, "Lingxiao Kingdom, what a formidable kingdom it is. Today, though I may perish, I shall ensure that you suffer as well." Upon uttering these words, Jin Tianhu channels his energy in reverse, the vitality within him surging and transforming. With a sudden spurt of blood, his aura intensifies even further. In this moment, Jin Tianhu unleashes his most powerful strike, the Heavenly Rainbow 9 techniques. Returning to unity, all beings shall be extinguished. In this moment, Jin Tianhu's form dims, yet the colossal sword behind him becomes ever more solid. Xiao Hong's expression grows exceedingly grave, for he recognizes that he now faces his most formidable adversary. If that is the case, let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Chapter 52. Post-war matters. The fall of the sword sect behind Xiao Hong. A formidable great sword materialized, its blade nearly identical to the battle knife he wielded. This was a power only attainable by those in the celestial sovereign realm, the ability to manifest weapons in form. As the 2 individuals comprehended their realms and the effects of their martial arts, a grand sword and a mighty knife stood resolute in the void. From a distance, the long sword appeared more lifelike, as if it had come to life. The battle knife, though smaller in size, exuded an indomitable spirit. In the next moment, the sword and knife collided with a resounding crash as the 2 moved. With a thunderous boom, their positions exchanged, and the manifested sword and knife vanished without a trace. Xiao Hong, somewhat disheveled, knelt on one knee in the void, gasping for breath. In the distance, Jin Tianhu stood as if unscathed. Though Wu Xini and her companions could sense that Xiao Hong's injuries, while appearing grave, had not compromised his essence, Jin Tianhu, seemingly uninjured, had already lost his vitality. No, he still clung to a final breath. Glancing at his chest, he raised his gaze towards the direction of the sword sect. So close. Just a fraction away. With that thought, Jin Tianhu's breath faded, and his body, sustained only by spiritual energy, plummeted. Yu Tian waved his hand, producing a vial of medicine before him, which he handed to Xiao Hong. Yes, your majesty, responded Shangwan Fei Hong, who took the vial and swiftly flew to Xiao Hong's side. Thank you, your majesty, Xiao Hong expressed as he accepted the pill and swallowed it. This pill was an 8th-grade healing elixir that Yi Tian had acquired during his recent endeavors. After consuming it, Xiao Hong sat cross-legged in the void, beginning his recovery. Jin Tianhu, as the founder of the Qingyun Sword Sect, symbolized the pinnacle of combat strength in the entire Qingyun prefecture. With his demise, it signified that no force within Qingyun could impede Ling Zhao's advance. Send orders to clear the battlefield and regroup the troops, commanded Yu Tian. Yes, Shangwan Feihong acknowledged, promptly departing to execute the orders. Ling Zhao's 20 legions, having engaged in relentless combat for several hours, found it increasingly arduous to sustain their efforts, even with their formidable cultivation. As for the fleeing coalition forces, Yu Tian had little concern for them. Of the 15 million coalition troops, the strongest from 15 nations, fewer than 5 million had escaped, rendering them insignificant. The Tianqing Empire would require considerable time to reorganize and muster another 100,000 soldiers. Yi Tian intended to allow the Ling Zhao army a period of rest before decisively conquering the entire Qingyun prefecture. A quarter of an hour later, 20 generals flew before Yi Tian. Your Majesty, the casualty report has been compiled. Just moments ago, Xiao Hong had regained some strength and utilized his divine sense to assess the overall losses. Yi Tian inquired calmly, what are the casualties on our side? And how many did the enemy sustain? Wang Zhan bowed slightly. Your Majesty, our forces suffered 570,000 severe injuries and 700,000 fatalities. All soldiers are lightly wounded. The coalition forces incurred 7 million deaths and 5 million captives. For Emperor Yi Tian, the gravity of the situation may not yet have fully registered. However, for the generals like Wang Zhan, a profound sorrow weighed heavily upon their hearts. Having spent years in the military, they had forged bonds with the soldiers akin to brotherhood. The loss of 1 million warriors in this conflict was a burden too great to bear. Observing the expressions of the 20 generals, Yu Tian waved his hand, and a multitude of healing elixirs materialized before him. As I, Ling Zhao, aspire to conquer the world, losses are inevitable. Today, as sacrifices shall not be in vain. I vow to establish a hall of heroes, where all who perish in service to Ling Zhao shall be honored. He continued, take these elixirs and tend to the wounded soldiers. Yes, thank you, your Majesty. The 20 generals responded in unison, kneeling in gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Wuyo inquired, your Majesty, how shall we deal with the captives? First, confine them. Once we have subdued all of Qingyun Prefecture, we shall release them, Yi Tian replied. Though Qingyun Prefecture has been embroiled in conflict for years, such a death toll is unprecedented. 1.5 million captives equates to 1.5 million potential laborers. Understood, your Majesty. After the 20 generals returned to camp with the elixirs, Yi Tian sensed the metallic tang of blood in the air, causing him to furrow his brow. Where are the Moonshadow guards? With a ripple in the air, Moonshadow 1 knelt before Yi Tian. At your service. Go to the various sects. They are to be eradicated. Yes, your Majesty. With that, the Moonshadow guards departed. Despite the perpetual influx of cultivators from the sects, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Yu Tian's formidable prowess was a gift of the system. However, Jin Xingchen, leading 700 men, represented the strongest among the 14 sections. With Jin Tianhu slain and Jin Xingchen and his comrades facing the same fate, only the elderly and infirm remained at the sections. Even if a few skilled fighters lingered, they would be no match for the Moonshadow guards. After a month's recovery, the 3 million-strong army of Ling Zhao nation set forth towards the remaining 15 nations. Simultaneously, the Moonshadow guards dispatched 70,000 to strike at the sects, returning with news that all 14 sects had been obliterated. The Sword Sect, a dominant force in Qingyun Prefecture for millennia, had vanished in an instant. As the grand army marched forth, Shangwan Feihong wore a troubled expression. Your Majesty, have we acted too hastily? Although the 15 nations have suffered significant losses, they may still mount a desperate resistance. You are correct, Yi Tian acknowledged, contemplating this very concern. The Tianxing Empire boasted a mercenary force numbering in the millions, and the combined strength of the other 14 nations approached 20 million. Despite previous losses of 10 million, after a month of recuperation, these nations could quickly bolster their defenses. With Ling Shao Nation's 3 million troops, seizing the combined 30 million of the 15 nations seemed nearly impossible. Moonshadow Guards, it is time for you to take action. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, the 150,000 Moonshadow Guards, scattered throughout Qingyan Prefecture, prepared to seize the remaining 15 nations, also making 100,000 available for other operations. The 100,000 individuals will not engage in direct combat. Their mission is assassination. With the absence of sectarian forces, to what extent can the mightiest warriors of the 15 nations truly excel? When faced with a cadre of assassins, all of whom are above the realm of aerial mastery, how many within the 15 nations can effectively thwart them? It is likely that from the moment the coalition of 15 million was vanquished, no power within the entire Qingyan Prefecture could impede the advance of the Lingshao Kingdom. Sigh. Yu Tian stood upon the dragon carriage, letting out a soft exhale. Over the past month, he had acquired a multitude of valuable items, including a substantial stock of 8th-tier healing elixirs. Yet, the absence of soldiers left him in a state of melancholy. If the system ceases to reward soldiers in the future, does it imply a need to recruit anew? Given the current strength of the Lingshao Kingdom, while it could muster 3 to 5 million, how long would it take to elevate their prowess to that of the spiritual sea realm? In the past, Yu Tian might have been willing to invest time in nurturing them. However, with the conquest of the entire Qingyan Prefecture merely a step away, a lack of sufficient troops for garrison duty could prompt the remnants of various nations and royal descendants to rise in rebellion. Chapter 53. Engaging in systematic trading and fortune values. Can the system provide me with some troops? 10 million would suffice. With the 10 nations he had previously conquered, alongside the imminent downfall of the Xianyu Kingdom by the Yi family trio, he would only possess a total of 26 nations. With an army of 10 million, he would be entirely capable of safeguarding his domain. Ding. The host is but a step away from the Fortune Dynasty. The system may exceptionally unlock a portion of the marketplace in advance, albeit at the cost of suspending the sign-in feature for the following year. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. System, that is rather unreasonable. The rewards I have accumulated from a year of sign-ins are numerous. Even if you grant me access to the marketplace now, what would I use to make purchases? Ding. The system makes another concession. The host may obtain 3 items from the marketplace free of charge. Yu Tian felt a flicker of surprise. Has the system become somewhat humane? However, recalling the multitude of rewards he could acquire through a year of sign-ins, he began to negotiate. 3 items is insufficient. Let's make it 10. Yet, after his request, the system remained silent for quite some time, causing Yi Tian to grow anxious. Eventually, after a brief pause, the system finally responded. Ding. A maximum of 5 items. Otherwise, the offer is void. Yu Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. Very well, that shall suffice. Ding. The system marketplace is now being activated. Please hold on. Seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian awaited the moment with bated breath. After a considerable interval, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The system marketplace has successfully opened. The host may now browse at will. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian could hardly contain his impatience. Open the system marketplace. In an instant, a panel materialized before him. Much like the computer screens from his memories, each item was accompanied by a description and a price. Turning his gaze, he beheld Heavenly Gourd, a primordial treasure. It possesses its own space, capable of condensing blade light. By uttering the command, the blade light within the gourd can be summoned to vanquish foes, even capable of slaying immortals. Price: 50 billion fortune values. Binding Immortal Rope, a postnatal treasure. Crafted from the veins of ancient dragons, it can be adjusted in size and length. When activated, it can bind immortals and seal their cultivation. Price: 5 billion fortune values. Soul-Slaying Spear, an immortal weapon, grade 9. Forged from the bones of hundreds of immortal emperors, it weighs 1,000,000 pounds and can annihilate both immortals and souls. Price: 1 billion fortune values. Overlord Spear, an imperial-grade weapon. Nurtured by a formidable emperor for a century, it embodies the power of laws. Price: 1 billion fortune values. Blood Butcher Blade, a sacred-grade weapon. Forged by a sage over a century, it contains the essence of rules. Price: 1 million fortune values. Frostblade, a heavenly-grade weapon. Crafted collaboratively by 10 sages, it is impervious to destruction. Price: 100,000 fortune values. Upon witnessing these offerings, Yuetian felt a sense of astonishment. He had previously perused the Continental Compendium and was aware that the highest level achievable in the Tianyuan continent was the Imperial grade. However, according to the system's introduction of this divine weapon, there exist celestial beings beyond the Imperial level, and not merely one level of them. What other celestial artifacts are there? Currently, the highest in the Tianyuan continent is merely the Imperial weapon. Nevertheless, Yuetian quickly comprehended the situation with a mere thought. The path of cultivation is an incessant journey of advancement. As the saying goes, there is always a higher mountain. Perhaps to those in the Tianyuan continent. Imperial-level powerhouses represent the pinnacle of strength, yet the Tianyuan continent may just be a diminutive speck in the vast expanse of the universe. Beyond the Imperial level, there might be even more formidable beings. With this understanding, Yuetian ceased to be entangled in his thoughts. He navigated through the interface, still in search of what he desired. However, although only a portion of the system's marketplace had been unlocked, it presented over 300 pages, which left Yuetian somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, he noticed an icon resembling a magnifying glass in the top right corner. Is there a search function here? Realizing this feature, Yuetian hurriedly searched for the term weapon types. In the next moment, the system marketplace refreshed, revealing a different scene before Yuetian's eyes. Divine Dragon Guard, Celestial Emperor level attendants. Comprised of 10 Celestial Emperor powerhouses. Price: 3 billion fortune points. Upon seeing this, Yuetian's eyes sparkled. 10 Celestial Emperor powerhouses for 3 billion? Since that gourd costs 50 billion, could it be? In that instant, Yuetian felt an impulse to select these too, especially since it was currently cost-free. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! The host can only select characters or items below the Imperial level. What? Why is that? System, are you attempting to renege on your promise simply because they are expensive? Ding! This world cannot accommodate the existence of high-level Imperial beings. Otherwise, it will either lead to a collapse of the world or be obliterated by the laws of the universe. Upon hearing this, Yuetian gazed at the sky outside. Previously, he had discussed with Xiaohong that to break through to the sage level, one must comprehend a principle of power. What is a principle? It encompasses everything from the vastness of the universe to the minutiae of dust settling. All are part of the principle. For instance, humans need to eat, and trees require rain. These are predetermined within the rules. To put it plainly, everything that transpires in nature falls within these established rules. To ascend to the sage realm, one must grasp a thread of the principle's power. The fundamental distinction between a celestial sovereign and a sage lies in that the former represents the utmost destructive capability attainable by sentient beings, while the latter can utilize and manipulate the forces of nature through the principles. This marks the greatest difference between the two. As for the realms above the sage, such as the Sage King and the Great Sage realms, they are determined by the mastery and application of the principle's power. The power of the laws, however, is a capability that only Emperor-level powerhouses can wield. It is said that the power of the laws forms the foundation of a world. The universe and all its entities are constituted by the power of the laws. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, time, space, fate, causality, and reincarnation. All of these constitute a part of the laws governing existence. Should one manage to master even a single aspect of them, dominion over a realm is assured. The primary distinction between rules and laws lies in the fact that the power of rules is derived from the manipulation and control of nature's forces, whereas the power of laws encompasses the ability to alter and integrate these natural forces. This fundamental difference elucidates why even the mightiest beings within the Saint realm cannot rival those of the Imperial level. While these concepts may appear deceptively simple, and even the practitioners of significant sects can encounter them within various texts, mere awareness is one matter, true comprehension is another entirely. Very well, very well. I shall not pursue those avenues further. Yuetian chose not to delve into the higher tier units, but instead scrolled down, quickly locating the desired troop type. Black armored soldiers. From the Spirit Sea realm to the Void Mastery realm. Quantity: 1,000,000. Price: 100 fortune points. Yuetian grasped the situation. Everything within this dog system necessitated the acquisition of fortune points for purchase. System: what exactly are these fortune points, and how might I obtain them? Chapter 54. A million warriors, divided into 3 paths. Ding. Fortune value is the destiny and luck bestowed upon sentient beings by the heavenly Tao. It can be regarded as an inherent ability of the host. The level of fortune value determines an individual's achievements. The stronger the fortune value, the better the luck, allowing one to turn misfortune into fortune and achieve boundless success. Conversely, a lower fortune value results in persistent bad luck, ultimately leading to demise. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian gained a clearer understanding. However, he perceived that the items within the system were exorbitantly priced, and he did not consider himself to be the child of fortune. Even if he were, he still could not afford the treasures within the system. System, what is my fortune value? Ding. The host is bound to the Lingxiao Kingdom. As the national strength grows, so too does the host's fortune. Currently, the host's fortune value stands at 15.88 million. 15.88 million? Yu Tian felt a surge of joy upon hearing this figure. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind regarding the items in the System-S marketplace, and he immediately felt like a pauper once more. With a sense of helplessness, he continued to peruse. The unit count for these military types was nearly always 1 million, while the system had only granted him 5 opportunities. Even if he converted all to military units, he would only possess 5 million, falling short of his ideal goal of 10 million by half. System, I desire an army of 10 million. What say you? If you refuse, I shall simply select 5 Emperor-level powerhouses. While the price for an Emperor-level powerhouse is indeed steep, at merely 2 million each, it is still affordable given his over 15 million fortune value. However, for the current state of the Lingxiao Kingdom, such a purchase seemed impractical. Emperor-level beings, despite being the pinnacle of the continent, incurred daily expenses that Yi Tian could scarcely support. Even if he were to seize the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, it would take just a brief period of cultivation for an emperor to absorb all the spiritual energy available. If he were to conquer the entire Qingyun Prefecture, having an emperor stationed there without sufficient soldiers to guard would lead to insurrection. Would he then expect the emperor to intervene? Would this not render the emperor-level beings far too cheap? If left unchecked, would this not risk transforming the entire continent's dynamics in an instant? Yet, the Lingxiao Kingdom remains too fragile to warrant the presence of emperor-level guardians. In summary, while he possesses the capacity to procure emperor-level guardians, given the current situation, selecting skilled warriors would be far more advantageous than acquiring soldiers. Even the powerful at the sage level would not be chosen by Yi Tian at this juncture. Following this battle, the Lingxiao Kingdom requires a period of consolidation to assimilate the outcomes of this conflict. At that moment, the system too fell into contemplation, akin to a miserly merchant calculating gains and losses. Ding. The host may select 10 military types. Hooray! Yu Tian nearly leaped with excitement. He hurriedly began to click through the system marketplace. 400,000 black armored troops and 400,000 bloodslaughter iron cavalry. The decision to deploy 2 million enforcers has been made, with a total of 10 million troops. Yu Tian intends to station them across the 26 nations to thwart any potential rebellions. Ding. Does the host confirm? Confirmed. Ding. Generating troops. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian hastily exited the dragon carriage and spoke to Shangwan Feihong beside him. Soon, there will be 10 million soldiers, of which 2 million are enforcers. Distribute them across various cities. The remaining 8 million will be commanded by Wang Zhan and his counterparts, with the objective of conquering the entire Qingyun province. Understood. As a product of the system, Shangwan Feihong possesses a faint awareness of other members. In the next moment, 10 million soldiers gradually materialized before Yi Tian. Standing in perfect formation, we pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. The resounding chorus of millions echoed like rolling thunder across the plains. All soldiers, at ease. Thank you, your majesty. Among these 10 million troops, nearly 2/3 are at the spiritual sea realm, while the remaining third are commanders, all having reached the sky sovereign realm. Yi Tian conveyed orders to the 20 generals, including Wang Zhan, through the system interface, instructing them to hold their positions for a brief moment. With the addition of these 8 million soldiers to the 3 million they currently command, the total reaches 11 million. Not to mention that the 15 nations are currently disjointed. Even if they were to form an alliance now, Yi Tian is confident in his victory. Previously, each general could command only 200,000 troops, but now, after redistribution, each can oversee 550,000, more than double their previous capacity. With the reinforcement of these soldiers, he believes swift victories are imminent. After organizing the troops, Shangwan Feihong approached Yi Tian and said, Your Majesty, the situation in Qingyun province is settled. Should we return to the royal court? Yi Tian glanced at the soldiers, slowly fading from view, regaining his focus. The conquest of Qingyun province is all but assured. He needs to return and summon Qing Liang and others to gather some scholars. While capturing Qingyun province is straightforward, governing it effectively and integrating its people into the Lingxiao kingdom will require considerable time. Yi Tian nodded, realizing he had been away for a month. It was time to return. Yes, let us head back. I wonder if Wang Shurue and the other civil officials have stirred up any trouble. With a resounding roar, the 9 serpentine dragons received the return command and turned to fly back to the Lingxiao kingdom. Upon learning of the 8 million soldiers arriving from the rear, Generals Zhao Jin and his 20 comrades began to set up camp. Shortly thereafter, when the 400,000 black armored troops and 400,000 blood slaughter iron cavalry arrived, the 20 generals convened a meeting. Initially, they had only 3 million troops, planning to divide into 10 paths, each comprising 300,000, to simultaneously assault 10 nations. Subsequently, they would consolidate forces to attack another 4 nations, ultimately converging to strike the Tianqing Empire. Such a strategy of deploying 300,000 troops against a single nation appeared fundamentally sound. Following the recent fierce battle, the 3 million soldiers under their command still bore the scars of injury, with many yet to fully recover. Even though Yi Tian provided high-quality healing elixirs, it was insufficient to restore them all to their peak combat prowess. In fact, a staggering 13,000 soldiers, due to the severity of their wounds, were compelled to accompany Yi Tian back to the Lingxiao kingdom. However, fortune smiled upon them as Yi Tian dispatched an additional 8 million soldiers, bolstering their confidence in conquering the remaining 15 nations. The 20 generals were each assigned 55,000 troops, forming 3 divisions. 14 of these generals led their respective forces to assault 14 nations, while the remaining 6 generals were strategically positioned. 2 of these generals each commanded 55,000 soldiers, one advancing from the left and the other from the right, to support their 14 counterparts in their conquests. The final 4 generals commanded a formidable force of 220,000 troops, targeting the mightiest of adversaries, the Tianqing Empire. This meticulous arrangement was further strengthened by the covert assistance of 10,000 Moonshadow Guards. Upon returning to the royal court of the Lingxiao kingdom, Yi Tian commenced the review of official documents and the management of state affairs. News of victory from the Xianyu kingdom was also conveyed. Chapter 55, The Fall of Xianyu Kingdom and the decade-long plan. Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui commanded an army of 600,000 to besiege the Xianyu kingdom. Behind the scenes, Zhao Jun, a formidable figure at the 8th heaven of the Celestial Emperor, provided protection, alongside 1,000 Moon Shadow Guards who wreaked havoc within the kingdom. Initially, Yi Xiaodian had anticipated that the show of force would compel Xianyu to surrender. However, to his astonishment, the kingdom not only resisted but ignited a fervent rage among its populace. With a total population of 9,000,000, nearly every citizen took up arms in defense of their homeland. This was the first time Yi Xiaodian and his father witnessed such a fierce nation. At first, Yi Wuhui hesitated to raise cities and chose instead to eliminate only the youth within. Yet, on the very night they set up camp, children and women launched desperate assaults against them, resulting in hundreds of unprepared soldiers falling victim in an instant. It was at that moment that Yi Wuhui comprehended why Yi Tian had dispatched such a vast force of 600,000. For the following month, the trio advanced as one, relentlessly pushing forward. They carved through mountains and forded rivers, and even when faced with walls towering 10 zhang high, Yi Xiaodian ordered direct assaults. The unity of the Xianyu kingdom was formidable, rendering internal division an impossibility. Even the Moon Shadow Guards found it challenging to achieve significant victories. This war of annihilation stretched on for an entire month, yet only half of the kingdom had been conquered, with casualties already exceeding 1,000,000. The forces led by Yi Xiaodian had lost 80,000 soldiers, with a further 110,000 injured or disabled. Upon receiving this grim news, Yi Tian hastily summoned the Moon Shadow Guards to send healing potions and supplies. Additionally, he dispatched 100,000 of the 300,000 elite black armored troops stationed outside Chang'an. Each of these soldiers had been meticulously selected by Yi Tian, all reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual sea, with many having already attained the realm of sky ascension or even the spirit concentration stage. With the addition of these 100,000 black armored troops, the tide of battle turned decisively against Xianyu. In the imperial court, Yi Tian sat upon the dragon throne, surveying his ministers. The Tungwang Pavilion Academy had been established for over 3 years, yet had any talents emerged? Tang Bowen bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, the Tungwang Pavilion Academy currently has 750 students who have completed their studies and are ready to be assigned to various positions." "Excellent," Yu Tian exclaimed, visibly pleased. Now that the realms of Qingyun Prefecture, including the Thunder Nation, the Hundred Flowers Nation, and other 10 nations have fallen under our control, I shall establish branches in each city. I expect you to send students to assist the esteemed sages. Can you accomplish this? At this moment, Zhou Yuan stepped forward eagerly, saying, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the students to fulfill this task." Yi Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Both Zhou Yuan and Tang Bowen were esteemed sages from ancient times, and he felt assured in their capabilities. As for wealth, silver, and labor, where do they come from? It is quite simple. Ever since Yu Tian ceased to receive his salary, the national treasury has flourished and food has become abundant over the years. As long as sufficient silver and grain are offered, there will be locals willing to work, even if the Lingxiao kingdom is an invader of their homeland. They will not rebel. Throughout history, the common folk have only desired a morsel to eat, a roof over their heads, and a small plot of land to call their own, thus they seldom entertain thoughts of insurrection. It is only those who are oppressed and exploited who yearn daily for a world transformed, to rise in rebellion. Yu Tian pondered for a moment before continuing. "Excellent. The 7 divisions must unite. I grant you a decade to ensure that the entire Qingyun realm belongs to the Lingxiao." Now nearing 18. Yu Tian had originally intended to take concubines, yet the war had delayed such plans. Yu Xiaodian and his father were also engaged in battle, leaving no time to urge him, which allowed Yi Tian some respite. Zhou Yuan and the others collectively bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty. Historically, while it is relatively easy to conquer a nation, to truly compel a people to submit fundamentally requires considerable time. Take, for instance, the previous 3 nations, Lihua, Tianshui, and Nanfeng. After their surrender, the Lingxiao kingdom dispatched troops to maintain order, established a branch of the Tungwang Pavilion Academy, and sent merchants to facilitate integration. Even so, it took 3 years for these nations to gradually accept and assimilate into the Lingxiao kingdom. Now, to conquer 26 nations and seek to assimilate their populace in a mere decade is a daunting challenge. Fortunately, over the past 3 years, the Lingxiao kingdom has not only strengthened its military but also produced a greater number of scholars from its academies. The common folk and merchants have flourished as well. Graduates from the academy have become talents across various industries. When the time comes, Qingyun Prefecture will encompass a total of 448 cities, with towns numbering in the tens of thousands. All the city lords, town heads, and village leaders in these regions will need to be replaced with individuals loyal to the Lingxiao kingdom. This scenario provides a platform for the graduates of the Tungwang Pavilion Academy to realize their ambitions. 3 months have now passed, and the 20 generals led by Wang Zhan have begun their return journey home, bringing back with them 17 sovereigns and 377 officials. These individuals must return to Chang'an City to await Yu Tian's decree. Another month has gone by, and finally, Yu Xiaodian and his father have returned to court, signifying the true annihilation of the Xianyu kingdom with a staggering total of 42 million lives extinguished. Every citizen, from the emperor to the commoner, perished. This news sent a wave of fervor throughout the Lingxiao kingdom, as historically, no nation had ever been completely eradicated. Yet, the Lingxiao kingdom has broken this precedent, causing the lower classes to voice their condemnation of the Yi family. This revelation made Yu Tian acutely aware that a nation cannot solely rely on its upper echelons of officials, it must also master the art of public opinion. To this end, Yi Tian commanded the Moonshadow Pavilion to step into the limelight and procured 1 million Moonshadow guards from the system marketplace, transforming them from a concealed entity into a formidable presence. Their role was not only to monitor the officials but also to devise means to control public opinion. For the common folk, the strategic significance of the Xianyu kingdom remained unknown. All they were aware of was the massacre inflicted upon it by the Lingxiao kingdom. This wave of public sentiment ignited a flicker of hope for restoration among the descendants of the 25 other nations. However, they overlooked the formidable strength of the Lingxiao army, which stationed forces in every city and town within the 25 nations, complemented by the vigilant oversight of the Moonshadow Guards. Any sign of unrest would be swiftly quashed by the military. Even the architects of public opinion within the Lingxiao kingdom did not escape retribution. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. During this period, under the unyielding suppression of the Lingxiao army, the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture gradually returned to tranquility. No one dared to broach the subject of rebellion, and even instances of brawling had significantly diminished. As stability was restored across various regions, the Yi family, father and sons, resumed their efforts to hasten marriage arrangements, eager for Yi Tian to prioritize the matter of selecting a consort. Chapter 56, a decade in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian commenced a period of seclusion, intent on absorbing the entirety of the energy bestowed upon him by the system. This retreat lasted for 7 years. During this time, the branches of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy proliferated throughout the expanse of Qingyun State. Graduates were gradually assigned to various significant positions across the realm. Initially, this distribution sparked discontent among figures such as Zhou Yuan, as freshly minted graduates lacked the capacity to manage overarching affairs. However, throughout these years, Yi Tian refrained from recruiting any civil officials or military generals, and even soldiers were not signed. Yet, the vast territory necessitated management, and the appointment of recent graduates was a reluctant measure. Fortunately, under the vigilant supervision of the Moonshadow Guard, these individuals managed their duties with commendable orderliness. The 20 generals commanded an army of 11 million, which, after a decade of rest and training, had seen the eradication of soldiers at the Linghai realm. The lowest rank among them was now at the Weiying realm, with many having even reached the Ningxin realm. The 20 generals, through 10 years of diligent cultivation, had all ascended to the strength of Tian Wang. Zhao Jun and the 3 women, after a decade of closed-door training, finally broke through to the realm of Tianzuan. Following his decisive battle with Jin Tianhu, Xiao Hong entered seclusion and had yet to emerge. However, upon his return, he was likely to achieve the realm of Shangren. In the course of these 10 years, Yiwu Hue and Wang Xueji had finally united. Additionally, Yi Tian included Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu in his harem, elevating them to the status of imperial consorts. Since the fall of the Xianyu kingdom, Yi Xiaodian and Yi Wudi had also retreated into seclusion. One day, Yi Tian awoke from his seclusion, sensing his newfound strength, and smiled with satisfaction. I have now reached the pinnacle of the Tianzuan realm. It is time to venture beyond Qingyun State. Xiaoyangzi. Lu Xingyang promptly appeared before Yi Tian, kneeling in reverence. Your servant is here. Yi Tian assessed Lu Xingyang's strength, which had progressed from the 7th level of Tianwang to the 3rd level of Tianwang. He issued a command. Prepare for the heaven offering ceremony in 3 months. Yes, since conquering the entirety of Qingyun State a decade prior, the system had informed Yi Tian of the potential to establish the Qian dynasty. However, at that time, the situation was still precarious, fraught with rebellions and bandits. Yi Tian had aimed to enhance his strength before departing Qingyun State to explore the outside world, thus postponing the endeavor. After 10 years of diligence, Qingyun State had come to accept its reality and began integrating into the Lingxiao Kingdom. The previously acquired rewards from the system, including the Qiyun 9 tripods and the Gathering Spirit Array, had remained untouched. The conditions were previously unsuitable, but now that Qingyun State was unified, it was indeed time to inaugurate the Qian dynasty. Upon receiving Yi Tian's decree, Lu Xingyang disseminated the order. The civil and military officials commenced preparations in earnest, first addressing the necessary structures for the heaven offering ceremony, followed by the required offerings, attire, and planned performances. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. The entire city of Chang'an was abuzz with the knowledge that today marked a momentous occasion, the emperor's heaven offering ceremony. In front of the grand palace, a towering platform, reaching an impressive height of 448 meters and composed of 999 steps, had already been erected. The height symbolically represented the number of cities currently possessed by the Lingxiao Kingdom, while the steps epitomized the supremacy of imperial power, denoting the emperor as the ultimate sovereign. Even before dawn, a multitude of citizens and merchants had gathered to witness the event, though the very center had been cordoned off by guards. As the hour of Chun approached, civil and military officials began to assemble, standing on either side of the white jade steps. Clad in a dragon robe and adorned with the Tianping crown, Yi Tian, one hand resting upon the sword of imperial power and the other holding the imperial seal, approached gracefully amidst a retinue of ceremonial maidens. The Minister of Rites, Wang Shirue, commenced the recitation of the formal script. Traditionally, this would involve rituals such as welcoming the divine, offering silk and jade, presenting offerings, and initial sacrifices. However, as the Lingxiao Kingdom was poised to inaugurate an era of auspicious fortune, these conventional rites were set aside. Wang Shirue's recitation focused not on the 7 sacrifices, but rather on the historical trajectory of the Lingxiao Kingdom and the distinctions between the vassal states and the auspicious dynasty. With each word, Yi Tian ascended the steps of the platform. For an ordinary person, the 999 steps would be an insurmountable challenge. Initially, Yution contemplated a swift ascent of 10 steps at a time, but Wang Shirui advised that such haste would lack the necessary gravitas. Thus, he proceeded step by step, albeit with commendable speed. Upon reaching the top of the platform, Yi Tian surveyed the items before him and commenced the celestial sacrificial ceremony. The rite, however, elicited no immediate response, and Yi Tian found it somewhat tedious. Yet, the launch of the auspicious dynasty demanded grandeur, and only through this sacrificial act could the populace comprehend its significance. Today, I, Emperor Yi Tian of the Lingxiao Kingdom, shall unify the realm and vanquish 29 nations. Since my ascension, I have upheld the heavenly mandate, and the people of Yunzhou have returned to allegiance. I shall enact clear laws, diligently cultivate virtues, and not confine my efforts to this moment alone. I hereby declare the grand ceremony to announce to the world the principles of moral governance. May the heavens bless my descendants of Lingxiao for millennia to come. Each of Yi Tian's proclamations resonated with spiritual power, echoing far and wide. Concurrently, he communicated with the system within his consciousness. System, initiate the auspicious dynasty. Ding. The royal court has met the conditions for an upgrade. Upgrading now. In the next instant, as Yi Tian's voice reverberated, the entire city of Chang'an began to transform. The expanse of the city continuously expanded, and the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. Moreover, a thread of auspicious energy surged from each individual, gradually ascending into the sky. At that moment, the entire population of 300 million in Qingyuns who instinctively looked toward the direction of Chang'an. Countless strands of auspicious energy began to converge above Yi Tian's head, gradually forming a vast expanse of golden clouds. Everyone involuntarily gazed upward, witnessing a sight unlike anything they had ever encountered. In that moment, the troops stationed throughout Qingyunzhu, including the Moonshadow Guards and local officials, began to mobilize. As beings capable of systematic generation, they received Yi Tian's transmissions directly. Even Wu Xinyue and others began to adopt a state of vigilance. For Yi Tian had previously stated that the formation of an auspicious dynasty would culminate in the gathering of a golden dragon of fortune. This is the most perilous moment. Absolutely no individual or force is permitted to disturb it. The golden clouds in the sky continue to coalesce, gradually taking the shape of a colossal golden dragon. At this moment, far in Beima State and Barbarian State, even many within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion cannot help but gaze upwards. Inside the pavilion, furious voices arise. Who dares to gather the fortune of the golden dragon? It seems to be emanating from Qingyun State. Humph. The 5 elders shall pay a visit. The existence of the Fortune dynasty is absolutely intolerable. Indeed, in the Xiantian realm, a similar voice resonates from the celestial sanctuary. Yet upon realizing it originates from the Qingyun domain, they choose to disregard it. These dominant powers typically refrain from encroaching upon another's territory. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remains oblivious to the fact that his actions have stirred unrest. The golden dragon in the sky is coalescing at an ever-accelerating pace, growing from an initial 10 meters to now 100. However, as time progresses, the rate of gathering slows, and the golden light drifting through the heavens increases. Initially emanating from individuals, it soon encompasses not only beasts and living beings but also plants, all sending golden specks into the sky. Chapter 57, The Golden Dragon of Fortune. An invasion by external enemies in this moment, Yi Tian felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain how much longer it would take for the golden dragon to fully coalesce. Yet, he was already experiencing tangible benefits. Firstly, there was a transformation within his body. As the emperor, Yi Tian had established a subtle connection with the golden dragon of fortune, and he could distinctly sense its elation. Furthermore, his strength had undergone a significant enhancement. After absorbing the energy from the system's rewards, he had reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm. Perhaps due to his lack of combat experience, his realm remained somewhat tenuous, and his foundation was not yet perfect. Nonetheless, at this moment, Yi Tian felt a profound sense of comfort coursing through him. Both his bones and meridians were continuously strengthening. The 9 flood dragons in the dragon stable had, over the past decade of cultivation, ascended to the 3rd tier of the celestial king realm. Now, with the emergence of the golden dragon in the sky, they had received considerable benefits, breaking through directly from the 3rd tier to the 5th tier. The golden dragon now stretched a staggering 10,000 meters in length. Yet it did not evoke a sense of oppression. Rather, it invigorated those who beheld it. Many elderly individuals confined to their beds due to illness found themselves miraculously healed by the dragoness presence. Numerous soldiers and officials of the Lingxiao kingdom experienced a rise in their realms by 1 or 2 tiers upon witnessing the Golden Dragon. Simultaneously, Yutian summoned the 9 Tripod of Fortune, placing each tripod at the 9 cardinal points of Qingyan Prefecture, harnessing the power of the Golden Dragon. With a resounding boom, as the 9 Tripod of Fortune melded into the earth, the Golden Dragon in the sky became even more solidified. Yutian kept his gaze fixed upon the Golden Dragon, attuned to its transformations. After 3 hours, the Golden Dragon finally ceased its growth, reaching a height of 999 meters, mere inches away from the coveted 100,000 meters. System, what is happening? Why has it not yet reached 100,000 meters? Ding. The strength of the Golden Dragon is contingent upon the hearts of the people. The mention of hearts of the people elicited a frustrated response from Yutian. How could he expect the citizens of the 25 nations, after merely a decade of warfare, to wholeheartedly embrace the Lingxiao kingdom? Even though the kingdom had enacted a series of policies over the past 2 years to ensure the well-being of the populace in Qingyan Prefecture, it was a formidable task to earn their genuine allegiance. Sigh. For now, this would have to suffice. Hatred is not so easily relinquished. Only time can erode such sentiments. As the Golden Dragon gradually faded from view, the officials, both civil and military, emerged from their state of shock. Yutian sensed the changes within Chang'an City and observed the people surrounding him. Standing upon the grand platform, he proclaimed, after enduring a millennium of internal strife, Qingyan Prefecture has achieved great unification this day. In the name of the Emperor, I confer titles upon the officials. Yu Shaodian, step forth to receive your decree. Your servant is here. Yu Shaodian stepped forward from among the military officials and offered a respectful bow. Yu Shaodian, having established the nation of Lingxiao through remarkable military exploits, was bestowed the title of Deputy Minister of War, granted command over the troops of Lingxiao, awarded a royal palace, and presented with 100 heavenly-grade spiritual treasures, 100 bottles of 8th-grade medicinal pills, and 1,000,000 top-quality spiritual stones. Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, Jiang Wuyo, and Cheng Liang were likewise honored. In total, Yutian conferred titles and rewards upon 800 individuals, comprising not only civil officials and military generals, but also leaders stationed in various regions for the defense of Lingxiao and city lords managing entire cities. All of you have fought valiantly for Lingxiao and guarded its territories. Today, I grant you the authority to wield 30% of the national fortune. Due to the varying ranks of their official positions, the distribution of this national fortune meant that many could only access a fraction of its power. Yet, even this small portion could empower individuals to engage in battles beyond their usual capabilities. After all, the national fortune was a collective manifestation of the people of Lingxiao. As the Golden Dragon grew stronger, so too did the national fortune. Those who received these titles could not only harness the national fortune for combat, but also partake in the benefits it conferred, such as longevity, enhanced comprehension, and potentially a lasting increase in personal fortunes through the favor of the national fortune. Though intangible and unseen, it had the power to turn misfortune into fortune. Following the bestowal of honors to 800 individuals, Yitian activated a spirit-gathering array, enveloping the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. At that moment, all beings within Qingyan could distinctly feel the sudden intensification of spiritual energy. After the elevation of Chang'an from a royal city to an imperial city, it served as the nexus of the spirit-gathering array, where the spiritual energy was even more abundant. Simultaneously, Yutian deposited all the spiritual veins he had accrued from years of signing in underground. This included 38 top-tier spiritual veins, 72 superior veins, 108 medium veins, and 320 inferior veins, with 9 top-tier veins located directly beneath Chang'an. Given time, the spiritual energy throughout Qingyan would grow increasingly rich, potentially rivaling that of the central heavenly domain. On this day, Yang Chenxi also received Yutian's honors. However, he remained composed and, as the grand ceremony neared its conclusion, promptly informed the entire Yang family commerce. His purpose was to instruct the commerce to notify all branches to offer food, goods, and treasures at discounted prices on this momentous day, allowing the common people to share in the glory. With the Fortune dynasty successfully inaugurated and no external threats present to disrupt it, Yitian felt a surge of joy. However, he knew it was not yet time to lower his guard. Although the Fortune Golden Dragon had merged with the underground spiritual veins, it could be easily extracted if disrupted. Should any damage occur now, reconstituting the Golden Dragon would prove exceedingly challenging. As the populace witnessed Yutian's heavenly sacrificial ceremony and departed in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the guards, Yi Tian descended from the high platform, preparing to return with the officials when powerful presences suddenly emerged from the distant sky. Yi Tian looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. What was destined to come has indeed arrived. In the next moment, Yi Tian's figure reappeared on the high platform, gazing intently at the 5 figures rapidly approaching from afar. Among them, for possessed the pinnacle of heavenly sovereign cultivation, while the leader had ascended to the 2nd tier of the sage realm. This revelation darkened Yi Tian's expression considerably. Had it been merely 4 heavenly sovereigns at their peak, he would have been unconcerned, for he too had reached that exalted level and with the ability to summon the auspicious golden dragon. His power surged to the 3rd tier of the sage realm. However, standing before him was a formidable sage of the 2nd tier, leaving him capable of contending with only one. Should this sage impede him, the other 4 would seize the opportunity to extract the golden dragon's fortune, a task he would be utterly powerless to prevent. Chapter 58. Xiaohong's emergence and the battle against the sage. Who are you? What brings you to my Lingxiao Empire? The 5 elders of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion halted before Yi Tian, their leader, a burly man, furrowing his brow as he regarded him. Are you the one who has initiated the Fortune Dynasty? Although the man's tone irked Yi Tian, he had no desire to engage in battle at this moment. Setting aside the destructive capacity of a sage, the newly conjured golden dragon made Yi Tian feel somewhat constrained. Indeed, it is I. The burly man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. How many years has it been? Is there truly someone bold enough to commence the Fortune Dynasty? After a hearty laugh, the man's expression abruptly shifted, and he glared at Yi Tian, rebuking, "You possess great audacity. Today you shall extinguish the Fortune Golden Dragon obediently, and we shall depart. Otherwise, I shall personally extract it." At that moment, all the formidable warriors who had reached the Sky Sovereign realm appeared behind Yi Tian, as if their numbers alone rendered them impressive. Yet Yi Tian understood that should a battle ensue, anyone below the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign would merely be fodder. Waving his hand to dismiss everyone, Yi Tian inquired, "Who are you? Why do you target the Fortune Dynasty?" I am Ye Tianxing, the 5th elder of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. As for why we suppress the Fortune Dynasty, it is of no concern to you. You need only know that you should properly fulfill your role as a feudal emperor. The concept of fortune is not something a mere mortal emperor like you can meddle with. At this point, Ye Tianxing turned to the elder beside him, who held a precious gourd, and commanded, "Junior brother, go and extract the Fortune Golden Dragon." "Yes, senior brother." The elder nodded and soared into the sky, preparing to unleash the gourd to commence the extraction of the dragon vein. "Impudence!" Yi Tian bellowed, appearing before the elder in an instant, delivering a punch. "Humph! I see that the one being impudent is you." Anticipating the move, Ye Tianxing appeared beside the elder and effortlessly struck Yi Tian away with a light palm. In the distance, Wu Xinyue and her companions, Zhao Jun among them, sprang into action to intercept Yi Tian as he was sent flying. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." After stabilizing himself, Yi Tian immediately summoned the system. "System, how much fortune value do I currently possess? Can I purchase an Emperor-level warrior?" Ding. The host currently possesses 1,016,800,000, sufficient to acquire an Emperor-level warrior. However, the system does not recommend this course of action. Having previously spent 2 million to purchase the Moonshadow Guards, Yi Tian now had 16,800,000 remaining. Upon conjuring the Fortune Golden Dragon and initiating the Fortune Dynasty, the system granted him a staggering 10 billion. The Divine Dragon Guards, composed of 10 Emperor-level warriors, required only 3 billion fortune value. With over 1 billion at his disposal, Yi Tian was entirely capable of the purchase. "Why not?" Yi Tian asked irritably. "The enemy is at our doorstep." Ding. Each Emperor-level warrior will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world. Given the current state of the Lingxiao Empire, it simply cannot bear such a burden. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Yi Tian, confused by this information, pressed on. "What cannot be borne? Speak clearly." Ding. The host's current realm is too low to comprehend these matters. However, it is possible to procure a powerful being of the Great Sage realm. Very well. Just as Yi Tian was preparing to directly purchase a Great Sage, a furious roar suddenly emanated from the direction of the Xinyuan Tower. "Who dares to harm my master?" Upon hearing this voice, Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with recognition. Xiaohong has broken through. In the next instant, Xiaohong's figure appeared beside Yi Tian. "I apologize for my delayed arrival. I hope for your forgiveness." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. Let us first resolve the current predicament." "Understood." Xiaohong stood upright, turning his gaze towards Nie Tianqing and the 5 others. At that moment, the elder had also ceased his attempts to extract the dragon vein. His expression now grave as he regarded Nie Tianqing. How intriguing! Within this mere empire, not only can they gather the golden dragon of fortune, but they have also set up a spirit-gathering array, and now a sage-level powerhouse has emerged. Nie Tianqing curiously looked at Yu Tian, then turned to Xiao Hong, saying, "How can a dignified sage stoop to be the lapdog of a mere emperor? Why not join me in the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion?" The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion? Excellent. Yi Tian had longed to take action. Previously, he lacked sufficient heavenly sovereign forces to counter the 4 peak heavenly sovereigns on the opposing side. Now that Xiao Hong had broken through, he could confidently harness the power of the golden dragon of fortune. With a resounding dragon's roar, a magnificent golden dragon's figure melded into Yi Tian's body. In that moment, Yi Tian's aura surged, climbing from the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm to the first level of the sage realm, then the second, and finally halting at the 3rd level of the sage realm. At this juncture, Nie Tianqing's expression darkened, his gaze towards Yi Tian laced with a hint of murderous intent. "Are you certain you wish to engage us in battle? Behind me stands the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Do not assume that the presence of a sage grants you free reign." Yi Tian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Realizing that even Nie Tianqing was no match for him in a single exchange. "You intend to annihilate my empire. Why should I refrain from striking you? Xiao Hong, eliminate the other 4. This one is mine." "Yes." In the next moment, Yi Tian unsheathed the imperial sword, striking directly at Nie Tianqing. Damn it! Nie Tianqing, witnessing this scene, swiftly drew a long sword to counter Yi Tian's assault. Little did he know that the imperial sword possessed an extraordinary trait. It grew stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Upon colliding with Nie Tianqing's heavenly-grade longsword, it shattered into 2 segments. The remaining blade, relentless, surged towards Nie Tianqing's neck. Not good. Nie Tianqing never anticipated such a turn of events and hastily evaded while drawing forth a massive turtle shell for defense. Boom. The turtle shell exploded upon impact, sending Nie Tianqing's body hurtling away. Crash. He collided forcefully with a building, causing the once standing structure to collapse. Observing this, Yu Tian furrowed his brow, realizing he had been so preoccupied with his own comfort that he had forgotten they were in Chang'an City. As I raised my gaze, I beheld not only the figure of Nie Tianqing within the structure, but also the tragic sight of several ordinary citizens who had been directly struck down within. Nie Tianqing's body surged forth, propelled outward as he regarded Yu Tian, who had refrained from further aggression. "Ha ha ha, the Dynasty of Fortune. Ha ha. Do you dare to continue your assault here?" At that moment, he realized that as a representative of the Dynasty of Fortune, it was imperative to consolidate the faith and will of the populace. However, if the emperor were to slaughter the common people, who would willingly pledge their devotion to him? Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 4 strikes reverberated, and Yi Tian turned to see that it was the result of Xiao Hong's assault on the other 4 individuals. Yet, as a consequence, yet another 100 souls perished amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaodian and others, who were unable to intervene from a distance, hastily instructed the guards to begin evacuating the citizens. Observing this, Yi Tian resolved to buy some time. The destruction of the building was inconsequential, for as long as it was within the city of Chang'an, it could be rebuilt. However, the loss of life among the populace was irreversible. Why do you not permit the existence of the Dynasty of Fortune? Chapter 59. The Pinnacle of Greatness. The Forbidden Sky Array. Regrettably, Nie Tianqing is no fool. He grasps the unfolding events with a mere sweep of his consciousness. The flaw of the Fortune dynasty lies in its inherent connection between the emperor and the populace, once one becomes part of the dynasty. The fate of the citizens is inexorably linked to the emperor's fortune. If the sovereign acts against the will of the people, that fortune will gradually dissipate. Casting a glance at his 4 disciples, who were merely injured and not dead, he felt a sense of relief. He turned to Yi Tian, his voice laced with resentment, and declared, "Humph, young emperor, do not attempt to extract information from me. I shall remain silent. Do not presume that you can remain unscathed. Await the judgment of my Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion." With that, he prepared to depart alongside his disciples, only to be obstructed by Xiao Hong, who swiftly positioned himself in their path. "Are you truly allowing them to leave?" Nie Tianqing did not even spare Xiao Hong a glance. Instead, he mockingly addressed Yi Tian. "What? Do you genuinely wish to kill us?" Yi Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that Nie Tianqing was aware of his concerns. The battle at the sage level does not easily yield a victor unless one possesses overwhelming strength. However, given his recent strike, It was evident that he only held an advantage due to his enchanted sword. As an elder of a formidable faction, reaching the Sage Realm is no trivial feat. He desired to eliminate Nie Tianxing, yet the latter had the audacity to threaten the entire populace of Chang'an. Yi Tian felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. He had finally encountered an opportunity to strike, yet was hindered by external factors. "Leave at once," he commanded. "Humph." Nie Tianxing scoffed, turning with his companions to depart. He possessed the self-awareness to refrain from further provocation and did not dare to issue any more threats. The fact that Yi Tian could summon the Dragon of Fortune indicated a profound bond between them. In this light, as long as they remained within the borders of the Lingxiao Empire, Yi Tian could harness the dragon's power. The citizens of Chang'an were numerous, and Yi Tian dared not harm them. However, what of the areas beyond the city? Surely, the entirety of Qinggan Prefecture could not be populated in every corner. Should he incite Yi Tian's wrath, it would be simple for him to seek a remote location to enact his vengeance. Yi Tian had indeed contemplated this, considering the possibility of letting them go only to strike when they reached a desolate area. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. It is no simple task to eliminate a sage-level powerhouse. If cornered, they might resort to self-detonation in a nearby city, resulting in catastrophic losses. Yi Tian stood resolutely with his sword poised in the void, ultimately sheathing it. At that moment, the other 20 generals and the 3 members of the Yi family approached Yi Tian. "Your Majesty, it is well. Tend to the wounded, provide healing where necessary, and offer compensation where required." With that, Yi Tian soared towards the imperial palace. The prior system rewards had only granted him a royal court, while it included the palace. The facilities and structures fell far short of the standards promised by the system, now that the Lingxiao Kingdom has transformed into the Lingxiao Empire. The most significant changes have occurred within the imperial palace, followed closely by the city of Chang'an. Even the entire Qinggan Prefecture has undergone various alterations. However, at this moment, Yi Tian is entirely preoccupied and indifferent to these developments. Upon returning to the imperial study, Yi Tian commenced a dialogue with the system. "System, how many formidable emperors exist in this world? What is the strength of the strongest individuals in the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion?" "Ding. No information available." Yi Tian, feeling somewhat disgruntled, lamented, "Damn. Can't you? Never mind. I shall refrain from asking." The system had previously mentioned that the current Lingxiao Empire is incapable of accommodating a powerful emperor, raising questions about whether this is due to issues of fortune or strength. Or perhaps, the current heavenly principles do not permit the existence of such emperors? Yi Tian finds himself perplexed by these matters. He had spent considerable time exploring the knowledge within the gaining insights into many aspects of the entire Tianyuan continent. Yet information regarding the mighty beings prior to the Great Sage Realm seems conspicuously erased, as if by design. This erasure could be the work of the system or perhaps a lack of documentation in texts. After all, the system had previously indicated that does not encompass the entirety of the Tianyuan continent's literature. Furthermore, the concept of a fortune dynasty has historical roots in the Tianyuan continent, existing in ancient times. However, the reasons behind its eventual downfall remain shrouded in mystery, with various factions now forbidding the existence of such a dynasty. Could it be that the fortune dynasty harbors secrets unknown to Yi Tian? He refrains from inquiring further with the system, understanding that even if he does, answers may elude him, prompting him to delve into contemplation. Based on the earlier attitudes of Nie Tianxing and his companions, it seems that Nie Tianxing possesses some awareness of the fortune dynasty's uniqueness, while the other 4 appear completely oblivious, as though they are merely fulfilling a task. Yet, isn't the essence of the fortune dynasty to unite the hearts of the people and harness the fortune of the entire nation? Might there be other hidden intricacies at play? After pondering for a considerable duration, Yi Tian finds himself at an impasse. Thus, he resolves to cease his musings. As the system suggested, the root of the issue lies in his insufficient strength. Had he been sufficiently powerful, he would not find himself so apprehensive. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian decisively stated, "System, procure 10 peak Great Sage Realm warriors for me." "Ding. Are you willing to spend 500 million? Upon hearing the system's serious tone, Yi Tian inquired with curiosity, "System, what advantages does fortune value confer upon me?" "Ding. The host's fortune value embodies the strength of an entire nation. As long as the nation is sufficiently potent, the fortune value will increase. For the host, fortune value not only facilitates the acquisition of items from the marketplace but also enhances the empire, fortifies the populace's constitution, strengthens oneself, and elevates comprehension. The system enumerated a plethora of benefits, each advantageous to both the empire and himself. In essence, within the system, fortune value serves as an invaluable resource, capable of accomplishing myriad tasks. Grasping this concept, Yution's curiosity deepens. If the Fortune dynasty holds such numerous benefits, why do those factions still seek to suppress it? Unable to comprehend further, Yution chose to abandon his thoughts. However, he ultimately decided against the initial plan of acquiring 10 Pinnacle Great Sage Warriors. System. Let us proceed with the purchase of 2, he instructed. 2 Pinnacle Great Sage Warriors will suffice. Ding. Purchase successful, currently in the process of generation. As Yution eagerly anticipated the arrival of these 2 formidable warriors, he resumed his exploration of the system's marketplace. Previously, Nie Tianxing and his 5 companions had audaciously appeared directly above the imperial city, an act that did not sit well with Yution, as he preferred not to have anyone overshadowing him. At that moment, an array caught Yution's attention. The Celestial Sealing Array. It is a formidable formation capable of nullifying space and suppressing the opponent's strength. Chapter 60. Yution's plan after a decade of contemplation. Yution realized that to establish this formation, a variety of materials was essential. The first-tier materials would create a formation capable of restraining a heavenly king-level expert. The second-tier materials could confine a sage-level being, while the third-tier materials would directly suppress an emperor. This signified that as long as this formation was set up within the city of Chang'an, even an emperor would be unable to soar through the skies. Their power diminished by an entire realm. The distinctions between the 3 types of materials not only determined the effectiveness of the formations but also their costs. Without hesitation, Yution's gaze fell upon the third-tier materials. However, upon seeing the price, he nearly leaped in shock. 500 million? System, why not rob a bank instead? Is it truly this exorbitant? The system had just expounded on the benefits of fortune values, and Yution intended to conserve his resources. But this price seemed outrageous. 500 million. Ding. The system guarantees quality. The 500 million investment in this formation will effectively suppress emperor-level individuals. The host does not incur a loss. Despite the system's high praise for the formation, Yution felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, on the entire Tianyuan continent, it was unlikely that there were many emperor-level experts. He glanced at the prices of the other 2 materials. One was merely 300,000, and the other 8 million. The first was practically useless, as the Moonshadow Guards in Chang'an were predominantly above the Void Realm. The second could only restrain a sage, which was of little utility to him, especially since if the Longfeng Pavilion were to learn that the Lingxiao Empire had a sage stationed the next time they came, it would undoubtedly be with a peak sage or possibly even a sage king. Though Yution believed that the Longfeng Pavilion might not dispatch a sage king, it was prudent to remain vigilant. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly materialized before him. Subordinates Wu Tian. Subordinate Wu Fa, paying respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. Yution observed the 2 men, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, both appearing to be around 40 years of age. He mused inwardly about their audacity. How intriguing. Dismissed, he commanded. Thank you, your majesty. Yution opened the system panel to review the information on Wu Fa and Wu Tian, which appeared before him. Strength, peak great sage. Height, 180 centimeters. Age, 140 years. Cultivation technique, Twin Divine Sutra. They were the oldest among all of Yution's subordinates. Achieving peak great sage status at just over 100 years was indeed a testament to their exceptional talent. While Xiaohong had reached sage status at a young age, there were still the 9 heavens, the 9 layers of sage kings, and the 9 layers of great sages. Many individuals remained trapped at a single realm throughout their lives, unable to break through. The system had bestowed upon him subordinates, each of whom was extraordinarily gifted. Seeing that he had 2 peak great sage subordinates, Yution decided to be generous. Gritting his teeth, he directly spent 500 million to acquire the Celestial Seal formation. Upon surveying the vast array of materials before him, Yution found himself momentarily stunned. System, with such an abundance of resources, how am I to arrange them? Ding. The host may assign 2 great saints to handle the arrangement. Ah, you've calculated everything, Haven Tiyu? Yution felt a tinge of helplessness. The sheer volume of materials was overwhelming, forming a small mountain within the system's space. He packed all the materials into 10 spatial rings and entrusted them to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, I'll leave these materials in your care. Please proceed to set up the formation. Wu Tian accepted the rings, casting a glance with his divine consciousness before promptly agreeing. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Yu Tian then turned to Wu Fei beside him, saying, "Very well. Wu Fei, make a trip to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Assess their strongest capabilities. If they do not surpass yours, remind them not to disturb us any further." "Understood. I shall take my leave at once." One commendable feature of the system is that every generated individual is imparted with the current circumstances. This is something Yi Tian has gradually come to realize over the years. With Wu Fei's visit to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, the Lingxiao Empire could enjoy a period of stability. In the previous 13 years, the rapid development of the Lingxiao Empire had made it challenging for many citizens to maintain loyalty. If this trend persisted, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Currently, the Lingxiao Empire lacked the resources to continue its campaigns against other states, and engaging in conflict with the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion was ill-advised. Setting aside the number of adept warriors they possessed, their dominant position within the entire Qing Tian domain meant that at their beck and call, countless forces would rise against the Lingxiao Empire. Yet, at present, the Lingxiao Empire required recuperation and the unification of its populace. Only in such unity could it harness greater willpower to strengthen itself further. Seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian began to contemplate the next steps for the Lingxiao Empire. After considerable reflection, he ultimately resolved that time was necessary for consolidation. Xiao Yangzi, convey a summons for a meeting with the ministers. Lu Xingyang, who had been stationed outside, promptly bowed and responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon after, Yi Tian arrived at the court, surveying the assembly of officials before him. He addressed them directly, "My esteemed ministers, I have prepared a 10-year plan." Upon hearing of yet another 10-year plan, the ministers' expressions grew complex. The previous 10-year plan had followed closely on the heels of the recent conquest of other nations. Observing the ministers' reactions, Yi Tian could discern their thoughts. However, the circumstances were now different. The last 10-year plan had led to a staggering decline of over 20 million in the population of Qingzhen Prefecture. Presently, the entire population of Qingzhen Prefecture stood at merely 300 million, and one essential criterion for national strength is a substantial populace. "I understand your concerns," he continued. "I have decided that in this decade, we shall vigorously develop our economy, education, infrastructure, living standards, and healthcare. Upon your return, please draft a proposal. My demands are rather simple. I wish for the citizens of the entire Lingxiao Empire to be literate, for every household to have an abundance of provisions, for children to attend school, for the youth to earn a living, for the middle-aged to engage in labor, and for the elderly to be cared for. You shall adhere to these requirements." Originally, Qingyan Prefecture was a realm of numerous feudal lords, where conflicts between nations were not only perpetual, but trade was also exceedingly scarce. Among these nations, there were even instances of linguistic barriers, differing units of measure, and entirely distinct scripts. Although the establishment of the Tongwang Pavilion Academy has somewhat improved the situation for the new generation of the Lingxiao Empire, achieving complete unity remains a distant goal. Initially, Yi Tian had no desire to involve himself in these matters. His previous campaigns against the feudal lords were merely in pursuit of the system's tasks. However, now seated in this position, Yi Tian has begun to consider the welfare of the people. Perhaps it is due to his cultivation, which is intricately linked to fortune. Or perhaps it is his aversion to witnessing human suffering. Regardless, Yu Tian has now resolved to dedicate the next decade to earnestly attending to the needs of this empire. Chapter 61. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Master Long Xingtian, upon hearing Yi Tian's determination to diligently enhance the nation's strength, the civil and military officials in the hall displayed expressions of relief and satisfaction. Yet, the military generals of the Ministry of War appeared somewhat disinterested to them. Only the thrill of battle ignited their spirits. Conversely, several generals acknowledged that Yi Tian's decision was indeed commendable, as the rapid development of Lingxiao Nation necessitated a period of consolidation. Over the years, Yi Tian had acquired numerous resources through the system as sign and rewards. Yet these were primarily beneficial to cultivators and did little to ameliorate the lives of ordinary citizens. In the court, a multitude of ministers began to voice their opinions, proposing a series of policies beneficial to the nation and its people. The court session lasted nearly 3 hours, and the officials departed in high spirits. Only Yu Tian returned to his chambers feeling somewhat fatigued, requesting the maidservants to massage his weary shoulders. There remained an abundance of tasks to attend to. Previously, Yu Tian had not perceived the magnitude of the paperwork, believing it to be managed adequately by the Internal Affairs Bureau. However, upon deciding to personally address these matters, he realized the immense effort it demanded. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion is situated in the Liuyu Prefecture of the Qingtian Domain, which is the most powerful prefecture within this domain. It is teeming with cultivators, and its families thrive in exceptional prosperity. Perhaps due to the presence of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, Liuyu Prefecture has cultivated a deep reverence for cultivation, leaving little room for martial warriors. Qianjun Mountain. The highest peak in Liuyu Prefecture is where the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion is established. The entire mountain is perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of immortals. Atop the mountain, there are 7 halls and 16 chambers, with the Dragon and Phoenix Hall serving as the venue for the assembly of the sect leader and elders. However, the atmosphere in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall was currently oppressive, as Master Long Xingtian glared furiously at Nie Tianqing, who sat below. You have been overseeing Qingyun Prefecture for years, and now, in just a matter of years, someone has unified the entire Qingyun Prefecture and even established a dynasty of fortune. With a sage presiding, is this how you conduct your oversight? Do you realize that this trivial matter has become a source of ridicule for the 2 major factions beside us? The Grand Hall, occupied by 36 individuals, fell into an eerie silence. Not a single person dared to utter a word, despite the presence of 16 elders and 16 hall masters. Why the silence? Third elder. What is the situation in Beima Prefecture under your jurisdiction? Fourth elder, what is the state of Wufeng Prefecture, which you oversee? The 2 elders seated at the lower positions hastily rose to their feet. Master, everything is normal in Beima Prefecture. Master, Wufeng Prefecture is also functioning smoothly. The remaining 13 members also stood, bowing to report the status of their respective prefectures. Once all had finished speaking, Long Xingtian turned his gaze toward Nie Tianqing. When was the last time you visited Qingyun Prefecture? At this moment, Nie Tianqing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation among the 16 elders. 14 were responsible for overseeing the conditions of various prefectures. Their duty was to periodically assess whether there were exceptionally talented individuals within these regions and extend invitations to bring them into the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. It was he, Nie Tianqing, who was tasked with monitoring Qingyun Prefecture. In response to the Lord of the Pavilion, it has been 15 years since the last visit to Qingyun Prefecture. 15 years? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Nie Tianqing. It was not the brevity of the 15 years that astonished them, but rather the remarkable ascent of this fortune dynasty, which had surged to its current stature in such a short span. Lord Long Xingtian's tone softened somewhat as he addressed the other elders, inquiring, how often do you typically venture out? Every 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. After listening, Long Xingtian fell silent. He understood that this interval had been determined by the previous sect master. As the dominant force in the Qingtian domain, it was impractical for them to monitor their jurisdiction continuously. Moreover, their visits were primarily for the purpose of selecting prodigies and harvesting resources. Excessive frequency would likely foster resentment among the local powers, even if they remained indifferent. For cultivators, 20 years was but a fleeting moment. Many among them would spend a decade or more in seclusion during a single retreat. The fact that this fortune dynasty could evolve from a minor nation to its current stature in less than 20 years was a testament to its formidable nature. Elder, you should make a trip. After extracting the dragon vein, ensure they offer tribute every 10 years. Initially, Long Xingtian intended to suggest a 20-year interval, but upon reflecting on the strength of Lingxiao Kingdom, he opted for a decade. An elderly figure rose slightly, had it not been for his distinguished position. Others might have mistaken him for an old man from the neighboring household. Very well, I shall undertake this journey, he affirmed. Long Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Should that young emperor obstruct you, eliminate him. The elder nodded and was about to depart when a sudden, thunderous sound drew everyone's attention outward. Boom. It was the sound of the sect's defensive formation being attacked. Long Xingtian soared from the Grand Hall, gazing into the distance. Who dares to act recklessly at Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Swish, swish, swish. All the elders and hall masters took to the air, standing behind the sect master, their eyes fixed on the figure in the distance. Bang! In the next moment, the man launched another punch at the transparent barrier in midair. Crack, crack. The entire sect's defensive formation shattered like glass. Long Xingtian's face was a mask of shock. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the sect's barrier. Yet it had been shattered by this intruder's 2 strikes, igniting his fury. Peak of the great sage. The surrounding elders and hall masters were equally incredulous. Peak of the great sage? As the dominant force in the Qingtian domain, even the Lord of the Pavilion possessed only the strength of a 5th-level Saint King, while the Grand Elder was at the 3rd level. The only one in Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with the strength of a great sage was their ancestor. And even he had only reached the third level after millennia of cultivation and substantial resource allocation. Yet, what stood before them was undeniably the peak of the great sage. Such formidable strength. Not to mention them, even within the Central Sky domain, few factions possess such powerful figures in their ranks. Long Xingtian slightly bowed and said, "I am unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my inadequate welcome." Wu Fa responded with a faint smile. "Oh, you extend a warm welcome to me?" Long Xingtian continued to bow. "Your prowess is unparalleled. Having traveled from afar, I kindly invite you to the Grand Hall for further discourse." The elders and hall masters behind him wore expressions of utmost humility, not daring to act recklessly. It would be absurd. A peak great sage is someone they. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion cannot afford to offend. Should they provoke this individual, no one would stand up for them if he unleashed his wrath upon them. Enough. My purpose for coming here is related to the Lingxiao Empire. Lingxiao Empire? Long Xingtian and the others were momentarily taken aback, as they had just been discussing this matter, unaware that someone would arrive so promptly. Long Xingtian, somewhat uncertain, continued to inquire, "Are you perhaps from the Central Sky Domain?" In Long Xingtian's view, only the Central Sky Domain could harbor such a formidable entity. However, he found it perplexing that such a powerful figure would be concerned with merely a minor dynasty of fate, which could be extinguished with a mere flick of the fingers, raising questions as to why it would attract such attention. Chapter 62. 6 years of development and trade opening. Wu Fa shook his head, declaring, "The Central Sky Domain? No, I hail from the Lingxiao Empire." The group, led by Long Xingtian, trembled slightly, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the newcomer. "Enough," Wu Fa continued. "I have come at His Majesty's behest to inform you that you are not permitted to set foot in Qingyan Prefecture again. Otherwise," as he spoke, Wu Fa raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the peak of a distant mountain was obliterated, revealing a massive handprint when viewed from above. Boom. The sound reverberated slowly, causing Long Xingtian and his companions to pale slightly. The distinction between a great sage and a saint king is fundamentally significant. From the saint stage, one begins to engage with the power of rules, and by the saint king stage, one has mastered a complete set of rules. However, at the great sage pinnacle, not only does one master the rules, but the most crucial aspect is the personal comprehension that integrates into the rules, culminating in a unique domain. Moreover, those at the peak of great sage have begun to touch upon the forces of loss, even if they have yet to fully grasp it. A mere hint of understanding surpasses the power of rules. The Wu brothers, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, are both at the pinnacle of great sage. Although they have not yet grasped the forces of laws, they stand at the zenith of this world in terms of strength. As long as no semi-emperors who have comprehended even a fragment of the laws emerge, they remain the most formidable beings. Upon hearing Wu Fa's warning, Long Xingtian gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully, saying, "Elder, we shall remember this and will not set foot in Qingyan Prefecture again." "Good. That is most agreeable." With that, Wu Fa made a swift gesture in the void and vanished into it. Tearing through the void, this display left the others stunned. After a considerable pause, a naive hall master ventured to speak. "Master, what shall we do about the dignity of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? What will other factions think of us?" Everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. The most powerful ancestor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was merely at the third level of Great Sage. To a Great Sage at the pinnacle, it would take only a few moves to annihilate the entire pavilion. Such strength, even within the Central Sky domain, is rarely challenged by other factions. Having already been smoldering with frustration, Long Xingtian bellowed, "Why don't you go? Step out of the mountain gate, and I shall crush you on the spot." Dignity? Glory? Those are predicated on strength. Without strength, they are not. With that, Long Xingtian swept his sleeve and departed. Upon returning to the Lingxiao Empire, Wu Fa reported his observations and actions to Yu Tian. "You mean to say there are countless cultivators in the outside world, with families standing for millennia?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. In Liuyu Prefecture, nearly everyone possesses cultivation. There are no sects, but many families." Yi Tian listened, feeling a sense of longing. He had been born here and had not ventured far beyond many places in Qingyan Prefecture, let alone to other regions. "Very well, I understand. You may leave." "Yes." Wu Fa bowed slightly before turning to depart. Upon reaching this profound level, the two brothers no longer required constant seclusion for cultivation. In fact, such practices had become futile for them. What they needed was enlightenment and understanding of the power of the loss. Thus, Yutian urged Xiaohong and others to engage in their own cultivation. Days passed, and since the court assembly, officials across various cities began to consciously assist the populace, enhancing their productivity, economy, and knowledge. Qingyun Prefecture gradually settled into tranquility, with stationed soldiers beginning to relax, often only half remaining on guard while the rest commenced their training. Yitian's daily sign-ins were largely distributed among the military corps, subsequently allocated to officials in the form of stipends. Additionally, every month, Yitian would auction off hundreds of items at Beijinghan, aiming to exchange these goods for gold and silver. 2 years elapsed, and numerous proposals from the earlier court assembly began to be implemented. During these 2 years, the system appeared to become more generous, offering not only superior items but also a significant increase in the number of civil and military officials, with the soldier count rising to 54 million. With 448 cities and 700 towns and villages, 2 years of planning and restructuring culminated in the establishment of 51 prefectures, each comprising 48 cities and 700 towns. Perhaps due to the unwavering loyalty of those signed in by the system, each prefecture was governed by an official selected from these individuals. Each prefecture hosted a standing army of 800,000, with each city containing between 10,000 to 30,000 troops, some recruited locally. Furthermore, the local garrison personnel were also composed of system-designated individuals. In addition to the military and official changes, each town was mandated to establish a hospital, martial arts school, academy, and security team. Within the cities, streets, buildings, and roads were designed based on Yitian's integrated memories. The entire Lingxiao Empire flourished, although the treasury began to experience a steady decline in funds. Another 2 years later, Yitian vigorously promoted maritime trade, establishing commerce between Qingyun Prefecture and the neighboring Beima and Manhuang prefectures. In the same year, the Moonshadow Guard expanded from 15 million to 3 million, beginning to infiltrate the 2 prefectures. Observing his fortune value, which had grown to 3.5257 billion due to years of expenditure and national strength increase, Yitian garnered respect from many across the land, with some even erecting longevity tablets in his honor. He understood well that these achievements were largely attributable to the Moonshadow Guard, many of whom donned scholar attire to promote him as emperor throughout the realm. Originally, Yitian had planned to spend 10 years consolidating power to enhance the strength of the Lingxiao Empire. Unexpectedly, in just 6 short years, he had already attained this remarkable status. The citizens of the entire Lingxiao Empire found themselves living prosperous lives. This prompted Yutian to feel that it was time for him to venture outside. On this day, after reviewing memorials, he strolled through the back garden. How are Xiao Yangzi and Xiaohong faring in their training? In response to His Majesty, Lu Zhengyang reported that Commander Xiaohong, under the guidance of Commander Wu Fa Wutian, has now reached the 8th level of the Sage Realm. Even the 3 female commanders, Wu Xinyue included, are currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Sage Realm. However, at this point, Lu Zhengyang hesitated slightly, as if harboring some reservations, and did not continue. Yitian furrowed his brow. Although Wu Fa Wutian and others were generated by the system, each of them possessed a tangible essence. Yutian had bestowed upon each of them the title of commander. They typically do not lead troops, nor do they have a single soldier under their command. Yet in times of urgency, they possess the authority to mobilize troops. After years of cultivation, although he remains at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm, he has already reached an extraordinary level, capable of breaking through at any moment. Coupled with his training in the eternal emperor scripture, he emanates an imperial aura, further enhancing his majesty. What is it? Please, continue. Chapter 63, The System's Reminder, The 9 Realms of Immortals, Indeed. However, Captain Zhao Jun is currently engaged in teaching at the academy and has not entered seclusion for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yitian paid it little mind. As Zhao, once his loyal guard, has chosen not to pursue cultivation and instead wishes to become an instructor, Yitian remains indifferent. After all, the path of cultivation does not solely rely on prolonged seclusion. It necessitates practical experience as well. What of General Shangwan Feihong and the others? In response to your majesty, General Shangwan has now attained the 7th level of celestial sovereignty, and the other 50 generals have also reached the celestial sovereign realm. Hearing this, Yitian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The situation in Qingyun Prefecture has gradually stabilized, and counting the 3 members of the Yi family, there are now 54 generals. Among the civil officials, the number has increased from 25 to 90. Many of these civil and military officials have been dispatched to safeguard various territories. The palace guards have grown from an initial 5,000 to a current strength of 10,000, each possessing the strength of the concentration realm. Besides the troops stationed at the borders and various counties, the Lingxiao kingdom boasts a total of 10 million soldiers. They engage in training and cultivation daily, with resources entirely provided by Yi Tian's sign and rewards. However, over the past year, as the fortune value has dwindled, Yi Tian feels the system has begun to exert pressure on him once more. The population of Qingdao Prefecture has only reached 500 million. To continue increasing his fortune value, he must engage in further conquests. This realization makes Yi Tian feel like a mere tool of the system, prompting him to indulge in a more leisurely lifestyle during this period. His days consist mainly of tea and conversation with the 4 imperial consorts, Milin, Zhu, and Zhu, or wandering through the palace. One day, upon returning to his chamber, Yi Tian contemplated which of the 4 sisters he would summon today when he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding! An extraterrestrial world is about to descend upon the Tianyuan continent. Please, host, take this opportunity to unify Tianyuan. Yi Tian felt a surge of anger. How long has he been nurturing himself? The system now throws this at him. System, is this so-called extraterrestrial world you're doing? Ding! This is not the system's intention. The Tianyuan continent is merely one of the 3,000 worlds. Every million years, a cleansing occurs, a contest of the heavenly Tao's will. Yi Tian, infuriated, smashed the Rui Lingao he held onto the ground. Do not burden me with such trivialities. What concern is the arrival of an extraterrestrial world to me? My fortune value has already exceeded 30 billion. I could procure a divine dragon guard. Surely 10 great emperors cannot fail to protect my Lingxiao empire? Ding! The extraterrestrial world is adjacent to the Tianyuan continent. This time, 2 worlds are invading Tianyuan, each with over 10 great emperors and even immortals. Yi Tian abruptly stood up. What did you say? Immortals? Was it not said that immortals reside only in the immortal realm? How can those 2 worlds possess immortals? Ding! The pinnacle of the mighty emperor suggests that a breakthrough would allow for ascension to the celestial realm. However, within certain secret domains, one might obscure the perception of the heavenly Tao, thus avoiding ascension. If that is the case, wouldn't they immediately ascend upon their emergence? What is there to fear? Ding! Every million years, the heavenly Tao of each world shall be reborn, and it shall not awaken for a century. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt as if he were merely a pawn on a chessboard, his fate manipulated by the system. Yet, he could not deny that the system was indeed aiding him. Otherwise, his family, the Yi clan, might have been annihilated by the White Tiger Temple alongside the Li clan. Nevertheless, the sensation of being led by the nose by the system left him feeling quite uneasy. Yi Tian slumped in the dragon throne and queried, System, how do you possess such knowledge? Is it related to you? You mentioned the aspiration to become a dynasty of fortune, and I have achieved that. You spoke of establishing a celestial court, but that requires time, does it not? Am I not permitted to rest for a few years? Initially, he had contemplated taking advantage of the stability of the Lingxiao Empire to explore other states, or even other domains. Yet, before he could undertake that endeavor, the system intervened. Ding! The host has only 90 years to utilize, and only with sufficient fortune value can one overcome the trials ahead. But why must I strive for dominion over the world? Can I not unite the forces of the entire continent? Upon further reflection, Yi Tian felt this notion was impractical, as he lacked the requisite fortune value to procure powerful beings of celestial stature. By the way, System, you mentioned that the 2 worlds harbor celestial beings. What is their strength? What are the 9 realms of the celestial beings? Previously, through casual conversations with the system and records from the scripture repository, he had learned that above the emperors lies the celestial beings. However, there are indeed 9 realms among the celestial beings, yet he was unfamiliar with any of them. Ding! The 9 realms of celestial beings are as follows: Earth Celestial Realm, Gold Celestial Realm, Mysterious Celestial Realm, Celestial Monarch Realm, Celestial King Realm, Celestial Emperor Realm, and Celestial Sovereign Realm. Yi Tian recited them quietly, but suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired, System, wait, there are only 7. What are the remaining 2 realms? Ding! The final 2 are the Tao Ancestor Realm and the Primordial Realm. However, no one has ever achieved them in billions of years. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's spirit jolted as if a realization struck him. System, you provide me with the highest cultivation methods, require me to sign in daily, and mention establishing a celestial court. Are there hidden implications? Ding! The host's realm is too low. There are no permissions to unveil further secrets. Curse! Wretched system. Perhaps the system anticipated being scolded and promptly muted Yution's words. After a considerable time, Yution came to a realization. He was bound to the system. To uncover more secrets, he must elevate his strength. All right. System, come forth. No, I meant for you to appear. After a prolonged pause, the system finally responded with its characteristic chime. You have yet to clarify the level attained by the celestial beings from the opposing realms. Ding. Unknown. Never mind. Yution reclined back, wishing to cease conversation. Instead, he began to contemplate how he might accumulate sufficient fortune within the span of 90 years. However, upon examining the prices in the system's marketplace, even acquiring a golden immortal realm would demand an exorbitant sum of around 8 to 9 billion. At present, with his limited fortune, he could not afford such a purchase. Yet, should he conquer the entire Azure Sky domain, he might finally possess enough fortune to make the acquisition. But is waging war such a simple endeavor? The memories of the countless lives lost on the battlefields of Xianyu Kingdom and Baihua Kingdom are still vivid. After perusing the system's marketplace, Yution resolved against making a purchase and instead declared fiercely. Chapter 64. The sudden appearance of the teleportation array. Valued at 400 million system, grant me something splendid during my next sign-in. Otherwise, we may both meet our doom. Perhaps the system possesses a means to sever our ties, or perhaps it does not. Yution remained uncertain of what the future held, yet at this moment, he understood that he must adhere to the system's directives. As he sensed his imminent breakthrough, Yution realized that perhaps his recent complacency had prompted the system to urge him relentlessly, with the ambition to unify the entire Tianyuan continent within the next 90 years. He recognized the necessity of acquiring ample talent. Xiaoyangzi, come in. Lu Zhengyang hurriedly entered, responding, Your Majesty, I am here. How many graduates has the Tinglong Academy produced thus far? Please investigate this for me. Certainly. The Tinglong Academy was established by Yution specifically to cultivate talent for the Lingxiao Empire. Presently, many officials within Qinggan Prefecture hailed from the Academy's alumni. In addition to the Tinglong Academy, Yution had founded several other institutions and departments over the years, all aimed at enhancing the empire. While other departments managed their respective responsibilities, it was only the graduates of the Tinglong Academy that Yution took a personal interest in. Simultaneously, Yution began to sift through the system for the talents he required, although his fortune value diminished with each use. Conquering the entirety of the Qingtian domain presented little challenge for him. The true difficulty lay in maintaining control. He could not solely focus on achieving the dynasty's rank while neglecting post-war management. Otherwise, he might find that after seizing a province, rebellion would soon follow. His objectives extended beyond mere conquest. He aspired to assimilate the entire Qingtian domain's populace into the Lingxiao Empire, transforming them into genuine imperial citizens. Only in this way would his fortune value increase substantially. After browsing the system's marketplace for a while, Yution found himself dazzled by the array of items available, many of which he yearned to acquire. Yet, upon examining his fortune value, he hesitated. For civil officials, he needed to procure enough to effectively manage the cities he had conquered. For military generals, although he currently commanded 50, numerous cities within the Lingxiao Empire still required leaders to garrison and defend them. Thus, he needed to acquire more for his campaigns. As for the Moonshadow Guards, only a sufficient number could enable Yution to oversee the realm. Indeed, calling them his eyes would not be an exaggeration. He required soldiers as well. Within Qinggan Prefecture, nearly 40 million soldiers were stationed, yet only around 10 million were available for deployment. However, this was insufficient, as Yution's next objective was to launch an assault on another province. He also needed to enlist constabulary soldiers, for their presence would ensure the swift stabilization of captured cities. Logistics and supplies were equally essential. Yution calculated silently, realizing there were indeed numerous items he needed to purchase. The logistical resources, which his daily sign-ins currently supplied for the soldiers' training and cultivation, would not suffice for continued territorial expansion. He required even greater quantities of materials. Originally, Yution contemplated directly conscripting soldiers from various cities, thereby conserving a significant portion of resources. However, the populace within the empire had only recently achieved a basic level of sustenance. Recruiting new soldiers to merely guard the cities and maintain public order was feasible, yet engaging them in warfare was beyond Yution's considerations. This was not due to any doubts regarding their loyalty, but rather concerns surrounding their capabilities. The soldiers purchased from the system possessed a minimum strength of the spiritual sea realm, and the momentum they exhibited in battle, augmented by the formation's enhancements, far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. Suddenly, while leisurely browsing the system's marketplace, Yi stumbled upon an intriguing item, a teleportation array capable of spanning millions of miles. A mere sentence of description filled him with delight. Upon his ascension to the throne, the system had rewarded him with 100 formation masters, 100 alchemists, and 100 blacksmiths. Initially, Yu Tian was quite pleased. These 300 individuals significantly contributed to the Ling Shao Empire and further elevated the reputation of the Tung Wang Pavilion Academy. However, as his own strength grew, the assistance from these 300 became increasingly minimal. At his current level, they were of little help, leading Yu Tian to appoint them as instructors at the academy. He recalled inquiring whether these formation masters could craft teleportation arrays, but none among the 100 possessed such skills. Thus, the discovery of the system offering teleportation arrays brought him unexpected joy. If he established teleportation arrays across the various counties and cities, it would greatly facilitate the movement of citizens, merchants, and troops alike. Yu Tian quickly checked the price, and upon doing so, he felt a surge of frustration. System, what is the meaning of this? You demand 5,000 fortune points for a mere teleportation array? That's nearly the price of a sacred artifact. Ding. Every item sold by the system is of exquisite quality. The teleportation array has even been lost to the Tian Yuan continent. Yu Tian scoffed. Oh, lost. Is it? No wonder the exorbitant price. Yet, recognizing the significance of the teleportation array, he reluctantly decided to purchase two. In the next moment, 2 array discs and some materials appeared in his hands. Moonshadow Guard at your service. Moonshadow 1 materialized before Yi Tian. He presented the materials for the teleportation array along with one of the discs. Deliver this to Old Mo and have them investigate whether they can replicate it. Given the system's steep pricing, Yu Tian had to contemplate alternative methods. Fortunately, he had formation masters on hand to explore the possibilities of deriving something useful from these materials, thus sparing himself the expense of purchasing additional fortune points. Understood. I will attend to this immediately. With that, Moonshadow 1 departed with the items in hand. Yi Tian resumed his exploration of the marketplace, having come to a profound realization. In order to excel in any endeavor, one must first sharpen their tools. The initial expenditure of fortune points, no matter how substantial, is justified as long as one can swiftly replenish them in the future. It was not long before Yu Tian set his sights on a particular troop type and 2 distinct weapons. After reviewing the items he intended to acquire, he began to calculate the costs involved. Another 100 civil officials? He pondered. No, that is still insufficient. After considerable deliberation, Yi Tian finally proceeded to purchase the items he desired based on the maps of Beima Prefecture and Nanhua Prefecture. His civil officials now numbered 300, while the martial generals reached 200. He had also acquired 40 million soldiers, and combined with the existing available troops, the total reached an impressive 50 million. The Moonshadow Guard had increased from an initial 3 million to a remarkable 6 million. The constabulary soldiers had surged from 4 million to 10 million. Furthermore, 800,000 of these soldiers were entirely composed of those at the concentration realm. In addition, Yi Tian procured 5 Peak St. Kings, 3,000 siege crossbows, and enough supplies to sustain 60 million soldiers for 2 years. This acquisition, however, cost him a staggering 400 million fortune points. Only after completing these purchases did Yu Tian feel a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 65, The Student's Dilemma. No positions available, ding. Shall we generate now? Yu Tian hastily declined. No need. Absolutely not. It was absurd to consider. The resources he accrued daily were barely sufficient for his own consumption. If all these individuals were to be generated, it would result in a daily depletion of resources. Even though the empire's strength had grown considerably, Yu Tian had no intention of proceeding in such a manner. Throughout the years, the taxes, wealth, and provisions collected from various regions had been dedicated to the economic development of the populace and the construction of the empire. The entirety of the military's resources was drawn from the accumulated rewards Yi Tian had earned through diligent attendance. He had not summoned a single soldier from the system, despite the formidable force of over 40 million troops at his command. However, he did permit the generation of generals and civil officials, amounting to more than 500 individuals. He summoned Cheng Liang, instructing him to familiarize these 500 with the current state of the empire. Concurrently, he requested the system to generate 5 individuals who had attained the pinnacle of the Saint King level. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Yi Tian blinked in surprise. Typically, those who emerged were always named. Why, then, were these 5 nameless? He quickly opened the system panel for examination. Name? Unnamed. Strength. Saint King Pinnacle. Age, 99 years. Cultivation technique. 5 elements. Mixed heaven. Decision. Upon seeing this, Yu Tian finally took note of their appearances. The 5 consisted of 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 30s. Since you lack names and practice the 5 elements technique, shall we name you according to the elements? Yu Tian proposed. The 5 responded in unison. We defer to your majesty's discretion. Very well. Yu Tian glanced at the one with golden hair and mused. You shall be called Uxin. Thank you for the bestowed name, your majesty. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yu Tian was reminded of naming a child. Nevertheless, years of cultivation had honed his ability to mask his emotions. He then observed the red-haired woman and continued. You shall be named Yi Hualian. You shall be called Yi Tuesday. You will be named Yi Ling. And you shall be Yi Hai. Upon receiving their names, the 5 bowed once more, expressing, Thank you for the bestowed names, your majesty. Yi Tian, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, No need for thanks. As long as you are pleased. Among the 5, Yi Hualian and Yi Ling were the 2 women. What pleased Yi Tian most was not merely their individual strength at the Saint King Pinnacle, but rather the formidable combined attack formation they executed when together, enabling them to combat foes several realms above their own. This was somewhat reminiscent of Wu Fei and Wu Tian, but the former's strength stemmed from their cultivation techniques, while the latter's prowess derived from their bond as brothers, allowing 2 peak Saint Kings to contend with 3 opponents of equal standing. Yi Tian waved his hand, dismissing the 5. All right, you may go explore for now. The individuals rewarded by these systems possess a subtle telepathic connection, ensuring that they do not perceive one another as adversaries. Yu Tian rose from his dragon throne, intending to take a stroll, when Lu Zhengyang returned. Your Majesty, I have ascertained the situation regarding the graduates of Tongwang Pavilion. Yi Tian resumed his seat, nodding. What is the situation? Please elaborate. Your Majesty, over the past 6 years, only a mere 700 students have graduated from the academy. Upon delivering this news, Lu Zhengyang nearly prostrated himself. 35,700? How can this be? Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet. If it were any other figure, he might not have reacted so strongly. However, the number 35,700 coincided precisely with the personnel Yi Tian had previously dispatched to garrison various towns. Yet, it has been over 16 years since then, which implies that not a single graduate has emerged from the academy during this time. Perplexed, Yu Tian inquired, What is the explanation for this? Clarify this matter for me. Why are there so few graduates? Logically, it might be understandable that the first 3 years following the establishment of Tongwang Pavilion Academy yielded few graduates. However, it is utterly incomprehensible that not a single student has graduated in the past 15 years. Despite the academy's self-contained environment, there should be no reason for the students to remain confined within its walls indefinitely. It is important to note that every town now boasts a branch academy, akin to primary and secondary schools, while each city's branch is guided by esteemed instructors, offering a diverse array of knowledge comparable to high school education. Typically, students graduating from various cities either choose to conclude their studies or pursue further education at the Central Academy in Chang'an. Regardless of their choice, their records are meticulously documented, and post-graduation job placements are assured. Generally, many students opt to deepen their studies at the Central Academy. Graduates from the cities typically start as junior staff, yet those who graduate from the Central Academy invariably secure positions as heads of towns. However, to learn that no one has graduated from the Central Academy in 15 years perplexes Yu Tian. Your Majesty, it is said that this directive was issued by Vice President Kong. Yu Tian waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, I do not care who issued the command. I want to know the reasoning behind it. Enough. Summon that old fellow here. I wish to interrogate him personally. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Yiji was initially merely a teacher at Tongwang Pavilion Academy, and there were no formal positions such as president or director established within the institution. It was only later, after Wang Shuwei raised the matter in court, that, following discussions, it was decided to forego appointing a president and instead establish 9 vice presidential roles. These 9 individuals oversee various departments: medical, military strategy, research, judiciary, public welfare, commerce, construction, resource management, and cultivation, each comprising between 300 to 500 teachers. As the number of knowledgeable scholars and skilled technicians increased, several interdisciplinary branch academies were subsequently established. Many among them are descendants of the defeated, akin to Wang Pingxi. and even generals like Yu Xiaodian occasionally impart knowledge at the academy. A considerable number possess remarkable skills, and the unique environment of the Tingwang Pavilion has contributed to an increase in their numbers. However, in the past 15 years, no students have graduated. Yet new admissions continue each year. Yutian dares not contemplate how many individuals currently reside within the main institute. Before long, Kong Yiji arrived at the study and, upon entering, immediately offered his respects. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Before he could finish, Yutian interjected. "Enough of this superfluous formality. I ask you, why has no one graduated in the past 15 years? Kong Yiji's face bore a look of deep bitterness. Prior to his arrival, Lu Xingyang had already mentioned this matter to him. He had previously conferred with the other 8 vice presidents regarding the issue of student graduation. After extensive discussions and consultations with individuals such as Wang Shirue, a resolution was finally reached. Chapter 66. The Predicament of the Academy and the Court, Your Majesty. It is not that the Academy's students cannot graduate. Rather, it is that after graduation, they find themselves without opportunities. Coupled with the unique circumstances surrounding the Su Nuing Tower, they are reluctant to leave, Yi Tian remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. What do you mean there are no opportunities? The empire has numerous positions. Surely we can assign a few officials? The official system of the Lingxiao Empire has always been one where the capable rise and the mediocre fall, as stability has been restored in various regions over the years. The populace has gradually become more prosperous, revealing several deficiencies. For instance, the trade routes that opened 2 years ago necessitate officials proficient in foreign trade. Additionally, with the market's evolving demands, there is a need for departments such as the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Urban Development, and the Ministry of Culture. Each of these sectors requires a significant number of talented individuals, and only the freshly graduated students from the academy possess the requisite capabilities to hold official positions. Kong Yiji knelt on the ground, showing no intention of rising, and he sighed deeply. Your Majesty, you may not be aware that officials across the empire are proceeding with utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. They manage their duties admirably, and there are officials in every region. There are no vacancies. I previously dispatched a group of graduating students for internships, yet they all returned. Those students who assumed office have been diligent and conscientious. There are no available positions for them to showcase their talents. They can only return to the academy to teach or continue their studies. Upon hearing Kong Yiji's lament, Yi Tian began to comprehend the situation. However, it left him with a bittersweet feeling. He had always believed that official positions were the least reliable. These students, who may have originated from humble backgrounds, would surely emerge from their studies with high aspirations, potentially engaging in corruption and misconduct. To counter this, Yi Tian had expended considerable resources to procure numerous Moonshadow Guards, whose purpose was to oversee the officials. Yet, unexpectedly, these students, upon taking office, exhibited a demeanor of diligence and integrity, leaving the Moonshadow Guards unable to find any fault. This realization made Yu Tian understand the immense suffering the common folk had endured. Even if these students now had the ability to transform their families' lives, they cherished their newfound opportunities. They were acutely aware of the Moonshadow Guard's presence and the watchful eyes within the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. They knew that should they err, their junior colleagues would swiftly seize what they had, even stripping their families of all hope. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yu Tian acknowledged his shortcomings as an emperor. He had delegated all matters to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and had seldom shown concern for the academy. You may rise. How many students are currently awaiting graduation within the academy? Kong Yiji unsteadily stood up and replied, Your Majesty, there are currently 478, 424 students awaiting graduation. Very well. I understand. You may return now. Let them study diligently, for there will come a time for them to achieve great things. At this, Kong Yiji bowed deeply and expressed, The old minister extends his gratitude on their behalf, Your Majesty. Observing the elderly gentleman's trembling demeanor, Yu Tian couldn't help but smirk. Old Kong, he mused. Have you forgotten that you possess the strength of a heavenly king? Are you attempting to feign pity before me? Kong Yiji appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly realizing that he had been masquerading as an old man in front of his students, he was taken aback to find his ruse unveiled by Yi Tian. Yet, one could hardly blame him. He had immersed himself so deeply in his charade that he had forgotten his own formidable prowess as a heavenly king. When the Tingwang Pavilion Academy was first established, it boasted 3,000 sages, each possessing varying degrees of mastery, from the Void Flight realm to the Spirit Condensation realm. Over the years, the spiritual energy in the Lingxiao Empire had become increasingly potent, and with the presence of the mysterious Xinyuan Tower, their cultivation had naturally progressed through frequent practice. Kong Yi offered an awkward smile. Well, I suppose I've grown accustomed to it. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Very well, you may return now. You are welcome to attend the morning court tomorrow. The 9 vice presidents of the academy also held official positions, but due to their previous disinterest, they rarely attended court meetings. Understood. After Kong Yi departed, Yu Tian turned to Lu Zhengyang and instructed, inform the ministers that there will be a court meeting tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. In recent years, Yu Tian had seldom participated in court sessions, sometimes going an entire year without attending even once. Moonshadow Guard, he called. At your service. The Moonshadow No. One appeared in the study. What did Elder Mo say regarding the formation? Yu Tian was hopeful that Elder Mo and his colleagues would make progress. Otherwise, relying solely on his own purchases of teleportation arrays would deplete a significant amount of his fortune. Your Majesty, the reply came. Elder Mo indicated that he might require half a year to fully comprehend the formation. As for the materials needed to establish it, many have become extinct. Damn. Yu Tian cursed inwardly. He waved his hand and said, Enough, you may all leave now. Yes. System, you truly are a pitfall. Did you calculate this in advance? Were you aware that I would inevitably purchase? Ding. This system had previously informed the host that teleportation arrays have been lost in the Tianyuan continent. Humph. Yu Tian scoffed. Choosing to ignore the system, he instead opened the system marketplace with utmost sincerity. Currently, the Lingxiao Empire encompassed 51 prefectures and 2,448 cities. Should he decide to launch an offensive against the Beima prefecture, he would require even more teleportation arrays. Ultimately, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and made the purchase, a total of 10,000 teleportation arrays. He intended to set up arrays in every city and prefecture, including both Beima and Nanhuang prefectures. Consequently, he had an excess of 18 teleportation arrays, which he planned to position within Chang'an City. As the Lingxiao Empire continued to grow stronger, Chang'an would expand as well. Thus, 18 arrays might soon prove insufficient. The following day, in the Qilin Hall, over 900 civil and military officials had gathered. A significant portion of them were individuals whom Yu Tian had previously acquired. At this moment, Yi Tian had yet to arrive, and Wang Zhan and others were engaging in quiet conversation. Suddenly, the voice of Lu Zhengyang resonated. Your Majesty has arrived. Over 900 individuals simultaneously bowed in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty reign eternal. Yu Tian, seated upon the dragon throne, raised his hand slightly. Be at ease. Thank you, Your Majesty. Today, Kong Yi and 8 other vice deans were also present, standing alongside the civil officials. Yi Tian addressed them directly. Yesterday, Dean Kong informed me that upon graduation, the scholars of the academy find themselves without official positions. Does anyone possess a viable strategy to address this predicament? Chapter 67. Sword pointing to the north, the 3 elders of the Yi family as soon as the words fell. Before the civil officials could respond, Jiang Wuyo interjected, Your Majesty, the empire currently possesses formidable strength, and the soldiers are well prepared. It is time to march against Beima and Nanhuang. Absolutely not. Wang Shirui immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, students without official positions could be assigned to internships or transferred to other departments in junior roles. Wang Zhan snorted coldly, Humph. Our military is strong and robust. Once we expand our territories, there will be ample vacancies for official positions. Your Majesty, another voice chimed in, when war breaks out, it is the common people who suffer. The empire has only just entered a period of stability. We should focus on nurturing our strength. A heated debate ensued among the civil officials and military generals. Yi Tian found merit in their arguments. The civil officials, wary of war, understood that the populace had only recently stabilized and was still engaged in trade with Beima and Nanhuang. War would inevitably lead to widespread displacement and bloodshed. Yet Yu Tian felt a sense of urgency. The system had warned him that in 90 years, powerful beings from 2 other worlds would descend upon the Tianyuan continent. If he did not accumulate sufficient fortune points by then, he would be unable to procure beings of transcendent strength to confront the impending calamity. Though it was true that national strength could enhance his fortune points, the process was painfully slow. He would require tens of billions of points, a feat that might take centuries. Currently, the only way to rapidly increase his fortune points was through war and territorial expansion. Enough. Seeing the continuous bickering, Yi Tian felt compelled to intervene. I summoned you here not to squabble. I intend to establish teleportation arrays in various cities across the Empire, and arrangements will be made for that. Pausing momentarily, he turned to address the military officials. I shall wage war on both Baimon and Nanhuang. There are compelling reasons to do so. You need not question this matter. The Ministry of War should draft a plan, while the Ministry of Internal Affairs will oversee logistics and post-war operations. Dismissed. The military officials wore expressions of exhilaration. Yes, Your Majesty. In contrast, many civil officials appeared despondent, though Kong Yiji and others were not among them. They eagerly anticipated war, as it would provide opportunities for the students in the academy. As Yi Tian returned to his study, Yi Xiaotian and his father soon followed. Your Majesty. Before Yi Wuhui could pay his respects, Yi Wudi barged past him, saying, What, Your Majesty? I see my son. Must I still bow? He then turned to Yi Tian and inquired, Explain to me, why are we going to war again? Yi Tian rubbed his forehead. Ever since he took a consort years ago, he had yet to bear a son, which increasingly displeased his father and the others. The four Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu had all become cultivators, and even if Yi Tian wished for a child, it was no longer solely his decision. It was commonly known in the cultivation world that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to conceive offspring. This fact remained unchanged. Even with Yi Tian's system, father, grandfather, second uncle, please take a seat and let us converse. Humph. Old Master Yi Xiaotian unceremoniously plopped down onto a chair. The three men fixed their gazes upon Yi Tian, eagerly awaiting his response. I am well aware of your intentions. However, the decision to deploy troops was reached after considerable contemplation. As the population of the Empire continues to swell, so too does the pool of talent. Surely, we must provide them with a platform to realize their ambitions? Yi Wudi interjected decisively. Stop. I have no interest in hearing such rhetoric. You may deceive those scholars, but do not attempt to sway me with these arguments. The common folk are currently well-fed and living in peace. Which industry is lacking in talent? In Tianqing County, Lishan County, and Rifeng County, are there not ample officials? I see your actions as a waste of resources. These three counties were once part of the Tianqing Empire. But after its defeat, the Lingxiao Empire dispatched numerous individuals to take control. The Tianqing Empire was originally quite prosperous, with a large population requiring management. However, as the empire sought to eliminate such cities, a portion of the populace was relocated to other regions. Yi Tian blinked, momentarily taken aback. There are indeed many officials there. As for your claim of wasteful expenditure, the soldiers are mine. They were not recruited from the empire, and I am solely responsible for logistical support. How can this possibly be termed a burden on the people? At this juncture, Yi Xiaotian remarked, Your men? You speak so lightly of it. Yes, the empire belongs to you, and I have no right to question it. But don't you dare forget how the Qifeng kingdom fell? How the Deqian met its demise? It dawned on Yi Tian that the three men before him were entirely oblivious to the existence of the system, nor did they comprehend the current size of his army. They still believed that the total military strength was merely 54 million. After accounting for the forces stationed in various regions, only about 10 million remained available for combat. Little did they know, Yi Tian had acquired an additional 40 million troops, elevating his combat-ready forces from 10 million to a staggering 50 million. With such a formidable army, and each soldier possessing the strength of the spiritual sea realm, it was evident that within the entire Qing Tian domain, and indeed across the Tian Yuan continent, few factions could pose a significant challenge. While those sacred grounds may boast formidable experts capable of effortlessly decimating Yi Tian's troops, did the Lingxiao Empire lack its own skilled warriors? There are 5 at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, and 2 at the peak of the Great Saint realm, coupled with Xiao Hong and his companions. Yi Tian confidently asserted that, barring a coalition of all forces from the central Tian domain, none could withstand his might. Father, grandfather, second uncle. You are overthinking this. Yi Tian emerged from behind the desk, gesturing toward the map of the Qing Tian domain on the wall. The empire possesses an army of 90 million, with a significant number of experts in the Saint realm. There is not a single power within the Qing Tian domain capable of halting the empire's iron cavalry. With such military strength and the academy producing a multitude of talents, what reason do I have not to engage in battle? Yi Wuhui then queried. Wait a moment. Where does the empire possess 90 million troops? Do you intend to recruit soldiers? Not at present, but within 10 days, I shall. The army I previously acquired has yet to be generated by the system. The deliberate mention of a 10-day period was intended to allow the Moonshadow Guards and others to set up the teleportation array in advance. After acquiring the teleportation array yesterday, Yution had already dispatched the Moonshadow Guards with 447 teleportation arrays. As for the teleportation arrays in Chang'an City, Yution prepared a total of 19, reserving one within the Imperial Palace specifically for the swift transmission of orders by the Moonshadow Guards. The remaining 18 teleportation arrays were all established outside the city. Previously, an army composed entirely of 800,000 formidable warriors had been procured. Yution planned to replace 300,000 of the Black Armored Army. Chang'an City, as the heart of the empire, would thus be defended by an elite force of 800,000 formidable warriors. Chapter 68, The Elder's Unusual Behavior. Yution's Shakyuwudi was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire such resources? However, Yi Xiaotian suddenly recalled a previous conversation from the time of the Great Qian Kingdom, when Yution had spoken. With this thought, Yi Xiaotian inquired, "Do you truly possess such a formidable army?" Yution solemnly nodded. "Yes, you can rest assured of my endeavors." Upon hearing this, Yuwudi's anger flared. "Rest assured? For how many years has it been? Why have none of the girls, including Xiaomei, become pregnant?" Yution, somewhat speechless, replied, "Father, why not find someone for yourself?" "What did you say? Are you defying me? Me, seeking a younger partner?" Before Yuwudi could explode in anger, Yi Xiaotian swiftly intervened, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Yuwudi's head. "What are you fussing about? Tiana is right. After all these years, you should also seek companionship. Look at Wu Hui and Xueji." "Father, how can you say such a thing?" Yuwudi was filled with frustration, feeling too intimidated to resist. Yi Xiaotian, with a fierce glare, declared, "I will address this with Nangang Tao. How many years has it been? Have you decided to remain single for life? If you were an ordinary person, it would be acceptable, but each of you possesses a lifespan of a millennium. Relying solely on my grandson to carry on the family line places an immense burden on him." This statement left both Wu Hui and Yi Wudi astonished. Previously, the elder had been urging Yution, but suddenly he had changed his stance. Yution was equally bewildered, having prepared himself for criticism, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Wu Hui, perplexed, asked, "Father, what is this?" Yi Xiaotian shot him a stern look. "What? Have I not come to a realization? Is that not acceptable?" Turning to Yi Wudi, he commanded, "You listen closely. Within 5 years, you must find a partner. Otherwise, I shall enforce the family laws." He then pointed at Yution and Yi Hui, "And you too, having been married for so long, where is the progress? You must produce an heir within 10 years. Wait, father, how can you say such things? Tiana is already married. What does it mean for me to find another?" Yi Wudi replied awkwardly, "When Tiana's child is born, should I then have another? How would they address each other? Wouldn't that create chaos? I care not. How they address each other is your concern. I only desire results." With that, Yi Xiaotian turned to Yi Tian with a smile. "Tiana, if you are to deploy troops, may I accompany you? Even if not as a general, a commanding position will suffice." The three were utterly astonished. And Yution was particularly taken aback, realizing that the elder's actions today were all aimed at securing a chance to go to war. Yet, Yution found himself in a dilemma. Having previously united Qing'an Prefecture, he had stated in court that promotions required tangible achievements, civil officials needed political accomplishments, while military leaders required proven martial prowess. The earliest individuals, Wang Zhan, Zhao Jian, Jiang Wui, and others, have now ascended to the esteemed ranks of the 20 great marshals of the Ministry of War. The Yi family, comprising 3 generations, has never received any accolades from Yution, for they are of royal lineage. The empire belongs entirely to the Yi clan, rendering any merit meaningless. "Grandfather, you have won battles, but have no military honors. Are you certain?" Yi Xiaotian's expression faltered. "What need have I for accolades? I simply yearn to engage in battle. I wish to join as well. No accolades for me." Yution glanced at the old man's smile, then surveyed his father and second uncle. "Well then, it appears the 3 of you have colluded. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. In the entire Ministry of War, only the Yi family members were not generated by the system. The other generals and even soldiers were Yution's own, regardless of which general wished to mobilize troops or the army's actions. Yution could observe everything through the system panel. However, since these soldiers were flesh and blood, Yution felt compelled to provide them with opportunities for advancement. Though Yi Xiaotian and his father were part of the Ministry of War, the leaders dispatched for campaigns were to be decided by the marshals, followed by Yution's consent. If there had only been around 20 generals, they would have felt confident in their chances. However, with the sudden emergence of over 200 individuals yesterday, Yi Xiaotian sensed the necessity of seeking a backdoor. Otherwise, once the ministry convened, it would be guaranteed that they would not be included, due to their identities. Wang Zhan and the others would undoubtedly prevent them from leading troops into battle. Yu Tian was aware of this as well. However, he only needed to dispatch a sage for covert protection. Yet, conceding so readily would make him appear overly accommodating. He needed to negotiate terms with them. Grandfather, father. Second uncle, you are all of royal descent. It is said that a gentleman does not take risks. Before Yu Tian could finish, the old man interrupted. Stop. Speak your terms. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui had not been at home for long, and their time spent with Yi Tian was limited. Nevertheless, the old man was keenly aware of his grandson's temperament. Suddenly interrupted by his grandfather, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. As long as you agree, please refrain from urging me about offspring in the future. What? Absolutely not. Change it. Indeed, you are the sole heir of the Yi family, if not you. Then whom should we urge? Right, that is wholly unacceptable. Yu Tian asserted firmly. You can urge my second uncle or my father instead. Yi Wudi, momentarily exasperated, began pacing the study. Yi Xiaotian, with a tone of heartfelt persuasion, remarked, All right, enough. Tianer, you are already 34. Still without a child, how can I face our ancestors? Yi Tian raised his hand to halt the old man's continued entreaties. Stop, let us change the terms. You three must be united. I shall provide you with 200,000 troops. If you are unwilling, then so be it. The father and sons conferred quietly among themselves. 200,000? That seems a bit insufficient. Yu Tian spoke directly, stating that if one feels insufficient, then it is best to rest at home. To be frank, he holds a deep affection for the present familial bonds and cherishes them immensely. Should they require resources, Yi Tian is more than willing to oblige. However, leading troops into battle entails a certain degree of peril. The regions of Baimozu and Qingyunzhu are fundamentally distinct. They are entrenched in a tripartite stalemate among the three great empires. Despite their incessant conflicts, these nations do not permit external forces to meddle in their affairs. To conquer Baimozu, one must simultaneously confront all three empires. Similarly, Southern Wilderness is marked by its own peculiarities, being dominated by 7 sections. The influence of these 7 sects mirrors that of Baima, exhibiting a profound aversion to outside interference. Therefore, to seize control of these 2 regions, one must unleash a formidable force to obliterate their formidable champions and sovereigns. However, there exists a stipulation within the Tianyuan continent. Masters at the Sage realm are prohibited from participating in warfare. The destructive capability of Sage-level experts is far too great, leading to the potential for substantial collateral damage among the innocent. Nevertheless, the 7 sects of Southern Wilderness operate under a different paradigm. They are not state entities. And when their survival is at stake, who remains concerned with regulations? After considerable time spent pacifying the 3 elders, Yu Tian finally settled into the Dragon Throne, turning his attention to the system panel to assess the progress of the teleportation arrays arrangement. Chapter 69, Mobilizing Millions after a considerable amount of time. Yi Tian finally managed to persuade the 3 elders to leave. He then took his seat upon the Dragon Throne and began to examine the status of the teleportation array on the system panel. The arrangement of the teleportation array was relatively straightforward. The most crucial element was the array disk. The materials were designated for the construction of 2 portals, one for entry and the other for exit. Once these 2 portals were completed, the array disk could be embedded onto them. At that point, coordinates for other teleportation arrays could be set upon the disk, allowing travel to any desired location simply by having someone input the coordinates. However, establishing the teleportation array alone was insufficient. It required guardians as well. Fortunately, every city was manned by a general and an army of 30 to 50,000 soldiers. By constructing the teleportation arrays near each military camp, the soldiers could serve as the custodians of these arrays. Each teleportation array was not infinitely operable. Each activation consumed 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone. This meant that a single low-grade spirit stone could facilitate 10 uses of the teleportation array. A medium-grade spirit stone could allow for 100 uses, and a high-grade spirit stone could enable 1,000 uses. As for the supreme-grade spirit stones, Yu Tian was reluctant to expend them, despite possessing hundreds of millions. He was disinclined to allocate such precious resources to the teleportation arrays. Upon reaching the Saint Realm, practitioners typically did not absorb spiritual energy during their training, as comprehension alone could lead to breakthroughs. However, A significant amount of spiritual energy was essential during the actual breakthrough. Previously, when Xiaohong ascended to the Saint Realm, it cost Yi Tian 1,200 supreme-grade spirit stones. While this may not seem excessive, it was imperative to remember that numerous individuals still required spirit stones for their cultivation. Wu Fei, Wu Tian, Yi Xian, along with the 5 of them, Wu Xian Yu and her companions, Xiaohong, Zhao Jun, 12 individuals in total, all needed supreme-grade spirit stones at present. In the future, he himself, along with Shangguan Feihong and hundreds of generals and ministers, would also require them for their own ascents to the Saint Realm. This necessity could result in the daily consumption of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of supreme-grade spirit stones. This scarcity of resources was precisely why the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, despite ruling over a vast territory, had only a handful of individuals above the Saint Realm. It was not due to a lack of talent, but rather a deficiency in cultivation resources. As the Moonshadow Guard began to transport the teleportation arrays, they commenced the arrangement of these arrays throughout every city and county. However, with the territory of the Lingxiao Empire extending over 36 million kilometers, even continuous flight, coupled with the time required for array setup, necessitated 2 to 3 days. At this moment, over 200 members of the Ministry of War convened in the meeting hall, each eager to lead troops into battle. Wang Zhan spoke first. His Majesty has decreed an assault on Beima, yet Beima only requires the dispatch of 30 armies, each commanding 1,000,000 troops. I wish to lead an army, Zhao Jin interjected hastily. The newly generated Song Tianluo was immediately displeased. Why should you? You're already a marshal and still want to compete with us? Indeed, we are still mere commoners, came the chorus of protest. This is absolutely unacceptable. In my view, it suffices for each army to number 500, followed by the dispatch of 60 such forces. Why speak otherwise? Why not revert to the previous arrangement where each legion comprised 200, troops? Previously, each legion was indeed composed of 200, soldiers. But that was merely for the conquest of a few minor nations. According to the intelligence relayed by the Moonshadow Guardians, although North Imo State comprises only 3 nations, they are empires in their own right, each boasting millions of mercenaries and formidable combat capabilities. Thus, for the Lingxiao Empire to invade North Imo, it must simultaneously confront all 3 nations, contending with an opposing force exceeding 30 million. This is the very reason the Ministry of War convened and resolved to deploy 30 million troops. Amidst the tumultuous debate, Yi Tian's voice resonated in their minds. There is no need for such complexity. The Moonshadow Guardians will coordinate with you. The Empire shall dispatch 50 million troops, simultaneously engaging both North Imo and South Wilderness. Upon hearing this, the generals were momentarily taken aback. Although they possessed immense confidence, they were not so audacious as to contemplate simultaneous assaults on 2 states. Your Majesty, is this not excessively perilous? They were all acutely aware of the Empire's military strength, aside from the newly formed 40 million troops. The remaining 10 million had taken years to cultivate and train, most having attained the Skyward Realm. However, the subsequent 40 million were still in the Spirit Sea Realm. While an assault on North Imo might be feasible, as its soldiers were not particularly robust, South Wilderness was an entirely different matter. The 7 great sects comprised cultivators, each possessing remarkable strength, with each sect's influence vastly surpassing that of the former Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's dominance in Qingjin State for so many years was primarily due to the balancing influence of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There exists a significant distinction between sects and empires. While an empire can match troops in battle, sects may directly dispatch experts to decapitate the commanding generals. Do not fret. I will send individuals to deal with the sect's masters. Upon hearing Yi Tian's assurance, the generals finally relaxed their apprehensions. They resumed their discussions and ultimately decided to allocate the troop numbers as previously planned, with each legion comprising 200, soldiers. However, above each legion, a military administration department was established, comprising 5 legions. Each military administration department would be led by a marshal, overseeing the coordination of the 5 legions. The deployment for North Imo remained at 30 million, while for South Wilderness, it was set at 20 million, of which 10 million consisted of seasoned veterans. Simultaneously, Yi Tian dispatched 100,000 Moonshadow Guardians to accompany the forces, tasked with undermining the enemy from within through covert assassinations. This strategy suited them well, as the capabilities bestowed upon the Moonshadow Guardians by the system enabled them to conceal themselves within the void, remaining undetectable by any adversary below 2 realms of strength. As for the interior of the empire, there were 800,000 soldiers at the concentration realm stationed, with each city housing between 30 to 50,000 troops. There is no fear of intruders attempting to breach the home, even if such an event were to occur. Yutian could swiftly amass a sufficient military force within a short span. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and 40 million soldiers were summoned to the border by Yutian, leaving only 10 million seasoned veterans and generals who needed to traverse via the teleportation array. As the 30 million soldiers materialized at the border, the stationed troops of Xianyu City became aware of their presence. Similarly, merchants engaged in trade with Beimo from Xianyu City also bore witness to this spectacle. However, they were perplexed as to why the Lingxiao Empire would suddenly launch an offensive against Beimo. Some scouts, upon discovering these soldiers, hastily concealed themselves to relay this information back. Within Beimo, the 3 nations were divided into the Cangqing Empire, the Jingzhe Empire, and the Fengyu Empire. Chapter 70. The Attitude of the 3 Kingdoms and the Troubled Sovereign. The closest entity to Qingyun Prefecture is, in fact, the Fengyu Empire. The other 2 empires are situated to the southeast and northwest, respectively. When the Lingxiao Empire amassed 30 million soldiers at its borders, the 3 great empires had already received word. As the most ancient empire of the North Desert, the Fengyu Empire has weathered countless storms over the millennia, accumulating a strength that surpasses that of the other 2 empires. However, the Cangqing Empire and the Jingzhe Empire are not to be underestimated. Even if the Fengyu Empire is the strongest, it cannot simultaneously annihilate 2 empires. Their prolonged warfare is merely a game of strategy among the elite, vying for resources, population, and military training. The emperor of the Fengyu Empire, the 157th sovereign, Hu Yeze, is now 485 years old and has long attained the pinnacle of celestial power. In the court, Hu Yeze roared in fury. "Who will tell me what is happening with this Lingxiao Empire?" "Your Majesty," a minister replied. "The Lingxiao Empire was merely a small nation in Qingyun Prefecture 20 years ago, known as the Daqian. However, after the rebellion of the Yi family, it took only 3 years before the minister could finish. Hu Yeze struck him with a powerful blow of his palm, sending the minister flying out of the court. As neighbors of the Lingxiao Empire, how could the Fengyu Empire refrain from sending spies? They are well aware of the state of the Lingxiao Empire, its military might, and even the age of its emperor. Was there a need for further introduction? Did Hu Yeze wish to hear about their rise to power? Did he seek to understand why they were mobilizing their forces and who was leading them? Where were they currently stationed? The multitude of civil and military officials present were left perplexed. In their eyes, the Lingxiao Empire had sent envoys to establish trade with their northern state just 2 years prior. How could they suddenly be preparing for war against them? This bewilderment was not confined to them. Even the civil and military officials of the Lingxiao Empire were equally confounded. However, despite this uncertainty, they remained resolute in executing Yutian's orders. Did one not notice how the Yi family had become emboldened, transformed into warlike figures? Seeing that none of his ministers could provide a satisfactory response, Hu Yeze merely shook his head in disappointment. They simply did not have the luxury of time to ponder the intentions of the Lingxiao Empire. Their focus must be on how to engage in battle. The total military strength of the Fengyu Empire amounts to over 30 million. Yet, the number of soldiers that can be deployed for actual combat is scarcely below 10 million. After all, no nation is willing to maintain an army of several million for an extended period. Such a burden would be too great for any empire to bear. Similarly, the Cangqing Empire and the Jingzhe Empire boast similar numbers, claiming to field 2 to 3 million soldiers, but can only mobilize around 7 to 8 million for actual deployment. If all forces were summoned, the impact on the empire might be negligible in the short term. Should they achieve victory, the benefits for the empire would be substantial. However, in the event of failure, their empire would gradually lose its grip on the other cities. Much like the Lingxiao Empire, which boasts 448 cities, each fortified with approximately 10,000 officials and stationed soldiers numbering between 30 to 50,000. The sole purpose of this formidable presence is to quell any potential unrest within the cities, and even in the absence of disturbances, precaution is paramount. Hu Yi began to mobilize troops within the court, seeking to ascertain whether the entire army of the Lingxiao Empire could be thwarted at the borders. As for defeating the army of the Lingxiao Empire, they were not so presumptuous as to believe that 800,000 soldiers could triumph over 30 million. Lu Qingyun, the sovereign of the Cangqing Empire, upon receiving news from his scouts, initially found it hard to believe. For countless millennia, Beima Prefecture had not been free from the covetous gaze of other regional powers, yet each time, it had faced united resistance from the three kingdoms. This persistent internal strife had, paradoxically, shielded Beima Prefecture from external invasion. The sovereign doubted that the so-called small nation of Lingxiao possessed the audacity to deploy an offensive and ordered further reconnaissance. The monarch of the Jingzhou Empire, Hongzhi, also harbored skepticism regarding the newly stabilized Lingxiao Empire's capability to assault Beima. However, as reports from scouts continued to pour in, a tempest of anxiety surged within him. What baffled him was how the recently stabilized Lingxiao Empire could suddenly mobilize 30 million soldiers for an attack. It is worth noting that even the united forces of the three kingdoms in Beima would require considerable time to assemble such a vast army. Yet, mere moments after receiving the news of the Lingxiao Empire's mobilization, he was informed that the enemy was already nearing the borders. "Bring forth the Grand Elder," commanded Hongzhi. The eunuch hurriedly relayed the message to the 5 esteemed elders of the Jingzhou Empire. Not long after, within the imperial study, 6 individuals commenced deliberations. "Your Majesty, various indicators suggest that the Lingxiao Empire has acted swiftly. Should we notify the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion?" One elder proposed. "Indeed, Your Majesty. I concur that we ought to inform them," another added. Hongzhi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "While we must notify the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, the forces of the Lingxiao Empire are already upon us. Should our Jingzhou Empire dispatch reinforcements?" Another elder interjected. "It is imperative that we send troops. The question remains, how many would be appropriate?" The 2 elder statesmen, who had remained silent until now, scrutinized the map of Beima Prefecture. Hongzhi turned to them, inquiring, "Elders Zhang and Li, what are your thoughts?" Among the 5 esteemed elders, only Zhang and Li were remnants of the previous dynasty, both renowned for their sagacity. As the sovereign, Hongzhi often sought their counsel on numerous matters. Elder Zhang gestured towards a specific area on the map. "Your Majesty, observe here. Qingyan Prefecture is separated from Beima Prefecture by a narrow sea. However, for an empire, the distinction between sea and land is negligible, especially when the army of the Lingxiao Empire consists entirely of practitioners." This notion also crossed Hongzhi's mind, however. On this side of the sea lies the coastal city of the Fengyue Empire. The coastal city is vast and remarkably prosperous, particularly following the establishment of trade with the Lingxiao Empire. Hongzhi recalls a year ago when he and Lu Qingyan jointly pressured Hu Yezha to relinquish control over the coastal city. Yet, Hu Yezha had failed to notify them, which ultimately led to a conflict between them. The coastal city is garrisoned by an army of 300,000 troops year-round. Such a force would scarcely withstand an assault from 30 million for even a moment. At this moment, Elder Zhang's insistence on having him observe this location raises questions. Noticing Hongzhi's perplexity, Elder Li smiled and remarked, "Your Majesty, this is the gateway to Beima. Should the Lingxiao Empire wish to penetrate Beima, they can only do so through here." Elder Li then gestured towards either side of the coastal city. On one side lies an expansive sea, while the other is a perilous cliff. Upon seeing this, Hongzhi began to understand, yet soon his brows furrowed once more. Chapter 71. Hu Yezha's Compromise. The fall of Linhai City indeed. This is a splendid location. However, will Hu Yezha consent to our deployment of troops? Upon hearing this, the 5 esteemed elders fell silent. Although the 3 kingdoms harbor a strong aversion to external threats, they would never allow a large army to traverse their heartlands. Previously, incursions had only been made by the forces from Zixiangju, which lies at the border of the Chongqing Empire and the Jingzhou Empire. Even if the Fengyue Empire were to send reinforcements, it would not necessitate passage through their territories. Yet now, as the 2 nations seek to dispatch support to the Fengyue Empire, the most strategic position would be to intercept the forces of the Lingxiao Empire outside Linhai City. However, to reach Linhai City, they must first pass through the 3 principal cities of the Fengyue Empire. This particular point is likely to meet with refusal from the Fengyue Empire. Thus, it becomes apparent that a single faction, the Fengyue Empire, may not be capable of halting the advance of the Lingxiao Empire's troops. This creates a vicious cycle. They wish to provide aid, yet the Fengyue Empire fears for the safety of its main cities. Conversely, should they withhold support, the Lingxiao Empire's forces may march unimpeded. Reflecting on this, Hongzhi continued to examine the situation. Beyond Linhai City lies Yaoyue City, followed by Tingshui City. A total of 6 cities belonging to the Fengyue Empire. Beyond Yawang City lies the border between their Jingzhou Empire and the Fengyue Empire. an expanse of 10,000 miles devoid of cities, characterized by vast hilly terrain known as Shan. Elder Zhang, what are your thoughts on leading the Lingxiao forces here? To the east of the Shan Hills, after crossing 3 cities, lies the territory of the Songqing Empire. At that juncture, Hongzhi could facilitate the passage of the Songqing Empire's troops through those 3 cities. In this manner, the 3 kingdoms could unite to contain the Lingxiao Empire's forces here, at the very least, to repel them. Elder Zhang, with a kindly countenance, gazed at Hongzhi. Your Majesty, you possess too much benevolence. While you are willing to relinquish 3 cities, consider that Yaowang City is one of the 3 principal cities of the Fengyue Empire. Do you truly believe Hu Yezha would allow the Lingxiao Empire to capture it? At this juncture, Elder Zhang gestured towards the opposite side of the map. We may permit the Songqing Empire to pass through our 3 cities. Yet what if they seize them in the process? Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, Hongzhi felt somewhat disheartened. Were it not for his father's retreat into seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, he would not have ascended to the throne so prematurely. Fortunately, with the assistance of the 5 elder statesmen, he might avoid making numerous foolish decisions. What then shall we do? Shall we refrain from offering assistance? The Jingzhi Empire is the youngest of the 3 great empires, yet it is the result of the tireless efforts of many generations. To rise as the 3rd empire amidst the encroachment of 2 others, Hongzhi's ancestors were no fools. Elderly chuckled, Your Majesty. It is not a matter of our willingness to assist. It hinges on whether Hu Yezha is inclined to permit our entry. At this moment, Hongzhi comprehended the situation and promptly began to relay this information to Hu Yezha, hoping he would grasp the gravity of the circumstances and make a judicious decision. In the Azure Empire, Lu Qingyun, after repeated confirmations from scouts, finally accepted the reality that the Lingxiao Empire was poised to launch an assault on Beima. However, he and Hongzhi faced a dilemma. They were willing to send troops to assist, but it hinged on whether Hu Yezha would trust them enough to allow their forces to traverse the heartland of the Fengyue Empire. Meanwhile, Hu Yezha and his ministers had deliberated extensively. During their discussions, he received messages from Lu Qingyun and Hongzhi, echoing their concerns. Hu Yezha was also deeply troubled. Allowing the armies of 2 nations to enter and join him against the Lingxiao Empire would likely result in the Fengyue Empire losing at least 20 cities once the Azure Empire and the Jingzhi Empire returned, as they would undoubtedly seize those territories. Conversely, refusing their aid could lead to the annihilation of the entire Fengyue Empire should they fail. The Chancellor pondered for a moment before stepping forward, suggesting, Your Majesty, perhaps we should withdraw our troops to Shan? Before Hu Yezha could respond, a prince interjected angrily. How dare you? Do you realize what you are saying? Are we to surrender 5 cities to Lingxiao without a fight? It seems you wish to betray the nation. Your Highness, mobilizing troops within the empire requires time, and we are out of time. The Chancellor retorted. The best course of action is to halt the Lingxiao Empire's forces outside Lehigh City. This was a sentiment shared by all, yet executing such a plan was exceedingly difficult. Yutian had summoned 30 million troops directly at the border, with generals arriving via teleportation. At that moment, while the 3 nations were still in discussion, 30 million soldiers were already boarding ships, with the vanguard nearing landfall. The Fengyue Empire would require several hours to mobilize troops to Lehigh City. All 3 nations had underestimated the might of the Lingxiao Empire. A mere 30,000 troops defending a city could hardly withstand an onslaught of 30 million. Enough. Now, troops from Yaoyue, Tingshui, and the 6 cities, all must be directed to Lehigh City. I shall hold Lehigh City. Wang Yunfei, I appoint you as the Grand General, leading 8 million soldiers of the Empire to set forth. Understood. General Wang Yunfei acknowledged the command and swiftly departed with the imperial seal. Hu Yezha turned to Chancellor Ai Shiweli, saying, Chancellor, I need you to oversee the logistics and supplies. All resources of the Empire are at your disposal. Understood. Chancellor Ai bowed respectfully. Just as the 3 nations had yet to unite, the military and political department led by Wang Zhan had already landed. The Weiyan Guards had long since gathered intelligence on Lehigh City, and upon learning there were only 30,000 defenders, Wang Zhan was resolute. He would not wait any longer and promptly issued the order to storm the city with his million-strong army. 1,000 siege crossbows were immediately wheeled forward by the soldiers. Amidst the astonishment and dread of the defending army, 1,000 crossbow bolts surged towards the coastal city in unison. Each bolt measured 10 meters in length and boasted a diameter of 2 meters. The gates, which had long been sealed, were shattered under the onslaught of these bolts, leaving the city walls riddled with gaping wounds. The soldiers stationed atop the walls suffered catastrophic losses, as no one could withstand the ferocity of the crossbow assault. Even the commander of the defenses, possessing formidable strength at the 4th level of concentration, was sent flying by the impact of a bolt, leaving his fate uncertain. Wang Zhan, standing upon a high platform, was struck by the horrifying scene before him. Initially, he had believed that these siege crossbows were merely capable of breaching walls. He was unprepared for their dual capacity to pierce armor and deliver devastating blows. Observing the nearly ruined city walls, Wang Zhan gestured decisively, initiating the attack. Chapter 72. News of victories abounds in Wang Zhan's perspective. The essence of warfare lies primarily in intelligence, followed closely by decisive action. He firmly believed that the forces of the Lingxiao Empire were already known to the Three Kingdoms, and thus, to achieve swift success, they must capture the coastal city. Otherwise, once reinforcements arrived, the daunting task of breaching the city with an army of 30 million would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll. As Wang Zhan initiated the offensive, Zhao Jian and his compatriots gradually began their landing. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the Fenghui Empire were still en route. 2 hours later, Wang Zhan, Zhao Jian, and a host of generals stood upon the city walls, gazing at the approaching millions of troops, smiles gracing their faces. What was initially an assault on the city had now transformed into a defense of it. It is indeed thanks to you, General Wang Zhan. Had we arrived 2 hours later, the battle would not have been so effortless. The generals conversed jovially atop the walls. The 8 million-strong army led by Wang Yunfei was still 5 hours away from the coastal city. Upon receiving news of the city's fall, the commanding general of the Fenghui Empire, Wang Yunfei, was taken aback. Since Hu Yezha had dispatched orders, he had tirelessly mobilized troops. In his estimation, if the 30,000 soldiers remained within the city walls without engaging the enemy, they could hold out for a while, at least until the arrival of the 100,000 troops from Six City. Once bolstered by 1 million soldiers, they could withstand until his own 8 million arrived, allowing for a prolonged defense. However, to his astonishment, the city fell within a mere 2 hours, and his forces were still en route. The news of the city's demise swiftly reached the palaces of the Three Kingdoms. Yet, the thoughts of the three emperors varied greatly. Hu Yezha was filled with anguish, lamenting the Lingxiao Empire's lack of martial integrity and his own indecisiveness. In truth, the decline of the Fenghui Empire had become evident, from its initial dominance in the northern Emo state, through the rise of the Zongqing Empire, to the current tripartite stalemate. Each successive ruler's grasp over the empire and its warfare had weakened considerably. Perhaps it was the triad of power in northern Emo that, despite ongoing internal strife, had allowed the soldiers' combat prowess to grow stronger. Yet, the absence of a threat of national extinction for millennia had rendered the ministers and rulers overly complacent. Previous external aggressions had been easily repelled, fostering a sense of security. However, in the face of a true existential war, their military mobilization and situational control laid bare their deficiencies. From the tidings of the city's fall, Hu Yezha recognized the formidable strength of the Lingxiao Empire, one that the Fenghui Empire alone could not withstand. Minister AI, issue a decree for the conscription of 30 million men. I require those retired veterans. I intend to temper the blood of my empire through the crucible of the Lingxiao Empire, he commanded resolutely. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall set forth to execute this order immediately, replied the elderly Minister AI, departing to fulfill the task. He is acutely aware of the current situation. As the saying goes, there can be no unbroken eggs beneath a collapsed nest. The formidable strength of the Lingxiao Empire necessitates that the Fenghui Empire commit fully to countering it. Standing nearby, the prince softly suggested, Your Majesty, should we enlist the assistance of Zongqing and Jingze? Hu Ye's expression darkened. To be candid, he was reluctant to involve the other two empires. Yet, confronted with the aggressive advance of the Lingxiao Empire, he understood all too well that the military prowess of the Fenghui Empire alone could not halt their momentum. The most prudent course of action at present would be to cede 6 cities, allowing Zongqing and Jingze to take the brunt of the assault, ideally leading to mutual devastation with the forces of the Lingxiao Empire. Subsequently, he could recall the 30 million troops he had mustered to handle the aftermath, inform them about the 6 cities of Yaoguang, and let them pass. A similar battle report also reached Chang'an. Moreover, Yi Tian, as an observer from a third-party perspective, was among the first to learn of this news. However, he did not rush to celebrate. Regarding the trajectory of the war and the decisions on the battlefield, he preferred to refrain from interference. During the previous battle at Baiwa, his hasty command to launch an offensive had resulted in over 1 million casualties among the 7 million troops. It is worth noting that every soldier in the Lingxiao Empire was a practitioner at the Spirit Sea realm. Logically, their losses should not have exceeded 500,000. Even in a large-scale conflict, especially under the capable command of generals like Wang Zhan, where casualties would likely remain below 1,000,000. Although he later managed to procure more soldiers, the incident left Yu Tian with a lingering sense of guilt. He recognized that these soldiers were generated by the system, their purpose being to sacrifice their lives as a means to forge a path to greatness. Nonetheless, from the outset, Yi Tian had resolved to leave specialized matters to those with expertise. After assessing the situation of Wang Zhan and the others, his gaze shifted to the system panel, where he observed the status of Jiang Wui and the other generals. Jiang Wui was leading an army of 20 million to attack the southern wasteland. As this grand force entered the territory of the southern wasteland, the nearest sect, the Shirishan sect, received word, according to the reports relayed by the Yuan guards. Despite its name containing the character for God, the Shirishan sect bore no resemblance to such. Within the sect, the strongest individual was merely an ancestor at the third level of the Saint Realm. However, the Shirishan sect had been established in the southern wasteland for thousands of years, boasting over 70,000 disciples. Among them, more than 50,000 were outer disciples, all below the Skyward Realm. Only those who reached the Skyward Realm could be considered inner disciples, yet even among them, there were still over 20,000. If this level of strength seemed insignificant, then the previous might of the Qingyan Sword sect appeared even more feeble. In Yi Tian's estimation, had it not been for the pressure exerted by the Longfeng Pavilion, Qingyan Prefecture might have long been overtaken by the forces of other prefectures. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Shirishan sect, a gathering of elders and the sect leader convened to deliberate on how to respond to the advancing army of the Lingxiao Empire. Master, since the Lingxiao Empire dares to act in such a manner, it clearly does not regard the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion with any respect. In my humble opinion, we should directly inform the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion and allow them to suppress this threat. Upon hearing these words, the other elders nodded in agreement. Only a few held a different view. Given that the Lingxiao Empire had the audacity to send troops against them, it must possess considerable confidence. Moreover, the deployment of 20 million soldiers indicates that the Lingxiao Empire is clearly intent on claiming the entirety of the southern wilderness. At this juncture, the Grand Elder spoke. Master, I propose that we directly inform the other 6 sections. Though I have not witnessed the military strength of the Lingxiao Empire, their willingness to launch an attack suggests a thorough understanding of our influence in the southern wilderness. If they still choose to confront us, it signifies that they possess formidable backing. Chapter 73, Chain Reaction. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion takes action. The sect leader, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, named Shi Hongjian, instructed, let us first reach out to the 6 sects and casually contact the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. However, since the Lingxiao Empire dares to directly dispatch troops against us, we must ascertain their true capabilities. That is unwise, sect leader. If the enemy has dared to approach, it signifies they are well prepared. You must not put yourself in jeopardy. Having just attained the first level of the Saint Realm, Shi Hongjian's confidence swelled. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave now and inform the other factions. Yu Xiaodian and his 2 companions, along with 200,000 troops, mingled among the crowd. Originally, they had intended to attack Beima, as it presented an opportunity to learn strategic formations from the generals amidst the conflict. However, being redirected to the South Wilderness left them somewhat disheartened. After all, the disciples of the sect could not be compared to seasoned soldiers. When battle ensued, their role would merely be to seize territory rather than engage in high-level combat. Within the military tent, Jiang Wuyo, Zhang Qishan, Su Feilong, and Lu Qianfeng gathered around a map, deep in discussion. The Sun-shooting sect's control over these cities is alarmingly lax, Jiang Wuyo noted. Each city is merely garrisoned by a few sect disciples. However, it was quite intriguing that this sect could command nearly 700 cities. By the way, what is the report from the Moonshadow Guard? Jiang Wuyo suddenly inquired. Lu Qianfeng replied, the Sun-shooting sect has already contacted other sects regarding an alliance, but the specifics remain unknown to the Moonshadow Guard. He paused momentarily before adding, I wonder if the experts dispatched by His Majesty have arrived? At this, the 4 ceased their discussion, not fearing the number of enemies, but rather the possibility of the sect acting without honor and executing them outright. We are here. Suddenly, the space rippled, and 5 figures emerged. Upon seeing them, Jiang Wuyo and the others were filled with surprise. Greetings, esteemed leaders, they exclaimed. Zhang Qishan murmured, Your Majesty. Does this not indicate an overestimation of their capabilities? based on reports from the Moonshadow Guard. The strongest among the 7 sects were merely at the 5th or 6th level of the Saint Realm. Yet these 5 were peak Saint Kings. Uxian smiled and said, "We did not come for the 7 sects, but for another faction." Another faction? The 4 were taken aback. The deployment of 5 peak Saint Kings signified the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion's involvement. Yet, they recalled Wu Fei's prior warning. Did they still dare to confront the Lingxiao Empire? Su Feilong remarked in astonishment. Does the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion truly dare to act against us? The purpose of His Majesty is well known, Zhang Qishan replied. Even if the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion does not openly engage with us, would they not seek alliances with other factions? Zhang Qishan expressed confusion. But we have just arrived in the South Wilderness. How could the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion possibly know of our presence so swiftly? Observing the perplexed expressions on several faces, Yi Ling began to elucidate the situation. While you have hesitated to take action, Wang Zhan and his allies have already besieged another city, and they have alerted the Longfeng Pavilion, which has taken this matter seriously. The Azure Sky domain comprises 15 states, and when the Lingxiao Empire dispatched troops to assault Beima, the Longfeng Pavilion quickly received the news. Initially, they did not regard it with the gravity it warranted, but upon learning that the southern wilderness was also facing an offensive from the Lingxiao Empire, the pavilion promptly sent several elders to engage with the forces of the other 12 states to unite against the Lingxiao Empire. This explains why Yi Tian dispatched Uxian and his 4 companions. Within the Azure Sky domain, there remain 13 states, excluding the Liuyu state occupied by the Longfeng Pavilion. The combined strength of the other 12 states boasts over 30 saints, surpassing even that of the Lingxiao Empire. Originally, Yi Tian contemplated acquiring additional saints. Yet Wu Xinyue and her companions, as well as Zhao Jun and Shangguan Feihong, were all in seclusion. Yi Tian had provided them with ample resources to cultivate in the 9th layer of the Xianwang Tower, and he believed it would not be long before they achieved breakthroughs to the Saint Realm. Consequently, Yi Tian opted against further purchases and instead sent Uxian and his companions on this mission. With their presence, even a first-level Great Saint would find it challenging to gain an advantage. This intelligence had been gathered by the Moonshadow Guards, and Yu Tian had come to comprehend the precarious position of the Longfeng Pavilion. The Azure Sky domain had been under the jurisdiction of the pavilion, allowing it to flourish rapidly, with the ancestral elders gaining the resources necessary to advance to the Great Saint Realm. Everything had been proceeding smoothly within the 15 states. Various factions engaged in both overt and covert struggles, yet publicly, they showed deference to the Longfeng Pavilion. However, the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire disrupted this equilibrium. They initially activated the auspicious dynasty to condense a golden dragon and subsequently dispatched a peak Great Saint to exert pressure. Had the Lingxiao Empire confined its ambitions to Qingyun State, it might have been manageable for the Longfeng Pavilion to withdraw. Yet, after a mere 6 years of stability, the Lingxiao Empire began mobilizing its forces once more, this time targeting 2 states simultaneously. It was evident to astute observers that the Lingxiao Empire harbored grand ambitions, especially with the presence of a peak Great Saint within its ranks, causing unease to ripple through the Longfeng Pavilion. Though they dared not confront the Lingxiao Empire directly, they could incite the forces of the other 12 states to attack. Simultaneously, within the Longfeng Pavilion, Long Xingtian, in a fit of rage, shattered several treasures and unleashed a tempest of fury in the Grand Hall, where, he demanded, had the Lingxiao Empire acquired such a multitude of soldiers and formidable experts? The 16 elders and hall masters stood in silence, and after a considerable time, as Long Xingtian's fury subsided somewhat, the Grand Elder spoke. The Lingxiao Empire's ambition, I fear, is to dominate the entire Azure Sky domain. Upon hearing this, all present wore expressions of despair, for it had become increasingly apparent since that day when the peak Great Saint breached their sect's formation that the mightiest force in the Azure Sky domain was no longer the Longfeng Pavilion, but rather the Lingxiao Empire. Initially, they harbored a glimmer of hope, not taking the situation seriously. However, within a mere 6 years, the Lingxiao Empire commenced significant actions. Long Xingtian was acutely aware that they stood no chance against the formidable beings at the pinnacle of sainthood, should that supreme saint choose to act once more. The annihilation of their Longfeng Pavilion would be but a fleeting thought, and even summoning their ancestor would not alter the inevitable outcome. Yet, what options remained for them? To declare war on the Lingxiao Empire? Who could withstand the might of a peak saint? If they considered fleeing the Qitian domain, where could they possibly go? The entirety of the Tianyuan continent is nearly dominated by established powers. The relocation of a force as significant as theirs is utterly impossible. Should they attempt to mobilize their entire pavilion, they would inevitably face assaults from rival factions. Chapter 74. Inviting external aid. Too many concerns ultimately. No force dares to allow a group of formidable warriors like those from the Longfeng Pavilion to approach. At this moment, Nie Tianqing suddenly spoke. Lord Pavilion Master. We are left with only two options. Oh, two options? What are they? Speak quickly. The others urged curiously, with even the Pavilion Master nodding in encouragement for him to continue. Nie Tianqing then stated, the first option is to surrender. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a multitude of elders glared at him with fury. Preposterous. Nie Tianqing, what are you suggesting? Are you betraying the Longfeng Pavilion? The elders and hall masters glowered at Nie Tianqing, and even the Pavilion Master, Long Xingtian, wore a grim expression. Yet, he perceived the broader context. He understood that in the face of the absolute might of the Lingxiao Empire, the Longfeng Pavilion stood no chance, and surrender might be the only means to preserve their millennia-old legacy. Long Xingtian narrowed his eyes. What is the other option? Nie Tianqing clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Pavilion Master, from the moment that young emperor initiated the era of fortune, it was destined that they must expand their territory. Currently, within the entire Qingtian domain, there exists no force capable of resisting them, and even a coalition would prove futile. Besides surrender, our only recourse is to seek external assistance. You call this a viable plan? Seeking aid? Who could we possibly invite? The carefree Sacred Land? Or the heavenly mountain Sacred Land? They are on par with our strength and would be unable to withstand the might of a peaked great saint. At that moment, the second elder suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired, Tianqing, are you suggesting we seek forces from the Zhongtian domain? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. They had not dismissed the notion of the Zhongtian domain as forces, but that was the Zhongtian domain. The Tianyuan continent comprises 5 domains. Yet the 4 combined cannot rival the Zhongtian domain. Not only is it the heart of the entire Tianyuan continent, but it also boasts the most abundant spiritual energy and vast geography. The area of the Zhongtian domain exceeds the combined expanse of 2 of the other 4 domains. If the 4 domains are likened to rural areas, the Zhongtian domain is the bustling city center. While sacred realm masters and other domains may be scarce, within the Zhongtian domain, nearly every force has a master of at least the saint level presiding over it. However, even so, peak great saints are rare in the Zhongtian domain. Only the most elite forces possess 1 or 2 peak great saints. Yet, why would anyone assist the Longfeng Pavilion? It is crucial to understand that even among masters of the saint realm, they generally do not intentionally foster enmity, let alone peak great saints. Such individuals stand at the pinnacle of this world, and as long as no emperor arises, they remain the strongest. No force desires to offend another of comparable strength, much less an imperial entity like the Lingxiao Empire, which is driven by expansionist ambitions. This is also the reason that the elders have long understood in their hearts, yet are reluctant to voice. The third elder murmured, what reason do the forces of the Central Sky domain have to assist us? What do we possess that could compel a peak great sage to act on our behalf? Though his words were softly spoken, they resonated with all present, for each was a master above the celestial sovereign level. This utterance cast a pall of silence over the assembly. At that moment, the 7th elder suddenly suggested, if all else fails, we may as well surrender. Since that young emperor wishes to expand his empire, he should be able to accommodate us, right? However, this proposition was met with fierce glares. Everyone gathered here were elders and leaders capable of commanding their own territories. Before the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire, each elder had the authority to oversee and mobilize an entire state. They had long grown accustomed to their lofty positions, even when addressing the Pavilion Master or the Ancestor. A mere bow sufficed. But to be ruled by an emperor, would they then be reduced to servile subordination? This notion was intolerable for them, let alone the thought of being subject to constant orders and a multitude of legal restrictions. At this juncture, the Grand Elder's eyes lit up as he inquired of Nie Tianqing, the Lingxiao Empire is the Fortune dynasty, is it not? Without a moment's hesitation, Nie Tianqing nodded affirmatively, recalling the sight of the Fortune Golden Dragon. Had it not been for Yi Tian's reservations at the time, he might have been slain immediately after the dragon's integration. The Grand Elder, overjoyed, slapped his thigh and rose to his feet, exclaiming, excellent. They are courting death. Though many present were puzzled by this statement, a significant number soon grasped the implication. Indeed, it seems the heavens are determined to bring ruin upon the Lingxiao. At this moment, Pavilion Master Long Xingtian also comprehended the Grand Elder's intent. Historically, The entire Tianyuan continent had witnessed the rise of fortune dynasties that dominated for hundreds of thousands of years. However, due to their tyranny and the incompetence of subsequent emperors, internal strife ensued, ultimately leading to their downfall. Yet, despite this, ancient records indicate that the might of a fortune dynasty stemmed from the existence of the fortune golden dragon. As long as the empire thrived and the dragon remained strong, it could effortlessly safeguard the empire for millennia, even when internal strife plagued the dynasty. It took nearly a century for its ultimate collapse. Thus, the power of the fortune dynasty is evident. The fortune golden dragon not only has the ability to suppress national fortune but also can merge with the emperor's body, granting the sovereign the strength to combat beyond their means. Moreover, officials endowed with even a trace of the fortune golden dragon's essence could easily crush their adversaries. It is precisely for these reasons that the existence of fortune dynasties has become nearly intolerable across the continent. Should anyone dare to establish such a dynasty, they would inevitably suffer the wrath of other forces. This was precisely why, upon the Lingxiao Empire's initial establishment of a fortune dynasty, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dispatched powerful sages to obliterate it. At that moment, Yi Tian's overwhelming power compelled Nie Tianxing and his companions to retreat. Later, when they sought to advance against the Lingxiao Empire, they were met with a stern warning from a formidable peak saint. Previously, Long Xingtian had assumed that the Lingxiao Empire would remain secluded within Qingyun Prefecture and thus paid it no mind. However, now that Yi Tian's ambitions have come to light, they were compelled to reach out to other factions for a united front against him. Yet, the question arose, who would venture into the Zhongtian region? The Zhongtian region is far more complex than the Qitian region, teeming with numerous factions, several of which are presided over by peak saints. Would they be willing to annihilate the Lingxiao Empire? It is crucial to remember that each peak saint possesses unique abilities. Should this peak saint become unhinged, even 2 or 3 adversaries of the same realm might struggle to prevail. And even if they could, such a powerful saint would undoubtedly have the capacity to take 1 or 2 foes down with him before his demise. Chapter 75. The Coalition's Overwhelming Numbers. Yi Tian's fury. This implies that to obliterate the Lingxiao Empire, it is imperative to possess 3 peak grand saints. However, within the central heavenly domain, do such formidable beings even wish to intervene? If only 1 or 2 grand saints were to appear, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to lead a considerable number of individuals to safety. Thus, it follows that this battle necessitates the annihilation of peak grand saints. Otherwise, should they manage to escape, they would be subjected to relentless retribution. Elder Lu, with an expression of exhilaration, proposed, "What if we disseminate this information throughout the central heavenly domain?" Upon hearing this, the other's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Qiyin dynasty has long been a thorn in the side of all factions, and nearly every power may be inclined to eradicate the Lingxiao Empire. Particularly, those factions that cultivate through the power of will, akin to the previous Baihu Temple, hold a unique affection for the Qiyin dynasty. Largely due to the existence of the Qiyin Golden Dragon, should anyone succeed in absorbing and refining the Qiyin Golden Dragon, that individual would undoubtedly traverse the path to peak Grand Saint with remarkable ease. Yet, for a dynasty like Qiyun, none would dare to undertake such an action. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, discussions unfolded without alerting any outsiders. Ultimately, it was Long Xingtian who rose and articulated, regardless of the circumstances. The Lingxiao Empire lies within our Qingtian domain. While our actions might lead to its downfall, it would also strike a blow to our own reputation. I must report to the ancestor. As the hegemonic force of the Qingtian domain, the existence of the Lingxiao Empire was a lapse in oversight on the part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Had they detected its emergence earlier, it might have remained a mere small nation, incapable of achieving its current stature. The previous incident where Wu Fa shattered their sect's grand formation had already humiliated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, leaving the ancestor too terrified to show himself. Should they now seek external assistance, other factions would undoubtedly discern their intentions and recognize their ancestor as a coward. Although Long Xingtian and his peers felt a surge of indignation, they were powerless. For only they were aware that their ancestor was in closed-door seclusion and thus oblivious to the external circumstances. Even when Wu Fa had arrived previously, the ancestor's emergence would have been futile, as he possessed merely the strength of the 3rd layer of Grand Saint, only able to endure a few more exchanges against a peak Grand Saint compared to them. The internal affairs of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion remained unknown to the outside world, with even the Moon Shadow Guards unable to infiltrate, given that the Pavilion Master, Long Xingtian, wielded the power of the 5th layer of Saint King. Currently, No one among the Moon Shadow Guards could penetrate without his notice. Once the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion reached a consensus, Long Xingtian summoned the ancestor from seclusion, who offered his full support. The 16th Elder and the 16th Hall Master, along with nearly all others, sprang into action, heading toward various locations. The concealed Moon Shadow Guards also followed suit, eager to discern the intentions of these individuals. The Grand Elder, accompanied by 2 Hall Masters, proceeded directly to the central heavenly domain, visiting each faction in turn. He disclosed all matters concerning the Lingxiao Empire to them, even exaggerating that the auspicious Golden Dragon had reached a staggering height of 100,000 meters. Initially, the Moon Shadow Guards, hidden in the shadows, were unaware of these developments. However, the news soon became common knowledge among the populace. Once the Moon Shadow Guards learned of the Lingxiao Empire's exposure, they inquired about the attitude of the Zhongtian domain towards the Empire, leading to a profound sense of alarm, prompting them to urgently contact Yi Tian. A mere day had passed since the army's expedition began, and Yi Tian had commenced his cultivation. As for the war, he felt detached, understanding that even if all forces in the Qitian domain were to unite, there would still be no match for the current Lingxiao Empire. He had been diligently cultivating the Great Freedom Sutra, constantly refining his soul. After more than a decade of such refinement, his soul had become perfect and flawless. Yet, Yi Tian found it perplexing that the Chaos Black Dragon, nurtured by blood daily for over a decade, showed no signs of breaking free from its shell. Just as he was about to resume his training, he received an urgent report from the Moon Shadow Guards, compelling him to open the system panel to investigate. Upon doing so, his expression darkened instantly. Damn it! Cursed! He had learned much about the peculiarities of the Qi Yun dynasty over the years, even more than many others. The auspicious Golden Dragon represented the collective fortune of all living beings within an empire. This entity not only had the power to suppress national destiny, but also allowed the emperor to monitor the realm at any moment. Within the empire's territory, one could summon the auspicious Golden Dragon to merge with oneself, enabling one to fight beyond their rank. This was merely the surface. If one gained the Golden Dragon's recognition, they could share in the nation's fortune. As the population and strength of the empire increased, so too would its national fortune. After merging with the Golden Dragon, the strength that could be summoned would amplify correspondingly. Absorbing and refining the Golden Dragon would almost equate to harnessing half of an empire's living being's fortune and energy. Such energy could enable an ordinary person to swiftly break through to the pinnacle of the great sage. Moreover, with sufficient fortune, there would be no bottleneck in advancing to the status of an emperor. What enraged Yi Tian was that the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had divulged everything, inciting considerable interest among various forces within the Zhongtian domain. Previously, Yi Tian had sent the Moon Shadow Guards to the Zhongtian domain and understood what kind of place it was. Though the Lingxiao Empire was strong, bolstered by 2 formidable great sages, Wu Fei and Wu Tian. If all the forces in the Zhongtian domain were to unite against the Lingxiao Empire, Yi Tian would find himself in a precarious position. Until now, he had always been the aggressor. Now, the entire continent seemed poised to strike back at him. This stark shift in circumstances left Yi Tian harboring resentment towards the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Initially, his ambition was to conquer the entire continent within 90 years and then utilize the system's fortune points to procure beings beyond immortals, driving back the so-called enemies from the 2 realms. However, the sudden actions of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had caught Yi Tian off guard. The most prudent course of action now is to retract all military forces and subsequently dispatch the Empire's most formidable experts to confront the enemy. However, this necessitates the acquisition of additional powerful individuals. At the very least, the 2 peak great saints, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, would be insufficient to thwart the collective might of the entire continent. Uncertainty looms regarding the number of peak great saints residing within the central heavenly domain. It is imperative that his forces outnumber the coalition, requiring the deployment of at least 1 peak expert to safeguard the auspicious Golden Dragon. Furthermore, vigilance is essential against other factions that may infiltrate and undermine the empire from within. All these measures must be enacted without delay, for the strength of great saints far surpasses that of ordinary sages. Their destructive capabilities could potentially obliterate the entire Lingxiao Empire in the blink of an eye. With these realizations, Yi Tian's ire towards the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion intensified. Chapter 76. 10 Great Saints. 3 Emperors. Yi Tian directly conveyed a message to Wu Fei and Wu Tian through the system panel. Come to me at once. Wu Fei and Wu Tian soon materialized before Yi Tian, their expressions filled with perplexity upon seeing his troubled countenance. Your Majesty, what is the matter? They inquired. Yutian briefly relayed the intelligence received from the Moon Shadow Guard and stated decisively, one of you must journey to the Central Sky Domain to ascertain the number of great saints present and determine how many peak experts there are. Upon hearing this, Wu Fa and Wu Tian's expressions turned grave. While they were unafraid of adversaries of the same realm, the Ling Shao Empire had much to fear. Even a mere saint could wreak havoc upon the cities within the empire. Wu Tian hastily replied, Your Majesty, I shall set off immediately. Yi Tian, feeling a tinge of unease, cautioned, Yes, go forth, but merely gather information regarding their numbers. Do not engage with them. After Wu Tian vanished, Yi Tian turned to Wu Fa and instructed, Wu Fa, remain in Chang'an City. I will activate the heaven sealing array. Understood. Once the arrangements for the two were complete, Yi Tian swiftly accessed the system marketplace. Previously, he had expended 100 million fortune points to procure Wu Fa and Wu Tian, initially believing he would not make further purchases. With their addition, the empire had ascended to become one of the continent's foremost powers. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself compelled to make another acquisition. This time, however, Yi Tian decided to invest significantly. The Central Sky Domain was said to be teeming with powerful figures, so he resolved to procure experts of at least the saint level. He had contemplated a gradual development, especially since he had conquered extensive territories and lacked sufficient soldiers to maintain them, which made assimilation particularly sluggish. However, faced with an imminent threat, Yu Tian was unwilling to prolong the conflict. Peak Saint? Purchase 100. Peak Saint King? Purchase 95. Peak Great Saint? Purchase 7. Emperor? Purchase. Suddenly, Yu Tian hesitated, grappling internally with whether to acquire an Emperor-level expert. He recalled the system's warning that such a purchase would attract the attention of the Heavenly Dao. System, if I purchase an Emperor-level expert, will it draw the Heavenly Dao's notice? Ding. Attracting the Heavenly Dao's attention is not problematic, but it will expedite the arrival of the other two realms. Yu Tian, already in a foul mood, erupted, What nonsense is this? Not only do they have emperors, but also immortals, and you say my single acquisition will hasten their arrival? Ding. The arrival of the two realms is not influenced by the system. Please remain calm. Host, how can you expect me to remain calm? Do you believe I won't abandon the empire and retreat to that small mountain village with my family, disregarding everything? Ding. Host, please do not be agitated. Since the moment you bound with this system, we are a collective. Even if you wish to escape now, it is not an option. Damn it. In the end, what's the worst that could happen? Am I afraid of death? Ding. Does the host not desire to ascend to the pinnacle and witness it firsthand? Do you not wish to glimpse that fantastical realm? You need not feign familiarity with me or weave fanciful tales. I simply wish to inquire whether it is feasible for me to procure an emperor-level powerhouse. Ding. Provided you possess sufficient fortune points, the host may acquire any item from the purchasing mall. However, once surpassing the pinnacle of the great sage. Stop. I understand. There is no need for further prattle. Yi Tian interrupted, his expression dark as he gazed at the system's marketplace. At this moment, Yi Tian felt somewhat discontent, yet he was acutely aware of his predicament. As an emperor, such feelings were unbecoming. Nevertheless, he could not tolerate the constraints imposed by the system. Even if those two worlds were not a direct result of its machinations, he would still perceive them as such. It was indeed an opportune time to acquire an emperor-level warrior, for upon their emergence, all the formidable experts across the continent would undoubtedly sense their presence. Yet in the current circumstances, Yu Tian yearned to summon an emperor-level powerhouse directly. After all, with an emperor safeguarding the Fortune dynasty, even if all other factions united, they would think twice before launching an assault. This way, he could develop his plans as he saw fit. However, the generation of fortune points was not contingent upon how many enemies he vanquished or how many he threatened. Rather, it depended on the population, the expanse of territory, and the number of formidable beings. Once he acquired an emperor-level powerhouse, these factors could flourish, potentially allowing him to consolidate power and compel others to submit to the Ling Shao Empire under the emperor's might. Yet doing so would inevitably embroil Yu Tian in the treacherous intrigues of rival factions. In that moment, he began to waver, contemplating whether to proceed with the purchase of an emperor-level warrior. His initial aspiration had been to lead a carefree life as a prince. Yet circumstances had coerced him into the role of an emperor. He had once believed that ascending to the throne would grant him peace of mind. But now the system warned of formidable adversaries approaching from two other worlds. Would he, after repelling some foes, find himself facing threats from the celestial realm? When would this turmoil come to an end? Damn it, enough is enough. Yu Tian found the constant sense of crisis rather unsettling. The unknown always evokes a sense of dread, and he was disinclined to wait 90 years. That span felt interminable. At merely 31 years of age, he had yet to truly savor life, yet he was thrust into perpetual conflict. This was, for Yi Tian, a torment. Initially, he had envisioned a gradual expansion. But due to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion's machinations, the entire continent had begun to conspire against the Lingxiao Empire. Now, he had no choice but to resist fiercely and initiate a thorough cleansing. Indeed, Yu Tian's intent to purchase an emperor was to enact a sweeping purge across the continent. Should he rely solely on the threat of an emperor to compel their submission, it might foster resentment among them. However, he simply lacked the time to engage in their petty machinations. Yi Tian intended to present them with two options, either submit or perish. In the next moment, Yi Tian decisively selected the option to purchase an emperor, simultaneously inquiring within his mind, system, how much will the timeline advance if I acquire an emperor? Ding. Purchasing one will advance the timeline by 10 years. Damn. Originally, Yi Tian contemplated that if the duration were not protracted, he would directly acquire the Divine Dragon Guard. After all, it comprised 10 formidable emperors, and the price was relatively reasonable. Now, by procuring a single emperor, he could advance time by a decade, prompting him to meticulously calculate his options. He had previously heard that the elite factions within the Central Heaven domain possessed keys to secret realms. Some factions even boasted their own miniature worlds, an achievement attainable only by the mightiest of emperors, undoubtedly housing invaluable treasures. Consequently, it became imperative for him to secure 3 emperor-level powerhouses, one to oversee Chang'an City, another to command the art of warfare, and a third to master the art of plunder. Resolute in his decision, Yi Tian promptly initiated the purchase of 3 emperors while simultaneously summoning all the saint-level powerhouses. Chapter 77. The emergence of the emperor shocks the world as Yi Tian hesitated over the purchase of the emperor. The most prestigious 4 families in the central heavenly domain received a message relayed by the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. In response, the 4 families urgently convened a meeting, with all significant family members in attendance. The Huangfu family, a concealed lineage within the central heavenly domain, ranked among the 4 families. Yet its members maintained an exceptionally low profile, rendering their existence scarcely known. During this family assembly, before all members had arrived, news from the small world declared their exclusion from participation. This left the entire Huangfu clan perplexed. However, they understood that only the ancestors and the most gifted individuals of the family could enter the small world. Since the existence of the Fortune Golden Dragon was already known to them, and they had been barred from participation, there must have been a compelling reason behind it. The other 3 families lacked the enigmatic nature of the Huangfu clan, yet each had produced an emperor in its lineage. Among them, the Ji family, who dominated the 5 great secret realms, boasted a multitude of powerful members, including 7 at the Great Sage level and 3 at the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm. The Ji family also stood as the foremost among the 4 families in the central heavenly domain. The other 2 families were the Song family, renowned for their alchemy and weapon forging, and recognized as the wealthiest of the 4 families. It was rumored that they possessed numerous treasures left behind by powerful emperors, including 2 imperial weapons, an asset that the other 3 families lacked, each possessing only one. The last family, though the weakest, was the Shui family. Their existence was comparatively brief when measured against the other 3. This brevity contributed to their audacity, for their emperor had departed from the continent less than 100,000 years ago. During the reign of their emperor, the Shui family was indeed resplendent, dominating the entire Tianyuan continent, compelling the other 3 families to retreat into the shadows. However, in the recent 10 millennia following the departure of their emperor, the Shui family had moderated their arrogance. The hasty exit of their emperor resulted in a shortage of top-tier experts within their ranks. Were it not for the remnants of the emperor's power, they might have fallen from the upper echelons of influence. Upon hearing of the Fortune Golden Dragon's existence, the Shui family exhibited the most enthusiasm. The other 3 families each had more than 2 Great Sage Peak experts at their disposal, while the Shui family had only one. If they could acquire the Fortune Golden Dragon, it would undoubtedly allow them to rapidly cultivate another Great Sage Peak expert. In the meeting hall of the Shui family, the head of the family, Shui Hafeng, sat confidently at the head of the table and addressed the younger members present. This mission is of paramount importance to our Shui family, and our ancestors will also take action. Master, according to the information relayed from the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, It appears that the influence of that so-called empire possesses at least one formidable peak saint. Should we consider? This was expressed by Xue Tao, the second in command of the Xue family, who is also a strategic advisor of the clan. Xue Hanfeng responded, stating that the Wang and Zhang families would also send their ancestors into action. The reason these four prominent families maintain their transcendent status is not merely due to the number of peak saints they possess. If that were the case, there would be at least 10 families within the Central Heaven domain boasting peak saints. However, these families can only be considered first-rate, lacking in comparison to the four prominent families, not only in strength and numbers but, more critically, in their profound heritage. Families that have birthed emperors possess small worlds, imperial weapons, and emperor-level defensive formations, among other advantages, which are unparalleled by those first-rate families. Throughout the historical tapestry of the Tianyuan continent, numerous emperor-level powerhouses and top-tier forces have emerged, yet the four esteemed families have remained unchanged. After the Xue family decided to take action, the Ji and Song families promptly followed suit. However, while the Xue family aims to seize the fortune of the Golden Dragon, the Ji and Song families merely seek to investigate the situation regarding the Lingxiao Empire. The Fortune dynasty once existed on the Tianyuan continent eons ago, yet with its demise, the methods for condensing the Fortune Golden Dragon have faded into the annals of history. Each of these formidable influences within the Central Heaven domain possesses the capability to cultivate a dynasty within their territorial bounds. Nevertheless, they have yet to comprehend the method for condensing the Fortune Golden Dragon, which remains the primary reason for their excitement upon learning of a Fortune dynasty's existence in the Qitian domain. While they stand little chance against the Xue family, who possess imperial weapons, the knowledge of how to condense the Fortune Golden Dragon would enable them to pursue their own endeavors, as the Xue, Wang, Zhang families, and a total of 15 forces united to prepare for their expedition to the Qitian domain. Wu Fei took the initiative to familiarize himself with the distribution of powers within the Central Heaven domain, setting forth towards the Lingxiao Empire ahead of them. However, he found that the four prominent families were absent from the forces he encountered, as he could not gain entry into their small worlds. Simultaneously, the dominant powers from the Luojia, Lanming, and Xiantian domains received this news. They dispatched a portion of their members towards the Qitian domain, not with the intent to seize the Fortune Golden Dragon, but merely to partake in the spoils. Yet, before they could reach the Qingtian domain, the sky underwent a sudden transformation. First, the resonating sound of thunder echoed across the entire continent, akin to a war song, igniting the blood and invigorating the spirit, as if one's very essence were about to erupt. It was as if a celestial melody enveloped the air, inducing a state of rapture, leaving one on the brink of enlightenment. However, before they could recover from this astonishment, the sky shifted once more, revealing a convergence of auspicious clouds in 7 colors, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Numerous powerful ethereal figures bowed reverently towards a singular direction, as though offering their congratulations. The oppressive aura of these ethereal figures compelled everyone to bow their heads in submission. In the next moment, 3 golden lotus flowers materialized in the sky, gracefully descending towards a singular destination. While the celestial spectacle continued to unfold above, the members of the Xue family were taken aback. Others might remain oblivious to the significance of these phenomena, but as descendants of the emperor, they were acutely aware. Xue Hanfeng murmured in disbelief, "No, it cannot be. How can this be? Did not our ancestor proclaim that the foundation of Tianyuan has been severed, rendering the emergence of an emperor impossible?" The expressions of the others mirrored his incredulity. Many among them had encountered such visions within the family scriptures, yet witnessing it firsthand was an unprecedented experience. And this singular moment left them all with the unsettling sensation that a monumental shift was imminent. In the secluded realm of the Huangfu family, 15 elders suddenly opened their eyes and, in the next instant, appeared outside their small world. Upon beholding the celestial phenomenon, they were collectively astonished, with the leading elder tremblingly articulating, "Heavenly melodies bestow blessings. The dragon and phoenix harmoniously resonate. The emperor rejoices, golden lotuses." Just as he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the 3 golden lotus flowers, causing his entire being to stiffen in astonishment. Three emperors? Chapter 78. Those who follow me flourish. Those who oppose me perish. At the same moment, the Song and Ji families experienced a similar spectacle. In this instant, they all understood that a monumental shift was about to occur. The entire landscape of the Tianyuan continent was destined to be rewritten. But the question remained, would this be a boon or a bane for the 4 great families? The extraordinary phenomena in the sky were not only perceived by these powerful factions, but also caught the attention of smaller forces and even the common folk, who gazed upward in awe. While those from distant lands reacted with shock, fear, and disbelief, the citizens of Qingyan Prefecture felt a sense of joy, as if they were suddenly blessed with unimaginable wealth, perhaps due to the allegiance of the three great emperors to the Lingxiao Empire. A gentle rain began to fall across the entire realm. The droplets nourished the crops, hastening their growth, while bestowing strength upon the soldiers and revitalizing the weary bodies of the populace. For the ailing, the rain seemed to wash away their maladies in an instant. The Lingxiao Empire began to stir with excitement. Many who felt the changes in their bodies rushed to summon their family and friends to share in the downpour. Simultaneously, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through Chang'an City. A magnificent golden dragon appeared in the sky, bathed in the ethereal rain, radiating a soft golden glow. These golden flecks infused the bodies of all within Chang'an, enhancing their innate abilities. Within the imperial palace, Yutian stood before more than 200 individuals, their auras varying in strength. The three leaders among them appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, their presence shrouded in an enigmatic mist that obscured their features. It felt as if a barrier surrounded them, creating a sense of separation from the world around them, even as they merely stood there. The seven-peaked great saints behind them lowered their heads in deference. "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your reign be eternal and boundless." The voices of the more than 200 individuals carried a momentum that eclipsed that of countless armies. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ha ha." Yutian chuckled joyfully, gesturing to support the crowd. At that moment, he also examined the status of those before him through the system panel. The three great emperors were 1. An elder named Shilong, with peak emperor-level strength, practicing the dragon elephant demon suppression technique, wielding the divine black Lin golden ruler. 2. A woman named Huofeng, also at peak emperor-level strength, practicing the 9 transformations nirvana technique, wielding the true fire phoenix feather. 3. A man named Qianying, possessing peak emperor-level strength, practicing the Qianying illusionary scripture, wielding the azure skybolt drum. From the perspective of the systems panel, Shilong practices demonic arts. In his early years, his excessive bloodshed has led him to seek a breakthrough into the celestial realm, either by proving his path through slaughter or by alleviating his own sins. Perhaps it is by design that the system allows Shilong's transgressions to gradually dissolve merely by remaining in proximity to the auspicious golden dragon. He is well suited to govern the empire and does not need to be the final bastion of defense for Lingxiao. The Fire Phoenix, in her true form, is a magnificent firebird, a formidable entity among the demon race. Among the three great emperors, she possesses the greatest strength, likely due to the nature of her cultivation technique, which allows her to enhance her power significantly with a single act of rebirth through nirvana. In Yutian's view, the Fire Phoenix is best suited for offensive strikes, as her technique enables her to eradicate many negative influences with each rebirth. Lastly, there is Qianying, who has the ability to manifest countless forms. With his current peak imperial strength, he can conjure 10 mid-stage emperors or even 100 early-stage emperors. Each of his avatars can serve as his true self, allowing for seamless transitions. He excels in chaotic battles, or he can dispatch his avatars to oversee various regions. Having considered these aspects, Yutian declared, "Shilong, you shall oversee Chang'an City from now on." "Yes, your majesty." Shilong's figure gradually faded, disappearing from the sight of those present. "Fire Phoenix, you are tasked with the offensive. I desire all forces across the Tianyuan continent to submit to my Lingxiao." At this moment, a fierce glint appeared in Yutian's eyes. Were it not for the existence of these forces, he would not be so eager to acquire such powerful beings. Yet, he never seeks the fault within himself, nor does he wish to do so. In Yutian's perspective, it is either the fault of others or the system's shortcomings. He, Yutian, would never be wrong. "In this world, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Yes, my king." The Fire Phoenix, clad in crimson, slightly bowed before vanishing from her position. Yutian, unconcerned with the Fire Phoenix's address, turned to Qianying and said, "I need you to venture into those secret realms and small worlds." Yutian had never encountered the secret realms of the Tianyuan continent, though he was somewhat familiar with the small worlds. "Yes, your majesty." Qianying's figure also vanished from sight. The moment they appeared, the system had already bestowed upon them the information regarding their current environment. Yutian's intentions were clear to Qianying and the others. Just as Yutian was preparing to assign tasks to other saints, Wu Tian appeared in the crowd, looking somewhat aggrieved. Upon witnessing this, Yu Tian understood that he had been dismissed by Shilong. At the same time, a voice resonated from outside, announcing, "Your Majesty, Wu Fa requests an audience." Previously, they had been able to come and go freely due to their loyalty to Yu Tian, compounded by Yu Tian's leniency. However, that was no longer the case. As the number of powerful allies surrounding Yu Tian increased, including those at the peak imperial level, they were compelled to adhere to certain protocols. "Come in. What is the matter?" "Replying to your Majesty, there are 134 forces above the Saint Realm in the Zhangtian domain, including 58 forces at the Saint King level and 11 forces at the Great Saint level, in the realm observed by Wu Fa. The 4 illustrious families were not accounted for, as their peak combat prowess and the prodigies within were sequestered in a lesser world. With Wu Fa's pinnacle strength as a great sage, he was utterly incapable of discerning the existence of this lesser realm, unless it was devoid of formidable guardians. However, such a realm would have long been obliterated throughout the annals of history. Yi Tian nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I understand. This is the most formidable power on the entire Tianyuan continent. There are as many as 11 great sages in plain sight, with an even greater number lurking in the shadows. Had Yu Tian not expended his fortunes to procure these powerful beings previously, he could have very well faced an onslaught from them. Nonetheless, at that juncture, Yu Tian would have been compelled to enlist their aid. I require you to journey to the Zhangtian region, accompanied by Huafeng and Qianing, to eradicate all forces on the Tianyuan continent." "Yes." Over 200 individuals bowed and departed. Yu Tian then gazed once more at the map adorning the wall. Having previously dispatched 50 million to assault the North Mo and South Wilderness, he now had to pause those endeavors. Only once all factions on the Tianyuan continent had submitted to the Empire would Yu Tian proceed with further arrangements. Chapter 79, The Fiery Phoenix Strikes. Annihilating the Avatar beyond the realm of the Azure Sky, Shui Hanfeng of the Shui clan, accompanied by a multitude of formidable warriors, initially intended to launch a direct assault on the Azure Sky domain. However, upon witnessing the celestial spectacle above, uncertainty began to creep in, even instilling a modicum of retreat in Shui Hanfeng himself. This hesitation was solely due to the 3 golden lotuses suspended in the sky, which had descended upon Qing'an Prefecture within the Azure Sky domain. Yet, before Shui Hanfeng and his companions could take any action, a fiery crimson figure materialized abruptly in the void before them. This unexpected apparition startled all present, for nearly every individual among them possessed the strength of a sage. While many could rend the fabric of space, the sudden emergence of this red figure was certainly not a result of spatial tearing. Upon glimpsing the figure in the sky, Shui Hanfeng's pupils constricted sharply, as if struck by an epiphany, and he promptly bowed in deference. Shui Hanfeng pays homage to the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd, but upon witnessing Shui Hanfeng's demeanor, no one dared to harbor even a flicker of doubt. In unison, they bowed and declared, "We pay our respects to the Great Emperor." How long has it been? Nearly 100 millennia since the Great Emperor last graced the Tianyuan continent with his presence. However, the sudden appearance of this emperor left them perplexed. According to ancient texts, emperors were said to wield overwhelming might, their every movement enveloped in the laws of the universe. Yet, the figure before them appeared rather unremarkable, prompting a few to ponder the term false emperor. This suggested that a peak sage, upon striving to ascend to emperor status, had fallen short, lacking the full arsenal of an emperor's capabilities. What they remained unaware of was that Yi Tian was still merely at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm, incapable of bearing the oppressive aura of an emperor. Hence, the system had suppressed their auras upon its inception, explaining the absence of pressure emanating from the fiery phoenix. As the onlookers beheld the figure, a glint of cold light flickered in the fiery phoenix's eyes. However, wary of misidentifying an ally as an enemy, it inquired, "Where are you headed, and for what purpose?" With the fiery phoenix's expression shifting, a subtle pressure began to radiate from its form. Before Shui Hanfeng could respond, one among the crowd, feeling the weight of this pressure, hastily interjected, "We intend to journey to the Lingxiao Empire to extract the auspicious golden dragon." Before the individual could finish, an ominous premonition surged through the hearts of the assembly. Indeed, in the next instant, the aura of the crimson figure erupted forth, and all present felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon them. Even the 11 peak sages could not conceal their changing expressions. A great emperor. At the pinnacle, Shui Hanfeng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. If it were merely a nascent great emperor, their peak sage warriors, armed with imperial weapons alongside 10 other peak sages, might have posed a challenge. Yet, if faced with a pinnacle great emperor, Resistance was utterly futile. You are all doomed. The fiery phoenix did not even resort to utilizing an imperial weapon. With a mere wave of its hand, hundreds of crimson embers cascaded down upon the assembly. And no, Great Emperor, spare us. We were compelled. Help me. Great Emperor, please spare me. As the flames engulfed these individuals, they felt their flesh, souls, and even the very rules they had comprehended, consumed by fire. In that moment, they truly comprehended the chasm between themselves and the Great Emperor. Shueding Tian, the ancestral figure of the Shui family, summoned forth a pitch-black shield, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, causing the shield to unleash its utmost might. The space quivered ever so slightly, and a faint black energy barrier enveloped the entirety of the Shui clan. The tiny red flames were kept at bay by the shield. Witnessing this scene, the other saints and great saints erupted in curses against the Shui family. Shueding Tian, you old scoundrel, you have doomed us all. The Shui family is composed entirely of beasts, selfish and self-serving. They dared not insult the Great Emperor, but since the Shui family had spearheaded this endeavor, their disregard for others' lives incited a desire for the Shui clan to perish before them. These saints wielded sacred weapons, having no access to imperial artifacts. The little flames continued to burn their bodies, ensuring they would not die immediately. The members of the Shui family huddled behind the shield, hoping to withstand the assaults of the figure in red with this imperial weapon. However, the Fire Phoenix merely raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover the presence of an imperial artifact among them. Yet even so, it mattered not to her. She would dare to slay even an emperor, let alone an artifact. I shan't indulge you any longer. With that declaration, the tiny flames erupted with overwhelming force at her command. If the initial flames had dealt damage equivalent to the peak of the Great Saint realm, at that moment they surged to the mid-level of the Emperor realm. Those without treasures to defend themselves, great saints and saints alike, were instantly obliterated. The Shui family members, filled with terror, cowered behind the shield, all pleading for mercy. Great Emperor, please spare us. We vow to leave and never return to the Azure Sky domain. Great Emperor, spare us. I have an aged mother of 800 years and a 30-year-old child. Hearing their pleas, Shueding Tian's countenance darkened immensely. How many years had it been? In his memories, the Shui family had always been exalted, yet they had now fallen to such depths. However, Shueding Tian was acutely aware that the gulf between them and the Great Emperor was akin to a cosmic chasm. Their only hope for survival lay in begging for mercy. We beseech you, esteemed one, spare us. The Shui family also possesses an emperor. Are you not fearful that our emperor's return could incite an imperial war? The Fire Phoenix furrowed her brow slightly. You dare threaten me? Then perish. In the next instant, hundreds of tiny flames detonated, causing the black shield to fracture. Crack. The entire shield shattered into pieces, leaving the Shui family members enveloped in flames. Simultaneously, from the remnants of the broken shield emerged a figure, gazing intently at the Fire Phoenix. Fellow cultivator, why do you seek to slay the descendants of the Shui family? The Fire Phoenix was not taken aback. Rather, she inquired with a hint of curiosity. Oh, you are not dead? Still alive? Humph. Naturally, I am alive. You annihilated the descendants of the Shui family. Do you not fear my retribution if you do not provide me with an explanation? The Fire Phoenix smiled charmingly. Ha. Do not think that merely being a projection will save you. Even if your true form were to appear, I would still be capable of your annihilation. With that, she raised her right hand and, with a slight grasp, transformed the flickering flames into a colossal hand that seized the Phantom. How dare you? The Phantom expressed surprise, not expecting that despite revealing his identity, she would still have the audacity to strike. However, the Fire Phoenix remained silent, her actions speaking volumes. With a firm squeeze of the fiery hand, the Phantom was reduced to mere specks of starlight, scattering across the heavens. What audacity to threaten me! As a sovereign of the demon race, she had carved her path through bloodshed. Her ascent to the pinnacle of emperors was a testament to the countless adversaries she had vanquished. Chapter 80. The Fall of the Shui Clan. The Emperor's wrath, the task bestowed upon me by His Majesty, must now be fulfilled. With a swift motion of her hands, the Fire Phoenix summoned forth droplets of blood from the distant site where the Shui family members had been engulfed by flames. As each drop fell into her palms, a grave expression settled upon her countenance. She was about to invoke a particularly ruthless secret technique, the Blood Seal Annihilation method. This formidable ritual could directly seal a family's bloodline and, relying on the essence of their lineage, annihilate an entire clan. The Fire Phoenix intended to harness the bloodline power of Shueding Tian to serve as a conduit for the extermination of the entire Shui family. Such an act was deemed a transgression against the heavens, and had been forbidden throughout the annals of ancient history. This secret technique had faded from existence over the past million years. However, it remained a part of the Fire Phoenix's legacy. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never resort to such measures, but the presence of a living emperor within the Xue clan compelled her to reconsider. At the emperor's level, the capacity to wield numerous inscrutable techniques was profound. The Fire Phoenix was acutely aware of the descent method. Should the Xue family's emperor choose to do so, he could directly manifest through a clan member by means of their bloodline ties. Although this method bore many restrictions, once manifested, he could wield between 50 to 100% of his former strength. The Fire Phoenix harbored no fear of this. Her concern lay in the possibility of a Xue family member escaping and allowing the emperor to descend, wreaking havoc upon the Ling Shao Empire. After all, even as a pinnacle emperor, she could not vigilantly oversee every city within the empire, especially considering that the Ling Shao Empire was a fortune dynasty. The death of too many citizens would adversely affect the empire's fortunes, leaving her no room to grant the enemy even the slightest opportunity. As the blood in her hands began to coalesce, it gradually formed a fist-sized crimson crystal. Meanwhile, her other hand began to weave intricate seals, inscribing unknown runes upon the red crystal. Simultaneously, as all the Xue clan's adept warriors perished outside and the imperial weapon was lost, Xue Dingshan, the venerable patriarch of the clan, activated the protective formation upon the extinguishing of the soul lanterns of Xue Dingtian and his companions. Within the Xue clan, anxiety reigned supreme. Had it not been for Xue Dingshan's firm grasp on the situation, they might have prepared for flight. After initiating the protective formation, he ensured that a portion of the talented individuals sought refuge in a small world. He had an inkling that the Xue family was on the brink of a cataclysm. If they were to evade the emperor's pursuit, they would also need to guard against attacks from other forces. At this moment, Xue Dingshan could only hope that the emperor who had eradicated all their adept warriors would show them mercy. As for vengeance, such thoughts were far beyond his reach. Like ants beneath the careless tread of an elephant, the surviving ants sought only to flee and evade, daring not to contemplate retribution against the colossal beast. This was the mindset of Xue Dingshan and his fellow experts. Yet, while they yearned for mercy, the Fire Phoenix had no intention of sparing them. As the crimson crystal in the hands of the Fire Phoenix grew ever brighter, one could faintly perceive the entire journey of Xue Dingtian from his birth to the pinnacle of the great saint. It even revealed the whereabouts of the surviving members of the Xue family. Should the Fire Phoenix desire, she could directly seal the cultivation of every individual in the Xue clan through this crystal. However, she chose not to do so. Instead, she unleashed the might of an emperor, causing the crystal to shatter explosively. At that very moment, within the territory of the Xue clan, the bodies of all the bloodline descendants suddenly paused slightly. Following this, their forms began to gradually disintegrate, akin to shifting sands, slowly dissolving away. No, how could this be? How could this happen? Ancestor, I beg you. I am unwilling. I refuse to accept this. Am I to perish? A cacophony of wails erupted from within the Xue clan. Even Xue Dingshan stood in shock, watching his body slowly melt away, powerless to intervene. Simultaneously, far beyond the Tian Yuan continent, in a remote secret realm, a man sat cross-legged atop a cliff, engrossed in his meditation. Around him, ripples of energy surged, rendering it difficult for others to gaze upon him directly. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from the man's lips, his complexion paling. Who are you? Who dares to employ such malevolent means to annihilate my Xue family? Yet, the vastness of space offered no reply, only the echoes of his voice lingered. In a fit of rage, the man struck out with a punch towards the surrounding void. However, the blow of an emperor did not shatter the emptiness, but merely generated a sonic boom as the air compressed. Celestial Path, show yourself. I demand to leave. He yearned to return to the Tian Yuan continent, yet found himself ensnared in this realm. Even with his peak emperor-level prowess, escape eluded him. He was Xue Sha, the emperor of the Xue clan who had vanished for 100,000 years, known as the Blood Sha Emperor. Little did anyone suspect he would be trapped within a secret domain. The reason the Fire Phoenix's Blood Seal annihilation technique did not extend to this emperor was not solely due to his formidable strength. Rather, it was crucially because the current members of the Xue family were generations removed from him, devoid of any contemporaries. Had there been peers or even his own offspring among the living, the bloodline connection would have inevitably inflicted harm upon him. Regrettably, while the imperial bloodline bestowed immense power to the descendants, The path to breaking through to become an emperor was fraught with challenges. Great saints only possessed a mere lifespan of around 100,000 years. By the time Xue Sha departed the Tianyuan continent, his progeny were already of considerable age. He left in search of methods to transcend his limitations, as well as to find elixirs that promised longevity. Alas, he had been away for far too long, becoming ensnared within the secret realm. Fortunately, as an emperor, he was granted a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, ample time for him to squander. The fall of the Xue family did not disturb anyone. Even the closest neighboring forces merely observed the initiation of the clan's protective formation, after which the inner events became obscured from view. After the fiery phoenix in the azure domain waved her hand, it seemed as though she was somewhat disdainful of the dirt that might cling to her fingers. From her expression, one could scarcely tell that mere moments ago she had silently extinguished one of the most formidable powers in this world, resulting in the demise of countless lives. To the phoenix, it appeared as nothing more than a trivial task. After casting a glance towards the central heavenly domain, she set her course straight for Liuyu Prefecture. Prior to her arrival, she had already discerned the root of the entire affair. Had it not been for the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion disseminating information, Yutian would not have adopted such an aggressive stance. On the other side, Qianing transformed into 100 early-stage emperors, directly descending upon all the major powers within the central heavenly domain. Upon witnessing the spectacle in the sky, the Song, Ji, and Huangfu families hastily recalled all their kin. As premier family factions, they were acutely aware of what such phenomena signified. Even more astonishing to them was the presence of 3 golden lotuses, indicating the existence of 3 formidable emperor-level warriors. Once these 3 families learned that the lotuses were manifesting in Qingyan Prefecture, they understood that the situation was far from straightforward. Within the central heavenly domain, just as the existence of the Fortune dynasty was being revealed, various major powers had only just begun to act due to the emergence of the Fortune Golden Dragon, when suddenly this dynasty unveiled 3 emperor-level figures. This led many to perceive it as a ruse, a trap designed to ensnare powerful saints. Chapter 81. The Might of the Song Family. The destruction of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion within the territory of the Song clan, many individuals were engulfed in trepidation, uncertain of the stance held by the emperor of the imperial dynasty towards their family. However, the elder generation remained unperturbed, as an ancient lineage. They were aware from ancient texts that newly ascended emperors typically refrained from taking action against established families such as theirs. At most, they would merely seek to extract some resources from their clan, being the wealthiest family in the Tianyuan continent. The loss of certain resources would not undermine the foundation of the Song clan. The Song family had not activated their protective array, as they were still uncertain of the attitudes held by the 3 emperors. In truth, they were acutely aware that while the protective array was indeed an imperial-level formation, if an emperor truly wished to breach it, it would merely require a bit more time. The clan's ancestor, Song Chang'e, occupied the seat of the family head, while the other clan members stood attentively by. They had been deliberating on how to confront the current predicament when, suddenly, a figure materialized in the Great Hall, bringing all discussions to an abrupt halt. Song Chang'e, the first to regain his composure, had emerged from a miniature world to oversee the situation, his strength having reached the pinnacle of the great sage. Song Chang'e of the Song family pays respects to the esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Song family promptly rose to their feet, bowing in deference to the figure. Qianing nodded slightly, visibly pleased with Song Chang'e's demeanor. Is your Song family one of the 3 great families of the Central Sky region? One of the 3 great families? Song Chang'e quickly discerned that one of the families must have already been annihilated. This revelation filled him with astonishment and a sense of dread. Therefore, families had endured for an extensive period, surviving even when other emperors had arisen, some of whom had sought to target them. Yet, for various reasons, none had dared to strike against the 4 families. However, the individual before him seemed to regard them with utter disdain, ready to enact violence at will. With this in mind, Song Chang'e grew increasingly respectful. In response to your esteemed presence, we are indeed the Song family. This emperor has come to inform you that His Majesty has decreed that all forces in the Tianyuan continent must either submit to my Lingxiao Empire or face annihilation. Prior to this, the Xue family has already been completely eradicated, and I hope you will make a wise choice. Although Song Chang'e had surmised that one family would be destroyed, he had not anticipated it would be the Xue family. While the Xue family was the weakest among the 4, the legacy of Emperor Xue Sha had meant that their protective array had never been activated in the past 100,000 years. Could it be that they had perished without a trace? Had the three emperors of the Lingxiao Empire acted in unison? At this thought, not only Song Chang'e but also the other members of the Song family felt a wave of shock wash over them. Noticing their silence, Qianying did not press for an answer. You have 3 days to deliberate. With that, Qianying vanished without a trace. Initially, according to Yi Tian's intentions, Qianying planned to seize everything forcibly, stripping the major powers of all their resources. Anyone who dared to oppose would be met with death. After all, in the eyes of Qianying and the others, those who were not allies were enemies. When dealing with foes, Qianying was not one to show mercy. Every formidable being who had ascended to the realm of the great emperor had long since shed any notions of compassion. Those of a softer disposition had perished on the arduous path of cultivation. Yet, as Yi Tian's anger subsided, he sought to avoid excessive bloodshed and instructed Qianying to first inform all factions, granting them 3 days to contemplate their fate. Should they choose not to submit after this period, retribution would soon follow. The Lingxiao Empire aimed to become a dynasty of fortune, necessitating both a vast population and an abundance of skilled warriors. The powers within the Zhongtian domain possessed numerous experts at the sage level, ready to be integrated into the empire, thereby enhancing its fortunes and sparing Yi Tian the need to procure such formidable beings. However, the Longfeng Pavilion would not share in this fortune. As the principal instigator of the entire affair, Yi Tian had no intentions of sparing them. As for the opinions of those who were aware of the situation regarding Yi Tian, he remained indifferent. It is said that those wielding powerful weapons inevitably harbor murderous intent. An ordinary person, equipped with a formidable armament, might succumb to the desire to kill and seize treasures. As an emperor, endowed with a mighty army and top-tier experts, he sought to forge an empire, and he saw no fault in that. Whether it be termed invasion or slaughter, Yi Tian was unconcerned with external judgments of his character. Furthermore, with the Moonshadow Guards dispersed throughout the realm, who would dare speak ill of him? History is often rewritten by the victors. Above the Fire Phoenix Pavilion, the silhouette of the Fire Phoenix suddenly manifested. Observing the structures below, which had activated the protective formation of the sect, the Fire Phoenix discerned the circumstances of all within. Upon spotting a particular plaque, she furrowed her brow in disdain. What a pitiful power to dare bear the name of Longfeng, placing the dragon at the forefront. With this thought, the Fire Phoenix raised her delicate hand and struck downward. A seemingly simple gesture, yet to Long Xingtian and the others within the Longfeng Pavilion, it heralded cataclysmic disaster. A colossal hand, imbued with unparalleled might, descended upon them. Heaven intended to annihilate the Longfeng Pavilion. Following his order to dispatch all elders to convey messages to the Zhongtian domain, Long Xingtian had anticipated the imminent downfall of the Lingxiao Empire. However, upon witnessing the spectacle in the sky, he promptly roused the ancestral spirit. Seeking to comprehend the situation, even the ancestor, a formidable being at the 3rd level of the Great Sage, only possessed fragmented knowledge from ancient texts regarding such phenomena, typically indicative of a breakthrough to the Great Emperor level. Initially filled with envy, the realization struck him as the Golden Lotus descended upon Qingyun Prefecture that matters had turned dire. Despite his earlier hopes that it was merely a great emperor in secluded cultivation, a sense of foreboding intensified within him, compelling the activation of the protective formation. Yet, upon seeing that enormous hand, he comprehended the inevitable doom of the Longfeng Pavilion. At that moment, everyone within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion beheld the colossal hand in the sky. They yearned to flee, yet their bodies betrayed them. Even the venerable ancestor who had just emerged from seclusion at the 3rd heaven level, all wore expressions of terror as they gazed upon the approaching hand. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and the protective array of the sect could not withstand the might of that gigantic hand for even a heartbeat. Boom. In a daze, Long Xingtian seemed to glimpse a woman clad in red standing amidst the void. Her beauty was so exquisite that it was impossible to forget with just one glance. Alas, in the following moment, as the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion was reduced to dust by the resounding impact, Long Xingtian's entire consciousness was plunged into darkness. Chapter 82. The submission of noble families and the urgency of sects with the obliteration of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. It heralded the incorporation of the entire Azure Sky domain into the dominion of the Lingxiao Empire. The avatar of Qianying traversed the central sky domain, delivering a 3-day ultimatum to all factions therein. In the royal palace of Chang'an, with the emergence of numerous emperors and saints, Yi Tian issued a final decree to all forces within the Azure Sky domain. He proclaimed that no nation or sect could exist within the Tianyuan continent. However, he permitted the formation of families, provided they adhered to the commands of the Lingxiao Empire. Simultaneously, 10 peak great saints advanced towards the Luojia, Laming, and Xiantian domains. Frankly, the Azure Sky domain is the most barren region of the Tianyuan continent, with its strongest entity being the ancestral figure of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, possessing the cultivation of a great saint at the 3rd level. In contrast, the other 3 domains boast great saints at the 7th and 8th levels. Yet, even with such disparities, the previous Qingyun prefecture had merely 300 million inhabitants, often embroiled in conflict, resulting in over 20 small nations, each averaging just over 10 million people, with standing armies exceeding 1 million. The Tianqing Empire, in particular, commanded a staggering 10 million troops. Did they desire such a vast military? Not particularly. The reason for maintaining such a formidable military presence year-round was merely to contend for a meager portion of territory, or to vie for a share of the population and resources. However, resources are limited, and dividing them among 20 or 30 nations leaves little to go around. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that those sects were parasitically draining the lifeblood of various nations. Tian's emergence directly resolved this predicament. He believed that unifying the realm would bring all factions under the governance of the Lingxiao Empire. Even if conflicts arose among families, they would never escalate to the level of war. His arrival marked the cessation of protracted strife, the end of divine authority, and the dawn of a new dynasty. As for the casualties incurred along the way, or the number of innocents lost, Yi Tian remained indifferent. His current ambition was to unify the entire continent swiftly and then devote a period to profound meditation. Since his birth, although many had perished because of him, he had never personally taken a life. The elder from the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion was vanquished only because he had merged with the auspicious Golden Dragon. Though it was merely a fleeting encounter, it allowed Yi Tian to perceive his inadequacies with clarity. He had never entered the limitless secret realm that sharpens combat will or the Xian Wang Tower that accelerates cultivation. The Lingxiao Empire's decree for unification reached all factions, eliciting a variety of sentiments among the sections. For family factions, they were wholeheartedly agreeable, merely acknowledging the addition of another authority above them, a situation they were already accustomed to. As for the nations, particularly the 3 countries of the southern wilderness, their previous adversaries, the imperial forces, were only marginally stronger than themselves. However, as time progressed, news from the outside world gradually reached the ears of the 3 emperors. After much contemplation, they collectively decided to dissolve the empire. This was an unavoidable course of action, as the Lingxiao Empire disregarded martial ethics, boasting not only 3 emperors but also hundreds of saints. Such formidable strength rendered any conflict among their 3 nations futile. Even if they managed to unite against the 30 million allied forces, what would follow? In a fit of rage, would Yi Tian dispatch great saints, or even emperors, to annihilate their entire lineage? These are emperors we speak of. In the Tianyuan continent, a formidable emperor emerges only once in several tens of thousands of years. The nearest one, from the Shuef family, vanished 100 millennia ago. If one were to consider all beings beneath the saints as mere ants, how could great saints not be regarded as such in the presence of an emperor? As cultivators progress, the disparity in strength becomes not only evident but also transforms their very essence of life. Upon breaking through to the saint realm, one gains a lifespan of 1,000 years. With deeper comprehension of the laws, a saint king may live for 5,000 years and a great saint for 10,000. Each minor breakthrough adds an additional 10,000 years to one's lifespan. Thus, a peak great saint possesses a lifespan of 100,000 years. And with the aid of unique techniques or rare elixirs, even life can be prolonged further. These empires, established by noble families, view the nation merely as a means to monopolize power and resources. Now, with the Lingxiao Empire aiming to unify the continent, the royal families of the 3 nations would, at worst, revert to becoming noble families themselves. This transition holds little consequence for them. When compared to the annihilation of their nations and kin, submission seems the more favorable option. However, the sects do not share this perspective. Many among them are not bound by familial ties, but rather by the gratitude of imparted teachings. The demand from the Lingxiao Empire for them to disband is akin to piercing their very hearts. At this moment, within the Xiantian domain, the Xianyao Holy Land was embroiled in heated disputes. A faction led by the Grand Elder sought to dissolve the Holy Land, while another faction, spearheaded by the Holy Lord, was determined to resist to the end. In the eyes of Holy Lord Xiao Yuanshan, as long as their numbers were substantial, the emperor would not dare to act against them. Over the past few days, he had perused ancient texts and learned that for a prosperous imperial dynasty to flourish, it must possess a sufficiently large population and a plethora of strong cultivators. Xiao Yuanshan firmly believed that these emperors would not dare to risk igniting a widespread rebellion by directly eliminating them. The Grand Elder, Lu Yunchen, implored earnestly, "Holy Lord, please acquiesce. The Holy Land has so many disciples. Can you bear to witness them face the repercussions?" The once imposing countenance of Xiao Yuanshan was now filled with ire. "Humph. I shall never submit to that wretched empire. Do they think their 3 emperors make them invincible? There are countless sects in the Zhongtian domain. Just look at the Tianxin sect. Would they capitulate?" The Tianxin sect stands as a major force within the Zhongtian domain, its strength rivaling that of the 4 great families. The reason for not achieving a position of paramount power lies solely in the absence of an imperial weapon. Lu Yunchuan bellowed furiously, "Xiao Yuanshan, I have approached you with utmost civility, yet you refuse to listen. Inquire among the disciples of the sacred land. How many are willing to share in its fate? If the forces were evenly matched, it would be one thing. But do you truly believe that the mighty emperors exhibit mercy? Do not even the 3 great emperors and the 10-peak mighty sages pose a challenge you can withstand? What do you imply? Does the sacred land of freedom possess no mighty sages? Do the disciples of the sacred land flee before formidable foes? Is there not a shred of cohesion among them?" Xiao Yuanshan pressed Lu Yunchuan with a series of questions. The reason their sacred land is named freedom is that they neither contend nor covet within the Xintian domain. They have established themselves as a dominant force, steadily progressing. Yet, the power of their sacred land far surpasses that of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, though they simply lack mighty sages at their pinnacle. Chapter 83. The Choice of the Holy Land. Yi Tian's intentions. Lu Yunchuan had lost all desire to continue the discussion. With a wave of his sleeve, he declared, "Humph. I have no wish to engage in theoretical debates with you. Summon the Grand Elder forth and let him make the decision. By all means. I refuse to believe that our ancestor would consent to your dissolution of the Holy Land. Does everyone wish to become a traitor like you?" With that, Xiao Yuanshan strode towards the secluded chamber at the back mountain. The elders and disciples present dared not utter a sound. Deep down, they longed to remain in the Holy Land, not only for its harmonious atmosphere and abundant spiritual energy conducive to cultivation, but also for the camaraderie shared among the elders and disciples of the Xiao Holy Land. However, in the current tense atmosphere, they refrained from interjecting. Despite the Grand Elder's usual amiable demeanor, his strength was on par with the Holy Lord, both possessing the formidable prowess of the great sage realm. This was one reason the Grand Elder dared to challenge the Holy Lord directly. Another reason being that both he and the Holy Lord were disciples of the Grand Elder, making them akin to brothers. Before long, a more potent aura emanated from the back mountain, rendering everyone silent with trepidation. They awaited the Grand Elder's decision, knowing that should he resolve to stand firm, many among them might have to flee under the cover of night. News had already circulated that the Longfeng Pavilion had been extinguished with a mere slap, and the Shui family had been utterly annihilated. It was said that even those hiding in the small world had been ruthlessly slain, and now, passing by the Shui family's estate, one could observe the eerie silence from outside the protective ancestral array. Soon, the Grand Elder appeared before the assembly. The crowd hurriedly bowed in unison. Disciple pays respect to Master. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder Ouyang Qing, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, exuded an ethereal aura. Yet, one could discern a stubbornness etched upon his brow. "Please, no need for formalities. I am already aware of the situation. Those who wish to leave may do so," he announced. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples felt a surge of joy, though the Grand Elder Lu Yunchuan trembled. "Master, will you not depart?" Grand Elder Ouyang Qing smiled gently, surveying the crowd. The other elders and disciples instinctively lowered their heads, realizing that he had discerned their intentions to leave. Only a few remained resolute, willing to stand by the Holy Land to the bitter end. "No, I have grown old and am too weary to move again. Moreover," Ouyang Qing gazed fondly at the great hall, the plaza, and the buildings surrounding them, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "This is my route. How could I simply abandon it?" "Master, how can you be so foolish?" Lu Yunchuan choked back tears. "Is this not your route as well? We have devoted the better part of our lives here. The Xiao Holy Land is our home. Master, the Holy Land is your route, and it is ours too. If you were to leave and establish another clan, we could still be together. At the very least, we can seek an audience with the Emperor and request permission to establish our clan in the sacred land." Ouyang Qing smiled faintly and remarked, "Foolish disciple, do you still not comprehend what the emperor desires?" From the moment the celestial phenomenon manifested, Ouyang Qing had already discerned that the continent was on the brink of transformation. For every emergence of a great emperor, the entire landscape of the continent would invariably undergo a profound shift. He had since received numerous tidings regarding the existence of the Lingxiao Empire, its long-standing establishment. The number of great emperors and saints it had produced, none of this was shrouded in secrecy, as Yu Tian had not intended to conceal it. Upon learning of the emperor's edict, Ouyang Qing foresaw the inevitable conclusion: the transformation of sectarian power into familial authority. He had contemplated that too. But would that truly suffice? The reason the dynasty was dubbed the Dynasty of Fortune was that it must first amass this fortune. However, sects too serve as reservoirs of fortune. Whenever a disciple is admitted into a sect and remains, their fortune becomes intertwined with that of the sect. As the number of disciples and elders increases, and their strength grows, so too does the sect's fortune. While it may not coalesce into a golden dragon, it nonetheless serves as a cornerstone for the sect's enduring prosperity. And what of the aristocratic families? Are they truly so secure? In Ouyang Qing's view, this was not the case. To genuinely unify the continent and establish an unparalleled dynasty of fortune, it was imperative to eradicate those familial powers. Had he not heard the adage? Flowing dynasties, ironclad families. The families control substantial resources, and their members often reach the pinnacle from the moment of their birth. If this continues, the families will only grow in strength. Ouyang Qing understood well that, based on the emperor of the Lingxiao Empire's rise to power, the current families were merely spared from excessive bloodshed due to his restraint. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly eliminate all familial powers. Thus, rather than transforming the sect into a family waiting for annihilation, it would be far more honorable to perish gloriously in battle. As for disbanding the sacred land entirely, he had never even contemplated that. After all, if he were the emperor wielding immense power, he would never permit formidable experts to exist outside the empire's control. Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's insights, Lu Yunchuan's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had considered establishing a family, agreeing to be governed by the Lingxiao Empire, believing that as long as they remained, there would be hope. Yet, after hearing his master's words, he now understood the reality. They could either disband and register as citizens of the Lingxiao Empire, dissolve the sacred land, and gradually await their reckoning. As Lu Yunchuan uttered those words, a subtle shift occurred within his realm, leading him to believe that with merely 10 days to half a month of seclusion, he could directly ascend to the second tier of the great sage. Sensing the transformation in Lu Yunchuan's mindset, Ouyang Qing felt a flicker of consolation, mingled with a tinge of heartache. Alas, foolish disciple, why must you tread this path? Xiao Yuanshan gently patted Lu Yunchuan's shoulder, opening his mouth yet finding himself at a loss for words. Junior brother, sigh. In Lu Yunchuan's case, it was evident that a monumental decision had been made, one that had inevitably influenced his state of mind. Even if he and his master attempted to persuade Lu Yunchuan otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Xiao Yuanshan glanced at the familiar elders and disciples around him, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Chapter 84. 3 days passed. The sacred land's demise, to label them as traitors, is to overlook their fundamental desire for survival. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand, bidding them to leave, urging them not to return. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the Heavenly God sect. However, they chose not to disband directly, nor did they contemplate a desperate resistance. Instead, they opted to transform into a familial structure, hoping to preserve the entirety of the Heavenly God sect through this means. As time elapsed, the 3 days stipulated by Yi Tian swiftly came to an end. Qian Ying and Huafeng simultaneously departed from Chang'an, heading towards the strongholds of various factions. Due to her lack of use of doppelgangers, Huafeng materialized directly in the nearby Xintian domain. With a sweep of her spiritual consciousness, she could perceive all the forces within the domain with clarity. Initially, she had anticipated that within these 3 days, the sects would align with Yi Tian's vision. However, upon discovering the situation at the carefree sacred land, her brow furrowed slightly. How intriguing. In the next moment, Huafeng's figure appeared directly above the carefree sacred land. She observed the over 1,000 individuals below, led by an elderly man, and could not help but express mild astonishment. Logically, a sacred land that has withstood the test of millennia should possess a protective formation. Yet, this group not only failed to activate their protective array but also displayed an air of defiance in the face of death. Curiously, Huafeng inquired, Are you not afraid of death? Ouyang Qing, accompanied by 2 disciples and a number of others unwilling to leave, simultaneously looked up at the figure in the sky. Sensing the pressure emanating from her, Ouyang Qing bowed deeply. Ouyang Qing, along with the disciples of the sacred land, pays respects to the emperor. Witnessing this scene, Huafeng refrained from immediate action, instead intrigued by the unfolding events. How fascinating. In her memory, she had been born in the demon realm, however. With the passage of time, the demon realm had ceased to exist in the Tianyuan continent. At her birth, an extraordinary phenomenon accompanied her. But she was merely a fledgling phoenix without any influential backing, forced to confront varied perils from the moment she hatched. Predators sought to slay her for her bloodline, while foreign beasts and demon clans desired her for her memories and legacy. Her early life was spent amidst slaughter and flight, rendering emotions a luxury beyond her reach. This lack of emotional experience persisted until her unsuccessful ascension, culminating in her demise. Yet, within these individuals, Huafeng perceived something distinct, a resolute will in the face of death. While such a sentiment is not excessively rare, what astonished her was that this elderly man possessed peak saint-level strength and a lifespan of 30 to 50,000 years, yet he revealed a fighting spirit towards her. Was this a deliberate act of self-destruction, or did he seek to achieve a breakthrough through combat? Huafeng pondered briefly before coming to an understanding. Observing the individuals behind the elder, it was evident that their reverence stemmed from a profound respect for a peak powerhouse. In their eyes, there resided a rare will to embrace death in order to live. Huafeng gazed down at Ouyang Qing and inquired, "Do you wish to strike at me?" Ouyang Qing slightly bowed, responding, "Esteemed one, since we have resolved to face death, we implore you to grant us this opportunity." Rising from obscurity, he had forged his path through countless trials to become the first holy son of the sacred land, and now he stood as a supreme elder. With the specter of death looming, fear had dissipated from his heart. He was prepared to confront even an emperor. This was not a quest for self-validation, but rather a declaration to the emperor that anyone who dared to threaten his roots would face his wrath. Huafeng, rarely expressing approval, remarked, "Very well. Excellent. Proceed and let me witness whether you possess the merit to survive." In her eyes, the over 1,000 individuals from the carefree sacred land were intriguing. Should they satisfy her, she might petition Yu Tian to spare their lives. After all, for an emperor, there were exceedingly few matters of genuine interest. With that, Ouyang Qing ignited half of his essence blood, and behind him, Lu Yunchuan, Xiao Yuanshan, and the other disciples of the sacred land followed suit. This was their premeditated resolution. Even in death, they would do so with dignity. Upon burning a portion of his essence blood, Ouyang Qing absorbed the spiritual power of his disciples, causing his aura to surge to the pseudo-emperor realm and faintly hinting at transcending to become an emperor. Yet, this leap was exceedingly arduous. One who had not transformed rules into laws could never attain the status of an emperor. Nevertheless, the spiritual power within him had begun to resemble that of an early-stage emperor. Huafeng suppressed her own realm to the early stage of an emperor, but even so, she shook her head in disapproval. Only upon lowering her realm to the pinnacle of the great sage did she find it sufficient. However, Ouyang Qing perceived this as a slight against him, igniting his fury. Carefree sword technique, shatter for me. His entire being transformed into a long sword, emanating an overwhelming might that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens themselves. The power of the rules entwined around the sword, carrying the fury of thunder as it descended upon Huafeng. Yet, upon witnessing such an assault, Huafeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Ouyang Qing's master was likely merely a great sage, lacking knowledge of the methods employed by an emperor. While the attack appeared formidable and the aura was indeed powerful, the essence of rule remained merely that, rules. An incomplete rule could never contend with the power of laws. They existed on entirely different planes. It was akin to holding a banana. Regardless of how exquisitely it was wrapped, one could not alter the fact that it was still a banana. In contrast, Huafeng wielded a true blade, forged from meteorite iron, remarkably sharp and deadly. The distinction between strength and weakness has become abundantly clear. Even if the Fire Phoenix were to suppress its formidable power to the pinnacle of the great sage and refrain from utilizing the force of the laws, Ouyang Qing would still be unable to best it. After all, the rule of fire is an innate part of its being. Suddenly, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed behind the Fire Phoenix. A fiery crimson phantom of a phoenix materialized, and at the moment when the colossal sword descended, the phantom merely fluttered its wings. Its ethereal talons, appearing almost tangible, effortlessly intercepted the sword's assault, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. Ouyang Qing's vital essence continued to burn within him, but regrettably, the spectral phoenix did not afford him the chance to demonstrate any further prowess. With a slight exertion of its claws, the massive sword, which was 100 meters long, was utterly crushed. Ouyang Qing was violently repelled, and the over 1,000 individuals behind him fared no better. It is over. In light of the camaraderie shared, I, the Emperor, grant you the opportunity for rebirth. In the next moment, the phoenix behind the fire phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful surge of crimson energy that struck Ouyang Qing and his companions, severing the threads of their lives. However, the fire phoenix deliberately left a fragment of their souls intact, offering them a chance at reincarnation. Chapter 85. The Return of Two Emperors and the desire to relocate the capital. The demise of the Xiaoyao sacred land was not the first of its kind. Across the vast Tianyuan continent, numerous factions fought valiantly to protect their homelands. For both Wufeng and Qianying, the only solution was to eliminate them all. They did not regard themselves as exalted emperors, but rather as enforcers. At this moment, Qianying hovered above the Wanjian sect, where thousands of disciples below appeared resolute, ready to face death. Typically, Qianying would, like Wufeng, offer them an opportunity for rebirth. However, a single remark from the old sect master changed Qianying's perspective. It was pitiable and lamentable that a dignified emperor had become the lapdog of an empire. This statement ignited fury within Qianying. For those of imperial stature, pride was inherent. They were the favored ones of their era. They obeyed Yutian, a manifestation of the system's strength that resonated deep within their souls, affirming Yutian as their master. Yet, this did not grant others the liberty to insult an emperor, especially one at the pinnacle of power. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. This avatar possessed only the strength of a nascent emperor, yet still wielded imperial might. Qianying extended a hand, capturing the old sect master and rendering him immobile. He attempted to utter more curses, but in the next moment, he was silenced. The more than 10,000 disciples below, many of whom possessed strength beyond the void realm, erupted in fury upon witnessing their master's capture. Release my master. Let go of the sect master. Some of the more radical disciples hurled the most vitriolic insults they could muster. This provoked an unprecedented rage within Qianying. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he unleashed the power of the laws, reducing all disciples who had just ascended into the air to mere dust. At that moment, the old sect master ceased his struggles. His eyes filled with resignation. He never fathomed that his single decision would doom the lives of so many. Having completed this act, Qianying mockingly addressed the old sect master. Do you see now? One must hold reverence for the strong. The impotent fury of the weak serves no purpose. In Qianying's memory, many were endowed with great fortune, capable of turning peril into safety. Yet, to achieve this, one must possess formidable luck, a solid background, and a certain level of strength. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Without strength, one ought to remain inconspicuous. No powerful figure would tolerate the insolence of the weak before them. And now, you shall join them. With this declaration, Qianying exerted a slight force, sending forth a wisp of law's power that shattered the old sect master's vitality and soul. Following this, he waved his sleeve, and a surge of gray energy erupted, annihilating the entire Wanjian sect. At that moment, countless slaughters unfolded across various locales of the continent. According to the surviving factions, this single day witnessed the slaughter of 30% of the continent's powerful entities. Many among them are reluctant to submit to the Lingxiao Empire, and only those families manage to escape unscathed. Of course, this is their perspective. To Yitian, all lands beneath the heavens belong to the sovereign, and all subjects by the borders are his ministers. When the Fire Phoenix and Qianying returned to Chang'an, merely a couple of hours had passed. Qianying brought back several maps and a plethora of treasures. The maps depicted the locations of 5 secret realms guarded by the Ji family, along with 3 additional realms that Qianying sensed through her formidable strength. Furthermore, the treasures collected from various small worlds were primarily those esteemed by the Ji, Song, and Huangfu families. Anything deemed unworthy was left untouched by Qianying. As for the small world of the Shui family, it was directly refined by the Fire Phoenix using her immense magical prowess, resulting in a palm-sized crystal. For these mighty emperors, establishing a small world poses little challenge. The true difficulty lies in its intricate design. The Shui family's small world contained a myriad of elements, even forming a miniature ecological chain. Bringing this small world back was intended for future use by the Tongwang Pavilion Academy. It could later be opened up to serve as a trial ground. Listening to their reports, Yu Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, thoughts of relocating the capital began to form in his mind. The Tianyuan continent is not circular, but rather a complete landmass. On the periphery of this continent lies boundless chaos, a realm only the great saints dare to enter. However, surviving and moving freely within it is a privilege reserved for the mighty emperors. Xiao Yangzi, please summon the esteemed ministers of the Internal Affairs Bureau, he commanded. Understood. Lu Xingyang responded from outside, promptly departing. His response, a learned echo from others. Those generated by the system possess a notable flaw. The initial batches exhibit somewhat limited thinking, likely a consequence of the system's design, confining their knowledge to internal affairs. Fortunately, they possess strong learning capabilities. After signaling for the Fire Phoenix and Xianying to withdraw, Yi Tian began to contemplate the relocation of the capital. Previously, he had placed the 9 tripod cauldrons of destiny in Qingyan Prefecture to establish the Dynasty of Destiny. If he were to move to the Zhongtian domain, would he even be able to retrieve the tripods? System, can the 9 tripod cauldrons of destiny be redistributed? Ding. The host can indeed relocate the capital and redistribute the location of the tripods. However, it will require the deduction of destiny points. Upon initially hearing that he could redistribute the positions of the tripods, Yi Tian felt elated. But why was there a need for destiny points? System, are you mistaken? I'm merely repositioning the tripods. Why must it cost destiny points? Ding. The 9 tripod cauldrons of destiny have already formed a formation. Redistributing them without harming the destiny requires the protection of destiny points. Yu Tian momentarily struggled to comprehend this. Perplexedly inquiring, what does that mean? Ding. The system commenced yet another round of explanation. In simple terms, the current fortunes represented by the 9 tripod cauldrons have established a connection with the national destiny and the Golden Dragon. Should there be a necessity to relocate the 9 tripod cauldrons or to transfer the imperial capital, it would inevitably inflict some harm upon the Golden Dragon of Fortune and the national destiny. After all, the entirety of the populace of the Lingxiao Empire resides within Qingyan Prefecture. Any relocation would mean forsaking the reverence of the citizens from the 51 counties. The abrupt departure of the empire would leave its people with a profound sense of void, leading to a loss of faith in their sovereign. This would consequently jeopardize both the national destiny and the Golden Dragon of Fortune, requiring the expenditure of fortune values to remedy the situation. Yi Tian found himself momentarily wavering. Reluctant to abandon Qingyan Prefecture, a foundation he had labored over for more than a decade, he even felt an impulsive urge to acquire a powerful being of the profound immortal realm, utilizing their immense magical prowess to transport the entire Qingyan Prefecture to the central celestial domain. Chapter 86. Yi Tian's reverie on relocating the capital regrettably. He recognized the impracticality of this notion, for the time was not yet ripe to procure a transcendent being at the 9th realm. Should he pursue such an endeavor? The question arose, how would he accommodate this formidable expert of the profound immortal realm once the capital was transferred to Qingyan Prefecture? Would he have the audacity to place such a being within the royal palace? Such a thought was preposterous, even without consciously extending their divine sense. A being of that caliber could discern every blade of grass and tree within the palace grounds. Yi Tian had no desire to be subjected to scrutiny in his private conversations with his consorts. Moreover, several factions had previously sent their esteemed daughters or former divine maidens to curry favor with him, further augmenting the allure of his harem. After all, as the sovereign of the entire Tianyuan continent, it seemed only fitting to have several hundred consorts. Additionally, experts of the profound immortal realm, even without cultivation, would inevitably consume resources due to the differing energies of the continent. The 9th realm of immortals was cultivated in the celestial realm, which possessed an energy known as celestial aura, an existence of a higher echelon than the spiritual energy found on Tianyuan. Furthermore, the oppressive aura of the profound immortal realm was not to be trifled with. It vastly surpassed that of an emperor. Had Yi Tian acquired a being of this caliber, even a mere hint of their presence could spell disaster. Most critically, Yi Tian was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign level, and he was uncertain whether the system could effectively manage such a powerful entity. If, based on his current strength, the system was unable to control a master of the profound immortal realm, the consequences could be dire. Although the likelihood of such an event was minimal, Yi Tian resolved to remain vigilant. Very well, system, how much fortune must I expend to safely relocate the capital? Ding. The cost is 1 billion fortune points. What? Yi Tian gasped, clutching his chest as a wave of pain surged through him. Previously, his fortune points had plummeted from over 3.5 billion to a mere 2.1 billion due to the acquisition of both Emperor and Sage-level experts, along with a plethora of teleportation arrays. In recent days, his initial governance over the Qing Tian domain had allowed his fortune points to rise to 3.7 billion. Now, the system revealed that relocating the royal city would require a staggering 1 billion. That amount could procure 3 Emperor-level experts. Yi Tian began to mentally calculate. Qingyun Prefecture had thrived for over a decade, with its populace living in peace and prosperity, reaching a fortune peak of just over 3.5 billion. If he were to elevate the entirety of the continent, ensuring every prefecture achieved the same prosperity as Qingyun, that would yield a sum of 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 15 plus 20, multiplied by 3.5 billion. At this thought, Yi Tian felt a tremor of excitement course through him. Glancing at the system marketplace, he noted that the price for a peak Celestial Emperor was merely 10 billion. Thus, he could directly purchase over 200. At that point, not only could he repel any interdimensional threats, but he could also launch an offensive with ease. Envisioning the possibility of ascending to the Celestial Realm with his empire in tow, he mused that it would grant him unparalleled freedom. Yi Tian did not believe that the Celestial Realm housed merely 20 Celestial Emperor experts. In that case, he would be able to unify the Celestial Realm directly. Yi Tian pondered, nearly drooling at the thought. However, just then, a statement from the system caused him to pause momentarily. Ding. Host, cease your fantasies. To purchase a powerful being of the 9 realms, you must first ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Emperor. What does that mean? Am I not even allowed to fantasize? With over 200 billion in fortune value, I could acquire everything in your store. Yet I cannot reach the pinnacle of the Great Emperor? Ding. With the host's current strength, there is no authority to purchase beings or items above the Earth Immortal level. No matter, it will come soon. Yi Tian was entirely unconcerned, especially as he contemplated the impending arrival of his vast fortune, which lifted his spirits considerably. Little did Yi Tian know, as an auxiliary tool, how could the system allow him to gain undue advantage? At that moment, he was still reveling in his perceived fortune. Fortunately, Lu Zhengyang's report from outside interrupted Yi Tian's daydreaming. Your Majesty, the 5 elders have arrived. Yi Tian straightened his posture and addressed the door. Yes, let them enter. Zhou Ye, greetings to your Majesty. Wang Yuan, greetings to your Majesty. Jiamu, greetings to your Majesty. Su Chang, greetings to your Majesty. Han Shu, greetings to your Majesty. These 5 elders were sages of antiquity, each possessing the capability of a chancellor. Frequently, Yi Tian paid little heed to state affairs, as they were handled entirely by these 5 elders. Due to the system's nature, Yi Tian held them in significant trust, granting them substantial authority. Yi Tian gestured slightly with his hands. Elders, please rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Yi Tian then swiftly addressed the matter at hand. I summoned you all to inquire about your thoughts on relocating the imperial city. Relocating the capital? The 5, including Zhou Ye, exchanged glances, surprised at first, but soon reflecting on the current state of the empire. Presently, no force within the Tianyuan continent could impede the empire's progress. All had surrendered to Ling Xiao. As Qingyun Prefecture lay on the periphery, it was indeed unsuitable for governance. The only viable option was to move the imperial city to the central heavenly domain. However, the dynamics of the central heavenly domain would require alteration. As the largest and central domain of the continent, the central heavenly domain comprises 20 prefectures. Yet, due to the dense spiritual energy in its central location, these areas already hosted established powers. Notably, Tianfeng Prefecture and Tianli Prefecture were previously occupied by factions led by the Huangfu and Ji families, while the Song and Shui families dominated Tianli Prefecture. If the imperial city were to be relocated to the central heavenly domain, it was imperative to conquer these 2 prefectures, or alternatively, establish the city between them. Upon this realization, the 5 elders expressed their agreement. Seeing their consensus, Yi Tian felt elated, though he had initially disregarded others' opinions. To this end, Yi Tian engaged in extensive discussions with the 5 esteemed elders, deliberating on matters ranging from the construction following the relocation to the arrangements and planning for the common folk. The following day, Yi Tian stood at the entrance of the Qilin Hall within the imperial palace, flanked by a multitude of civil and military officials, including the 3 great emperors and other revered sages. Fire Phoenix, Thousand Shadows, you too shall lead 100 sages to the new site and clear a spacious area. In truth, sending just one among them would suffice, for to the might of the great emperors, moving mountains and filling seas was a trivial task. Yi Tian had meticulously planned a location with intentions to relocate the entirety of Chang'an City there. Understood. The two emperors vanished in an instant, setting off ahead, while the 100 sages swiftly took flight. Subsequently, Yi Tian turned to Shangguan Feihong and inquired, "Feihong, have the people been reassured?" Shangguan Feihong slightly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, they have been comforted." As the entire city was to be relocated, Yi Tian wished to avoid inciting panic among the populace. Once all arrangements were in place, Yi Tian initiated communication with the system. "System, I wish to relocate the capital, expending 1 billion fortune points." Chapter 87, The Arrival of All Nations. Preparing for retreat in an instant, the entire city of Chang'an was enveloped by an enigmatic energy, as an additional surge of power flowed into the silent stone dragon nearby. Yi Tian turned to the stone dragon and said, "Old dragon, it is your turn to act." "Yes, your Majesty." The stone dragon, a formidable emperor guarding the imperial city, was granted authority by Yi Tian. Coupled with the expenditure of 1 billion fortune points, the system bestowed upon him immense energy. In the next moment, the stone dragon soared above the imperial city, gesturing towards all directions. A tremor reverberated through the air, causing unease among the citizens of Chang'an. At that moment, soldiers began to shout reassuringly, "Do not worry, everyone. His Majesty is preparing to relocate the capital to the central celestial domain, where spiritual energy is more abundant, the very heart of the continent." With the soldiers and assisting scholars providing comfort, the populace quickly regained their composure. However, waves of excitement soon followed. In just over a decade, they had witnessed the transformation of the Lingxiao Empire, from the initial separation of the inner and outer cities to their current state of abundance. All of this was thanks to their sovereign. Many had already knelt, proclaiming loudly, "Long live your Majesty, eternal and immeasurable." Yet, at that moment, Yi Tian was not focused on the crowd, but rather on the stone dragon in the sky. As the stone dragon harnessed the system's enhancement, the 9 tripod of fortune flew back from various locations. In the next instant, a golden dragon emerged from beneath the palace, spiraling majestically through the sky. Those observant would notice that the once sub-10,000-meter-long dragon had now grown to an astounding 210,000 meters. Each scale shimmered with life, and the dragon's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The golden dragon of fortune sensed the impending events and eagerly anticipated its rapid growth upon reaching the central celestial domain. The citizens of the city gazed upward at the golden dragon, their initial reaction not one of fear. Despite the dragon's imposing size and majesty, they felt only a sense of security and pride. They were reassured that this golden dragon would not harm them, but rather protect them. They felt proud to live in this era, a time that bore witness to history. The stone dragon in the sky, after retracting the 9 tripod of fortune, began to lift its hands firmly upward. In the next moment, the entire imperial city trembled slightly, as if it were about to break free from the earth. Indeed, this was the case. When Yi Tian ascended the throne, Chang'an had already transformed into a royal court. The walls, roads, and buildings were all generated by the system, seamlessly integrated into the existing foundation. It could be said that the entire city of Chang'an was a movable fortress. As the stone dragon gradually lifted its hands, the city began to detach slowly from the ground. Soldiers stationed on the city walls could clearly see the distance between themselves and the earth increasing. In a swift motion, the entire city of Chang'an ascended into the sky, the energy that had once been tethered to the city now manifesting in this very moment. It enveloped the entirety of Chang'an and rapidly soared towards the celestial realm. The city climbed ever higher and faster, effortlessly surpassing one city after another. Numerous cultivators, martial artists, and common folk within Chang'an Prefecture bore witness to this astonishing spectacle. In the span of merely a quarter of an hour, Chang'an reached the skies above Tianfeng and Tianli prefectures. At this juncture, both the Fire Phoenix and Qianying had long awaited their arrival, with a vast plain cleared below them. As Chang'an descended gently, it connected seamlessly with the earth upon touching the ground. At this moment, Shilong produced the 9 tripod of fortune and cast them forth. With the expenditure of 10 units of fortune by Yi Tian prior, the redistribution could commence. Under the system's enhancement, the 9 great tripods soared in various directions, forming a circular alignment that would autonomously link the national fortune with the golden dragon. Yi Tian then unveiled hundreds of spirit veins, ranging from inferior to superior, and even exquisite grades. Following Yi Tian's instructions, Shilong distributed these spirit veins around the periphery of Chang'an. Instantly, the spiritual energy surrounding the entire city intensified remarkably. After accomplishing these tasks, Yi Tian felt a sense of satisfaction and turned towards the dragon throne, with other civil and military officials following suit into the Grand Hall. Seated upon the dragon chair, Yi Tian proclaimed, "The relocation of Chang'an has been successfully completed. Henceforth, I instruct you to commence the takeover of the entire continent as per the directives of the Ministry of Internal Affairs." The Moonshadow Guards had already dispersed, and even the armies led by Jiang Wuya and Wang Zhan would utilize the teleportation arrays to reach various prefectures. Their objective was not to garrison, but to oversee the teleportation arrays and collect tolls from travelers. When the imperial capital of the Lingxiao Empire was relocated, many witnessed this scene. The 3 prominent families and hundreds of other surviving clans also bore witness. After deliberating among themselves, they each prepared lavish gifts and journeyed to Chang'an to present their congratulations and express their submission and homage. As for the matters that followed, Yi Tian had no intention of managing them personally, opting instead to enter seclusion for focused cultivation. After all, prior discussions had already established that both the 8 departments and the Ministry of Internal Affairs would exert their utmost efforts in execution. The initial focus would be on the teleportation arrays across various cities in the continent, followed by Qianying's transformation into myriad forms. Each doppelganger possessed the strength of a Saint King, or even a great saint, stationed in each city. Their purpose was to serve as a deterrent, generally refraining from intervention. Yi Tian's decision to assign Qianying this task stemmed from his admiration for Qianying's ability to manifest multiple incarnations. Given the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, it was impractical for Yi Tian to station thousands of soldiers in every city. Even if soldiers were dispatched, their effectiveness would be limited, as numerous formidable factions still existed in various locales, their power far surpassing that of mere soldiers. Only with Qianying deployed could a true semblance of intimidation be instilled in those adversaries. The more clones Qianying produces, the weaker his strength becomes, however. He possesses the ability to revert to his original form at any moment. For instance, while he maintains the power of a sage in Xianyu City. Should anyone dare to underestimate him, or even lay a hand upon him, he can seamlessly merge his surrounding clones into his original self, or even personally intervene. Moreover, the students of Ting Wanggu Academy, particularly those in the upper grades, have been dispatched to various locales, assuming significant roles. Following the example set by Qingyun Prefecture, institutions such as academies, pharmacies, and martial arts halls have begun to emerge in every city and town. It is anticipated that in just a few years, the populace of the entire Tianyuan continent will embrace the Lingxiao Empire. Chapter 88. The Grand Ceremony of Titles and the Enfeoffment of Officials. The relocation of Chang'an City has rendered the original site a barren expanse. Nevertheless, the 800,000 station troops remain, comprising the peak soldiers that Yi Tian had previously acquired. Yi Tian left them a portal and arranged for Yu Ying to deliver some training resources, thereafter neglecting them. Within the city of Chang'an, all soldiers and officials have been meticulously organized. Wang Shirui and others are diligently preparing for the grand ceremony of titles. The generals and officials who once fought alongside Yi Tian in his conquests, although now holding positions, have yet to receive any noble titles. Yi Tian's initial intention was to refrain from conferring titles, as history has shown that such practices often lay traps for future generations. He trusts generals like Wang Zhan. But what of their descendants? Ultimately, he must pass down his throne. Will those future ministers remain loyal to the Lingxiao Empire? There was once a dynasty of fortune on the Tianyuan continent, which, although not dominant, occupied the entirety of the central heavenly domain. Yet, under the feudal system, after a few generations, the vassal kings disregarded imperial authority, governing independently, a primary factor that led to their eventual downfall. Yi Tian is resolute in not repeating such mistakes. If he is to confer titles, then he shall grant them nobility, titles, and powers. He will consider their desires, but he resolutely will not bestow them lands. As the day of the grand ceremony approaches, the dispatched civil and military officials return to Chang'an, with even influential families sending representatives to witness the occasion. On this day, the city of Chang'an is adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. The imperial palace has grown larger than before, with over 900 civil and military officials joyously conversing outside the Qilin Hall. General Wang, congratulations. Haha, General Li, congratulations to you as well. Surely, you will receive a title today? Oh, not at all. My achievements pale in comparison to yours, General Wang. Minister Cheng, congratulations. I hear His Majesty intends to appoint you as Chancellor. Rumors, mere rumors, ha. Everyone is in high spirits. especially the newly minted civil and military officials generated by the system. Only the elder statesmen display a serene demeanor, remnants from the former Qin dynasty. Many among them once held esteemed positions as the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, only to be dismissed upon Yi Tian's ascension. Now, many find themselves marginalized, with figures like Cheng Liang, Wang Lin, and Zhang Qianfeng exhibiting palpable fatigue. Were it not for the spiritual stones and elixirs they receive monthly, they would have long sought to retire from their posts. Hearing the exuberance of others boasting of imminent titles, they lament their own lack of merit, fearing demotion due to their exhaustion. In their small circle, they could hardly integrate into the realm of Cheng Liang and his companions, finding themselves relegated to whispering amongst themselves. As the clock struck the hour of Qin, the grand door swung open, prompting the assembly of civil and military officials to cease their discussions and proceed into the hall. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xingyang's voice resonated within the great hall, announcing, "His Majesty has arrived." Over 900 civil and military officials bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty reign eternally." Yu Tian leisurely settled into the dragon throne before uttering, "Rise." "Thank you, your Majesty." Cheng Liang and his associates had previously established the protocol for the grand awarding ceremony. The initial step involved presenting the current positions and authorities held by each minister within the Qilin Hall. By the hour of C, Yi Tian was to escort the assembly to the Tower of Ascension, where, with the aid of the auspicious Golden Dragon, he would bestow titles upon all the civil and military officials. This moment was destined to be the most vibrant, as the Tower of Ascension was the very site where Yu Tian had initiated the auspicious imperial dynasty, now transformed into a towering edifice from which one could survey the entirety of the imperial city. At that juncture, the vicinity would be thronged with commoners and representatives from various families come to witness the event. Following the conclusion of the awarding ceremony, both civil and military officials would proceed to the incense hall for a feast, while throughout the city of Chang'an, grand banquets would be laid out, inviting the orphans of fallen soldiers, local citizens, and family representatives to partake in the meal. Within the Qilin Hall, the officials swiftly articulated their positions, authorities, governing departments, and work reports. Cheng Liang diligently recorded these accounts, destined to be immortalized in the annals of history. Time swiftly passed to the hour of C. Yu Tian led the multitude of ministers to the Tower of Ascension. Standing atop the tower, he gazed down upon the sprawling city of Chang'an, a surge of pride swelling within him, prompting him to extend his arms wide. The rationale for conferring titles at this location stemmed from the presence of the auspicious Golden Dragon beneath the tower. Many ministers possessed insufficient strength, and Yi Tian intended to bestow upon them a measure of fortune, enabling them to harness a fragment of the dragon's power. After establishing a mental connection with the Golden Dragon, it manifested in the sky, stunning both the citizens of the city and the family disciples who had come to observe. While the previous incarnation of the Golden Dragon was said to measure 1,000,000 meters, it was, in reality, around 800,000 meters long. However, what appeared now was a true 1,000,000-meter dragon, its golden hue overwhelming the eyes of all who gazed up. The skies over Chang'an were engulfed by this magnificent golden serpent, delivering an unparalleled visual impact. In the next moment, the Golden Dragon gradually diminished in size, soaring directly into Yi Tian's being. The Lingxiao Empire has risen from a single province. Today, reaching the pinnacle of the continent is a testament to the efforts of all my loyal ministers. Today, I bestow rewards. Cheng Liang, Yi the decree. I am here, your Majesty. Cheng Liang, breaking through the southern winds, chronicler of history, is appointed as the Minister of History, enjoying the blessings of the nation. I bestow upon you the sacred weapon of 10,000 blessings, 1,000 exquisite pins, 100,000 premium spirit stones, and 10 sacred herbs. Thank you, your Majesty. Cheng Liang trembled with joy, not solely due to the rank he had attained, but because of the extraordinary rewards bestowed upon him, items only worthy of those within the sacred realm. Others displayed expressions of envy, astonished that Yu Tian had directly bestowed holy weapons too, in fact, upon his subjects, igniting feelings of admiration and jealousy among the representatives of various families. Wang Zhan, He the decree. Your servant is here. Wang Zhan, conquer the 6 kingdoms, pacify the north, and be granted the title of Marquis of Pingyang. Command an army of 100,000. Stationed in Yuyan Prefecture. You shall be rewarded with the Feiyan White Tiger, the Divine Crying God Spear, the White Cloud Armor, 100,000 Supreme Spirit Stones, and 10 sacred herbs. Thank you, your Majesty. Wang Zhan, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt down. He could be considered the first marquis in the entirety of the Lingxiao Empire. Though he was without a fief, he received ample compensation. The Feiyan White Tiger, a holy level beast, was to serve as his mount, along with those two sacred weapons. Wang Lin, heed the decree. Your servant is here. Yu Tian conferred titles and rewards upon a total of 258 individuals, all of whom had contributed to the empire's endeavors over the years. Among the civil officials, nearly 200 received rewards sharing in the nation's fortunes, while none of the military generals were honored in such a manner. In total, 11 marquis titles were granted, along with 28 earls, 122 viscounts, and 335 barons. Chapter 89. Comprehending the rules, breaking through to sainthood. As for Yu Xiaodian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui, none of them received any rewards. Primarily, one could be considered the Supreme Emperor, another was the Emperor's uncle, and the last was the Grand Supreme Emperor. Yi Tian had already bestowed upon them a substantial amount of treasures, rendering any gifts given today unworthy in their eyes. In regard to Zhao Jun, Shengwan Feihong, Wu Xinyue, and others, Yi Tian similarly allocated some resources to them. Even the three great emperors received considerable cultivation resources from Yi Tian. As afternoon approached, after rewarding the officials, he made his way to the fragrant palace, where he dined with an assembly of civil and military officials. Yi Tian then retained the 5 elders, informing them of his intention to enter seclusion. Early the next morning, Yi Tian, accompanied by his 4 consorts, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, returned to the Yi Manor to share lunch with the elder. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Yi Tian commenced his retreat. Rather than venturing into the Wuji secret realm or the Xianwang Tower, he opted to communicate directly with the system. Initially, he had considered entering the Xianwang Tower for cultivation. As the flow of time, there was distinct. 1 year in the external world equated to 90 years of cultivation within. However, the system later informed him that even if he cultivated for 100 years inside, he would still not attain the Emperor realm. This revelation struck Yi Tian deeply, leading him to inquire further, only to discover that it was not a matter of insufficient aptitude, but rather that breaking through to the Emperor realm required more than just the accumulation of time. The crux of the matter lay in comprehension, understanding one's own rules to attain the Saint realm, and subsequently perfecting the comprehension of those rules before delving into the laws of the universe. Only by grasping one's unique laws could one ascend to the status of an emperor. However, achieving such understanding was impossible through mere time accumulation. The multitude of individuals engaged in conflict was driven not only by the pursuit of resources and vendettas, but also by the necessity to awaken their potential at the brink of death, to realize their own rules and even laws. It is only through the relentless cycle of life and death that one can grasp the ultimate truths. This is why every emperor is a prodigy of their era, having carved their way through with sword and blade, possessing qualities such as insight, tenacity, and decisiveness, attributes that are often lacking in the common folk. Yi Tian's aspirations to cultivate to the Emperor realm through the Xianwang Tower were ultimately futile. Nonetheless, the system revealed to him the possibility of utilizing fortune points for cultivation. It even informed him that, provided he had sufficient fortune points, he could summon any rules or laws he desired directly before him in a tangible form. System, convert my fortune points into rule power for my cultivation, he commanded. Ding. Fortune points successfully utilized. Consumption in progress. 1, 10, 100. Yu Tian paid no heed to the numbers, closing his eyes as he began his cultivation. In his perception, countless strands of rule power manifested around him, resembling tangible threads. Yi Tian felt as if he were a wealthy connoisseur, presented with an abundance of delicacies from which to choose at his leisure. If someone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for at that moment, a kaleidoscope of colors danced around Yi Tian. Even the concealed Fire Phoenix and Moon Shadow Guardian No. 1, who were hidden in the shadows, exhibited expressions of envy. Fire Phoenix envied Yu Tian for being able to select rules effortlessly, without the need for personal comprehension, as the system directly presented them to him. How different was her own experience? Born with the rule of fire, she had later evolved into the law of fire, leaving her no opportunity for selection. Moon Shadow No. 1 felt envy as well, having reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign, desiring the same chance to freely select rules. Unfortunately, Yi Tian was currently engrossed in his cultivation and dared not absorb anything, resigning himself to the arduous path of gradual comprehension. Yi Tian was unaware of how much time had elapsed. He merely sensed himself adrift in an ocean of rules. The rules of water, fire, lightning. An endless array of rules awaited his selection. I cultivate the eternal sovereign scripture, thus I require the sovereign rule. As Yi Tian gazed into the ocean of rules, he began to sift through the countless options. 10 minutes passed, yet nothing. Half an hour slipped by, still nothing. System, what is happening? Why are there no sovereign rules? Ding. According to the system's statistics, there are currently no sovereign rules available. What? No sovereign rules? How could this be? Yi Tian was taken aback. He refused to believe that throughout history, no one had ever cultivated the sovereign path. Was there not the Fortune dynasty, whose emperor did not practice the sovereign way? Yi Tian began to recall information about that emperor, but regrettably, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the records were scant. Even the 4 prominent families had left behind little documentation. System, if there are no sovereign rules, can you create one for me? Ding. This system lacks the capability. However, the host may spend fortune points to comprehend a rule of their own. My own rule? Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not considered this before? Surely the laws of sword and fist must have existed in the primordial world? He was skeptical. In his view, the essence of the world encompassed elements like wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and space, these primal laws. The laws of sword and fist must have been derived from the insights of those extraordinary individuals. Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Tian experienced a moment of clarity. With the system by his side, he need not invest excessive time. He simply needed to expend fortune points. As time gradually flowed by, Yi Tian immersed himself in comprehension, oblivious to the passage of time. The sovereign path requires an aura of unparalleled supremacy, a heart filled with benevolence for the world, and a decisive resolve for carnage. As Yi Tian's understanding of the sovereign path deepened, the surrounding powers of rules gradually receded, revealing a slender thread of black and gold rule power. However, this strand was still too small and fragile, unable to compare with the other rule powers. 2 months had elapsed, and Yi Tian continued his profound reflections. 2 years passed, and the black and gold line before him began to gradually flourish. Another year went by, and this line had reached a level comparable to other established lines. In that moment, Yi Tian opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the familiar line before him. Was this the power of the imperial path? He extended his finger and gently tapped it, and in the next instant, the black and gold line seamlessly integrated with Yi Tian's body through his fingertip. In that fleeting moment, Yi Tian felt as though his entire essence had transcended, a sensation of unprecedented comfort nearly eliciting a cry from his lips. His aura transformed at that instant, catapulting him from the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm to the first level of the sage realm. A powerful energy surged within the room, only to be deflected upon encountering the furniture. Yi Tian remained unfazed, aware that the Fire Phoenix was covertly safeguarding him. Chapter 90. Furious in the system's deception, has he truly become a sage? Yi Tian felt a surge of joy at the changes within his body. Yet his expression faltered upon observing the surrounding forces of other rules. Uncertain of the true power of the Imperial Path's rules, he lacked a point of reference. However, he understood that incorporating additional forces of other rules would undoubtedly enhance his strength further. Could I possibly merge with these other forces? Yi Tian felt a stir of eagerness. System, is it possible for me to merge? Ding. As long as your luck value is sufficient, merging is attainable. Huh? It can actually be done? Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such a possibility. Yet, he refrained from rushing into the merging process and instead calculated how long he had trained and the amount of luck value he had consumed. 3 years and 2 months. Was it? That seemed acceptable. Yi Tian glanced at his remaining luck value. 724 billion? The number startled him slightly. During his seclusion, he had already amassed over 4 billion. How could it only double after more than 3 years? Yi Tian muttered to himself. Could it be that the Empire's progress has been too sluggish? Moonshadow Guard, come forth. Moonshadow number 1 appeared before Yi Tian without delay. Your Majesty. Yi Tian's expression darkened slightly. In his view, the Empire was already the most formidable force on the continent. The only task left was to firmly establish control over various cities and educate the populace. Even if the implementation was slow, 3 years should have yielded significant results. According to his expectations, the luck value should have surely risen to 20 billion. I ask you, how is the Empire faring now? Your Majesty. Currently, all cities and prefectures within the central heavenly domain have transportation arrays, with troops stationed and academies established. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has reported that in another 5 years, we will be able to win the hearts of all citizens in the central heavenly domain. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. It was nearly in line with his expectations, even progressing slightly faster. previously when he was in Qing'an Prefecture. It took him over 6 years to establish it as true territory of the empire. Now, for the entire central heavenly domain. The Ministry of Internal Affairs calculated that it would only require a little over 8 years to fully integrate it into the empire. Suddenly, Yi Tian sensed something amiss. If this were the case, it should not be limited to 724 billion, right? No, wait. Yi Tian hastily opened the system for a closer inspection. The moment he did, he was completely stunned. In these past 3 years, he had consumed a staggering 12 billion luck value. This meant he had squandered the equivalent of 40 formidable emperors. Get out. Moonshadow No. 1 was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the emperor had suddenly erupted in anger. Nevertheless, it swiftly turned and fled. Even the concealed fire phoenix retreated. Dog of a system, show yourself. Come out. I challenge you. You have devoured so much of my luck value. 12 billion. Just like that, 3 divine dragon guards were lost. Come out, I say. Today. If you fail to provide an explanation, I shall not rest until I have my due. In his chamber, Yi Tian erupted in fury, his wrath shattering the floor, tables, and chairs, even causing cracks to mar the walls. After an extended silence, the system's voice finally resonated softly. Ding. The host has consumed an excessive amount of fortune value upon comprehending the rules. Is that it? Is this your explanation? Yi Tian could hardly believe it. He had merely transcended a realm and yet expended 12 billion. How much fortune value would be required to ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm? If the royal Dao rules necessitate personal comprehension, does that imply that the power of the laws must also be understood individually? Ding. According to system calculations, for the host to comprehend and master a rule of their own, an ordinary individual requires 12. For 100 years, a second-rate prodigy needs 5,000 years, a first-rate prodigy 2,000 years, and a top-tier prodigy requires 600 years. Ding. Following system assessment, the host's aptitude is classified as that of a top-tier prodigy. If fortune value is not utilized for comprehension, it will take 422 years. Yi Tian was left speechless. He had not anticipated such a convoluted reasoning from the system. Is it truly the case that an ordinary person requires over 10,000 years to comprehend? Can an ordinary person even live for a millennium? And what of those so-called top-tier prodigies? To grasp a singular rule of their own, they need 600 years? Are you jesting? Does it really take 600 years to advance from the pinnacle of a celestial venerable to the first level of a sage? What about Wuxin Yue and Xiao Hong? They are not even 600 years old. Pray tell, how can it take 600 years? Ding. The host has misunderstood. Comprehending a new rule is distinct from grasping an existing one. Ding. A new rule is one that does not currently exist in the universe, representing a journey from 0 to 1. Those mentioned, such as Xiao Hong, are comprehending established rules. Ding. An ordinary person requires 200 years to grasp existing rules. A second-rate prodigy 30 years, a first-rate prodigy 5 years, and a top-tier prodigy between 1 to 1 year. Yi Tian was overwhelmed by the system's intricate analysis. He had not anticipated such convolutions. Fine, you've made your point. Now, calculate for me how many rules I can merge and how much fortune value it will demand. Ding. Calculating. The host can merge 999 rules of power, requiring an estimated 406 billion. What? Yi Tian erupted in fury. His anger was not directed at the number of rules, but at the staggering fortune value required. He had previously calculated that unifying the entire Tianyuan continent would grant him approximately 280 billion fortune value. Yet, merely merging one rule's power would consume nearly half of that? Over 80 billion, with laws yet to be accounted for. At this rate, what use is there in aspiring to become an immortal emperor? When he reaches the pinnacle of the emperor realm, merely purchasing the title of a mortal sovereign or a mortal king would be a monumental achievement. However, should he fail to become an emperor, he would lack the authority to procure the prowess of the 9 realms of immortals. When the 2 realms converge, must he take matters into his own hands? While that is not entirely out of the question, what shall he do in the face of a formidable opponent possessing the strength of a transcendent being at the 9th level? After all, there exists an intrinsic distinction between the two. System, could you possibly be a tad more accommodating? Regrettably, the system pays him no heed. Yi Tian feels a sense of helplessness. Sensing he has fallen into the system's trap, it first enticed him with grand promises, only to leave him with nothing to show for it. He possesses a wealth of fortune value, yet must fulfill certain conditions to purchase the 9th level transcendent being. Fine. So be it. I shall merge the rules. Spend for me. Yi Tian gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, then began to calm his mind once more. Chapter 91. The fusion of rules in the blood of the celestial emperor. Yi Tian found himself in a state of profound frustration, yet felt utterly powerless to alter his circumstances. The notion of spending time to comprehend and integrate the power of rules was simply unrealistic. First and foremost, he lacked the luxury of time. Following the acquisition of 3 formidable emperors, he was left with a mere 60 years to prepare. Now, 3 years had already elapsed. He had no desire to wait passively for the impending arrival of the 2 realms, as the battlefield might very well materialize on the Tianyuan continent. At that juncture, whether it be the emperors or the formidable beings of the 9th realm, any one of them could wreak catastrophic havoc upon the continent. Yi Tian's urgency to elevate his strength stemmed from his aspiration to launch a proactive offensive, even to subjugate the other 2 worlds and claim them as part of his empire. The Tianyuan continent alone possessed an astonishing 280 billion units of fortune value. Thus, the other 2 realms, inhabited by 9th realm celestial beings, could potentially yield 400 to 500 billion units of fortune value. According to the system's tendencies, the resources required for his cultivation were immense, and it was likely that a significant expenditure of fortune value would be necessary to break through to the Earth's celestial realm. Under such circumstances, relentless warfare was his only recourse. Alas, what a cruel fate! Yi Tian gradually calmed his mind and began to allow the system to expend fortune value to materialize the power of various rules. An astounding 7 billion units of fortune value were being consumed, fluctuating between increase and decrease. The decrease was due to Yi Tian's attempts to fuse with other rules, while the increase corresponded to the expansion of his empire's territory. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Yi Tian had successfully integrated over 1,000 strands of rule power, a feat that would undoubtedly terrify any observer from the outside world. Typically, a saintly being would focus solely on comprehending a single strand of rule power, utilizing it to deduce laws. Even a powerful emperor like the Fire Phoenix adhered to a singular law of fire, devoid of any additional rule power. This was deemed sufficient for an emperor, as it was a path chosen by many. During the saintly realm, those who grasped too many strands of rule power faced significant difficulties when striving to deduce them into laws upon reaching the pinnacle of the great saint realm, which in turn diminished their chances of becoming an emperor. Numerous talented individuals, brimming with confidence from their ability to comprehend several strands of rule power in the saintly realm, found themselves unable to break through to the emperor level, ultimately fading into obscurity. After all, without achieving the status of emperor, even the mightiest great saint would only enjoy a lifespan of a mere 100,000 years. To others, Yi Tian's fusion of over 1,000 rules appeared to be a reckless squandering of time. While an emperor's strength could be derived from a single strand of rule power, the comprehension of too many rules suggested an excessive investment of time, complicating the process of deducing laws. Fortunately, Yi Tian had the support of the system at his disposal. He is utterly untroubled by the passage of time, nor does he ponder which rule to select when striving to surpass the emperor. The system directly presents the rules before him, allowing him to merge them seamlessly. Is there anything more fortuitous than this? Another year has elapsed, and Yi Tian finally opens his eyes. Although he currently remains at the first level of sainthood, in terms of combat prowess, he could effortlessly annihilate those cultivators at the 4th or 5th levels of sainthood. Has he truly merged 999 rules? Sensing the transformation within his body, Yi Tian never imagined that his physique could accommodate such an abundance of rule power. System, how can I merge the power of 3,000 rules? The 3,000 rules Yi Tian refers to are not merely limited to that number. They represent the rules that can directly cultivate the power of laws. A grand world is composed of 3,000 laws, but the branches of these rules are even more numerous. To directly grasp the laws, one must select the appropriate rules. The 999 rules he has comprehended and merged can directly become laws. Along with the royal path rules he has understood, that makes a total of 2,000. Ding. After the host's chaotic body reaches perfection, comprehension can be attained. Perfection? Yi Tian has never truly engaged in combat, nor has he fully developed his physique, resulting in his chaotic body being only in a nascent form. This is still a consequence of his body gradually refining after his realm ascended. System. How can I achieve perfection? If he were to cultivate methodically, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. However, Yi Tian is unwilling to spend such an extensive duration refining his physique. Ding. The host can purchase the blood essence of fierce beasts, demon beasts, and the blood essence of the demon emperor and immortal emperor. Yi Tian is slightly taken aback. I can purchase? Why is it only blood essence? Is there nothing else? Previously, the system had informed him that before reaching the Emperor realm, he could not purchase items used by the 9 realms of immortals. Ding. The system can grant purchasing authority, but it requires an additional expenditure of 30%. 30%? What does that mean? Ding. Service fee. What the heck? You wretched system, is this really necessary? A service fee has emerged? This is utterly unreasonable. Ding. This system is not human in the first place. That makes sense. Yi Tian does not wish to continue the conversation with the system, as he fears it may drive him to madness. What distinguishes this blood essence? Why do I require blood essence to activate my physique, rather than other substances? Ding. The host's chaotic Tao body is unlike any other physique. Ordinary heavenly materials cannot elevate it to perfection. As for higher treasures, their cost-effectiveness cannot compare to blood essence. Yi Tian humbly inquires, all right then. Which blood essence do you recommend I utilize? Ding. It is advised that the host use the blood essence of the human race's immortal emperor, as it has a lower rejection rate. Yi Tian heeded the system's suggestion and accessed the system's marketplace to search for the blood essence of the celestial emperors. Numerous images of blood essence appeared on the screen. 1 drop of the blood essence from the demon emperor was priced at 1 billion. 1 drop from the Wuja emperor was priced at 1.5 billion, and 1 drop from the chaos emperor was astonishingly priced at 18 billion. Observing this, Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. All of them were celestial emperors, yet the prices of their blood essences varied so significantly. System, who is this chaos emperor? Why is his blood essence so exorbitantly priced? Ding. The chaos emperor possesses the chaos Tao body, and the compatibility of his blood essence with the host reaches an astounding 99%. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian understood. He too possessed a chaos Tao body. Utilizing the blood essence of another celestial emperor with the same Tao body would indeed enhance the activation of his own physique. Is this merely a scheme to exploit me? Chapter 92. Purchasing Essence Blood. Achieving Chaos Perfection. Yi Tian glanced at his fortune value balance. Over the past 4 years, he had been consistently consuming his fortune value. Fortunately, during this time, the Lingxiao Empire had unified the entire Tianyuan continent, truly establishing itself as the sovereign of the land. His fortune value had soared to an unprecedented height of 110 billion, a wealth he had never experienced before. With a little more effort to win the hearts of the people and nurture some formidable experts, his fortune value could undoubtedly reach 200 billion. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian waved his hand decisively and clicked to purchase Essence Blood. In the next instant, a drop of golden liquid materialized in his palm. As he gazed at the golden droplet, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it was indeed exquisite. The drop of Essence Blood resembled a mere droplet of water. Devoid of the violent aura he had anticipated, instead, it exuded a remarkably gentle energy. System, what is the meaning of this? Yi Tian found it hard to believe that a single drop of Essence Blood from an immortal emperor could be so unremarkable. Even his own drop of Essence Blood, at the sage level, would unleash such potent fluctuations of energy that it could easily overwhelm an ordinary person. Beep. The system has eliminated all detrimental influences on the host. You may use it without worry. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt reassured and swallowed the droplet whole. It bore no flavor. Initially, he smacked his lips. But in the next moment, a surge of immense energy erupted within his body, shattering his training garb. His entire physique began to flush red, blood seeping from every pore as his bones and meridians underwent a profound transformation. Intense pain surged through Yi Tian's mind, prompting an involuntary cry. It is worth noting that his soul was continuously reinforced by the Great Freedom Sutra, granting it strength far exceeding that of a typical great sage. Yet, even with this, he found himself overwhelmed by the dual agony emanating from his body and soul. Your Majesty? The figure of the Fire Phoenix appeared before Yi Tian in an instant, followed closely by Qian Ying and Stone Dragon, who materialized within the chamber. The 3 emperors regarded Yi Tian with concern, and as the Fire Phoenix prepared to approach him, she was halted by Stone Dragon. Wait for what? The Fire Phoenix questioned, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Stone Dragon. After a careful observation, Stone Dragon replied, His Majesty is undergoing body tempering, triggering changes associated with a special physique. Qian Ying and the Fire Phoenix exchanged astonished glances. A special physique? The Chaos Tao body? As peak Emperor level experts, they had long recognized Yu Tian's exceptional constitution. Qian had previously ventured into 7 secret realms, deliberately seeking treasures to enhance his physique. Unfortunately, he had not yet had the chance to present them to Yi Tian, only to discover that Yi Tian possessed such enhancements and was currently in the process of elevating his power. Upon sensing the condition of Yi Tian's body, Qian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is as such. Huafeng also took a moment to assess the situation, which allowed her to relax. Shilong, assured of the absence of danger, remarked, "Then all is well. I shall take my leave." Qian cast a glance at Yi Tian's form, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes before she turned to depart, leaving only Huafeng to guard the area. However, upon observing Yi Tian's physique, her cheeks flushed before she too vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, he felt himself enveloped in an endless chaos. What others perceived as a toxic aura of chaos surged into his being. Initially, the pain was discomforting, yet as the chaotic energy continued to integrate within him, he began to experience an extraordinary sense of comfort, as if his body were inherently suited for this realm. At that moment, Yi Tian remained unaware that his cultivation of the Eternal Royal Tao was undergoing significant transformation. The Eternal Royal Tao was intrinsically a technique designed to absorb the willpower of its subjects. The greater the populace, the higher his realm ascended. During his peak at the Celestial Sovereign level, he had sensed this potential, yet the urgency of the moment had prevented him from breaking through, leading him to suppress it. As his chaotic body grew stronger, the energies of chaos, spiritual essence, and willpower, which initially seemed disparate, began to intertwine seamlessly. How potent was the blood of an immortal emperor? Yi Tian had yet to truly grasp its magnitude. However, upon opening his eyes, he found his realm had ascended from the first level of saint to saint perfection. With sufficient comprehension of the power of rules, a direct breakthrough to the Saint King realm was within reach. Taking a moment to reflect on the passage of time and glancing at his own form, he was relieved to find that he had not been observed. He waved his hand to retrieve a garment from his spatial ring, casually donning it before making his way to the Qinghua Palace. Emerging once more, Yi Tian felt invigorated, his gaze falling upon the distant Xuanmei Palace. A smile graced his lips. "It has been a while since I last saw Xiaomei. I wonder if the 4 of them are together?" Since Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu had entered the Imperial Palace, they had spent most of their time in cultivation. The techniques they practiced were those that Yi Tian had procured with his fortune, supplemented by resources he frequently provided. The 4 women's realms had long ascended to the saint level, surpassing even Yi Tian's prior cultivation. However, now that Yi Tian had reached the pinnacle of sainthood, he had overtaken them. "Your Majesty, we greet you. May your Majesty reign eternally." Along his path, palace maids and guards bowed in deference to Yi Tian, who waved his hand dismissively, striding confidently into the Xuanmei Palace. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Xiaomei was taken aback, having previously heard that he was in seclusion. "Your Majesty? What brings you here?" A nearby woman quickly bowed, introducing herself. "This humble servant, Huangfu Yufei, pays her respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty reign eternally." Yi Tian looked up to see that Huangfu Yufei, around 18 years of age, possessed a captivating beauty and an exquisite figure. Yi Tian recalled that this woman was the legitimate daughter of the Huangfu family, sent to the palace 7 years ago. Such a woman was not uncommon, as there were over 100 in the imperial court. Until now, Yi Tian had paid little attention to her, considering the vastness of the palace, where a greater number was advantageous. However, he was taken aback to discover that Huangfu Yufei was not only strikingly beautiful but also appeared to be merely 35 years old, while possessing the cultivation of a first-level saint. This left Yi Tian astounded. These noble families possessed not only superior bloodlines, but also exceptional talents and abundant resources. In the past, in the Qing Tian domain, achieving the saint realm, even in the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, would have taken several hundred years. What astonished Yi Tian the most was that Huangfu Yufei had comprehended the principles of water. This piqued his curiosity, for those who grasped such principles were known for their remarkable resilience. "No need for excessive formalities. I have come merely to take a casual look," Yi Tian declared as he strode inward, his intention unmistakable. He did not wish to leave tonight. Chapter 93, Secrets of the Palace. Continued integration. Xiaomei's eyes sparkled as she exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby maid, then gently tugged Huangfu Yufei further inside. This made Huangfu Yufei's cheeks flush slightly. Although she was aware of her fate upon being sent to the palace, the moment had arrived with a wave of anxiety and a hint of unexpected delight. It is noteworthy that 7 years prior, 153 women were dispatched to the palace, each a beauty of her own domain, representing powerful factions behind them. The esteemed elders of the carefree sacred land surely understood this, so how could these families not? In this brief span of 7 years. Despite Huangfu Yufei not having ventured outside, she had received messages through the communication jade tokens. Information relayed from her family revealed that the Ling Shao Empire had been relentlessly expanding, now genuinely asserting itself as the sovereign of the continent. Previously, the empire's supremacy was enforced by the presence of an emperor, compelling other forces to submit. Now, however, the desire to yield came from the heart, as those factions that played double games were ruthlessly crushed by the empire's iron cavalry during these 7 years. Huangfu Yufei was not particularly acquainted with Xiaomei. Why, then, did she seek to ingratiate herself? It was simply because the 4 women, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were now consorts of Yutian. While Xiaomei had only Huangfu Yufei by her side, there were certainly more than just her companions on the other end. Had Xiaomei not possessed a somewhat aloof disposition, preferring to accept only Huangfu Yufei, the Xuemei Palace might have been graced by more than just the 2 of them. The news of Yitian spending the night in Xuemei Palace had been witnessed by numerous palace maids, eunuchs, and guards, as well as the covert Moonshadow guards lurking in the shadows. They also noted the presence of Huangfu Yufei. The Moonshadow guards conveyed this information to others, aiming to indicate that Huangfu Yufei might ascend to the position of imperial consort. With this knowledge, future imperial actions against the noble families would take the Huangfu clan into account. The next day, Yitian emerged from Xuemei Palace, thoroughly satisfied. He gazed at the 3 distant palaces and rubbed his lower back, shaking his head inwardly. Having dined well the previous night, he was well aware of the number of women in the other 3 palaces. Should he venture there, given his current physique, he might very well need to lean against the wall for support. He mused to himself, perhaps another day, perhaps another day. His own strength was still lacking. He had initially thought that reaching the pinnacle of the Sage Realm would render him invincible. Defeating 2 insignificant opponents of the Sage Realm should have been effortless. Yet the thought of the remaining 152 made him exclaim in frustration, "I cannot do it, I cannot." Upon Huangfu Yufei's exit from Xuemei Palace, she encountered Lu Zhengyang. Huangfu Yufei hastily performed a curtsy, for although he was merely a lowly eunuch of the Heavenly King realm, his association with Yutian commanded respect. "I have seen you, Lu Gonggong. What brings you here?" Lu Zhengyang smiled gently. Please do not address me so formally. I am just a humble eunuch beside His Majesty. I am here to congratulate you, Miss Huangfu." Huangfu Yufei was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully grasp his words. Congratulations? Indeed, congratulations. At this moment, Lu Zhengyang's expression turned solemn. His Majesty has decreed. Huangfu Yufei hastily knelt and performed her obeisance, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation as she awaited the proclamation. Lu Zhengyang then continued, "I bestow upon Huangfu Yufei the title of Baiyu Concubine and grant her the Baiyu Palace." Huangfu Yufei was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. After 7 long years, she had finally received this coveted decree. Throughout these years, her living conditions had been little better than those of the palace maids. While other women sought to ingratiate themselves with Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, even offering gifts to the guards, eunuchs, and maids, Huangfu Yufei too had played her part. Although she had not been the first to curry favor, she had relayed the personalities of the 4 women to her family for analysis and ultimately chose the most aloof among them, Xiaomei. As a former heiress of one of the 4 illustrious families, why would she go to such lengths to please another woman? Was it not for this moment? Huangfu Yufei solemnly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon rising, she discreetly placed a ring in Lu Zhengyang's sleeve, murmuring, "Thank you, Eunuch Lu. This is what the concubine deserves." With that, Lu Zhengyang took his leave, leaving 3 maids behind. As the head eunuch, he oversaw all the eunuchs and maids of the harem. He was well aware of the character of each young lady from powerful families. Among the 153 women, he believed that no more than 10 could truly capture Yitian's favor. It was not that they lacked beauty. On the contrary, each was a stunning young lady of noble birth. However, many did not meet the stringent requirements to be the imperial consort of an empire. Not long after Huangfu Yufei was named concubine, the remaining 152 women were almost all aware. Yet their expressions varied, even if they harbored dissatisfaction. None dared to express it openly. After all, they were in the imperial palace, where, aside from the maids and eunuchs, many Moonshadow guards were covertly observing them. Even their communications with their families were clearly monitored by the Moonshadow guards. Huangfu Yufei's earlier transmission of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju's personalities back to her family had also come to the attention of the guards. The reason the Moonshadow guards had refrained from taking action initially was to observe Huangfu Yufei's next steps. In their eyes, although she held a higher status, she was utterly unaware of their presence. Moreover, should Huangfu Yufei attempt to undermine the four imperial consorts, any actions taken against them would undoubtedly invoke a swift and severe retribution. The Huangfu family itself could face annihilation. After all, this was the imperial palace, where not only the Moonshadow guards operated but also powerful forces under the Great Emperor's command. Every whisper and rustle within the palace could not escape the Emperor's keen perception. Huangfu Yufei remained oblivious to this fact. Even if she were aware that her actions were under scrutiny, it was likely she would proceed as she had. After Yu Tian departed from the Xuemei Palace, he once again retreated into seclusion. Previously, due to the limitations of his physique, he could only assimilate 999 rules. Now, having attained a state of perfection in his constitution, he aspires to integrate 3,000 rules. Subsequently, he intends to extrapolate these 3,000 rules into 3,000 laws, complemented by his own imperial laws. Thus, he would become the first emperor in history to possess the 3,000 laws. Even if he were to further extrapolate the grand principles, as long as his fortune is sufficient, he would emerge as the most formidable existence. After all, in a confrontation between two saints of the same realm, if one wields two sets of rules, their odds of victory would significantly increase. What if someone could wield 3,000 rules? Or even 3,000 laws? Or 3,000 grand principles? In such cases, it would not be implausible to contend with adversaries two major realms higher. Indeed, at times, quantitative change can precipitate qualitative transformation. Coupled with his cultivated techniques, physique, and equipment, overcoming foes two major realms above him is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 94. The Yu Family and the Demon God Palace. Nightming Thought's time flows slowly. 5 years have elapsed since Yu Tianxi crowned Huangfu Yufei. Under the governance of the Lingxiao Empire, the entire continent has begun to rejuvenate. The first to reap the benefits is Qingyan Prefecture. With the presence of teleportation arrays in every city, merchants no longer need to worry about long journeys. And even some common folk have accumulated enough spare currency to experience a teleportation. Upon returning to their villages, they boast and flaunt their newfound experiences while expressing gratitude for the empire's strength. Currently, there is a reduced military presence in Qingyan Prefecture, with each city hosting around 1,000 soldiers. Even in a county, only about 10,000 are stationed. Scholars emerging from the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, upon assuming official positions, actively seek ways to engage with the populace and contribute to the empire's welfare. Throughout Qingyan Prefecture, roads are well connected, citizens are well fed and clothed, and the bond between military and civilians is strong, with each individual possessing their own identification. The ideal of providing for the young, supporting the elderly, ensuring safety at night, and preventing theft on the roads has truly been realized, perhaps due to the fact that the Lingxiao Empire originated from Qingyan Prefecture. Only its citizens can utilize the teleportation arrays for a mere silver coin, albeit limited to within Qingyan Prefecture. This has attracted numerous factions eager to enter Qingyan Prefecture for development, yet all such requests have been firmly declined by the authorities. In other regions, a similar county system has been implemented. Each county is garrisoned by around 10,000 soldiers, cities by 1,000, and towns by 100. Teleportation arrays exist between cities as well, though passage requires a certain amount of spirit stones. Initially, many local powers attempted to thwart these developments, as the establishment of academies and military presence was unwelcome to them. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient to impede the empire's decisions. In 7 years, the Lingxiao Empire successfully gained true control over the entire continent. During the first 3 years, due to various obstacles, imperial soldiers were stained with blood. In the following 4 years, the empire introduced a series of policies that allowed the populace, merchants, and wandering cultivators to perceive the Lingxiao Empire not merely as a harbinger of death, but as a source of convenience and happiness. Over these 7 years, the originally 50 million strong army of the Lingxiao Empire, combined with the 40 million stationed in the cities of Qingyan Prefecture, totaling 90 million, was entirely dispersed across various cities of the continent. Subsequently, at the suggestion of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Yitian directly procured an additional 20 million soldiers. Each of these new recruits possesses peak spirit condensation strength and is assigned to the command of generals such as Wang Zhan. However, the 800 000 stationed at the ruins of Chang'an City in Qingyan Prefecture have remained untouched. Yi Tian provided them with abundant resources and cultivation treasures to encourage diligent training, aiming to transform them into the final elite force to protect the lineage of the Yi family. Though this army may never see battle, Yi Tian has nonetheless undertaken this course of action. During Yi Tian's 5 years of seclusion, many changes have unfolded across the continent. The most evident change is the improvement in the living standards of the common folk, who now find themselves with surplus wealth to pursue other endeavors. For instance, they can afford to educate their offspring in literacy and martial arts, or even send them to the prestigious Tungwang Pavilion Academy for further cultivation, which is certainly a positive development. Conversely, over the span of 5 years, many families have come to believe that the mighty emperor of the empire has either ascended or departed. This has led them to entertain unwarranted ambitions of returning to a time when a single power dominated a city or even a region. In the Luojia domain, Baiyu Prefecture was once the territory of a nefarious faction known as the Demon God Palace. This malevolent organization was notorious for integrating the limbs of demon beasts into their own bodies. The most formidable figure within the palace was a peak holy king named Yiming, perhaps due to a fortuitous encounter in his youth. He stumbled upon a peculiar cultivation method that transformed him from an inconspicuous boy, overlooked by sects, into a sovereign presence. This sinister technique, known as the body fusion method, enabled him to meld the limbs and even organs of demon beasts into his own physique, thereby granting him combat prowess far exceeding that of his peers. Yiming was acutely aware that if the major powers discovered his nefarious technique, they would undoubtedly converge against him. Thus, he devoted 50,000 years to establishing the Demon God Palace. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough to the Great Saint Realm after a few millennia of lurking, the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire disrupted his plans. Faced with the overwhelming might and tyranny of the Lingxiao Empire, Yiming had no choice but to disband the Demon God Palace and rebrand it as the Yao family. However, following the Lingxiao Empire's conquest of the entire continent, Baiyu Prefecture eventually settled into tranquility. After nearly 5 years of observation, Yiming realized that there were few formidable warriors in Baiyu Prefecture, and in his own Qingping City, only a solitary saint-level expert held dominion. Thus, on this day, Yiming resolved to lead his disciples from the Demon God Palace with the intention of seizing control of Qingping City. This decision was not born from arrogance or a desire to confront an empire, but rather from an understanding that many factions harbored similar aspirations, albeit without taking action. He yearned to be the pioneer in this endeavor. Having made contact with a family that promised him the body of a level 12 demon beast upon his successful conquest of Qingping City. Such a level 12 demon beast would be equivalent to a great saint-level powerhouse. Given his original aptitude, it was inconceivable for him to attain the peak of the Holy King realm. However, through the means of his technique, the fusion with a mighty demon beast's body would enable him to continue his ascent. If he could assimilate certain organs or limbs from that level 12 demon beast, he was certain to reach the Great Saint realm. Furthermore, the physical capabilities of demon beasts inherently surpassed those of humans, suggesting that achieving the mid-level of the Great Saint realm would be within his grasp. This prospect alone was sufficient to embolden Yiming to take the risk. As for the Great Saint powerhouses of the Lingxiao Empire, with other familial forces standing in the way, he felt no fear. This was also the reason he could not contain his impatience upon hearing of the emperor's ascension. Yi Xin, what have you discovered? A youth with a shadowed visage spoke. Foster father, I have gathered intelligence. Among the 1,000 soldiers of the city guard, the mightiest, Yu Xiaobao, possesses only the strength of a peak heavenly emperor. The sage has remained within the government office, never departing. Excellent. Assemble the forces. We shall launch a direct assault on the government office. With a grand gesture, Yiming led the 400 disciples of the Demon God Palace straight towards the government office. Unbeknownst to them, the sage stationed in Qingping City was, in fact, a manifestation of Qianing. When Qianing divided himself into myriad forms, each avatar was only of sage-level strength. Such prowess, even in abundance, could not suffice to oversee an entire continent's cities. Given that there were over 70,000 cities across the vast Tianyuan continent. However, in order to more effectively secure these cities, Qianing meticulously researched the distribution of all forces throughout the continent. Although the Demon God Palace had transformed into the Yao family, concealing their identity from many, they could not escape Qianying's perceptive awareness. In due course, Qianing resolved that he would station himself wherever a city's powerful figure surpassed that of the stationed military leader. Had Yu Ming adhered more closely to protocol, Qianling's avatar would have merely remained as a guardian. Chapter 95. A New Purge. The aristocracy trembles regrettably. Yu Ming remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As he soared above the government office, the citizens of the city gazed up in astonishment, bewildered by the intentions of the Yao family. Ever since the Lingxiao Empire had seized control of the continent, a decree had been issued prohibiting flight within the city limits. Amidst the collective shock, Yu Ming raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike upon the government office. How dare he? The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes as Yu Ming cackled maniacally from the sky. To him, a mere ordinary sage stood no chance against his peak sage king prowess, destined for annihilation. Yet, in the next moment, a scene of terror unfolded before him. His attack struck the government office, leaving it utterly unscathed. Not even a tile was harmed. How could this be? At that instant, a voice echoed in his ear. Nothing is impossible. In a state of dread, Yu Ming turned his head slightly, only to be met with a smiling visage. Yu Ming sensed a transformation. What had once been an ordinary sage had now become a formidable great sage. Qianling, with a grin, inquired, surprised? Astonished? Fear not, greater surprises await you. With that, one of Qianling's enormous hands seized Yu Ming by the head. In that moment, fear gripped Yu Ming as he recalled a figure, a person who had slaughtered hundreds of families for the Lingxiao Empire. The Emperor Qianling. It dawned upon him that the emperor had not ascended but had instead taken on the guise of an ordinary sage. Alas, Yu Ming realized this too late. He attempted to struggle, but his body was rendered immobile. He knew the fate that awaited him, soul extraction. As this thought emerged, an excruciating pain enveloped his mind. Spare me. I was wrong. Please, let me go. His pleas reverberated through the sky. Yet none showed him any pity. Yi Sun, accompanied by over 8,000 men, had initially intended to massacre the entire city guard. However, they found themselves immobilized, captured by Yu Xiaobao and his men, shackled in confinement. Yu Ming's cries for mercy lasted but a fleeting moment before Qianling callously discarded him like refuse. Depositing him before Yu Xiaobao, arrest them all and send them to the demon suppression city. A collective gasp arose from the surrounding experts upon hearing this decree. Throughout the past 12 years, they had heard countless tales. If Chang'an City was the dream destination for many, then Demon Suppression City was the place of dread, a territory to be feared. For, in truth, Demon Suppression City was a prison, specifically designed to incarcerate cultivators. Within the confines of Demon Suppression City, there existed both inner and outer sections. Those imprisoned in the outer city might find redemption and a chance to emerge, provided they exhibited good behavior. However, the inner city was a realm from which one would never hope to escape, for it housed a tower known as the Demon Suppression Tower. In recent years, many have referred to it as the soul-absorbing tower. The meaning is self-evident. Once one enters, the tower extracts the vitality, spiritual energy, soul force, and even the power of laws from the beings within. Even a peak sage would find it nearly impossible to perish once imprisoned inside. It is said that the Demon Suppression Tower is connected to the Xian Wang Tower, with the latter consuming energy siphoned from the former each day. Consequently, even the mightiest of sages hesitate to cause trouble or commit murder within the city, which is precisely what instills fear in the hearts of the populace towards the Lingxiao Empire. However, what puzzles many is that even if Yu Ming had indeed erred, it should not have warranted immediate imprisonment in the Demon Suppression Tower. Such actions typically require a thorough review by the local magistrate, the Imperial Court, or even the Demon Suppression Division. After all, even ordinary individuals require judicial proceedings before being convicted of their misdeeds. Generally, cultivators are judged by the Imperial Court, with only those who are irredeemably wicked being sent to the Demon Suppression Division for deliberation. It is solely the responsibility of the Demon Suppression Division to determine whether a criminal should be